Chapter 61. The shaking ground returned to its original state in an instant. All the cracks disappeared, and everything returned to calm. At this time, several people in the national team came back to their senses. Hardening? Where is Hardening? Suchin paused. She fell into the ground that just cracked. Pei-Jixian's head was confused for a moment. His green pupils were full of anger, and he rushed forward and punched Suchin. She was poisoned. How did you protect her? Blood oozes from the corner of Suchin's mouth. He did not refute, but just wiped off the blood. It's my fault. Pei-Jixian raised his fist again, and Jiang Xiaobai and Yi Tanshan hurriedly grabbed him. It was too chaotic just now, and Dr. Su couldn't do anything. Hardening might be fine. Don't be angry first. Jiang Xiaobai and Yi Tanshan finally grabbed Pei-Jixian. Even though they comforted him just now, they knew that Hardening fell to the ground and had no superpowers, and the chance of survival was very slim. The death maze attacked by the S-class psychics was slowly recovering, although it was no longer the same as before. The broken flesh and blood merged again to form a new flesh wall. On the flesh wall, a third face appeared. It was the A-class psychic who was almost strangled to death by Suchin. The researcher's speculation about the maze was correct. It was afraid of the strength of the S-class psychics and only targeted the slightly weaker psychics. Pei-Jixian looked solemn. Let's move quickly. Maybe we can find Hardening. The national team immediately took action, and the remaining explorers did not slack off. At this time, only by following the national team could they have hope of survival. Jiangmi looked at Merlin calmly. Merlin smiled, but there was no smile in his eyes. This maze seems to have intelligence. So many people fell from the gap, but we fell into the same space. What a coincidence. Coincidence? Jiangmi did not answer but asked. Didn't you use your mental ability to confuse my thoughts, and then fell with me? You really took great pains to get rid of others. The smile on Merlin's face disappeared little by little, and the light face became even colder. Hardening, it's useless to be too smart at this time. Wouldn't it be better to die in a muddle? Do you have to die clearly? Sorry. Jiangmi shrugged. I'm still young. I want to live another 500 years. You probably don't have that chance. After saying that, Merlin's eyes flashed, and a soil cone came out from the ground, piercing Jiangmi vertically. Merlin didn't plan to talk nonsense with Hardening. She was not familiar with the death maze. Who knew if Pei-Jixian and the others would come out halfway? She had to be quick, accurate and ruthless. Before others found this place, she had to kill Hardening first. Earth cones popped out one by one. Even the superpowers could be easily crushed, let alone Jiangmi, who had lost his superpowers. Jiangmi's face was calm. Only a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes at the moment the earth cone appeared. The earth cone hit Jiangmi accurately, but Jiangmi did not dodge or evade. Because of inertia, she was knocked into the air. Countless vines came out from behind her, hardened to SS level and attacked Merlin. Merlin's pupils shrank suddenly. Hardening can actually use supernatural powers. Merlin continued to use precognition, which allowed her to not be able to see the future 1 minute later, but to always grasp what was going to happen in the next second. In this way, no matter what attack she encountered, Merlin could dodge it first. Merlin dodged when she saw the vines appear. She looked at Jiangmi in disbelief. Aren't you poisoned? How can you be okay? Jiangmi said indifferently. The crack is the best place to attack. Since I knew you coveted my ability, how could I relax? Jiangmi has been alert to Merlin since entering the crack. She seemed to be indifferent to Merlin, but in fact, she was secretly watching her, guarding against her attacking herself. Jiangmi did not think about attacking Merlin in advance, but Merlin's precognition ability was too annoying. Even if he could only see the future 1 minute later, this period of time was enough for Merlin to be on guard. Jiangmi had no means to kill Merlin in one blow, so he could only guard against her. Coincidentally, after arriving at the crack, Chen Xianyu had been very close to Jiangmi, and occasionally held her arm. She did not implant any ideas in Jiangmi, but Jiangmi could easily steal her ability. After possessing the hypnosis ability, Jiangmi can use her eyes to make Yuan Xia relax her vigilance towards her, thereby stealing Yuan Xia's ability. Jiangmi is not sure when Merlin will attack her, but Yuan Xia's luck can at least help her, and she will make choices that are beneficial to herself. Today, when Jiangmi was eating breakfast, she saw the energy liquid in the doctor's hand showing the color of doom. In front of Merlin, Jiangmi calmly ate all the breakfast. After leaving, she quickly traced back to a place where no one was, deducted everything she had eaten, and then crashed into Su Chen's tent. Su Chen was pulled out of bed by her in his sleep and injected with an antidote. During the period when the antidote was effective, Jiangmi would still be a little weak, but he could use his supernatural powers. Until Pei Jixin launched an attack on the Death Labyrinth just now, Jiangmi's poison was completely solved. Everything returned to the starting point. The advantages that Merlin had accumulated before no longer existed, and the two returned to the initial, evenly matched situation. The most difficult thing at present is not the two people's powerful attack and defense abilities, but precognition and theft. There are too many superpowers here, and Merlin doesn't know what ability Hardening has stolen. And Jiangmi also understands that no matter what she does, Merlin can take the lead before her. So, she must block Merlin's precognition. While the two confronted each other, countless hardened vines attacked again, hitting Merlin mercilessly. Merlin does not have as strong defense as Jiangmi, and can only hide when encountering such an attack. Jiangmi took the advantage, and did not relax at all. She deliberately surrounded Merlin in one place, and shouted, "Precognition is prohibited here. The powerful word spirit rule is about to be formed." Before Jiangmi finished speaking, Merlin already knew her move, and quickly released mental confusion. Hypnosis automatically eliminated mental confusion, and Jiangmi was in good spirits. When the word spirit was finally interrupted for a moment, no spatial rules were formed after being interrupted. Theft only had 40 seconds left. Jiangmi frowned. She couldn't touch Merlin, and it was impossible to break through the mental confusion defense by looking at each other closely. And precognition could always suppress Jiangmi. Should I ban mental confusion? But it is estimated that Merlin will interrupt it before the word spirit is used. It is really tricky to deal with an opponent with two powerful auxiliary abilities. Merlin saw Hardening's embarrassed face, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. A-level precognition is indeed not a powerful ability, but as long as it can be combined with other abilities, its effect can be infinitely magnified. Hardening is helpless. Now it's her turn. Merlin landed with both hands. This is not the action she used to attack in the past. With this kind of direct contact, her ability can be infinitely magnified. Jiangmi frowned. She didn't understand Merlin's purpose. No matter how strong Earth Control is, it can't break through her hardened defense. In her opinion, this ability is the same as Jiang Xiaobai's Metal Control, which is useless. Different. Merlin smiled softly. Different. The earth trembled. Jiangmi felt a little uneasy. No earth cones collapsed from the ground. Only the soil kept rolling, breaking through the thick flesh and blood, and touching Jiangmi. Jiangmi was worried that Merlin would suddenly use earth cones to attack, so he immediately hardened his body for defense. But at that moment, Jiangmi's legs withered rapidly after touching the soil. Her white and slender legs suddenly lost moisture and shrank into dry wood with only skin and bones left. Jiangmi was shocked. The severe pain from her legs made Jiangmi realize that this was not a dream. Since the last battle with Zhong Zhengbowen, Jiangmi had not been injured for a long time. She was SS level, and the psychics below this level could not hurt her at all. However, the soil can absorb water. This is not a physical attack. This is the ability of the earth-based psychic. Countless vines flew out from behind her, supporting Jiangmi's body and allowing her to avoid contact with the soil. However, the legs that had been drained of moisture could not recover and fell vertically to the ground. The trouser legs were empty, with nothing in them. Jiangmi's face was pale. Having lost her legs, her shoulders trembled, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. Plants grew out of her thighs, and the vines twisted around, forming the shape of her calves, allowing Jiangmi to continue standing. However, Jiangmi still felt pain. Jiangmi breathed rapidly and glared at Merlin. Merlin had never used this ability in front of other psychics. This was her backup. What a pity. Merlin chuckled. There is also water in plants. Jiangmi felt her body soften, and the vines supporting her began to wither, and the withering spread faster, approaching her thighs. If she lost her legs, she could still ask an Ayin for treatment. If she lost most of her body, even an S-level healing psychic like an Ayin couldn't save her. Jiangmi decisively gave up the idea of using plants to support her body, and quickly changed the gravity to float in the air. Gravity Pei Jixin's ability. Your steal is only B-level, and you can probably only steal the other person's ability for 1 minute. Look at it this way. Merlin raised his hand and looked at the bracelet on his wrist. You only have 40 seconds left to steal. What can you do after 40 seconds? Jiang Mi's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and the clothes on his back were soaked. Merlin's ability to use the earth-based ability to absorb the water of an organism requires breaking through the organism's own defense, which consumes a lot of mental energy. Moreover, this ability is so strong that Jiang Mi estimated that there must be a pre-swing. However, Merlin has the ability of precognition, which means that she can prepare in advance and attack where Jiang Mi will fall. The pre-swing is almost non-existent. Jiang Mi's face became more and more embarrassed, and his breathing became rapid. Or was she careless? There was no real way to fight Merlin, so she should have stayed with Pei Zhixian and the others, so that she could have escaped. Jiang Mi suddenly felt confused. She was not someone who would fight an unprepared battle, but today she came to challenge Merlin without any preparation. It was just that she was not poisoned, not enough to fight back against Merlin. Jiang Mi's face became darker and darker. She didn't have much time. At the last moment, Jiang Mi made a desperate move and rushed towards Merlin. She only had this one chance. Precognition if you can't prevent it. Then Merlin won't use his superpowers. No one should use it. It's hard to say who will win or lose if they rely on physical skills alone. The superpower shielding device was successfully activated, and Jiang Mi had already landed on top of Merlin. Both of them were within the shielding range. In an instant, all superpowers disappeared. Jiang Mi fell and attacked quickly. She only had one chance. She was going to kill Merlin. Before Jiang Mi touched Merlin, Merlin quickly pulled out a dagger from his waist, put away the knife, and quickly cut off Jiang Mi's right hand. Ah! Jiang Mi's heartbreaking scream came from the empty underground. She was exhausted and fell to the ground. Her legs were withered, and her right arm was bleeding. She was already completely disabled. Merlin walked in front of Jiang Mi and squatted down. She pinched Jiang Mi's chin only and said sarcastically, "Hardening, you are really not smart. Even if you block my ability. I had already seen the future 1 minute later before this. How could you think you could win by relying solely on physical skills? Now that you have lost your legs, your dominant hand is useless, and your steel ability has been used up. What else can you do to deal with me?" Jiang Mi glared at Merlin. However, she had lost too much blood and had no strength left. Merlin's eyes flashed with pride, and his fingers stroked Jiang Mi's pretty face. The moisture from Jiang Mi's body flowed into Merlin's body along the hand. Jiang Mi struggled painfully, but could not break free from Merlin. Instead, the moisture from her body rapidly drained away. The girl, who was less than 20 years old, had a withered face in just a dozen seconds, as if she had aged by dozens of years. And Merlin's smile became more and more flamboyant. "Goodbye, my dear target." Merlin waved the dagger and stabbed it hard at Jiang Mi's heart. Boom, boom, boom. A huge impact sounded underground, and a gleam of light flashed in Merlin's eyes. He put away the dagger and quickly retreated. Where she had stood before, Pei Zhixian rushed out at some point and hugged the withered Jiang Mi. "Hardening! Hardening!" Jiang Mi had only one breath left, and opened his eyes in pain. Pei Zhixian? She was stunned for 2 seconds. The death maze deliberately separated her and the exploration team. At this time, the two groups were probably tens of thousands of miles apart. How could Pei Zhixian find her? But after a moment, Jiang Mi realized something and smiled softly, with a bright smile. But such a smile, on her haggard face, looked very creepy. "So that's how it is. As expected, it's me." Pei Zhixian didn't understand what happened at all. Hardening was too seriously injured. If he hadn't looked at Hardening's clothes, he wouldn't have recognized her at all. And standing on the other side was Merlin. Jiang Mi chuckled twice and suddenly opened her eyes. She originally had a pair of very beautiful almond eyes, big and bright. After the whole body was withered and dehydrated, the eyes looked bigger, frighteningly big. She used her only hand to tightly grasp Pei Zhixian's sleeve. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Pei Zhixian, help! Teacher Mei wants to kill me in order to get out alive." Pei Zhixian paused. His face darkened. Without Hardening's explanation, Pei Zhixian looked at the situation in front of him and understood that Mei Lin missed Hardening. The two of them fell alone in this underground cave, and they didn't know what was going on outside. If everyone outside died, Mei Lin had to kill Hardening to save his life and escape. Pei Zhixian's breathing became heavier, even though he knew the reason why Mei Lin took action. He still felt heartbroken when he saw Hardening's current appearance. He took out the energy liquid on his body and stuffed it into Jiang Mi's arms. Hold on. I will take you out immediately after solving Mei Lin. As long as we find teacher and I, you will be fine. The healing system cannot detoxify, but it can treat all injuries, including amputation. Ning can still be saved. Jiang Mi nodded heavily. Pei Zhixian put Jiang Mi down, turned around, stared at Merlin with a cold look. Merlin sighed. Not good. She was just a little bit away from killing Ning. This way she could not only leave the maze of death, but also gain superpowers. She was not afraid of Pei Zhixian at all. Just a little bit away. Ning's luck was really good. But Merlin firmly believed that Ning's luck could not always be so good. The two sides fought against each other. It was said to be a battle, but it was more of a one-sided crushing by Pei Zhixian. His superpowers allowed him to fight in the air without touching the ground, and he did not worry about being sucked dry by Merlin, while his gravity field rumbled down and pressed towards Merlin. No matter how fierce Pei Zhixian's attack was, Merlin could escape. Suddenly, a beautiful voice of a young girl came from above. Earth power is forbidden here. The future suddenly hit Merlin's mind, and precognition reminded Merlin of what was going to happen in the next second, which was very unfavorable to her. Merlin's face darkened, and he took a step back. In front of him, Jiang Xiaobai really appeared holding Ji Linglan, followed by Chen Xianyu and Yi Tongchen. Ji Linglan was flying in the front, and when she saw Merlin, she had already released the word spirit. This place is forbidden. Before he finished speaking, Merlin shot past Ji Linglan's ear. Once the word spirit is interrupted, it will collapse and cannot form spatial rules. The national team members hurried over and had no idea what was going on. But seeing Pei Zhixian bombarding Merlin and Ning lying unconscious on the ground, they already understood most of it. The captain's enemy is their enemy. For a while, the scene formed a 5v1 pattern. 3 attacking psychics attacked Merlin at the same time. Lightning strikes, metal cones, and gravity fields came from all directions, almost drowning Merlin. Under such intensive attacks, even SS-level psychics could hardly escape. But Merlin successfully avoided them. No matter how dangerous the attack is, no matter how many psychics there are, as long as he has precognition, Merlin can avoid it. Chen Xianyu and Ji Linglan were shocked. Merlin is so strong? 1 SS level and 2 S levels besieged her, but she still handled it with ease. Jiang Mi struggled to raise his head and shouted to Ji Linglan. She has precognition. Seal her ability first. Precognition? Ji Linglan frowned. There was no time to ask for details. It was more important to catch Merlin first. Merlin was dealing with the national team. Ji Linglan aimed at Merlin's direction and released the word spirit. Precognition is prohibited here. This time the word spirit was released very smoothly. Pei Zhixian suppressed Merlin tightly, so that she could not interrupt Ji Linglan. The sound wave was centered on Ji Linglan, carrying a vast supernatural power, and continued to spread into space. The spatial rule that could not use precognition was immediately formed, and Merlin's field of vision became pure, and she could no longer see the future. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Merlin could not predict the future, which meant that she could not escape the attack of 3 people in 1v3. As long as the national team works together, they will definitely be able to defeat Merlin. However, they were only happy for less than a second. Just as they relaxed, a soil spike suddenly appeared from under Ji Linglan's feet and instantly pierced Ji Linglan. Ji Linglan was hung on the soil spike more than 10 meters high. The sharp soil and rocks pierced through her lower abdomen. Her internal organs fell out through the gap, and blood flowed all over the floor. Chapter 62. Linglan. Jiang Xiaobai's mind went blank. Linglan didn't even leave a last word. She hung on the earth cone weakly. Her eyes were empty, and she died with her eyes open. Merlin's face turned pale. She didn't want to kill Ji Linglan. It would not be good for her to leave at this time. She hadn't killed Ning yet, so she couldn't leave. But, until Ji Linglan died, Merlin didn't leave. Why? The rules of the death maze are invalid? Merlin's mind went blank for a moment. When the superpower dies, the rules formed by the word spirit are gone. Merlin once again has the ability of precognition. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai attacking him desperately in the future, Merlin did not show any mercy this time. He released a mental confusion and quickly used the earth cone to take Jiang Xiaobai's life. Jiang Xiaobai lost his mind and had no time to care about these things. The metal cone attacked Merlin frantically, But under mental confusion, all his metal cones missed, and Merlin's earth cone attacked Jiang Xiubai without bias. At that moment, Pei Jixian's gravity field swept over. Boom! Pressing down the earth cone. Jiang Xiubai was saved from death. But the flying gravel still hit Jiang Xiubai. Half of his face was hit by the gravel. Blood and flesh were blurred. And the right eyeball lost its support and fell out of the eye socket. Qin Xianyu covered her mouth in horror. But in a moment, in the underground cave, the crippled and emaciated Shi Ning, the dead Ji Ling'an, and the disfigured Jiang Xiubai were all bloody and dead. Merlin also spat out blood. Under such high pressure, even with the ability of precognition, she was still injured. Just now, she was affected by Pei Jixian's gravity field, and 3 of her ribs were broken. This is not a good sign. Her mental power is rapidly draining away. Once she loses her mental power, she will die. There are still 4 active national team members on the scene. If she wants to survive under their hands, Shi Ning, she must get Shi Ning's ability. Shi Ning's breathing is getting weaker and weaker. She will die of lack of water in less than 10 minutes. But Merlin knows that he can probably hold on for a shorter time. The confrontation between the 2 sides has reached a white-hot stage. Merlin takes a deep breath and uses all his strength. The earth wall rises from the ground, like a huge wave on the ground, rushing towards Pei Jixian and others. This is her last wave of attack. She has very little mental power left. In a moment, she probably can't even use precognition. This is her last chance. Pei Jixian and others saw Shi Ning's appearance, and knew that the earth-based ability also has the ability to absorb water. So they quickly retreated. They also saw that Merlin's mental power was exhausted. The long-term high-intensity battle had consumed most of her mental power. As long as they avoided this wave of attacks, they would definitely be able to capture Merlin alive. But the accident happened in an instant. After Pei Jixian and others gave way, a soil cone suddenly rose from the direction of Shi Ning. Merlin's eyes chased Shi Ning. The only person she wanted to kill was Shi Ning. Jiangmi struggled to climb out. Even though she had no legs, no right hand, and her whole body was withered, she still did not give up hope of life. She wanted to leave here. She wanted to find an Ayin. And she wanted to live. Pei Jixian and others should be able to stop Merlin. As long as she found an Ayin, she would succeed. She used up all her strength. And the tiny vines climbed up the dome and drilled into the flesh wall. The vines were too thin to support the weight of a normal human body. But Jiangmi lost a lot of water from her body, and her weight was directly reduced by January 3rd. She should have died long ago. This place was full of black fog, and the magic power was constantly replenished to barely maintain her life. Every cell in her body was trying to survive and absorbing the magic power in the black fog. How could she give up? The vines wrapped around Jiangmi and pulled her up slowly. When it rose to the middle of the air, a soil cone suddenly appeared and pierced Jiangmi. Jiangmi kept looking up until his death, his eyes wide open, the corners of his mouth raised, and the last ray of light for life flashed in his black pupils. Shi Ning is dead. Merlin aimed at Shi Ning's heart, and Shi Ning's heart and the body below were all destroyed by the soil cone. Merlin believed that no one could survive in such a situation. At this time, Pei Jixian realized that Merlin was not trying to attack them just now. She was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. And Shi Ning died under Merlin's earth cone. And not even a drop of blood shed. Pei Jixian's throat choked, and his heart was blocked. 2 team members died in front of him one after another. Even if he was a cynical person, it would be difficult for him to be so careless. He was careless. He was obviously an SS-level superpower. How could he let his team members die in front of him? At that moment, raging anger burned Pei Jixian's green eyes, and his superpower surged, sweeping the gravity field of the entire space and pressing everyone. This time, Merlin did not escape. She has hardening and path retracing, so she can escape at any time. She had dodged Pei Jixian's gravity field countless times in the past, because once caught by the gravity field, her speed would be halved, her attack power would be reduced, and she would not be able to escape at all. But with Shi Ning's ability, everything is different. Hardening can protect Merlin from harm, and path retracing can allow her to quickly leave this place and jump out of Pei Jixian's attack range. A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out of Merlin's mouth. She heard a crackling sound in her ears, which was the sound of her bones being crushed under the gravity field. How is it possible? She obviously killed Shi Ning, so she should be able to use Shi Ning's ability. How could she not be able to harden her body? Merlin suddenly felt a panic in his heart, and quickly opened the system panel to check the properties. There are only 4 abilities in the system panel: Earth Control, Precognition, Mental Confusion, Ability Labeling. No hardening. No hardening. No hardening. Merlin's mind was blank. Sherning's body was still hanging on the raised earth cone. How could it not have hardened? Pei Jixian rushed to Meilin in an instant and pinched her neck. Under the gravity field, all of Meilin's bones were squeezed and crushed. Her spine pressed against the ground tightly. But in the end, it was unable to support the strong gravity and snapped into slag. Meilin lost control of her body, but her eyes were still fixed on the earth cone in the distance. Sherning was dead. Sherning was obviously dead. Why didn't she get Sherning's ability? Why? The wind blew, and a rotating vortex appeared in front of her eyes. The space opened up, and Jiangmi walked out of the space hole. She was wearing a spotless combat uniform, playing with a metal rod in one hand and holding a cup of chocolate-flavored energy liquid in the other. She was intact from head to toe. Her right hand was intact. Her legs were lean and strong, and her skin was white and tender, as smooth and beautiful as a peeled egg. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Pei Jixian hesitated. Sherning? Are you okay? But that corpse? He had removed the gravity field, looked at Jiangmi, and then looked at the corpse on the earth cone in the distance. And he couldn't speak clearly. Jiangmi ignored Pei Jixian and walked straight to Merlin. Merlin couldn't move, so he could only ask in a hoarse voice, trembling, "Why are you okay? I clearly killed you. How could you be okay? Was it hypnosis?" No. Merlin didn't touch Jiangmi from beginning to end. Jiangmi couldn't hypnotize herself. Just looking at each other. This ability can be completely erased by mental confusion. Merlin was completely confused. She felt that her consciousness defense line was collapsing bit by bit. Jiangmi didn't answer, dropped the metal rod, and reached out to press Merlin's temple. Merlin felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The next moment, Pei Jixian disappeared. The national team members disappeared, including the dead Ji Linglan. Sherning, all disappeared. In the underground space, only Jiangmi and Merlin were left. Jiangmi gently stroked Merlin's cheek, just as Merlin stroked her cheek just now. "I said a long time ago that it was not the mystery fungus that trapped us. Similarly, everything you saw just now was not my ability." "What is that?" Merlin screamed with all her might. She wanted to die with a clear mind. Jiangmi smiled. "Haven't you noticed yet? There is no insectide, no S-level demon species, and no mystery fungus in this crack. There was only one demon in this crack from beginning to end. An SS-level demon. And its ability is rule-based. It can make the things we fear in our hearts come true." Merlin paused. His pupils gradually widened. Jiangmi, Ji Linglan said she was afraid of insects. So the blue-striped spider appeared. Pei Jixian said there was nothing to be afraid of a spider. So the insect tide appeared. Another researcher discussed that the S-level demon did not attack us. So the S-level demon appeared. After that, we heard the death maze in the recording. So the death maze appeared. It's not that there are so many demons in this crack, but we are afraid of these demons. So they appear. So, I did an experiment. Jiangmi put the energy liquid on the ground and sat on the ground. I imagined that I was afraid of myself, Pei Jixian, and everyone in the national team. Under normal circumstances, this is just imagination, not real fear, and it does not conform to the rules. But I hypnotized myself. When I sincerely feared me appeared. The life forms created by this rule are logical, and their behavioral patterns are also consistent with their identities in the imagination of the imaginer. The S-level demon species constructed in this way are not monsters that only kill people. Just like the 2 demon wolves, they have consciousness and can communicate. Jiangmi can even hear their voices. Similarly, the self and the national team imagined by Jiangmi after hypnosis are also the same as real people. The other Jiangmi can think that he would not do such a stupid thing as rashly killing Merlin. When she saw Pei Jixian, she also understood all of Jiangmi's plans. Jiangmi wanted to kill Meilin. As long as precognition exists, this is an impossible task. Therefore, the deadlock that imprisoned Meilin must last for a long time, so that even if she sees the future, she cannot see the overall situation, let alone resist. Meilin saw the future in which she was suppressed by Pei Jixian's gravity field. She knew that she would be attacked by Pei Jixian after killing Hardening. But at that time she thought that as long as Hardening died, she could obtain Hardening's superpowers and avoid Pei Jixian's attack. At that moment, Mei Lin's deadlock was determined. No. In fact, it was earlier, when Mei Lin followed Hardening into the underground space. When she thought she had suppressed Hardening, the game had already begun. From that moment on, she had already lost. Mei Lin closed her eyes in despair. She had deprived so many targets of their lives. And this time, it was finally her turn. Ding. Successfully killed the target. Obtained the attached superpowers, S Earth Control, A Precognition, A Mental Confusion, C Superpower Datafication. Jiangmi successfully harvested the superpowers from Merlin. At this moment, she already had 11 superpowers. The underground maze suddenly shook, and the flesh and blood composed of the 4 walls and ceiling collapsed. Large chunks of flesh and blood fell to the ground, but melted when they landed. The death maze is about to disappear. The space opened up, and Xiaohua appeared in front of Jiangmi. Jiangmi pointed at Merlin's body. Help me get rid of this body. Throw it away. Xiaohua poked Merlin's body with his claws. With a look of disgust. You are getting better at ordering me around recently. Get it clear? We are in a cooperative relationship. Jiangmi comforted him. I know. I'll buy you a small cake when I get back. Xiaohua's expression changed, and he happily stretched out his claws. 2. After that, the space hole disappeared. The death maze also completely disappeared, and the scene in front of him returned to its original state. Everyone returned to the base. The ground was full of the bodies of executive specialists and researchers. The rest of the people stood blankly, feeling unfamiliar with the surroundings. The 5 members of the national team saw Jiangmi and immediately surrounded him. Ji Linglong grabbed Jiangmi and turned around. Hardening, you're okay. I thought you were in trouble. We were really worried to death just now. Especially the captain, who was crazy. Chen Xianyu and Yi Tongchen nodded, agreeing with Ji Linglong's words. Pei Jixian scratched his golden hair awkwardly. I'm just worried about the team members. This is normal. Jiangmi smiled. I'm fine, I just can't use my superpowers for the time being. I'm not dying. Look, I'm fine. Aren't I? Everyone looked at Jiangmi, a little surprised. Even Pei Jixian and other national team players were covered in blood. But Jiangmi was spotless and looked like nothing had happened. Ji Linglong touched her chin and thought for a moment before saying, We got out successfully. It seems that Dr. Su's speculation about the death maze was correct. Oh! Hardening, you were not there at the time. But the death maze still disappeared. Which means you also know the truth about the death maze. Jiangmi did not answer but asked. Dr. Su knows the truth? Ji Linglong, yes. He said there is no mystery here at all. It's all our fear. But no one believed it. But Xianyu believed it. It was just right. So Xianyu used hypnosis to erase everyone's memory of the death maze. And the death maze really disappeared. This is the most convenient way. Jiangmi used hypnosis to create another self and the national team. And then used hypnosis to delete the fear in Merlin and his own mind. So those people disappeared. Dr. Su is so powerful, Ji Linglong exclaimed, when he said that there was only one demon species in the entire 109th crack. We didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. However, the demon species with this ability must be extremely powerful, Pei Jixian worriedly said. I'm afraid it's more than S level. While he said this, on the other side, Su Chen had caught the culprit who put them in trouble. Everyone surrounded him. The demon species that Pei Jixian said was extremely powerful was actually only the size of a palm, with gray-yellow fur all over its body. It was a hamster, locked in a cage, looking at everyone timidly. The cage was equipped with a superpower shielding device. This was a cage specially used to capture living demon species, so the little hamster superpowers could not be used. Is this the demon species that trapped us? It was the same thing that created the insect swarm and 13S level demon species yesterday? Tian Xian was surprised. Is this true? It's too small. In Tian Xian's cognition, the more powerful the demon species, the bigger it should be. Mu Lanchua tapped her head with her fingers. You forgot that the more powerful the demon species with non-aggressive abilities, the weaker they are. Many demon species with psychic abilities are small. The evolution of demon species is similar to Jiangmi's magic value addition. There is only so much magic value. If it is evenly distributed, it will inevitably be mediocre. In the black fog, creatures have undergone more or less alienation, most of which are developing in the direction of evolution. But there are also a few creatures that are developing in other alienation directions. Therefore, the more powerful the demon species is, the weaker it may be. I still have some doubts. Some executive officers were unwilling to believe it. We killed so many demon species yesterday, and you told me today that it was fake. How real is that insecticide? At this time, the heart-wrenching screams of the researchers came from the research area. The surviving researchers returned to the research area and saw that the hundreds of bottles of golden blood they had collected yesterday were now empty, with only the test tubes in the distance. All gone. All gone. The researchers muttered to themselves in frustration. That was more than 200 bottles of golden blood. All gone. Chapter 63. Whether it was the golden blood obtained by the explorers from the demon species or the demon species captured alive, they all disappeared at this moment. Yesterday, they had a lot of harvest. But today, they all turned into nothingness. Looking at the empty research area, everyone was inevitably disappointed. But seeing the little hamster, everyone felt a little comforted. This is a new demon species that the Federation has not discovered so far. Researching new demon species can publish many papers. Moreover, this demon species is still alive. And it is an SS-level demon species. All the SS-level demon species that have appeared in the history of Blue Star can be counted on one hand. And this is the first SS-level demon species captured alive. At this moment, everyone looked at the hamster with shining eyes. The researchers gave the little hamster a species name, SS-level fantasy mouse. And as for its supernatural name, it is called Mirror Flower Water Moon. After dealing with the fantasy mouse, everyone turned their attention to the messy base. Even if many people left the death maze alive, more people died in the maze. The exploration team of nearly 50 people now has less than half left. Nie Yin ordered the executive officers to check if there were any other monsters around, while Nie Yin led the national team to look for Merlin. Merlin was missing. Casualties among ordinary executive officers and researchers were inevitable. But Merlin was S-level. When Nie Yin counted the number of S-level executive officers, he found that Merlin was missing, and her body could not be found at the scene. Nie Yin frowned. The death maze is the ability of the fungus that the phantom rat materialized based on human fear. Death in the maze is random. But this kind of random rule death rarely chooses high-level psychics. The reason is simple. High-level psychics often control high-level psychics, and will use their own abilities to fight back. The demons are just not very smart. But they are not stupid. But Merlin still disappeared. And even her body could not be found at the scene. After searching for most of the day, they had to give up in the end. In the crack, life and death are determined by fate. And Nie Yin could only deal with Merlin as death. At the same time, Nie Yin led the team to search for monsters, and came back. The executive commissioners found that there were indeed no traces of monsters around. And the 13 S-level monsters they were worried about before also disappeared. Nie Yin speculated. They should have been destroyed by Mirror Flower Water Moon. This is normal. Once the monster enters the field of the phantom rat, Mirror Flower Water Moon will be activated. Normal monsters have seen more powerful beings than them. Such beings gradually materialize in the monster's sphere and turn to attack the Imaginer itself. And with the death of the Imaginer, the constructed fear will also disappear. No matter how powerful the monster is, it will be killed by its own fear. Under this cycle, there are almost no living monsters in the territory of the Phantom Mouse. It's only a matter of time before other monsters migrate here. Nie Yin looked at the vast crack space. I don't know if it's because the Phantom Mouse was captured, but I feel that the black fog in the space has become a little thinner. The ecology will always recover. There are countless monsters and monster species in the black fog. Once they find that the most powerful monster species in this area has disappeared, they will gradually migrate here. The researchers are safe for a short time and can stay in the crack to continue their research, as long as the executive specialists are well defended. After confirming that there are no monsters in this area, everyone is relieved and the researchers began to concentrate on their research. The mission of the executives is halfway done here. Nie Yin and the commissioners of the administration will stay to continue to protect the researchers in the cracks, while the national team led by Nie Yin will leave the cracks. I didn't expect to leave the cracks so soon. Ji Linglong raised her hand and looked at the bracelet. Her tone excited. People say that it takes a lot of time to deal with the demon species. It took us less than 24 hours. Right? Jiang Xiaobai nodded. It's mainly because there is only one demon species here. And we guessed its ability. If they didn't know the ability of the phantom rat, the death maze would continue to kill people. And even if they caught the mystery fungus, they would have to deal with 12S level demon species later, which was quite a headache. Qin Xianyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and lazily lay on Yi Tongchen's back. She walked a few laps in the maze and was already out of breath. At this moment, she just wanted to lie on someone and sleep. After hearing Ji Linglan say that she could leave, she became interested and opened her eyes. Can we go out today? Great. She wanted to go back and sleep on the soft bed. The sleeping bag here was so hard and uncomfortable. Tomorrow, and Ian concluded, it is not certain whether there are other hidden dangers besides the phantom rats. We will stay for another night. If it is still safe tonight, and there is no invasion of demons, we will leave tomorrow. Everyone nodded. Although Qin Xianyu looked reluctant, he still obeyed the order and nodded. While the national team's schedule was confirmed, the researchers had already started to study the phantom rats with great interest. Su Chen explained the ability of the phantom rats. The key point is the imagination and fear of the organism. This ability belongs to the rule-based ability, which is contrary to Ji Linglan's word spirit. The latter can only change the rules in space, but the former can actually construct matter. The researchers are very interested in what imagination can be materialized, and they caught the phantom mouse to do experiments. Of course, with the help of Qin Xianyu. Qin Xianyu used hypnosis to construct a light ball, which was full of the fear she collected. As long as she put her hand into the light ball to make associations, the phantom mouse released from the cage can construct an imaginary object. This method is similar to Jiangmi hypnotizing herself to imagine another self. Humans have imagination, but they can't control their 100% fear of imagination. With Qin Xianyu's ability, it is easy to visualize the creatures imagined by everyone. As more and more people join, the things that the phantom mouse visualizes become more and more abundant. Ji Linglan always imagines insects. She is extremely afraid of insects in her heart. When she touches the light ball, she imagines insects. Others have successively thought of many demon species, and are still piking who imagines the most powerful demon species. Jiangmi found that none of them imagine people. This is normal. To imagine a demon species, you only need to imagine the general species. But to imagine a human requires a lot of details, and it is almost impossible to succeed without the help of hypnosis. Moreover, demon species are naturally opposed to humans. After imagining a demon species, the demon species will instinctively attack humans. But imagining a human is not necessarily the case. Everyone is different. When Jiangmi was in the death maze, he did not dare to imagine Ye Yin and Yuan Xia. If he constructed these two people, he could not say whether they would help him or help Merlin to kill him. Everyone played around and imagined all the demon species they had never seen. It was Jiangmi's turn. Jiangmi had no interest in the demons on the blue planet. When she reached into the light ball, she imagined something completely new. A few seconds later, the birds and beasts in the distant jungle were startled. The earth trembled and the ground was shaking. Ning, what are you thinking about? How could this happen? Ji Linglan jumped into Jiang Xiaobai's arms in fear. You are not imagining an earthquake. Qin Xianyu also quickly shrank into Yi Tongchen's arms, blinking her big eyes, ready to brainwash Jiangmi to remove her imagination at any time. And Jiangmi looked into the distance. In less than a minute, the behemoth had slowly landed from the distant sea, and its huge body approached. Like a 100-story building, it was shaped like an ancient dinosaur, with a gray-black body, a rough skin like crocodile skin, and a mouth full of sharp fangs. The huge figure could be clearly seen even if it was 100 meters away. Everyone stared in surprise. The largest demon species that has appeared in the history of Blue Star is only 50 to 60 meters tall. But this monster is 300 meters tall. It stands tall. The clouds around it seem small, and the vast sea is only above its knees. Everyone doesn't know what it is, but as soon as they see it appear, they feel the huge and incomparable sense of oppression. Even the death maze seems inferior in front of it. Only Su Chen and Mu Lanqua recognized this creature. It was a huge Godzilla. Godzilla appeared for less than 10 seconds, and everyone immediately stuffed the phantom mouse into the supernatural shielding cage, and Godzilla disappeared. Everyone gasped. Ning, what are you thinking about? Ah! What kind of monster is this? So big and scary. The skin looks very hard. Jiangmi smacked his lips. Why did you put away the magic mouse so quickly? Her Ultraman hasn't appeared yet. What's the matter with only small monsters, but no Ultraman? Everyone was holding back their imaginations. And the most dangerous creatures they had constructed in their minds were only SS-level monsters. Only Jiangmi went all out right away. The appearance of Godzilla woke everyone up from their complacency that the magic mouse was just a small hamster. They intuitively realized that this hamster only looked small. But it contained the power to destroy the world. The sky gradually darkened. In the dark night, the bright moon was in the sky, and the round moon was like a disc. But it was no longer bright under the cover of black fog, and it was a little gloomy. The national team gradually charged the black fog barrier. This was the last night the national team stayed in the number 109 crack. Ye Yan's team completed several patrols, and there were still no monsters around. Tonight, Jiangmi did not open the magic layer, and fell into a deep sleep in his sleeping bag. There were still researchers working hard in the tents in the research area. The phantom mice would not bring out the cracks for the time being. They were taking advantage of the fact that they were still in the cracks to draw more blood from the phantom mice for research. The grayish-yellow little mice fell weakly in the cage, squeaked pitifully, but could not stop the researchers from their research. A colorless and odorless gas suddenly floated into the bright tent. The researchers in the tent had nothing to do, and they only felt their eyelids fighting. Within 2 minutes, they fell to the ground one after another and fell asleep. Anayin walked out from the darkness. This is the smoke he bought from the black market. It is made from the toxins secreted by the crack plants. It can effectively confuse people around. Moreover, after this smoke enters the human body, there will be no residue, and it will not be discovered later. Anayin passed by the unconscious researchers, and finally came to the magic mouse. The magic mouse was immune to the smoke, and did not fall into a coma. At this time, it jumped up and down in the cage, feeling anxious. Everything is God's will. Anayin put his right hand on his chest, lowered his head, and silently recited a sentence. Then opened the cage and grabbed the magic mouse. With the other hand, he took out the fear light ball condensed by Qin Xinyu, and put his hand into the light ball. A gray-yellow, small, timid figure appeared on the experimental table. The magic mouse looked at the thing, and its black bean-like eyes were wide open. Anayin imagined a magic mouse. A magic mouse that was exactly the same as the original magic mouse. Then, he grabbed the concrete magic mouse and threw it into the supernatural shielding cage. The superpower blocker developed by the Federal Technology cannot completely block superpowers. It blocks the ability of organisms to produce superpowers. Just like if Jiangmi uses plant control to attack Suqin. Even if Suqin opens the superpower blocker. As long as Jiangmi is not within the range of the superpower blocker, the vines she transforms can still attack Suqin and are not affected by the superpower blocker. The superpower blocker is useful, but it is not omnipotent. This thing is mainly used to detain superpower criminals, and few people will use it to fight. Moreover, the shielding range of the portable superpower blocker is limited, and 3 meters is the farthest distance. Therefore, Anayin put the imaginary phantom mouse into the superpower shielding cage, and the concrete phantom mouse still exists, squeaking like an ordinary phantom mouse. Screaming. The real phantom mouse was terrified. Evolved to SS level. It already has a certain IQ. It knows that it will not live long here with the researcher. But if it is caught by this man, it will die faster. But the phantom mouse only has the ability to make other people's fears concrete. Once it is caught and others know its ability, it can't fight back. The little hamster is now squeaking in Anayin's hands, and screaming, with tears in its eyes. Woo woo woo. Rat. Am I going to die? No. Rat. I don't want to die yet. In the tent sleeping bag, Jiangmi slowly opened his eyes. Here it comes. Her purpose of entering the number 109 crack, in addition to confirming that this is the Earth, is to catch the traitor of the cube and the god's gift. It is not difficult to guess that Yuan Xie is the traitor of the cube. But Jiangmi has been looking for a long time, and couldn't find who the god's gift had planted into the crack. But she knew that as long as the S-level demon species was caught, the traitor would definitely appear. She asked Xiaoha to open a thumb-sized space hole in the tent in the research area, and another space hole in her tent, so that she could clearly see everything that happened in the tent. Because the space hole shortened the distance, she could still hear the phantom mouse chirping for help. Woo woo woo. Shoo shoo. I don't want to die. Shoo shoo. I haven't married yet. I haven't met the destined female hamster yet. Shoo shoo. How can I die like this? Damn human. Stupid human. Don't you know that Shoo Shoo is about to be caught? Come and save Shoo Shoo. Jiangmi. Why are all the demons so noisy? Yin wanted to use the Phantom Mouse to imagine another Phantom Mouse to take it away, which meant that he could not use the supernatural power to shield the Phantom Mouse for the time being. And the Phantom Mouse's ability was still effective. In this case, Jiangmi put his fingers on his temples and closed his eyes. A few minutes later, the base was boiling. Ah! There are rats. There are rats. Help. Why are there such things in the middle of the night? Fuck. I hate rats the most. Don't run on my back. The base was full of screams, and everyone got out of the tent in fear. It's a phantom mouse. The base is full of phantom mice. There are all kinds of phantom mice crawling all over all the tents. Almost thousands of them. Everyone was stunned. It's bad enough if there's only one SS level demon. How about thousands? A researcher didn't pay attention and accidentally stepped on a phantom rat to death. Fuck. Did I kill an SS level demon? Get out of the way. That's an SS level demon. The researcher quickly stepped aside and saw the phantom rat being stepped on to death, with golden light flowing around it, which eventually condensed into golden blood. Golden blood. The researcher exclaimed. You're stupid. Another researcher slapped his head. With so many phantom rats, this dead one must be fake. What's going on? The researchers were extremely confused. Mu Lanchua and others came out of the tent and saw the phantom rats all over the ground. Their faces froze. It's bad. It must be that one of the researchers didn't pay attention when sampling and didn't close the supernatural shielding cage properly, which resulted in so many phantom rats. What should we do? Tion X, I am worried. These hamsters look exactly the same, and we can't find which one is the real one. We can't just kill them to see if there is any golden blood. Right? What's so difficult about this? Ji Linglong yawned as she came out of the tent. She was also surprised to see the phantom rats all over the ground. Although these things were not as scary as insects, they were disgusting when they were numerous and running around. Ji Linglong quickly climbed onto Jiang Xiaobai and asked Jiang Xiaobai to hold the two of them in the air with a metal sheet. Watch me. Ji Linglong shouted and pointed in the direction of the phantom rats. This place prohibits Mirror Flower Water Moon. Mirror Flower Water Moon is the name given to the supernatural power of the demon species by researchers. But as long as the word spirit supernatural power user knows what Mirror Flower Water Moon is, the word spirit can succeed. After Ji Linglong released the word spirit, the water waves of supernatural power rippled throughout the base, and the phantom rats were blocked from power, and they collapsed like starlight one by one, including the concrete phantom rat in the supernatural power shielding cage. After turning around twice, it also turned into starlight and disappeared. The only one that has been surviving is the phantom rat on Yin's body. Chapter 64. Yin's face turned pale. He had never thought that such a big commotion would occur. He just wanted to use the concrete phantom mouse as a substitute, so that when he left the crack tomorrow, the concrete phantom mouse would disappear, and he could successfully steal the SS level magic seed. If he could steal the SS level magic seed, it would not matter even if his identity was exposed. However, before he left the crack, a wave of phantom mice occurred. He obviously did not imagine so many phantom mice. Chen Xianyu curiously poked his head out from behind Yi Tongchen. Hey, teacher and I. Isn't my fear light ball in the research area? How come it is on you? Yin was shocked again. He stole this thing from the researcher in order to imagine the phantom mouse, who took the blame. Now that Chen Xianyu discovered it, his goal was obvious. Jiang Xiaobai understood. You want to steal the magic mouse? Ming Jinyan is Jiang Xiaobai's aunt. Before entering the crack, she had told Jiang Xiaobai that someone in the crack coveted S-level gold blood. Yin immediately stuffed the magic mouse into his arms and pulled out the submachine gun from his waist. Since he was exposed, he could only escape. As one of the leaders of this operation, he also had the energy layer switch that controlled the crack exit. As long as he could escape from the crack number 109 with the magic mouse, everything would be worth it. Yin fired wildly at the front. The researchers were all scum and could not resist the bullets, and some executive specialists had just gotten up from their sleeping bags and did not have any weapons. Faced with the dense fire, everyone was stunned. Jiangmi rushed to the front of everyone in an instant and pulled up a huge magic layer. The crackling bullets hit the magic layer, and the magic layer was not damaged at all. But the bullets fell to the ground one by one. And Ayin was shocked. Originally, there were hot weapons that could hurt the researchers to some extent, so that the executive officers would be busy saving people and would have no time to take care of him. But now Hardening appeared, disrupting all his plans. And Ayin did not dare to relax. Grabbed the submachine gun and turned to run towards the crack exit. The crack exit was about 2 kilometers away from the base, which was not a short distance. And Ayin had been training for a long time and had excellent physical fitness. He could run all the way to the exit at a sprint speed. As long as he left here with the magic mouse, he would win. Boom! Before he ran a few hundred meters, a huge gravity field suddenly appeared and suppressed an Ayin. Then came Yi Tongshan's lightning strike, which made an Ayin scream. Under the double attack, an Ayin's back was split open, and even the magic mouse in his arms was injured. And the small body squeaked and screamed wildly. An Ayin's body quickly recovered. But the magic mouse did not have this ability and was dying. Pei Zhixian. Yi Tongshan. Hold back. Yuan Xie shouted. That's an SS-level demon. It must be alive. Don't kill it. Try your best. Pei Zhixian raised his eyebrows and rushed towards an Ayin. He reduced the gravity pressure and only limited an Ayin's speed, so as not to crush him to death. And the phantom rat would not be in trouble. Yi Tongshan honestly withdrew his hands. He couldn't attack separately. As long as he hit an Ayin, the phantom rat would be injured. It's better to hold back. Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai caught up with an Ayin. At this time, Jiang Xiaobai's ability was very useful. The metal cone targeted the attack and would never hurt the phantom rat. An Ayin dodged with great effort. He had a good reflex nerve and super healing ability, which kept his body in the best condition at all times. Therefore, even if he was hit by the metal cone, as long as it was not a fatal position like the heart, he could heal quickly, all the way out. An Ayin protected his heart with his hands. His black gloves were made of nanomaterials, which were very defensive. Ji Lingon was so anxious that she jumped up and down, holding a loudspeaker and yelling to the front. Jiang Xiaobai, give it some strength. The attack depends on you. Jiang Xiaobai. What's the use of attacking? He can be cured in minutes. Jiang Ni saw Jiang Xiaobai's dilemma, turned his head, and asked Ji Lingon, why don't you ban an Ayin's ability? Ji Lingon spread her hands. Just now, banning Mirror Flower Water Moon has already cost me a lot of mental energy. So many SS-level demon species. Now the distance is too far, beyond my ability, and it's so tiring to run over there. Jiang Mi. The focus is on the last sentence. Nie Yin was protecting the researchers on the spot. When Jiang Mi didn't appear just now, he erected the ice layer to protect everyone. Although it was not as strong as Jiang Mi's magic layer, it was somewhat useful. At this moment, the executive commissioners were all awake, equipped with hot weapons, and were going to encircle and suppress an Ayin. Jiang Mi found a sniper rifle from the executive specialist's equipment. Chen Xianyu reminded. Ning Ning. The distance between us and the captain is more than 100 meters. Jiang Mi's best result at the national team training base was to hit a fixed target 50 meters away. And it was not the bullseye. And an Ayin, who was 100 meters away, had to hit the heart, which was a fantasy for Jiang Mi. Tian Xian sighed. It would be great if the eldest lady was here. Ji Lingon nodded rarely. The best shooter in their class was Minji Wexi. Minji Wexi said second. No one dared to say first. It's a pity that Minji Wexi didn't come to this crack. While the girls were sighing, Jiang Mi had already aimed at an Ayin. He said he aimed, but it only looked like he aimed. Jiang Mi didn't even use the scope. She felt that the angle was good, and she couldn't see any clues, so she pulled the trigger. At the same time, absolute hit was activated. The SS-level hardened bullets whizzed in. An Ayin was panting. It was extremely difficult to survive under Pei Zhixian and Jiang Xiaobai. Pei Zhixian didn't take any ruthless actions because of the life of the phantom mouse, and just let Jiang Xiaobai attack. Jiang Xiaobai's attack was fierce. In order to repair his body, an Ayin had used up too much mental power. He wanted to go out. He must insist on going out and hand over the phantom mouse to the God's Gift Association. To God. He gritted his teeth. And while the two were not paying attention, he fired at the two with a submachine gun. The metal bullets didn't hit Jiang Xiaobai, but Pei Zhixian took 2 steps back, and the gravity field disappeared. An Ayin ran forward. The bullet whizzed behind him. Yin had already noticed Sherning's attack and moved his body away, trying to let the bullet pass through his side. Suddenly, the bullet changed direction and shot straight into Yin's heart. Yin spat out blood. How could this happen? He obviously avoided the bullet. How could the trajectory still turn? The bullet didn't turn much. But Yin was sure that the bullet definitely changed direction. He stumbled forward and ran 2 more steps. His body was extremely tired and weak. He couldn't run anymore. He turned back and looked at Sherning, who was 100 meters away, and calmly put down the gun in his hand. He stared at Sherning. Finally, he fell to the ground and lost his breath. Hit? Ji Linglong looked at the sniper rifle in Jiang Mi's hand, and then looked at Yin in the distance. Sherning, how come you are such a good shooter? Yi Tongchen and Qin Xianyu were also very surprised. Some time ago, they all trained together in the national team, and they knew very well how good Sherning's shooting ability was. Lucky, Jiang Mi smiled. I was just trying it, maybe Yin didn't notice me, so I shot it. Lucky? Ji Linglong tilted her head and thought about it. Yes. A blind cat can still meet a dead mouse. Yuan Xia raised her eyebrows and chuckled. Lucky is also a kind of strength. Yin died, and the phantom rat on his body was pulled out and put back into the supernatural shielding cage. The little hamster was exhausted after being tossed all night. It was originally very fragile, and now it was like dying. Luckily, some of the remaining people also had healing supernaturals, but their levels were low, and they could barely treat the phantom rat. Nie Yin checked Yin's body, came back, and shook his head at everyone. Nothing suspicious was found. He is a member of the God-given society, Pei Jixian said. When Xiaobai and I besieged him, we heard him say everything is God's will, which is the creed of the God-given society. Nie Yin frowned. Yin and I have also cooperated several times. I never thought that he was actually a member of the God-given society. The explorers next to him were talking about it. How the evil cults infiltrated the national team instructors? So scary. Isn't even the Federation safe now? These damn evil cults. Qin Xianyu shrank behind Yi Tongchen and asked in a low voice. What is the God-given society? Why did they steal the phantom rats? Anyway, they are not good things, Ji Linglong said angrily. Xianyu, you are young and ignorant. Anyway, if you see such people from the God-given society in the future, just stay away. Qin Xianyu hugged the stuffed bear and nodded in ignorance. Nie Yin and others then checked Yin's tent and luggage, but did not find anything suspicious. Nor did they find anything related to the god's gift. It can be said that if Yin had not chosen to steal the phantom mouse, he would not have been exposed at all. Dawn broke. The sky was white, and the day was bright. There were 8 people in the national team, and 2 died. Compared with the management bureau and the researchers, the death was not tragic. But thinking about the level of Merlin and Yin, it was inevitable to sigh. In the early morning, Nie Yin led the executive commissioner to patrol the surrounding area again, but still did not find the demon species. Now it can be confirmed that the current area is safe, and there is only one high-level demon species, the phantom mouse. The national team members packed their luggage and prepared to leave. At present, the number 109 crack exploration team has Nie Yin, an S level, and this configuration is enough. The phantom mouse will not be taken out for the time being, and it will be placed in the crack for researchers to use for research. Jiang Mi has a headache. After dealing with Yin, there is still Yuan Xia, and this person is unlikely to give up the phantom mouse. But Yuan Xia has not revealed her true colors yet. She is much calmer than Yin, and Jiang Mi really has to leave. She glanced at the ability label next to Mu Lanchua's heart, and finally chose to tell Mu Lanchua that Yuan Xia and the cube were colluding. Teacher, Yuan Xia might be planning to take the magic mouse. Jiang Mi lowered his voice. Don't let her take the magic mouse away. Mu Lanchua raised her eyebrows and smiled contemptuously. Don't worry. She can't leave. And she still wants to take the magic mouse away? How is it possible? Since the showdown at the human base, Mu Lanchua no longer pretends to be a gentle and lovely female teacher in front of Jiang Mi. Her real personality is a bit royal and unrestrained. Only when there are outsiders will she start to act like a gentle green tea again. Jiang Mi paused, a little uncomfortable, but still nodded and said, I understand. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the national team had breakfast. Pei Jixian replaced Yin as the leader, and took the rest of the national team away from the base. Looking at the backs of the national team members going away, Yuan Xie and Ye Yin exchanged glances, and their mouths curled up slightly. Mu Lanxue opened her eyes in confusion. After the national team left, she wanted to go to the research area tent to do experiments, but she felt a dull pain in the back of her head. When she opened her eyes, she had already arrived here. Her hands were tied to the concrete pillars, and there was a mess in front of her, like an abandoned building. She was still wearing a black fog blocker on her wrist, and the viewing mirror had been taken off. A thin black fog could be seen in the blur. This is still the number 109 crack. In front of him, Yuan Xie sat comfortably on a clean portable chair covered with thick fur, which was soft and comfortable. Yuan Xie was applying nail polish. Compared with Mu Lanxue, who was tied to the concrete pillar in front of her, she was spotless, leisurely and contented. When she saw Mu Lanxue open her eyes, she looked at her with interest. "Oh, you woke up, Deputy Director Yuan?" Mu Lanxue was stunned, showing a puzzled expression. "What happened? Why did you tie me up?" "Let me go!" She struggled a few times, trying to break free from the ropes on her body, but to no avail. Yuan Xie looked at Mu Lanxue with interest, like a weak animal, in her palm. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape. Ye Yin came in from outside and walked to Yuan Xie. He knelt in front of Yuan Xie like a dog, kissing her fingertips. "Wife, I checked everything. There is no one around. I also ordered the patrol members. They will not come here today. As for the researchers, they are very timid. Without the protection of the executive commissioner, they dare not come here." Yuan Xie nodded with satisfaction, and her fingers painted with red nail polish lightly lifted Ye Yin's chin. "Well done." Mu Lanxue looked at this scene, froze, and muttered in disbelief. "Deputy Director Yuan, your husband, isn't he a member of the Democratic Alliance?" Yuan Xie's husband is Fang Wenjing, a member of the Democratic Alliance. Although the two have no public relationship, many people in the federal system know about it. Especially Mu Lanxue and Yuan Xie are both researchers engaged in research. The college occasionally exchanges activities with the institute, and the relationship is close. She naturally knows about this matter. Mu Lanxue had also heard the gossip from Zongjung Bowen. Yuan Xie and Fang Wenjing were in a political marriage. Yuan Xie was only 41 this year, while Fang Wenjing was already 81. Yuan Xie looked up at Ye Yin and smiled coquettishly. Her fingers stroked Ye Yin's cheek and slid across his lips. Ye Yin kissed her hand accurately and sucked her fingers gently. Mu Lanxue gritted her teeth and stopped talking. She already understood the current situation. What else could it be? Yuan Xie had no interest in a husband who could almost be her grandfather, so she kept Ye Yin as her mistress. And Ye Yin, this bastard, was still hooking up with other women when he was a gigolo. Mu Lanxue clenched her teeth, her bright eyes slightly moist, crystal clear and pitiful. Yuan Xie, however, showed no pity. Beside her was the phantom mouse that was rescued from the brink of life and death last night, and the ball of fear condensed by Chen Xianyu. Yuan Xie, what on earth do you want to do? Mu Lanxue raised her voice and questioned. You should know that Ye Yin and I are over a long time ago. Is it over? Yuan Xie raised her eyebrows and looked at Mu Lanxue. She still had a smile on her lips. Her eyes were as cold as ice. But why do you seduce my husband in various ways? Mu Lanxue paused. She didn't know Fang Wenjing. She knew that Yuan Xie was talking about Ye Yin. I didn't. Mu Lanxue argued. No. The smile on Yuan Xie's face disappeared, and her eyes became colder and colder. Then why did you still see him after breaking up? And you had to come to the 109th crack? You also piqued and seduced my husband along the way? Mu Lanxue was furious. He came to the academy to find me, and the list of explorers for the 109th crack was also drawn up by his management bureau. How do I know he was there too? Yuan Xie, when Zongjung Bowen invited you, didn't you ask if Ye Yin was there? Mu Lanxue choked. She didn't know how to refute, because she really asked. When Zongjung Bowen's assistant Mo Chung invited her to join the exploration team, she asked Ye Yin if he would go. This was her little secret, and she thought no one else would know. Ye Yin served Yuan Xie, and there was no expression on his face. But when he heard this and saw Mu Lanxue's frozen expression, his heart softened. Lanxue. So she also cared about whether he would go or not. Lanxue, still cares about him. The love that was suppressed in his heart surged again. And Ye Yin could hardly suppress this feeling. Yuan Xia noticed Ye Yin's pause, and suddenly looked at him. Her eyes were still cold, almost killing people. Ye Yin, don't forget. What you have now is given by me. I don't have much patience. Ye Yin was terrified. Wife. Of course, I only have you in my heart. It was this bitch who seduced me. And the only person I love is you. Ye Yin didn't know how many times he had said the same old words. But maybe because Yuan Xia was with that old man and didn't get any love. She was very happy with his words. Yuan Xia gently raised Ye Yin's chin with her fingers. Since the person you love is me, then help me get rid of this bitch. Don't worry. I will use the Phantom Mouse to cause a monster invasion later. Just treat this bitch as if he died in an accident. No one will doubt it. Yuan Xia especially brought the Fear Light Ball and the Phantom Mouse for the sake of aftermath, while Yunjian was protective of her. If the professor of the academy died in the crack for no apparent reason, she would have a hard time explaining it. She stuffed the dagger into Ye Yin's arms and urged him affectionately. Go! She knew that Mu Lanxue loved Ye Yin. And she had someone check Mu Lanxue. 8 years ago, Mu Lanxue came to the Crack Academy for a postdoctoral interview. And she has stayed in the academy ever since. She has never been in a relationship. And she is still a virgin. Such a woman would definitely fall in love with the intention of getting married. And she must have loved Ye Yin deeply. Dying at the hands of the man she loved most would be the greatest torture for her. Yuan Xia liked this kind of torture. She liked to see those women struggling helplessly, begging for mercy, and their crystal eyes filled with despair. This scene was too beautiful for her. Ye Yin held the dagger tightly, and walked towards Mu Lanxue tremblingly. His hands were shaking. He had killed many people. His hands were very steady, and he had never been afraid of killing. But today, facing Mu Lanxue, his hands trembled. Mu Lanxue burst into tears. She did not beg for mercy, nor did she struggle, but just looked at Ye Yin with pity. Ye Yin actually saw the heartache in her eyes. Lanxue, goodbye. After saying that, Ye Yin stabbed Mu Lanxue fiercely with his dagger. The hot blood flowed from Mu Lanxue's abdomen, staining her white coat red. Mu Lanxue's face was pale, and her breathing almost stopped. Yuan Xia stood up suddenly. Ye Yin took action. Ye Yin actually took action. Yuan Xia always felt that Ye Yin was different to Mu Lanxue, which made her panic. So this time, she must let Ye Yin kill Mu Lanxue with his own hands. She was worried that Ye Yin would go back on his word. But she didn't expect Ye Yin to be so obedient and really do it. Sure enough, no matter how many women Ye Yin had outside, he would never dare to betray. Suddenly, a sharp ice cone emerged from the ground and pierced Yuan Xia directly. Yuan Xia stumbled and fell to the side. And where she was standing, several sharp ice cones suddenly appeared. The afternoon sun shone into the abandoned teaching building through the broken doors and windows. And those sharp ice cones sparkled in the sun. Ye Yin. Yuan Xia's eyes were bloodshot. Ye Yin actually attacked her. If Yuan Xia didn't have the ability of luck, which allowed her to keep the 6 points of good luck at all times, she would have been pierced by the ice cone. Ye Yin took back his hand that was stroking Mu Lanxue's lower abdomen. The stab just now did not pierce Mu Lanxue's lower abdomen, but his hand. A layer of frost formed on Ye Yin's hands, stopping the blood from flowing. He looked at Yuan Xia with an indifferent expression. You're right. Who would know if 1 or 2 people died in the crack? So die. Old witch. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yin activated his ability, and countless ice cones attacked Yuan Xia. Chapter 65. The cold ice cones emitted a chilling chill, and the entire abandoned teaching building was covered with a layer of frost. Like an ice cave in the cold weather, Yuan Xia's lungs were about to explode. It had been 8 years, and Ye Yin had been with her for 8 years, loyal as a dog. But now this dog dared to betray him. And it was for a woman. The ice cones failed to attack Yuan Xia, and a demon appeared in front of Yuan Xia, blocking the ice cones. Yuan Xia held the Phantom Mouse in one hand and the Fear Ball in the other. Black fog inexplicably appeared around her, and the figures of demons kept appearing in the dim light. Yuan Xia was the deputy director of the Federal Research Institute. Whether it was the book Crack Biology used for teaching at the Crack Academy, or the Crack Biology Atlas widely used in the market, they were all compiled by her. She was too familiar with demons. Moreover, Yuan Xia had luck. This ability allowed her to stand still during the previous insect tide without being harmed by the demons. And the demons would always avoid Yuan Xia. It is the same now. But for Nia Yin, facing so many S-level and even SS-level demons, it is not easy for him. Yuan Xia stood up. And the demons with fire ability released blazing flames to resist the frost. And the fire was reflected in Yuan Xia's eyes. She looked at Nia Yin with a cold brow. If you are honest and be my dog, I can still let you go. But since you resist me for this woman, then die with her. Yuan Xia roared. And a huge dice appeared above Nia Yin and Mu Lanchua's heads, with the number 1 flashing on the dice. The red points oozed blood and turned into strange eyes. The demons that were materialized by the phantom rat seemed to be controlled. And they all looked at Nia Yin and Mu Lanchua. The demons began to hunt humans. Yuan Xia knew Nia Yin's ability too well. So each demon that was materialized here was designed to target Nia Yin's ability. Shi Ning was helpless when she faced a group of A-level demons that targeted her ability. And Nia Yin's situation would only get worse. Under the number 1 of luck, Nia Yin had no choice but to die. The demons attacked Nia Yin frantically, and the frost faded like a tide. That was the result of Nia Yin's overwhelming strength. The raging fire burned the frost and almost swallowed Nia Yin. Yuan Xia became more and more proud. She wanted to see Nia Yin suffer, to make Nia Yin regret his past, to make Nia Yin crawl back to her side and beg for her forgiveness. However, Nia Yin did not surrender. Among the many demons, Nia Yin raised his head and looked at Yuan Xia, with a sly look in his eyes. Old witch, you lose because you are too arrogant. Nia Yin clenched a metal stick and thrust it into the ground. Yuan Xia, who was sitting comfortably on a portable chair, stood up suddenly. She was too familiar with this metal stick. It was a supernatural power shielding stick, a product developed by the Research Institute. As long as the supernatural power shielding stick is inserted around the area and the switch is turned on, all supernatural powers in the area will disappear. The range of ordinary supernatural power shielding devices is no more than 3 meters. But if there is a supernatural power shielding stick, it can shield an area of more than 100 square meters. When Yuan Xia realized all this, the supernatural power in the abandoned teaching building disappeared. Whether it was the demon species she materialized or the dice hanging above Nia Yin's head, they were all gone. This place has become a vacuum zone without superpowers. Nia Yin got up in a panic, like a devil crawling out of hell, and walked towards Yuan Xia step by step. This time, it's my turn to fight back. Yuan Xia's legs softened and she fell to the ground. She had no luck, and her palm landed on the ground, leaving a deep and sharp cut. Her calf also had a large bruise from hitting the portable chair. Nia Yin walked towards Yuan Xia step by step with a dark face. Yuan Xia had never been so embarrassed. She was furious. It's all Nia Yin's fault. It's all Mu Lanchua's fault. These 2 people must die. She took out a small pistol from her arms, pointed it at Mu Lanchua, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With a roar, the pistol without a silencer made a roar, and the fire splashed, and the sharp bullet whizzed towards Mu Lanchua. Mu Lanchua closed her eyes in fear. It's over. It's all going to end. However, the pain she imagined didn't appear. Mu Lanchua opened her eyes and saw Nia Yin standing in front of her. His shoulder was pierced by a bullet, and hot blood flowed out. Mu Lanchua was stunned. Nia Yin. Seeing that Mu Lanchua was fine, Nia Yin smiled comfortably and reached out to touch her fair and delicate face affectionately. Lanchu, don't worry. This time, I won't let you get hurt again. Yuan Xia was furious. Nia Yin, you bastard. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? Go to hell. All of you go to hell. Crackling bullets flew and shot wildly at Nia Yin and Mu Lanchua. This time Nia Yin learned his lesson and grabbed a scattered cover on the ground to block it. His peripheral vision focused on the direction in which Yuan Xia raised his gun to ensure that every bullet fell on the metal cover. In just a few seconds, Nia Yin had already rushed to Yuan Xia. Paw! With a sound, Nia Yin grabbed the metal cover and slapped Yuan Xia in the face. This palm took up all his strength, and Yuan Xia's nose after plastic surgery was crooked, and the whole person flew several meters away. She got up from the ground in a panic. Half of her face was swollen and red, and blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. Nia Yin, you dare to hit me. You dare to hit me. Not only do I dare to hit you, Nie Yin said coldly, I will also kill you. Yuan Xie froze all over. Her mind cleared for a moment. Looking at Nie Yin's angry eyes, she suddenly realized that what Nie Yin said this time was true. He would really kill her. Number 109 Crack Exit. Pei Jixian managed the energy layer for the first time. The operation panel of the energy layer was installed at the crack exit, and the boundary door could be opened as long as there was a key. There are 3 keys to the boundary gate, one of which is in the hands of the Supernatural Administration for archiving and sealing, and the other 2 are used in exploring the cracks, one of which is held by the executive specialist and the other by the researcher. After the boundary gate is opened, it takes another 3 hours for the energy layer to be charged before the boundary gate can be opened again. This is also the reason why the crack game is set to 3 hours, which is the time interval between the opening of the boundary gate. Pei Jixian took the key and looked up and down at the energy layer. 3 hours have passed, and the boundary gate can be opened for the second time, but it is densely packed with honeycomb layers, and Pei Jixian can't find the operation panel for a while. After searching for a long time, Pei Jixian's eyes lit up. Hey! Found it! He was about to put the key into the operation panel, and suddenly, the bracelet on his wrist lit up. Ji Linglong yelled, Pei Jixian, hurry up! I'm almost getting lice from staying in the crack. I want to go back. But Pei Jixian looked at the bracelet and his expression darkened. I can't leave, he said, and Yuan is in trouble. Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Yuan Xie was an S-level superpower, and her superpower was luck. If she got into trouble, it was obviously a big deal. Go back, Jiang Xiaobai said. We are only 2 kilometers away from the base. It's still in time to go back now. The expressions of the national team members were serious, no longer leisurely and casual just now. They packed up their luggage and turned to rush to the base. Jiangmi was silent. If Pei Jixian hadn't been interested in the energy layer, a group of people would have stayed at the gate of the boundary for most of the day. Otherwise they would have left the crack long ago. At this time, Yuan Xie sent out a call for help, which meant that Mu Lanxue had taken action. She should have thought that the national team had left, so she deliberately chose this time to take action. The bracelet has cracks and can't receive signals. Yuan Xie will definitely have no way to ask for help, and even if the signal can be received, the boundary gate will not reopen until 3 hours after it is opened. And the national team or Zhongzheng Bowen can't get in at all. But the national team hasn't left yet. Yuan Xie must die in the crack number 109. So the national team can't go back. The national team ran towards the base together. At their speed, they can return to the base in no more than 10 minutes. Jiangmi followed behind everyone silently. When he ran less than half a kilometer, Jiangmi's eyes were stern, and a huge space hole suddenly appeared under everyone's feet. This is the space hole that Jiangmi opened after predicting with his precognition ability. With enough pre-swing, plus Jiangmi is in the black fog, the range of the space hole is extremely large, with a diameter of nearly 50 meters, as big as a football field. The space hole connected to the sky at a height of several thousand meters. The national team was shocked and brake quickly, but they were still a step too slow. Everyone continued to fall because of gravity. Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai, because of their supernatural advantages, immediately floated in the air and turned to save the people around them. Jiang Xiaobai hugged Ji Linglong, and Pei Jixian quickly grabbed Yi Tongqin and Chen Xianyu, who were closest to him. When both of them took a breath, they looked at each other and suddenly found that they had missed Ning. The space hole closed rapidly. When Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai looked back, they saw that Ning had fallen to the other end of the space and was falling rapidly. Ning! Several people were horrified and immediately rushed to Ning, wanting to save her. However, the space hole had shrunk suddenly. When they rushed to the periphery of the space hole, the hole was only the size of a wash basin, and they could not get through it all. Through the narrow space hole, several people only heard Ning's voice. I'm fine. Go and save the deputy director. Then, the space hole closed. Pei Jixian was so angry that he punched the ground. Jiang Xiaobai's face was also very bad. He should have been able to save Ning, but he forgot. But why did he forget? He didn't know. He just felt that at that moment. Only Ji Linglong was left in his mind. Go back and save people first. Yi Tongqin comforted the two. Although the other side is high in the sky, Ning's ability is hardening. Nothing will happen. And she is an evolver. She will not go crazy in the black fog. And Yuan is more important. The national team felt very guilty. But Yi Tongchen analyzed it head upside down, thinking that Yuan Xia had issued a red distress call, and must be in danger of life, and immediately rushed towards the base again. On the other side of the space, Jiangmi was falling from the sky. Xiaohua was beside her, falling with her, his blue eyes full of speechlessness. "What's I'm fine. Go say the deputy director." "Ning, you're so dramatic." Jiangmi blinked. "How can you stop them if you don't get me out of the way? There are 2 SS-level psychics over there. You can't stop them alone." Jiangmi shrugged. "How do you know if you don't try?" Xiaohua snorted and sneered at Jiangmi. Jiangmi didn't care and rolled up her sleeves. On this day in the rift, she confirmed one thing through Mu Lanxue. SS-level psychics can cover their bodies with a layer of mental power, making it impossible for other psychics to touch them. But when the thief also has SS-level abilities, this layer of mental power does not exist. Therefore, Jiangmi can now steal Pei Yixian's ability. Bang! Xiaohua, who was falling from the sky, turned into a giant form. Jiangmi sat on Xiaohua's back. At the same time, she wiped her face, and countless flesh buds grew on her pretty face. And it suddenly turned into Merlin's face. Xiaohua roared, and a huge space hole opened on the falling path. A man and a wolf got into the space hole, and then came out of the space hole. They had already landed in front of Pei Yixian and others. Space Demon Wolf. The national team was shocked and braked immediately, although they had realized that there were demon wolves around when they saw the space hole just now. They were still surprised to see the demon wolf in person. What surprised them even more was the woman sitting behind the demon wolf Merlin. "Teacher Mei. How could it be you? Teacher Mei. Didn't you die in the maze of death?" Pei Yixian and others had too many questions in their minds. But seeing Merlin sitting on the magic wolf and blocking them, the result was obvious. The magic wolf was most likely the embodiment of the Phantom Mouse. And Merlin was actually with the Phantom Mouse. "Teacher Mei. Your goal is the Phantom Mouse. Are you and Yin from the same time? Do you also want to steal the Phantom Mouse?" Pei Yixian questioned. "Jiangmi? I don't know why Pei Yixian thought so. But as long as the trouble is diverted." Jiangmi raised his eyebrows mysteriously. "What else?" Pei Yixian sneered. "Humph. You still want to stop us? This time I won't let you leave again." After that, a huge gravity field roared and pressed towards Jiangmi like Mount Tai. Jiangmi and several members of the national team were in the middle of the road, surrounded by shops and buildings. Under the heavy pressure of Pei Yixian, the buildings collapsed in an instant and turned into ruins. The road was compacted well, but the gravity field still sank several dozen centimeters, forming a clear fault between the road surface under the feet of the national team members. A normal person would turn into a meaty mud under such heavy pressure. But Jiangmi was unscathed. It was not because she used hardening, but because she also used gravity. The gravity pressure of Mount Tai turned to appear above the heads of the national team and others. Except for Pei Yixian. No one could withstand such gravity, and everyone would be crushed. Pei Yixian had not yet recovered from the shock of Merlin being able to use gravity. His fighting instinct made him immediately open the reverse gravity pressure to protect everyone in the national team. Jiangmi chuckled. This is not over yet. When she possessed gravity, she would not be shackled by Pei Yixian's gravity field. And neither would her superpowers. While Pei Yixian was protecting other national team members, the soil surged, and countless earth cones rose from the ground, tightly shackled the national team members. The successive superpowers made the national team members confused. It's not that they haven't been besieged by multiple superpowers at the same time, but the opponent's first blow was the gravity that their captain was most proud of. And everyone was a little confused. And then, these superpowers were used by one person, which made them even more confused. Especially Pei Yixian. His only superpower was gravity. When Jiangmi also used gravity, and was immune to gravity, he had no ability to fight back. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai and Yi Tongchen woke up quickly. Even though they were shackled by the mud, they were still able to control their superpowers. Metal and lightning struck Jiangmi at the same time. Metal is matter. Gravity is affected in the gravitational field. The crosshairs are out of control, and all the metal cones fall on the ground in front of Jiangmi. Yi Tongchen's lightning strikes ignore gravity, and each move is fierce, striking Jiangmi to death. Behind Yi Tongchen, Ji Linglan also woke up and yelled at Jiangmi. Earth control is prohibited here. Mirror flower and water moon is prohibited here, she said when wrong. The mud collapsed, and everyone was free to move. But Xiaohua still teleported in front of Ji Linglan. Looking at the huge demon wolf in front of her, Ji Linglan's eyes widened. Mirror flower and water moon is still there? No. This is not a concrete demon wolf. This is a real demon wolf. Space is prohibited here, Ji Linglan yelled again, using all her strength. And then the demon wolf's claws slapped Ji Linglan away. Get lost. Ji Linglan's body formed a parabola in the space, and then fell to the ground. When she was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Xiaobai rushed over and caught her. But Ji Linglan still fainted. Fortunately, even if the psychic is unconscious, as long as she is not dead, the word spirit she released is still effective. Pei Jixian, Yi Tanshan, and Qin Xianyu also walked out of a pile of mud. Pei Jixian looked at Jiangmi with an extremely ugly expression. Now, it's our turn. Xiaohua sobbed and ran behind Jiangmi. It's over. I told you not to be so stubborn. He has 2 SS level players. What a bummer. My abilities have all been sealed. If I had known this would happen, I would have stayed in the dormitory and watched cartoons. Working so hard for you is not worth it. Jiangmi ignored Xiaohua, but looked at Pei Jixian and the others. Chuckled. Is it your turn? Is it your turn to continue to be suppressed by me? Jiang Xiaobai put the unconscious Ji Linglan aside and returned to Pei Jixian's side. Your abilities have been sealed for 3 times. And you still want to fight us? Although I don't know why the magic wolf didn't disappear. The magic wolf just ran back to Merlin. So Ji Linglan's words must have worked. Now that Merlin's 3 abilities have been sealed, the magic wolf's special ability cannot be used. The national team doesn't believe that this has no effect on Merlin. Jiangmi faced Merlin's face. Fearless, I'll give you one last chance. Retreat, and I'll let you go. Pei Jixian gritted his teeth. Merlin, don't go too far. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xianyu cooperated very well to release his supernatural power. Hypnosis is an auxiliary ability and should not be used on the front line. Especially Qin Xianyu's hypnosis needs contact to maximize its strength. But if you just want to confuse the opponent for a second, it's not a big problem. 1 second. The battlefield changes rapidly. It's a pity that Qin Xianyu clearly released his ability. But Jiangmi stood there like nothing happened. Qin Xianyu was stunned. Pei Jixian and others also noticed this, and their faces became unnatural. Jiangmi jumped up, sat on Xiaohua's body, and stretched out her hand to everyone. She originally only stole Pei Jixian's ability, but in the battle just now, she controlled the vines to lurk in the soil and touch everyone. The vines are equivalent to Jiangmi's limbs, with her magic. Therefore, she was stealing these people's abilities all the time. And at this moment, she was going to use Ji Linglan's ability. She shouted. Space is restored here. The national team members widened their eyes. The next second, Merlin and the magic wolf disappeared from their sight. And when they saw her again, 1 man and 1 wolf appeared behind the national team members. Gravity is prohibited here. Lightning strike is prohibited here. Hypnosis is prohibited here. Metal control is prohibited here. Jiangmi quickly changed her position to avoid being caught by the attacks of the national team and others. With the help of precognition, she was able to do all this with ease. And she also calmly used the word spirit to block everyone's abilities. The feeling of suffocation from the superpowers rolled in. And the national team members despaired and found that their abilities had all disappeared. Merlin actually had Ji Linglan's ability. Theft. Jiang Xiaobai finally realized. Your ability is theft. He should have realized it earlier. But Merlin only stole gravity at first, which made Jiang Xiaobai ignore this point. However, as hypnosis failed and word spirit reappeared, Jiang Xiaobai could be 100% sure Merlin not only had multiple abilities, but also could steal their abilities. The flag of victory was still on Jiangmi's side. And this time, the national team completely lost. Chapter 66. In the abandoned teaching building of number 109 Crack, Yuan Xie covered her swollen face, looked down, and saw the red dot flashing on the bracelet. Her distress signal has been sent out. This bracelet is specially made. Each explorer who enters the crack is one. It can maintain basic communication in the black fog and also has a positioning function. The abandoned teaching building is about 1 kilometer away from the base point. Pei Jixian and his team came from the direction of the crack exit, which is only a little more than 2 kilometers away. Pei Jishian can arrive in 10 minutes at most. Just hold on for 10 minutes. And 10 more minutes. Yuan Xie's magazine is empty. There are only 10 bullets in her pocket pistol, which cannot fight for a long time. Ye Yin walked slowly towards Yuan Xie with a gloomy face. Yuan Xie was horrified and shrank back in fear. Ye Yin. Think clearly. I am Yuan Xie, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family. If you dare to touch me, my father, and my husband, they will not let you go. They won't know about this. Ye Yin said coldly, glancing at the shivering phantom mouse in the corner. You reminded me that with the existence of the phantom mouse, I will definitely be able to deal with the traces of my actions, and will not be suspected. Ye Yin. Yuan Xie's eyes were red with anger. I was really blind to support you in the first place. I have already sent a signal to Pei Jishian, and the national team will be here soon. If I die, you will not be better off. Ye Yan's expression cracked. He rushed towards Yuan Xie, pinching her neck with both hands. Old witch. You are still not honest even when you are about to die. Yuan Xie was not to be outdone, and fought back with all her might, her hands clawing wildly, and her long nails embedded in Ye Yan's flesh. Ye Yin was injured after all. He had just been attacked by the demon species, and blood was gushing out of his shoulder. He could not gain the upper hand in the fight with Yuan Xie. He kept exerting force, strangling Yuan Xie's neck. Yuan Xie was panting heavily, but her breath was getting farther and farther away from her. Go to hell. Go to hell. A woman's clear laughter suddenly came from behind. In such a space, this laughter seemed ethereal and weird. Yuan Xie and Ye Yin were stunned. Yuan Xie raised her foot and kicked hard, kicking Ye Yan's lower body. Ye Yan's face turned pale, and he staggered back while covering his lower body. At this moment, they saw clearly that Mu Lanxue had untied the rope that bound her at some point, and sat comfortably on Yuan Xie's portable chair. She held her chin and looked at the two of them leisurely. How exciting! Why don't you fight anymore? Keep going. Lanxue? Ye Yin looked at a loss. I always feel that Mu Lanxue seems to have changed, and has become someone he doesn't recognize. Mu Lanxue ignored Ye Yin and looked at Yuan Xie, who fell to the ground in embarrassment. Deputy Director Yuan, you always like to watch your lover abuse other girls. Now the person being abused has changed to you. How does it feel? Yuan Xie was stunned for a moment, and then his face became sinister and ferocious. How do you know these things? Who are you? Me? Mu Lanxue pointed her slender fingers at the tip of her nose, then gently lifted her slender legs, and her calves in black silk stockings were exposed from the white coat, inexplicably giving off a kind of lustful taste. She charmingly lifted her wavy long hair, and her thick long curly hair was as bright as fire. Me, the one who is asking for my life. 8 years ago, you played around with that girl and transplanted her superpowers. Have you forgotten her? Yuan Xie and Ye Yin thought for a moment, then widened their eyes. The girl 8 years ago. Lan Yu. Even if you forget everyone, you can't forget her. 20 years ago Yuan Xie was 21 years old. She lay in the huge medical cabin, and countless rays scanned her body. 5 minutes later, the sliding door of the medical cabin opened automatically, and Yuan Xie came out of the medical cabin. There was a rustling sound outside, and Yuan Xie heard the conversation between her father and the doctor. Are you sure it's A-level? Mr. Yuan, we have tested it many times. Your daughter's mental strength is average. Although she took S-level golden blood, she only awakened to an A-level psychic. Is there no way to improve it? Take S-level golden blood again. Is there no way to make her an S-level psychic? The doctor shook his head helplessly. After taking golden blood to awaken the psychic, the level of the psychic is determined, and this cannot be changed. Yuan's father's face was gloomy, and he turned and walked into the ward. Yuan Xie lowered his head guiltily. Sorry, father. Before he finished speaking, Yuan's father slapped Yuan Xie in the face. Waste. The Yuan family finally got you S-level golden blood, and you awakened to such a broken thing. Yuan's father was furious. How could I have a daughter as useless as you? Yuan Xie knelt on the ground. Half of her face was red and swollen, but she didn't dare to refute. The whole Federation knows that I spent 300 million to buy S-level golden blood, and it's a rare rule-based golden blood. Everyone expects you to become a powerful psychic, and you actually repay me like this. Yuan's father became angrier and angrier. If this gets out, where will I put my face? Where will I put my face? No. You must be S level. And you can only be S level. Our Yuan family can't afford to lose this person. From that day on, Yuan Xia's life as an S-level psychic began. She joined the national team and became a member of the national team. But no matter how much she disguised herself, an A-level psychic is still an A-level. And there is an unbridgeable gap between her and the S-level. It is very difficult to pretend to be an S-level psychic. Yuan Xia often heard people around her talking about her behind her back. Yuan Xia? That A-level psychic who pretended to be an S-level psychic? I don't know how this person joined the national team. Her father is a member of the Democratic Alliance and the most popular presidential candidate this year. He is rich. I heard that she took S-level gold blood. She actually awakened to become an A-level psychic. She is essentially garbage. Yuan Xia's face turned pale when she heard these discussions. Su Shang stood respectfully behind Yuan Xia. Miss, are you going to do it? Yuan Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Do it cleanly. 9 years ago, Yuan Xia was 32 years old. She married Fang Wenjing, a member of the Democratic Alliance, who was more than 10 years older than her father. For a political marriage. At the beginning, it was because of her engagement with Fang Wenjing that her father was elected president. Yuan Xia did not enter the military and political departments and the management bureau, but entered the Federal Research Institute. Here, she does not need to use her abilities, and she can hide better. On her birthday, Yuan's father took her to the underground secret laboratory of the Research Institute. Here are the most terrifying demons in the entire Federation, as well as various experimental products of the Research Institute. In the experimental operating room, a demon in the form of an orangutan screamed wildly. The power-shielding handcuffs handcuffed its limbs. It could only struggle, but could not escape. In front of it was a young orangutan, its child. Yuan Xia recognized this demon. There were not many living S-level demons that the Federation could catch. This first ape was captured alive by Zhongzheng Bowen, as one of the very few SS-level demons in the Federation. Everyone said that the SS-level captain of the national team, Zhongzheng Bowen, was the pride of the new generation of the Federation. Whenever Zhongzheng Bowen was mentioned, Yuan Xia was jealous and crazy. Why did Zhongzheng Bowen awaken to an SS-level superpower after taking the same S-level gold blood? While she was just a humble A-level superpower, she was unwilling. She was very unwilling. Yuan's father saw Yuan Xia's unwillingness. He waved his hand, and a young man was thrown into the laboratory. He was thin and naked, without a single piece of clothing, and curled up in fear. The experimenter came forward, pressed him on the operating table, tied him up with iron chains, and then used transparent tubes to connect him to the frost gorilla on the other side. Yuan Xia frowned. She didn't know what this experiment was about, so she could only watch attentively. The experimenter began to torture the demon species. They first attacked the frost gorilla, cutting off its limbs and burning its skin with scalding fire. Then, they attacked the frost gorilla's child, burning it with fire, freezing it, pulling out the baby gorilla's nails and teeth with tweezers, and taking out its heart and organs. The frost gorilla screamed as hard as it could, and anger and despair overwhelmed everything. But it was of no avail. It could not break free from the shackles of humans. Its anger and despair, with pure and dazzling gold, entered the man's body through those transparent tubes. Yuan Xia's eyes widened. She knew too well what those golden things were. It was golden blood. That was golden blood. The whole process lasted for an hour. Both the man on the operating table and the frost gorilla suffered inhuman torture. The desperate screams of both sides echoed in the laboratory. Finally, when the golden blood in the tube flowed out, the frost gorilla collapsed to the ground powerlessly and lost its breath, and the man's body was covered with cold frost, which spread to the entire laboratory and froze the laboratory into an ice cave. Yuan's father looked at this scene and smiled silently. Look, Xia, our experiment was successful. You will soon become an S-level superpower. Yuan Xia understood that this was a superpower transplantation experiment. Despair and pain are emotions, which are similar to the belief that allows the evolvers to survive the black fog. They all belong to mental power. If mental power is equipped with superpowers, superpowers can be transplanted from one person's body to another. Experiments are risky, but they also come with great opportunities. The man in the laboratory stood up and stood naked in front of Yuan Xia. Yuan Xia inexplicably felt that his naked and thin body with a little frost on it, could glow under the incandescent light of the laboratory. Yuan Xie looked up and looked at the man who was a head taller than him. It's me. It's our Yuan family who gave you the S-level superpowers. You have to repay me. The experimenter put clothes on the man, and the man knelt in front of Yuan Xie, his voice hoarse. I understand. Yuan Xie was quite satisfied. She walked up to the man and raised his chin with her rhinestone-studded nails. What's your name? Nya Yin. 8 years ago. Whether it was an S-level psychic or an S-level demon, psychic transplantation could be performed. But it was not easy to get either. Moreover, psychic transplantation was different from psychic awakening. The latter was random, while the former was certain. Yuan Xie wanted to choose the best psychic. In the warehouse, Lan Yu was hanging in the air and struggling desperately. But she was restrained by the psychic shielding device, and her struggle was useless. Nya Yin reported like a dog, wife. This is an S-level rule-based psychic. Her psychic ability is luck. It can bring endless good luck to psychics. Moreover, she developed a system that can analyze our psychic abilities. This technology can be used as your research and development results. In short, she is definitely the most suitable prey. Yuan Xie looked at Lan Yu with satisfaction. She used to claim to be an S-level rule-based psychic, so she had to find a rule-based psychic to transplant. But rule-based psychics are mostly auxiliary and not very aggressive, and Yuan Xie didn't want to be too passive. Lan Yu's luck was just right. Nya Yin, why do you treat me like this? Lan Yu collapsed, tears falling down. Didn't you say you like me? Didn't you say you love me? Why do you do this? I'm pregnant with your flesh and blood. Nya Yin froze. Flesh and blood. These two words made him look a little out of control. But it was only for a moment. After getting this information, Nya Yin's eyes sparkled, and he hugged Yuan Xie excitedly. Wife, isn't this the same as the female gorilla back then? This will make it easier for us to take action. Endless torture began. Yuan Xie thought Lan Yu's crying was too loud, so Lan Yu's vocal cords were cut off. Yuan Xie didn't like Lan Yu's nose, so the nose was also removed. Then the eyes. What's the use of eyes? Lan Yu's eyes are so beautiful. And she glared at Yuan Xie and Nya Yin angrily. So annoying. Finally, Nya Yin took out the cervical clamp used for curettage, inserted the cervical clamp into the vagina, and clamped out the newly formed child in Lan Yu's uterus. The newly formed child was thrown on the kidney-shaped plate, and the cervical clamp gently clamped it and broke it into a pile of rotten meat. Lan Yu only had one eye left, and she watched Nya Yin crush their child and throw it into the trash can at will. Endless despair and pain overwhelmed Lan Yu, and all her emotions and mental strength carried her powerful superpowers and entered Yuan Xie's body. On the other side, extreme thrust base. Mu Lanqiu crossed her legs and sat leisurely on the sofa playing games. In front of him, the black-haired Su Chen carried 2 freezing chambers with people in them, and calmly passed by Mu Lanqiu. Mu Lanqiu raised her eyelids. Wow! 3S level is really strong. He can carry a ton of weight without even breathing hard. Su Chen put the last freezing chamber into the truck. All moved. Mu Lanqiu stood up from the sofa and patted the non-existent dust on her body. Okay. Let's go to the sanatorium. It will take a lot of time to wake up all these people. Okay. Su Chen followed Mu Lanqiu. After walking 2 steps, Mu Lanqiu paused, turned her head and asked Su Chen. By the way, have you seen Lan Yu recently? I haven't seen her for a long time. Su Chen thought for a while. She got a fake name, pretended to be a B-level psychic, and went to study at the Rift Academy. Mu Lanqiu was speechless. Is she so bored? Su Chen scratched his thick black hair. You don't let her enter the crack to find the human base with us. Isn't she bored? She asked me some time ago what kind of girls young boys like. I suspect she is so bored that she is in love. Mu Lanqiu raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, falling in love is the real thing. Really? Forget your sister when you see a beauty. Humph. Su Chen was silent for a moment, and said, Sister Lanqiu, but when you are in love outside, you don't care about Lan Yu. You 2 sisters are the same. Mu Lanqiu stamped her feet in anger. I am the elder sister. How can I be the same as her? The 2 chatted for a while and drove towards the sanatorium. Not long after walking, Mu Lanqiu's light brain rang, and the caller ID showed President Chu Huijin. Mu Lanqiu stumbled towards the hospital. That was the longest road she had ever walked in her life. The hospital corridor was freezing cold. The sun was shining brightly outside. But it couldn't reach Mu Lanxue's heart. She came to the morgue at a loss, and saw Mu Lanxue's body. Mu Lanxue's face was completely destroyed, and her body was broken. Perhaps she had been bitten by a wild beast. Only the white bones were left on her legs, arms and ribs. Mu Lanxue shook her head. She is not Lanyu. She can't be Lanyu. My Lanyu is fine. My Lanyu is still studying hard in school. Chu Huijin held Mu Lanxue's head and forced her to get closer to Mu Lanyu. Mu Lanxue, look carefully. She is your sister? Others can disown her. But you are her only relative. You can't. Mu Lanxue breathed heavily, and tears fell one by one. Mu Lanyu is her only relative. They grew up together, depended on each other, experienced the end of the earth, and witnessed the death of their parents. They finally survived and came to the peaceful society of Blue Star. It is obviously 100 times safer here than on Earth. But Mu Lanyu died. Moreover, she was killed. Mu Lanxue collapsed in despair, hugged Mu Lanyu's body tightly, and cried. Back to the present. Yuan Xie asked Mu Lanxue in a harsh voice. Who are you? What is your relationship with Lanyu? The smile on Mu Lanxue's face disappeared, and her eyes were cold and bone-chilling. I am her sister. Yuan Xie and Ye Yin were shocked. Especially Yuan Xie, who slapped Ye Yin in the face. Stupid. You think you have found true love. Right? I'm here for revenge. Ye Yan's mind was still confused. He did not feel panic or fear like Yuan Xie. On the contrary, when he saw the gentle and lovely Mu Lanxue showing such a charming side of a queen, his heart was even more throbbing. Suddenly, a rusty taste surged in Ye Yan's throat. Mu Lanxue had approached him without knowing when, and punched Ye Yin in the lower abdomen. That punch hurt too much. Ye Yin had 10 years of experience as an executive specialist. He knew very well what Mu Lanxue's punch meant. Mu Lanxue's physical skills were better than his. Ye Yin finally panicked, and Yuan Xie also felt that something was wrong and yelled. Hurry up and remove the supernatural shield. Both she and Ye Yin were injured, and they would definitely not be able to beat Mu Lanxue with physical skills alone. But both of them were S-level supernaturals, and Mu Lanxue was only a B-level supernatural. As long as the supernatural shield was removed, they would not lose. Ye Yin also understood this and hurriedly unlocked the supernatural power shield. Yuan Xie grabbed the fear ball, and in a moment, high-level demons appeared one after another. Yuan Xie gritted her teeth and ordered Ye Yin. Ye Yin. She is here to seek revenge. Don't be soft-hearted. Ye Yin nodded quickly. He felt the threat from Mu Lanxue, which was just a fierce look in her eyes and a fierce fist. But after her supernatural power was restored, Mu Lanxue's hatred surged. Mu Lanxue really wanted to kill him. Fortunately, Ye Yin has now restored his supernatural power. And with Yuan Xie's luck, plus the ability of the Phantom Rat, Ye Yin feels that Mu Lanxue has no chance of winning at all. This thought only flashed through Ye Yin's mind. Then, he saw flames flashing on Mu Lanxue's body. Those flames were not like ordinary flames, like active elves, jumping on Mu Lanxue's body. The flames spread rapidly. It was a reinforced concrete building without any combustible materials. But it was also burning fiercely. The Mu Lanxue in front of them had changed. Her body changed rapidly. The flames engulfed everything. A fire phoenix reborn from the ashes appeared in front of Ye Yin and Yuan Xie. Ye Yin and Yuan Xie were terrified. A mythical creature of the fantasy beast species. Mu Lanxue. She is an SS-level psychic. Chapter 67. The fear of death enveloped Yuan Xie and Ye Yin. They thought that turning off the supernatural power blocker would give them hope of survival. But in fact, this was the hand that pushed them into purgatory. The raging fire burned endlessly, and Yuan Xie and Ye Yin were in excruciating pain. Ye Yin's ice power had no effect under such a fierce fire. As soon as the ice cone appeared, it was burned to ashes by Mu Lanxue's phoenix fire. This is not the end. Mu Lanxue just didn't burn them to death. The phoenix fire is different from ordinary fire. It can directly burn the opponent's spirit and beliefs. Yuan Xie and Ye Yin had no injuries on their bodies, but they felt the burning pain all over their bodies. No matter how they struggled, they could not get rid of it. Mu Lanxue. I was wrong. Please let me go. Let me go. The two begged for mercy humbly. So noisy. In the raging fire, Mu Lanchua scratched her ears casually like a phoenix spreading its wings. I remember that you cut off Lan Yu's vocal cords. Right? Yuan Xia and Ye Yin looked stern. Mu Lanchua waved her hand, and raging flames emerged from their throats. The phoenix fire rushed into their bodies, and instantly burned their vocal cords to ashes. Ah! Before the vocal cords disappeared, the two only had time to scream. Next. It's the nose. And the eyes. Ears. Oh! By the way, you also killed Lan Yu's only child. Right? Yuan Xia and Ye Yin curled up on the ground, trembling all over. There was no intact skin on their bodies. Mu Lanchua controlled the phoenix fire, and destroyed the two inch by inch. Madman. This woman is a madman. There were only white bones left on Yuan Xia's hands, and the muscles of her legs were burned. She knelt on the ground humbly like a desperate loser, using her only intact lips to push her bracelet. Pei Zhixian. Come quickly. It's been more than 20 minutes. Why haven't you come yet? Why don't you come to save me? Help. Someone save me. Mu Lanchua tortured Yuan Xia and Ye Yin for a full hour before walking out of the abandoned teaching building, which was still burning with flames. Every step Mu Lanchua took left a burning footprint on the road. She was holding the phantom mouse that she had taken from Yuan Xia's hand. At this moment, the little hamster was curled up and trembling with fear. Mu Lanchua picked up the magic mouse and took a closer look. Don't shake it. I'm a magic beast. We are the same kind. Magic mouse. Mu Lanchua touched her chin and thought for a moment. How about I throw you in? It will be more realistic to say that you set the fire. Magic mouse? Squeak. 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 Jiangmi, who was on the road, looked up and saw the flames burning in the distance. Mu Lanchua's ability was SS-level magic beast species phoenix, so it was inevitable that she would set a fire. With such a big commotion, I think her revenge is over. Jiangmi looked back at the devastated road, the surrounding shops and buildings, the roadside trees on both sides, and the dividing flower beds in the middle of the road were all turned into ruins under the crushing of gravity. The 5 members of the national team were trapped by Jiangmi with a pile of earth. Word spirit sealed everyone's ability. Now they are like gray and stray dogs. Jiangmi walked in front of Pei Zhixian, gently lifted his handsome chin. Xiao Pei classmate. I'm leaving, don't miss me too much. Maybe we'll see each other again in the future. After that, Xiaohua opened the space hole, and 1 man and 1 wolf walked into the space hole. When the space hole was closed, the word spirit and earth control on the road disappeared, and everyone regained control of their superpowers and bodies. But compared to the ambition to rush into the crack to save people just now, everyone on the national team looked embarrassed and powerless at this moment. They are the pride of the Federation, the superpowers standing at the top of the pyramid, and the leaders of the new generation. They once thought they were the best in the Federation, but just now, 1 person beat them to pieces, and the 5 of them had no power to resist. The pride of the past was thrown on the ground like a rag, repeatedly crushed, trampled, and covered with mud. They knew very well how big the gap was between them and the other party. If it weren't for the other party's lack of killing intention, there would only be 5 bodies left here at this moment. Not only was he not as good as his opponent in terms of superpowers, he was also not as good as his opponent in terms of physical skills. This sense of defeat destroyed everyone in the national team, especially Pei Zhixian. Pei Zhixian used to think that he would be able to fight even if he met a 3S level superpower user. But Merlin, apart from stealing his gravity, the highest level of superpower she used was only the S level earth control. Pei Zhixian suddenly realized that it was not accidental or lucky that Ning could win him at the beginning. She calculated everything after knowing his superpowers clearly, and her victory was inevitable. When these proud children of heaven lost their superpowers, they became complete wastes. Jiang Xiaobai patted Pei Zhixian on the shoulder. Go and save Aunt Yuan first. His mental control was suppressed, and he felt very uncomfortable. But saving people was the most important thing now. Pei Zhixian nodded, and the group rushed to the abandoned teaching building. The national team came to the abandoned teaching building. Also arriving was Jiangmi, who had traveled a long way from a long distance. She pretended to be exhausted, saying that she was left in a high-rise building 10 kilometers away, and she ran back all the way, seeing the national team and others appear together. Jiangmi pretended to be surprised. Shouldn't you have arrived earlier? The national team was silent, and no one answered. The raging fire continued to burn, and the executive commissioners got fire extinguishers to put out the fire. But to no avail. Pei Jixian patted Ji Linglan on the shoulder. Ji Linglan had a look of defeat on her face. At this moment, she came to her senses and walked to the front of the teaching building. Honestly, no fire is allowed here. The advantage of word spirit is that as long as it is released successfully, the effect is 100%. The Phoenix fire, which was originally burning fiercely, disappeared under Ji Linglan's control. The charred and dilapidated teaching building was exposed to everyone. The executive commissioners immediately went into the teaching building and fished out the bodies of Yuan Xie and Nye Yin. Both of them died. Moreover, the death posture was weird. At first glance, you could only see that the two bodies were hugging each other. They probably knew that they could not escape the fire, so they chose to hug each other for comfort before they died. But when several executive commissioners looked forward carefully, their faces turned pale, and there was a little red in the whiteness. That was the posture of making love. The executive commissioners panicked and quickly covered the two with white cloth. Nye Yin was their leader after all. How could he be exposed in front of everyone in such a shameful manner? Afterwards, the bodies of the two were separated and put into body bags. There was no forensic doctor in the exploration team, and they had to wait until the bodies of the two were transported out before they could do an autopsy. On the other side, the national team members carried the phantom mouse out of the abandoned teaching building. The gray-yellow fur of the little hamster was smoke black, and now it looked more like a little mouse. Seeing the national team, it seemed to see its relatives. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Screaming wildly. Rat. I'm finally saved. Woo 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 woo. That woman is so scary. So scary. Rat. I will definitely turn over a new leaf in the future. I will never hurt humans again. Then, the phantom mouse saw Mu Lanxue coming towards him. It squeaked, and huddled in the supernatural shielding cage, not daring to squeak again. The national team members did not notice the abnormality of the phantom mouse and discussed the current situation. Jiang Xiaobai, we checked around the teaching building and found no suspicious traces. But the phantom mouse got out of the cage again. We suspect that the other party is coming for the phantom mouse. Pei Jixian, Merlin's appearance is also very strange. She obviously wants to stop us from approaching the teaching building. Su Chen shrugged. Isn't it obvious? The most valuable thing in this crack is the phantom mouse. Merlin stopped you. Most likely to let her people steal the phantom mouse. But the other side of the operation failed and caused a fire. Impossible. Ji Linglan argued. How could Aunt Yuan steal the phantom mouse? But, a researcher stretched out his hand tremblingly. I just saw that Deputy Director Yuan took the phantom mouse away from the base. And Captain Ye was next to her. I thought Deputy Director Yuan was going to do an experiment. But the distress signal that summoned us back was sent by Aunt Yuan. Ji Linglan raised her hand and showed everyone the time when Yuan Xie sent the distress signal on the bracelet. It was almost an hour ago. Tian Xian didn't care and sneered. The thief cried thief. Deputy Director Yuan took the magic mouse away and sent a distress signal to the national team at the same time. And the national team was stopped by Merlin. Isn't this obvious? In this way, even if the magic mouse was stolen, Deputy Director Yuan could get it all, because she asked for help. And the national team didn't have time to save her. Crack. Crack. After all, the magic mouse is also an SS-level demon species. How can it be so easy to control? If it weren't for Deputy Director Yuan's accident, Captain Pei, you would have to take the blame. Everyone in the national team was silent. Although there are still many doubts about this matter, it cannot be denied that Tian Xian is now talking about the most likely result. If not, why did Yuan Xie and Nye Yin take the phantom mouse away alone? The fact that they took the phantom mouse away is intriguing. Moreover, the two had a close relationship, and they were in that position before they died. It is very likely that the two succeeded in stealing the phantom mouse, and were extremely happy and joyful. Unexpectedly, they were burned to death by the fire that the phantom mouse materialized. That was the situation for the time being. Because of Nye Yan's death, the executive commissioners were leaderless. The national team did not leave the crack and continued to stay to protect the researchers. The next day, Zhongzheng Bowen came to the crack number 109. 3 S-level executive commissioners died in the crack one after another, as well as the deputy director of the institute. The director of the management bureau could not sit in the office and enjoy the air conditioning. After receiving the signal from the crack, He rushed to the crack without stopping. Zhong Zhengbowen examined the bodies of Yuan Xie and Ye Yin and listened to the testimonies of the explorers. At the same time, Mo Chung was outside investigating Yuan Xie and Ye Yin. Compared to the bodies, Zhong Zhengbowen was obviously more interested in Merlin, who could stop the 5 members of the national team. Theft, Earth control, space, are these all the abilities that Merlin has shown? Zhong Zhengbowen asked. Pei Zhixian nodded. There is also a space magic wolf, which is Merlin's companion. Magic wolf. Zhong Zhengbowen's face changed slightly. And after a moment of silence, he spoke. Half a month ago, a famous superpower pretended to be Ye Yin and sneaked into the administration. At that time, he also used multiple superpowers. The national team members looked stern, and then heard Zhong Zhengbowen say, and there was also a space magic wolf beside him. And it was that magic wolf that saved him. Multiple superpowers plus the space magic wolf. It is almost certain that the 2 people are one person. Or a group. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but think of Yao Qian. Yao Qian, like Merlin, possesses the stealing ability. And she can also teleport. However, Anonymous was in Livonia at the time. So Yao Qian could have stolen space from Anonymous. If Yao Qian really had Merlin's ability, she would not have needed to send him away at the beginning. She could have directly killed him and Wei Shu. And it would have been a waste of time to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Jiang Xiaobai gave up the idea of equating Merlin with Yao Qian. Pei Zhixian listened to Zhong Zhengbowen's words with a gloomy face. The ability person who sneaked into the administration is the faceless man who was listed as an SS level wanted criminal by the Federation some time ago? In the Federation, the level of a wanted criminal does not represent the ability level of the wanted person, but represents the degree to which he is valued by the Federation. Zhong Zhengbowen nodded. Yes, I didn't pay attention that time and let him run away. Pei Zhixian's face became even darker. If Merlin and the faceless man were the same person, when facing Zhong Zhengbowen, the faceless man could not resist and chose to run away. But when facing the national team, he almost wiped out the 5 of them alone. The difference is too big. Zhong Zhengbowen saw Pei Zhixian's disappointment and comforted him. You don't have to be so depressed. As SS-level attack systems, our abilities are not much different. He has grown up. People with multiple abilities will grow up. Zhong Zhengbowen looked at the national team. I can tell you clearly that after the faceless man sneaked into the archives, he investigated a lot of information about the cracks. And also read the information about the crack number 109. The faceless man has the ability to change his face. We currently suspect that the faceless man is a male. His real name is Lei Sei. On the day he sneaked into the administration, he destroyed a flying vehicle and cut off half of the cafe. Zhong Zhengbowen waved his hand, and Mo Chung distributed a stack of documents to everyone. At the same time, I asked Mo Chung to investigate Yuan Xie and Ye Yin. When the faceless man appeared, on the day of the coffee shop, Yuan Xie and Ye Yin also went to the coffee shop. At the same time, everyone, with so much evidence, the result is almost obvious. Zhong Zhengbowen concluded. Your guess is right. The faceless man, Yuan Xie, and Ye Yin are very likely to be in the same group. When the faceless man sneaked into the management bureau, he deliberately changed his face to Ye Yin, so that once he was discovered, we would think that the faceless man framed Ye Yin and stopped suspecting Ye Yin. Now that I think about it, this is probably a move on their part. Their goal is the Phantom Mouse. It's a pity. Zhong Zhengbowen sneered. They are trapped in their own trap. And they still died in the hands of the Phantom Mouse. In the tent, Jiang Mi, as a non-staff member of the national team, and Mu Lanxue, as the head of the researchers, also participated in the discussion. After listening to Zhong Zhengbowen's analysis, the two blinked, looked at each other, and then nodded vigorously to Zhong Zhengbowen. Yes, your analysis is so right, Director. After that, Zhong Zhengbowen stayed in the number 109 crack as the executive commissioner to protect the researchers. He also brought new researchers, and the research on the number 109 crack started again. And the 6 people of the national team had to leave with the Phantom Mouse. The Phantom Mouse is too dangerous. It looks harmless to humans and animals. But even if the Phantom Mouse is caught, and Yin steals the Phantom Mouse, Yuan Xie steals the Phantom Mouse, all these accidents show that as long as the Phantom Mouse is in the crack, something will happen. In the crack, The black mist can continuously replenish the ability of the Phantom Mouse, and its power is infinitely amplified. But if it is on the blue planet, its ability will be greatly reduced. Jiangmi followed the national team to leave the number 109 crack. Outside the crack, the people of the Institute have been waiting for a long time. The Phantom Mouse will be handed over to the Institute, and SS-level psychics will be dispatched from the military and political departments to monitor the Phantom Mouse throughout the process. Outside the crack, Jiangmi saw the new person in charge of the Phantom Mouse. He has golden brown hair, green eyes, tall figure, broad shoulders and long legs, and is somewhat similar to Pei Zhixian. Seeing Pei Zhixian appear, he hugged Pei Zhixian. "Young master, do you miss your brother me? Go away." Pei Zhixian poked Pei Zhixiu with his elbow, and moved away his face with disdain. "Aren't you in charge of Boria?" Pei Zhixiu shrugged. "A living SS-level demon. That's much more valuable than the entire Boria." Pei Zhixian did not refute. Jiangmi was a little surprised and asked Chen Xianyu, who was holding her arm. "I remember that Captain Pei is the only son of the Pei family. Young Master Pei is a child of destiny, the best SS-level superpower of the new generation of the Federation. And he actually has a brother?" Chen Xianyu rubbed his eyes, looking confused, and didn't seem to care much about it. Ji Linglong helped explain. Pei Zhixiu is a branch of the Pei family. Their branch is the money bag of the Pei family, and they are super profitable. When Pei Zhixiu awakened as an SS-level superpower, Master Pei even wanted to adopt Pei Zhixiu and let him be the future head of the Pei family. But fortunately, Pei Zhixian worked hard and awakened as an SS-level superpower, so this matter was left unresolved. Ji Linglong knew all the gossips between the noble families of the Federation. Jiangmi and Chen Xianyu looked like they were eating melons, chewing them. The Phantom Mouse was handed over to Pei Zhixiu. The little hamster will eventually be sent to the underground laboratory of the Institute to complete a series of experiments. Pei Zhixiu's supervision will not end until the golden blood is taken out after dissection and given to the right person. Of course, at this stage, there will definitely be people coveting the Phantom Mouse and the golden blood. But that is what Pei Zhixiu is worried about. Jiangmi's mission has been completed. Watching Pei Zhixiu leave with the Phantom Mouse, Jiangmi said goodbye to several members of the national team, then took the maglev train and returned to the Crack Academy. Deep in the dead of night, Federal Institute, underground 10th floor laboratory. After checking all the procedures for shutting down the Phantom Mouse, the woman took the elevator and left the Institute. Outside the Institute, she dialed the optical computer. It is confirmed that the Phantom Mouse is imprisoned in the basement of the Institute, with triple password protection. No one can approach except Pei Zhixian and the director of the Institute. On the other side of the optical computer, Mr. Ding gently shook the tall red wine glass and sneered. Who would have thought that Yuan Xia, that woman, would die? What is the situation with the faceless man? The woman lowered her voice. It is certain that he has no interest in the Phantom Mouse, but we don't know what his purpose is. Mr. Ding was silent and rubbed his temples. Having so many superpowers is a headache after all. Keep an eye on the Phantom Mouse. It will be ours soon, Mr. Ding ordered. Yes, the woman agreed. Chapter 68 Multiple Superpowers. Jiangmi returned to the dormitory. Ming Yueshi and the others were in class at this time. The national team asked Jiangmi for leave, so Jiangmi could rest today. Sitting at the desk, she opened the black market website. In this place, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. Jiangmi contacted the merchant who bought Zhuang Nijin's information last time again. Seeing Jiangmi as a repeat customer, the merchant was very enthusiastic and called him dear all the time, which made Jiangmi's goosebumps fall all over the floor. Jiangmi, I need the list of players when Anonymous participated in the crack game for the first time. All. Merchant, oh, is it the 7th crack game of crack number 107? But this is also different from personal information. Dear, this is very expensive. Ning glanced at her wallet. She has been spending more than she earns recently. She spent a lot of money on buying Zhuang Nijin's information before, and now she only has 1.03 million federal coins left. Jiangmi, how much does it cost? Merchant, 1 million. Dear, I'll give you a 999% discount. 999,000 dear. Jiangmi, swindler. This merchant even named himself the conscientious merchant who never cheats people. But he is obviously cheating people. Jiangmi is very conflicted. Although she has enough money, If she buys this information, her life will be in trouble. It seems that Anonymous is going to make a comeback, and she has to play a few more crack games. Just then, Alice sent a message to Jiangmi. Dear Sherning, thank you for helping the administration complete the research and exploration of the number 109 crack. You protected the researchers from the insectide and played a great role in the crack. The administration has transferred the task bonus to your account. Please check it in time. Being an explorer also brings bonuses. Jiangmi was overjoyed. But if you think about it carefully, participating in the Rift exploration counts as a mission. And in the Rift Academy, participating in the mission will get bonuses. The Federation and the administration are rich, so it's not a loss to give this money. Jiangmi checked her account. The money earned by Anonymous was placed in the account she opened through the black market. And the money earned by Sherning was placed in the Ming account, which was linked to the academy. There is usually no money here. But today Jiangmi counted carefully. 1, 2, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1 million. The administration gave her a mission bonus of up to 1 million. Wow! The Federation is so rich. Jiangmi suddenly felt that she was rich. And her back was straight. She ordered a pancake takeout with 2 eggs. Jiangmi, boss! 999,000 has been transferred. Send the list quickly. Merchant, okay. I like you as a generous buyer. The merchant already had a list of Rift games in his hand, including ordinary players and bounty hunters, and sent them all to Jiangmi. 100 documents. Not many. Jiangmi chewed on a pancake while checking. After learning that the system was man-made, Jiangmi speculated that she and Sherning were 2 people, and the freezing chambers in the human base confirmed Jiangmi's speculation. She did not come to this world through any unscientific means. She was frozen, and came to Blue Star after sleeping for hundreds of years, and then thawed. This can also explain why Jiangmi does not have Sherning's memory, and why when she woke up and met Xiaohe, her limbs were sore, and it was difficult to escape. That was because she laid down for too long, and her muscles had atrophied to a certain extent. As for the scars that disappeared from her body, it is also easy to explain. She had a scar on her abdomen after being severely injured by Yao Qian, which disappeared after Su Qian's treatment. Blue Star's medical beauty can completely eliminate all scars on humans. If this is the case, then there must be something wrong with the player list of the number 107 crack game. She and Sherning both participated in that crack game, and there should be 2 people who look exactly the same in the registration form. Jiangmi repeatedly checked the 100 player profiles, which contained the players' photos. Except for Sherning, she did not find anyone who looked like her. Why is this so? Jiangmi was puzzled. There is another possibility. Jiangmi is Sherning. After being rescued by Grandma Sher, she changed her name to Sherning and depended on Grandma Sher for life. After entering the number 107 crack, Jiangmi met a brain power user again and had his memory deleted. But according to this speculation, there is no way to explain the difference between Jiangmi and Sherning on the gene needle. Jiangmi repeatedly looked at the information, and after reading 100 pieces of information, she still didn't find anything. She sent a message to the merchant. Jiangmi, is your information 100% accurate? Merchant, of course. I got it from the Magic Cube Company. There won't be any problem. Jiangmi's face darkened. Then, the merchant sent another message. Merchant, but this list is for record keeping. You know, everyone wears a mask during the game, so you don't know who is under the mask. The Magic Cube Company won't be so strict. After all, they have to give human traffickers a way to survive. Human trafficking. How could Jiangmi forget about human trafficking? As long as you give some money to the staff, you can completely replace the players to participate in the game. If that's the case, Jiangmi immediately checked the live broadcast replay of the original number 107 crack game. District 12 is poor, and not all the cracks are monitored by drones. But there must be live broadcast cameras at the entrance. Jiangmi observed the video of all players entering the crack. And finally, she saw player number 23 carrying player number 24 into the crack. The video was blurry and unclear, but it could be vaguely seen that player number 24 was in a coma and had no consciousness, allowing player number 23 to carry him. After entering the crack, number 23 was quite nervous and looked around from time to time. Finally, when the players dispersed, players number 23 and number 24 also found a dense forest and turned in, and no one knew where they went. The merchant watched the live broadcast replay with Jiangmi. When he saw the scene, he commented, "The people who traffic people were like this. They dared to bring people into the crack only after they knocked people unconscious. As long as they stuffed 2 packs of cigarettes into the staff would turn a blind eye and let people go. It was very easy. This is most likely the way and reason why Jiangmi entered the crack. It was just speculation at first. But after watching the replay video, Jiangmi was extremely sure. Because when number 23 carried number 24 into the crack, number 69 kept staring at the two. Number 69 also has a system. If Jiangmi is number 24, number 69 must have been reminded and knew that number 24 is the target. After sorting out the logic, there is only one question left. Who is player number 23? The information provided by the merchant only has the information of the players participating in the game. And there is no number card corresponding to them in the game. Jiangmi doesn't know who number 23 is. So he can only ask the merchant. Merchant, well, customer, I know you are anxious. But this is different from the player list. This is a different price. Jiangmi, how much? Merchant, since you have taken care of my business many times, I will give you another discount. 9,999% discount. Only 999,900 federal coins. You can get the identity information of player number 23. Jiangmi, why don't you go and rob? Merchant, I am doing a legitimate business. And I am honest. Customer, think about it. Is it easy to get the player information of the Magic Cube company? And it is even more difficult to find out who each player is. Besides, this matter still needs to be investigated. You give me money now. But I can't give you the information. Jiangmi calmed down. She later participated in several crack games. And she knew that this information was indeed very confidential. When they participated in the crack game, the registration information was kept confidential on the crack official website. And then everyone went to get a number plate. And some people also got a mask. There is no monitoring or staff in this process. Which means that everyone's identity will be disrupted from this step. This is also the way the official website of the crack came up with to protect everyone's information. It is very difficult to reversely investigate the identity. The merchant's discount is a bit cunning. But the price is fair. And the information found is also very useful. Jiangmi just got the task bonus that is not yet warmed up. And it flowed into the merchant's account again. And 50% was paid as a deposit. Jiangmi, wait until you find the identity of player number 23. And I will give you the rest of the money. Merchant, okay. Customer, if we can't find it, our store will refund 40%. Only 10% as a hard work fee. Merchant, remind you again that the 7th game of the 107th crack happened half a year ago. It will take some time to investigate. And you need to wait patiently. Anyway, you can't go back to Earth. Now Jiangmi is destined to stay on Blue Star. And she has a lot of time. Jiangmi, as soon as possible. After completing the research on the identity, Jiangmi opened Jinkui and Yao Qian's light computers. She didn't bring these two things to the national team training base for fear of being discovered. When she opened the light computer at this time, Jinkui's message panel was empty. Except for some advertising information. There was no other news. Yao Qian's light computer was lively. Yao Xingli, Yao's father, Yao's mother, and even Minji Wexi all sent her messages. Jiangmi didn't reply, glanced at it, and then turned off the light computer. Neither the Cube nor the God's Gift Association made any move. One of them arranged for Jinkui to kill Yao Qian, and the other arranged for Yao Qian to kill Jinkui. They should come to inspect the results. But Jinkui is a killer, and her whereabouts are secretive and difficult to find. And Yao Qian was on the run at the time, and her whereabouts were not easy to find. Both assassinations are long-term missions. Cube and God's Gift Society should be too busy with the deaths of Yuan Xia and Nian. And they probably don't have time to care about Jiangmi. Or because her status in these two organizations is too low. She can't know about the missions that are not related to her. She needs to infiltrate these two organizations more deeply. Crack number 109 at night. Zhong Zhengbowen stood alone next to the tent in the base. Looking forward. The direction where his eyes fell was the teaching building where Yuan Xia and Ye Yin were burned to death. Mo Chung came to Zhong Zhengbowen with energy liquid. Boss, take a rest. The brothers just patrolled. Although there are monsters approaching, they are not high level, and there is no danger. Zhong Jung Bowen took the energy liquid and drank a sip. Sometimes, the most dangerous thing in the crack is not the monsters. Mo Chung glanced at the teaching building that was burned black. The light in the crack was dim. At such a long distance, the building was dark in their vision. Boss, do you mean that there is something strange about the death of Deputy Director Yuan and Ye Yin? Following Zhong Jung Bowen for these years, Mo Chung can guess most of it with just a glance from him. Zhong Jung Bowen nodded. The logic of the death of Yuan Xia and Ye Yin discussed today seems to make sense at first glance. And some clues can be connected. But if you think about it carefully, there are still many unreasonable points. Zhong Jung Bowen didn't say anything, and the black mucus on his body automatically flowed down and fell to the ground, forming a few words. Merlin? Death of Yuan Ye? These are the two most problematic points in the number 109 crack incident. Why did Merlin only stop the national team, but not kill them? This is too kind. Zhong Jung Bowen doesn't think this person is so kind. Secondly, the death of Yuan Xia and Ye Yin. Saying that the two were burned to death by the flames materialized by the phantom mouse in joy. Zhong Jung Bowen didn't believe it at all. Mo Chung glanced at the tent in the research area and pulled Zhong Jung Bowen's sleeve. Boss, I feel that this matter is probably related to Professor Mu. Mo Chung entered the crack one step later than Zhong Jung Bowen. Before entering the crack number 109, he had already investigated the relationship between Yuan Ye and Mu. Most of the women Ye Yin had found in the past were not superpowers. So even if those women died, the case would not be transferred to the Management Bureau. Even if the police found out the truth, no one dared to do anything to Yuan Xia because of the pressure of the Yuan family. But starting from Su Shang's death, the lives he had touched were unraveled by the administration. Soon, the cases that the Yuan family had not yet filed were also found. The reason why Zhong Jung Bowen entered the 109th crack so quickly was largely because he suspected that Yuan Xia would attack Mu Lanxue in the crack. This was not the first time. Su Shang's death was the first time. But Hardening killed Su Shang and saved Mu Lanxue. But according to the information Zhong Jung Bowen found, Yuan Xia would not let Mu Lanxue go easily. But he did not expect that when he entered the crack, he would get the news of Yuan Xia's death. The imagination of the phantom mouse itself cannot be visualized. The fire and the creature that caused the fire must have been visualized by someone. Perhaps the creature that caused the fire was concretized by Professor Mu. Mo Chung speculated with great interest. With Hua Yunzhang in the academy, Deputy Director Yuan couldn't do anything to Professor Mu. So he wanted to do it in the crack. There is only one demon species, the magic rat, in this area. But the magic rat can concretize a tide of demon species. Then kill Professor Mu and blame everything on the demon species. But she didn't expect it. She failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice, and was killed by the fire summoned by the demon species. This is the most reasonable result in the minds of Zhong Jung Bowen and Mo Chung. Of course, according to this line of thought, it is Yuan Xia and Ye Yin who are to blame, and Mu Lanxue cannot be blamed. After Zhong Jung Bowen graduated and entered the Administration Bureau, he often cooperated with Mu Lanxue to explore the crack since then. The two have known each other for 5 or 6 years. To be honest, Zhong Jung Bowen doesn't want to doubt Mu Lanxue. But today, at this time and place, in this crack, Zhong Jung Bowen looked at Mu Lanxue, who remained calm despite such a big incident. And for some reason a bolder idea popped up in his mind. There is another possibility. Zhong Jung Bowen looked at Mu Lanxue, who walked out of the research tent, and said softly, Mu Lanxue summoned that fire. It was she who killed Yuan Xia and Ye Yin. Chapter 69. In the next few days, Jiangmi attended classes at school. Compared to the past, she was treated much better at school. She would greet Jiangmi when she met students on the road, whether they knew her or not. Hardening. Good morning. Hardening. Are you going to the training area for training today? Hardening. I will be a researcher in the future, and we will have the opportunity to explore the cracks together. Another student ran to Jiangmi and stuffed her with a box of energy water. Hardening. My family produces energy water. If you need it in the future, come to me anytime. Jiangmi held the energy water, and a question mark slowly appeared in her mind. Mingyue, she said. Before, you snatched the votes from the national team, and everyone recognized your ability. Later, I heard that you protected all the researchers in the crack number 109. So of course everyone liked you more. There are roughly 2 ways for students who enter the college in the future. One is to join the federal military and political departments or management bureaus as executive commissioners, and the other is to join major research institutes as researchers. After all, attack-type psychics are a minority, and there are more psychics of other types. So there are more people in the academy who will become researchers in the future. Besides, didn't you perform better than the national team in the crack this time? Minji Wexi patted Jiangmi on the shoulder. You are a student of the academy, so everyone will benefit from it. Jiangmi smiled. The two continued to walk towards the classroom. After a few steps, they met Yao Xingli and Wei Ke at the door of the large classroom. Jiangmi hadn't seen these two people for a while, especially Yao Xingli. In the past, in the academy, Yao Xingli was like a little boss, followed by a bunch of younger brothers. But since Yao Qian's identity was exposed, those people dispersed. Yao Xingli became silent and no longer interacted with others. He would hear people mocking him and Yao Qian from time to time. In the past, he would roll up his sleeves and get to work. But now, he would just walk away quietly. Yao Qian's betrayal was not Yao Xingli's fault in any way. But Yao Xingli used to protect Yao Qian too much. And whenever someone thought of Yao Qian, Yao Xingli would inevitably feel uncomfortable. Minji Wexi used to have a good relationship with Yao Xingli, but now he no longer contacts her. Jiangmi originally had an average relationship with Yao Xingli, and now of course they contact each other less. At the door of the classroom, Yao Xingli was obviously coming for Jiangmi. Minji Wexi looked indifferent. I'll go into the classroom first, and save a seat for you. Then, she and Wei Ke walked into the classroom together. Jiangmi and Yao Xingli walked to an empty corridor. Yao Xingli was tall and strong, and used to look down on people. But now, he lowered his head, and his back was hunched a little. His voice was hoarse. 2 days ago, people from the administration came to me. They said, I met someone who could use theft in the 109th crack. Jiangmi paused. Do you want to ask me if that person is Yao Qian? Yao Xingli looked up suddenly, his eyes flashing, looking at Jiangmi expectantly. She is not. With this answer, the light in Yao Xingli's eyes dimmed. The exploration of the 109th crack is progressing steadily. After all, the only creatures in the crack are the phantom rats. After the phantom rats left, this area is quite safe, and the researchers' research progress has also accelerated a lot. The second wave of research on the crack is similar to archaeology, which is a rather long process. The explorers will establish a base not far from the crack exit. Use the base as the center to clear the nearby crack creatures. Absorb and expel the black fog in the area, and then conduct a comprehensive study of the environment, ecology, humanities, and history in the crack. In less than a week, the black fog and crack creatures near the exit of crack number 109 were cleared. The exploration specialists could also take a short vacation. And then the energy layer was closed, and the researchers could enter the crack normally and continue their research. The day after the energy layer of crack number 109 was closed, the administration held a funeral for the explorers who died in the crack. The funeral was in Livonia. There was a special mourning hall near the administration. They would hold a funeral here after almost every crack exploration. This time, the death toll was high, with more than 30 victims. This was already a relatively tragic number in the second wave of exploration in the Federation. That day, the sky was gray and it was drizzling. Jiangmi, wearing a black suit jacket, came to the funeral with Su Chen. The ground was covered with chrysanthemums from the intersection to the mourning hall, where portraits of more than 30 victims were placed, including Yuan Xie's photo. Su Chen, Yuan Xie's father, is the former president of the Federation and is still a member of the Democratic Alliance. He will not let his daughter have any stains. Therefore, the photos of Ye Yin and Ni Yin are not included. These two people were identified as the culprits who stole the phantom rats, while Yuan Xie was clean and pure. Before his death, he was still the deputy director Yuan, who made outstanding contributions to the Federation. People came forward one after another to burn incense for the deceased. The funeral scene was broadcast live on the Blue Star Network, and countless netizens were commemorating the heroes who explored death this time. Jiangmi and Su Chen were burning incense. And suddenly, the dispute outside the mourning hall attracted their attention. The woman was wearing mourning clothes, holding an Yin's portrait in her hands, and was stopped outside by the security guard. She cried heartbreakingly, "My husband can't betray the Federation. Impossible. You must have made a mistake. You must have made a mistake." When Jiangmi and Su Chen walked past the woman. The woman's eyes lit up, and she suddenly grabbed Jiangmi. "It's you? I know you. You are also a member of the national team. You killed him." Jiangmi didn't say anything. Ji Ling'an, who came to mourn, appeared and opened the woman's hand. "We all saw Nian stealing the Phantom Mouse. Shouldn't he die for betraying the Federation? Impossible. Impossible." The woman burst into tears. The administration clearly didn't find any evidence. "You are slandering." Several members of the national team came in black clothes and were indifferent to the woman's hysteria. Only Chen Xianyu said indifferently, "It's just that he hid it well. Everyone in the crack saw Nian stealing at the beginning. Even if the administration couldn't find anything, it was already a foregone conclusion." Mrs. Ni wanted to make a fuss, but Chen Xianyu suddenly reached out to support Mrs. Ni. Mrs. Ni's eyes rolled back. She lost consciousness and fainted. "Throw it out." Chen Xianyu ordered the security guard. This was just a small episode at the funeral. The rain stopped, and more people came to pay their respects to the deceased. Among them, the one who was remembered the most was Yuan Xie. And chrysanthemums were placed in front of Yuan Xie's tablet. What a irony! Jiangmi sighed. He was a murderer with blood on his hands. But he was worshipped and remembered here. After she sighed, an elder came to the mourning hall surrounded by people, and walked to the portrait of Yuan Xie. He was very old, with gray hair, skin as dry as bark, and wrinkles all over his face. He was already at the age of dying. But he was in good spirits, with a straight back, like a very energetic old man. Fang Wenjing. Jiangmi heard people around him call him Mr. Fang. This man is Fang Wenjing, Yuan Xie's husband. His eyes are very black, like dark and bright obsidian. But those withered eyes can't see the reluctance and love for his deceased wife. He just came to show up in a very formal way and burn incense. Jiangmi didn't pay attention to Fang Wenjing. However, after she came back from the bathroom, Jiangmi met Fang Wenjing again in a secluded room in the morning hall. At that time, the door of the room was ajar. Jiangmi was just passing by and heard the conversation between Yuan's father and Fang Wenjing in the room. "Mr. Fang, this is my little daughter. She is 18 years old this year and has reached the legal age for marriage in the Federation. Although Xie has left, the relationship between our Fang and Yuan families cannot be broken. You see?" Fang Wenjing lowered his head and gently stroked the girl's pretty face. The girl hesitated for a moment and tried to avoid Fang Wenjing's touch, but was held down by her father. 18 years old. It's really the age of flowers. Fang Wenjing sighed. Although he was old, he was still upright. He leaned over and asked the girl, "Are you willing to follow me?" Jiangmi couldn't see Fang Wenjing's face, but she could see the girl's face. Through the crack in the door, she saw the girl's eyes filled with tears, and every cell in her body was clamoring for rejection. But Yuan's father held her shoulders tightly. The girl broke down and cried. Fang Wenjing got closer and closer to her. His withered fingers gently stroked the girl's lips, and tears fell on Fang Wenjing's hands. The girl suddenly broke free from Yuan's father. She pushed Fang Wenjing away and ran out of the house. This child. Father Yuan cursed inwardly and hurried after him. The girl rushed out the door and bumped into Jiangmi, who was eating melons outside. Jiangmi admitted that eavesdropping was not good. But wasn't their door open? Ji Ling'an often told her gossips about the federal nobles. So of course, she was a little curious. Just a little bit. The girl bumped into Jiangmi. Bang. And felt like she hit a piece of iron, which made her dizzy. When she saw that the person opposite was Ning. The girl was surprised. Ning? Are you Ning? Jiangmi straightened the collar of his suit. She seemed to be a little famous now, and many people knew her. The girl in front of her was obviously not the one who praised her. After seeing that it was Jiangmi's face, the girl frowned and slapped Jiangmi in the face. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't failed to protect my sister, how could it be my turn to arrange marriage? You are a waste. A pariah in the colonial zone. What's the use of you? You want to abolish the citizenship system? Dream on." Jiangmi. She didn't stop the girl from slapping her, because she knew that she was fine. But the girl's hand must be very painful. The girl's face was indeed embarrassed, and she wanted to slap Jiangmi again to vent her hatred. But her palm was instantly swollen and painful, and it was estimated that she would break a bone if she hit again. And Yuan's father had already come out. He saw Jiangmi was there too, and he didn't feel guilty for his daughter's unreasonableness at all. Instead, he glared at Jiangmi coldly. How could the untouchables from the colony be here? Is this a place you can come to? Isn't it? With her father's support, the girl became more outspoken. It's all your fault. You rubbish. The air in Livonia is polluted by you. Pa! A crisp slap suddenly hit the girl's face. The girl was stunned. Father Yuan was also stunned. The two looked up in anger, but saw that the person who beat them was Fang Wenjing. Fang Wenjing raised his eyebrows, and his eyes, which were always as calm as an ancient well, were filled with murderous intent. Who are you? Dare to blame her? Chapter 70. Not to mention the girl and Yuan's father. Jiangmi was also a little confused at this moment. I thought Fang Wenjing was a pedophile who liked old cows eating young grass. Why did he suddenly become righteous? Fang Wenjing's eyes were still fierce. Obviously, he was really angry. Apologize, he said coldly. Sorry. I'm sorry. The girl apologized to Fang Wenjing without thinking. But Fang Wenjing didn't mean that. I mean, apologize to this lady. Kneel down and apologize, he emphasized. Yuan's father and the girl were even more confused. So Hardening is Mr. Fang's man? But even if he is Mr. Fang's subordinate, he has never been seen to protect his subordinates like this. Without time to think, Yuan's father pressed his daughter El's shoulder, and the girl quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Jiangmi. Hardening, I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that to you. Jiangmi didn't know what was going on. After the girl apologized, Yuan's father took her away trembling, leaving only her and Fang Wenjing at the scene. This old man, who has always been indifferent, showed a bit of kindness on his face when he looked at Jiangmi. Jiangmi tentatively, do you know me? Fang Wenjing said softly, you look like an old friend of mine. She is the most important person to me in this world. Very similar. So it shouldn't be. Is she dead? Jiangmi asked. Fang Wenjing paused and shook his head. This is even more weird. Obviously the old friend is not dead. Why does Jiangmi always feel that Fang Wenjing exudes the nostalgia of this person who is dead? She did not ask any more questions. Ming Yueshi and Jiangmi have analyzed that the current ruling party of the Federation is the Democratic Alliance. And such a large Democratic Alliance is actually controlled by the 5 major families. Pei family, Zhongzheng family, Fang family, Lu family, Yun family. Fang Wenjing is the head of the Fang family. And the current president is just a puppet of the Democratic Alliance. In other words, Fang Wenjing is one of the 5 people with the highest power in the entire Federation. Jiangmi always felt strange when such a person said that she was like an old friend. She did not stay here for too long, and said goodbye to Fang Wenjing distantly, and hurried back to the morning hall. Fang Wenjing watched Jiangmi's back, and the kindness in his eyes retreated little by little. Back to the morning hall. It was time for the funeral banquet. During the lunch break, more people came to the morning hall to pay their respects. The management bureau set up a light screen in front of the morning hall, which played the life events of the deceased in a loop. Now playing is Yuan Xia's documentary at the Institute. This includes her working day and night to do experiments in the Institute, including the various patents and awards she received during her lifetime, and how many cracks she explored. Some negative comments about Yuan Xia appeared on the internet. Yuan's father certainly would not agree to these stains on the Yuan family. At this time, these documentaries were released to brainwash ignorant netizens and shape the image of his daughter Elle as a successful researcher. His trick was very useful. For a time, the mourners who watched the video and the netizens on the internet all thought that Yuan Xia died heroically for the country. It's a pity for Deputy Director Yuan. Yes, what a great researcher. He became the deputy director before he was 40 years old. The Federation lost such an excellent researcher. It's really a big loss. I looked at the list of explorers. The researchers on the college side were fine, but the researchers on the institute side were in trouble. I know. Professor Mu from the academy and Ye Yin, who betrayed the management bureau, are having an affair. I saw them dating before. Smack. I guess they were protecting Professor Mu when they were in the crack. Fuck, what a rubbish. That's right. Some people work diligently in the cracks to do research, while some people date at public expense. I feel sorry for Deputy Director Yuan. There are more and more insults on the internet. Most of them are from Yuan's father. Yuan's father is convinced that Yuan Xia will not steal the magic mouse. At least not in the cracks. The magic mouse will be sent to the institute later. As the deputy director of the institute, Yuan Xia has too many opportunities to take action. He also believes that Yuan Xia wants to take revenge on Mu Lanxue. So he took the magic mouse away. The national team led by Pei Zhixian failed to arrive at the scene in time for rescue, which is also a reason. But the Pei family is powerful and is comparable to Fan Wenjing. Yuan's father dare not provoke the Pei family, so he can only throw all the dirty water on Mu Lanxue. Originally, when the energy layer of the number 109 crack was removed, Yuan's father should have come to find Mu Lanxue. But this woman quickly hid in the academy, making it impossible for him to do anything. In any case, his daughter Elle was dead, and Mu Lanxue must not have an easy life. Hua Yunzhang could not protect Mu Lanxue for life. The Federation is a democratic society. Once the public is outraged and citizens petition, even Zhongzheng Boeing can't protect Mu Lanxue. On the internet, more and more netizens dug out the details of Ye Yin and Mu Lanxue's love. And some people suggested that Mu Lanxue seemed to enter this crack exploration for Ye Yin. The evidence of abuse of power for personal gain is solid, and netizens' abuse of the two rushed to the hot search on the Blue Star social network. Some people also doubted that how could Ye Yin steal the phantom mouse by himself? It must be Mu Lanxue's collusion. Some netizens have already started a petition with their real names, asking the management bureau to re-examine Yuan Xia's death. At this time, Mu Lanxue started a live broadcast. At this cusp, countless netizens rushed into the live broadcast room, and the barrage was full of voices scolding Mu Lanxue. Bitch! It's all your fault that Deputy Director Yuan got into trouble. How dare you come out? How come you are not the one who died? A real good person died. How dare you still live? Mu Lanxue didn't look at the barrage. She was crying in the live broadcast. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes pitifully. But the tears left on her cheeks made her look more wronged and distressed. Half a month ago, I broke up with Ye Yin. She sobbed and stammered, just before entering the crack, because I found out he betrayed me. The netizens watching the live broadcast were stunned for a moment. In the screen, Mu Lanxue took out a light brain and played a recording. Wife. Baby. Dear. Isn't it because of the incident in the crack number 109 that I couldn't find you? Otherwise, how could I dare to stand you up? How about tonight? Is your husband not here? Things are almost resolved here at the bureau. I will come to see you tonight. The voice in the recording is obviously a man's voice. It is not difficult to guess that it is Ye Yin. The amount of information in it surprised the netizens. My CPU is burned dry. Is there anyone who cares about this relationship? In short, Mu Lanxue found out that Ye Yin had a lover, and Ye Yin's lover is married. Mu Lanxue is obviously a mistress? Fuck, one cheating on another cheating. So Mu Lanxue is also a victim? Ye Yin is a damn scumbag. He deserves to die. On the internet. Except for the one-sided abuse of Mu Lanxue by the water army bought by Yuan's father. The real netizens are still very rational. After hearing the recording, they understand everything. Mu Lanxue is obviously also a victim. Why throw all the dirty water of Yuan Xia's death on her? Mu Lanxue went off the air after explaining. She is a gentle and lovely female teacher. When her ex-boyfriend betrayed and died, she was of course vulnerable and uncomfortable. She had used up a lot of courage to send this recording live. And netizens were excited. If there is melon, of course we have to dig deep. More and more people dug out Ye Yin's past, trying to find a married woman who had an affair with Ye Yin. But the one who had an affair was not found. But netizens discovered countless ex-girlfriends of Ye Yin. Oh shit! I just remembered that I went to that Michelin restaurant 2 years ago and met Ye Yin. He was with a little girl who looked very cute. I saw him dating a queen. I just looked at the old photos, and there was a figure who looked very much like Ye Yin. I remember him. He was hugging a very cute girl at that time. How many ex-girlfriends does Ye Yin have? Scumbag. This man is just picking up girls and cheating on women. Netizens unraveled the mystery and found out all kinds of love history of Ye Yin in the past. Of course, Mu Lanxue could also take the initiative to expose these in the live broadcast room. But if netizens dug it out themselves, they would feel it was more real and credible. Finally, a person who claimed to have participated in the exploration of the number 109 crack posted a photo anonymously. In the photo, it was the scene where Yuan Xia and Ye Yin were hugging each other in a sex position and then burned to death. Netizens were stunned. Wait, if I remember correctly, Yuan Xia is married. Right? So Yuan Xie is the cheating partner in Ye Yan's phone call? Fuck. I just helped Yuan Xie scold Mu Lanxue. But it turns out that I am the clown. What's the most beautiful researcher? Disgusting. I heard that this time the Rift exploration captured the SS-level demon species alive. And Ye Yan went to steal the demon species. Could it be that they succeeded in stealing it and were happy? But they were burned to death by the superpowers of the SS-level demon species? That might be the case. It's what he deserves to die. He should be burned to death. This is a pair of scumbags and bitches. But didn't the Federation say that it was Nye Yin who stole the demon seed? And Yuan Xie was protecting the demon seed? Haha. A woman who could become the deputy director of the Federation Research Institute before the age of 40. Do you think she would be a grassroots? Yuan Xie's father is the 36th president of the Federation. He wants to protect his daughter Elle. Isn't it obvious? Fuck. My fist is hard. What kind of people are the top leaders of the Federation Elle? Netizens used to abuse Mu Lanxue so harshly. And now they abuse Yuan Xie and Yuan's father even more harshly. The people in power are just sitting there doing nothing, making the people even more uncomfortable. Netizens collectively signed a petition to remove Yuan Xie's portrait and spirit tablet at the funeral, regardless of whether she really participated in the operation of stealing the demon seed. This kind of questionable woman does not deserve to be mourned. At the funeral, Yuan's father watched as his daughter Elle's portrait was removed, and the chrysanthemums and wreaths placed in front of the spirit tablet were thrown away like garbage. Father Yuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He stared at the staff who were handling the wreaths. His whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and his nails were deeply embedded in his flesh. But it wasn't over yet. Mu Lanxue, wearing a black-tied dress and a huge retro British hat, stood comfortably on the road opposite the mourning hall. Seeing the wreaths being taken out of the mourning hall and thrown on the ground casually, Mu Lanxue smiled with satisfaction. After a moment, she raised the light brain and said to the person on the other side of the light brain the last step. Let's release the news of the death of those girls. Chapter 71. This is the last straw that broke the camel's back. At first, netizens thought that, apart from the matter of stealing the demon seeds, the love-hate relationship between Mu Lanxue, Nye Yin, and Yuan Xie was just a moral and ethical issue. But until a friend of Nye Yan's ex-girlfriend stood up, Qinshan has been dead for 3 years. Nye Yin has finally been punished. He turned a blind eye to Qinshan's death at the beginning, and now he deserves to be spurned by everyone. Then, a victim's mother stood up. I didn't know that Xiaoyu was deceived before she died. The third victim's relatives and friends, Nye Yin is dead. Ryue can rest in peace this time. Is it such a coincidence? Nye Yan's ex-girlfriend is dead? No. Is Nye Yin a virus? Will you die if you fall in love with him? As more and more relatives and friends of the victim stood up and told Nye Yin about the death of his ex-girlfriend, netizens suddenly realized that this was definitely not a coincidence. There is no such coincidence in the world. And it's not just those ex-girlfriends. A student from the Crack Academy actively broke the news. Do you remember the Livonia high-altitude aircraft almost crashed case some time ago? Teacher Mu was injured in that case. If the S-level students of the academy had not arrived in time, Teacher Mu might have died. I absolutely do not believe this is a coincidence. Hee hee. More than a dozen ex-girlfriends are dead. And one almost died. Only a ghost would believe this is a coincidence. And so many people died. And the real culprit has not been caught until now. Is someone suppressing the investigation? Nye Yin was born a pariah in the colonial area. But Yuan Xie is different. After all, she is the daughter of the former president. Could it be that Yuan Xie was jealous of those girls? So he killed them? It's not impossible. Damn. It turns out this is a criminal case. Yuan's father panicked. Before, when everyone treated this as gossip, he could still buy a troll army to suppress the news. But now it has become a criminal case, involving more than a dozen lives. And he can't suppress it. As the two major political parties in the Federation, the Democratic Alliance and the Jishu Alliance, have put pressure on the Management Bureau to thoroughly investigate the matter. Some citizens even rushed into the mourning hall and threw away Yuan Xie's urn that had not been removed yet. The scene was a mess. Yuan Xie was dead. But Yuan's father was still alive. And all the abuse was directed at Yuan's father. Yuan's father was extremely embarrassed. Like a rat crossing the street, under the escort of security guards, he hurriedly boarded the aircraft and left the mourning hall. On the other side, Fang Wenjing sat on the sofa in the laboratory, closing his eyes to rest. And the young female secretary reported Yuan's father's situation. The voices on the internet are too loud now. Yuan Jianmin can no longer stay in Livonia. He can only immigrate abroad. The cases he suppressed for Yuan Xie involved many people. In order not to drag others into the water, those people should protect him to go abroad. That's it, Fang Wenjing said lightly. This chess piece is useless. Yuan Jianmin is only this capable. Fang Wenjing took a sip of tea slowly and asked, "Where is the girl named Ning?" The secretary's face suddenly became serious, and her expression was more nervous than when she reported the incident of Yuan Jianmin just now. She clapped her hands, and two timid researchers walked into the laboratory. "Mr. Fang, we didn't deliberately abandon the experimental subject. We didn't expect that after implanting the chip in her system was garbled. We have never encountered such a situation." The two researchers were very nervous. "We don't know what to do. Anyway, there are so many test subjects. Why don't we just throw her away?" Fang Wenjing continued. The two researchers were horrified and knelt on the ground. "We threw her in District 13 because we wanted to deal with her there. But District 13 was in a war at that time. As long as those untouchables saw second and third class citizens, they would rush up to rob. We were scared away by them before we could deal with them." Fang Wenjing frowned. "This is not the first test subject you have dealt with privately, right?" A researcher stretched out his hand tremblingly. "Two. Just two. Another test subject has a genetic disease. And the awakened superpower is only sea level. Very rubbish. We threw her in District 13 together." Fang Wenjing closed his eyes. The two test subjects were in District 13, and fighting was inevitable. Only one could survive. "Fang Wenjing, have you ever given the subject golden blood?" "Of course not," a researcher said. "At that time, her system was all garbled and incompatible. We wanted to consult Deputy Director Yuan, but she didn't understand it. In this case, how could we dare to waste golden blood on her?" Another researcher said. "Mr. Fang, there will be defective products in the experiment. We implanted the power data system into hundreds of people, but only this subject is incompatible. This kind of subject that is not compatible with the system is obviously a defective product. But this defective product awakened S-level power in the black fog," Fang Wenjing said coldly. The two researchers suddenly widened their eyes. S-level superpower. They experimented and cultivated so many test subjects. Didn't they want one test subject to have multiple S-level superpowers at the same time? And this test subject actually awakened S-level superpowers in the black fog. Such an important test subject. They actually lost it. The two researchers regretted it. If they could meet a superpower who could go back in time, they just wanted to go back to the past and wake up their stupid selves. Fang Wenjing said coldly. "You should be glad that she survived and awakened S-level superpowers. Which means we still have a chance to recycle her." The secretary immediately understood. "Do you want Qingye to deal with her?" Qingye is an SS-level superpower. If he is S-level hardening, he will definitely be more powerful. Fang Wenjing's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa. Again and again. Then, he shook his head. Too many things have happened in Livonia recently. If Ning gets into trouble again, it will arouse the suspicion of the administration. In addition, she is in school, and with Hua Yunzhang, it is difficult for Qingye to take action. An SS-level Qingye is more than enough to deal with an S-level Ning. But dealing with an SS-level Ning, plus several S-level students in the college, is a headache. Fang Wenjing, let Qingye take care of the things at hand first, and then wait for a while, and call her back to Livonia. Secretary, yes. The secretary was taking notes in his hand, and looked at the two trembling researchers with his peripheral vision. "Mr. Fang, then these two." Fang Wenjing didn't even look at the two researchers. The secretary already understood, raised his hand, and the knife came up and fell, and the heads of the two researchers rolled to the ground. Fang Wenjing stood up and walked to the window. The sky was already dark, and the sky was full of stars, bright and dazzling. Suddenly, he remembered Ning's eyes. Those obsidian eyes were as black as ink, but they looked like the stars in the night sky. This was the first time he saw a pair of eyes that looked so much like hers. However, Fang Wenjing's face darkened. No matter how similar they were just fakes. Dry weather. Dark night. At some point, a heavy rain started. Thunderstorm weather. Lightning and thunder added a different color to the night. In the villa, Yuan Jianmin nervously urged the nanny. Pack up quickly. I have to leave early tomorrow morning. Knowing that he was cuckolded, Fan Wenjing would not let him go. In addition, Yuan Jianming had complicated connections in the political circle, and if something happened, it would inevitably involve a bunch of people. He had to leave. Otherwise, he would be left with a corpse. The housekeeper hurried to the second floor to report. Sir, someone is looking for you downstairs. Who had come to see him so late? Yuan Jianmin was confused. But he still went downstairs. The first floor door was open, and the night shone into the lobby. A woman wearing a black tight skirt and a wide British hat stood at the door. It looked like she was wearing a funeral outfit, but she somehow wore it with a charming look. Then, the sky was thundering. Amid the pale lightning, Yuan Jianming saw the woman's face clearly. Mu Lanqiu. It was Mu Lanqiu. If it weren't for this woman, how could he end up like this now? Rage rushed to his head. Yuan Jianmin grabbed the sniper rifle hanging in the lobby and rushed to Mu Lanqiu. The barrel of his gun was pressed tightly against Mu Lanqiu's chest. I want you to die. I want you to die. Mu Lanqiu looked at Yuan Jianmin with a smile. She reached out and grabbed the barrel of the sniper rifle. Yuan Jianmin was stunned and just wanted to pull the barrel to break free, but found that he couldn't break free at all. The fire appeared from Mu Lanqiu's 5 fingers, like a jumping elf, and rushed towards Yuan Jianmin in an instant. Yuan Jianmin was so scared that he dropped the sniper rifle, but it was too late. Mu Lanqiu's fire had life, and they attacked together and surrounded Yuan Jianmin. Hot! It's burning me to death. It's burning me to death. The fire drowned Yuan Jianmin, and Yuan Jianming screamed heartbreakingly. Mu Lanqiu didn't even raise her eyelids, and turned into the rain curtain. Thunder illuminated the night sky, and the sky was like a faucet with the gate opened, and heavy rain poured down. Mu Lanqiu walked in the rain curtain, and the rain evaporated before it fell on her. A low-key and luxurious black car was parked at the entrance of the Yuan family villa. The driver was a young man with a shaved head. A middle-aged woman with a scar on her face and a bit fierce sat in the back seat. Chu Huijin was also dressed in black, and her black clothes were more capable than Mu Lanqiu's black dress. Seeing Mu Lanqiu coming, she rolled down the window. After the incident tonight, your identity can no longer be used, Chu Huijin said indifferently. Mu Lanqiu smiled. I have already avenged Lanyu, and there is no point in staying in the college any longer. Su Chen has also become more stable. Isn't it enough to leave him alone? Besides, there is Jiangmi now. Chu Huijin nodded. The driver hurriedly got down and opened the door for Mu Lanqiu. Mu Lanqiu took one last look at the fire in the villa, then took out her federal ID card from her handbag and threw it into the air. The ID card with the 3 characters Mu Lanqiu written on it floated into the air, and the fire spirit rushed up and burned the plastic card with magnetic poles. The card eventually formed a parabola due to gravity, and fell to the lawn in front of the Yuan family villa. At the moment it was about to land, the flames burned everything to ashes, including Yuan Jianmin, who was burning in the villa, and the fire spirit. They all disappeared. Chapter 72. It was the second day that Zhongzheng Bowen received the news of Yuan Jianmin's death. In the Yuan family villa, the housekeeper complained in tears. It was Mu Lanqiu. She was wearing a black skirt and a big hat. She came in and had an argument with the master, and then she burned the master to death. She burned the master to death. The Trace Inspection Department conducted an on-site appraisal and reported to Zhongzheng Bowen. Traces of superpowers were detected, which are superpower fluctuations recorded in the Federation. But they are a little different from the last time they were detected. Zhongzheng Bowen was puzzled. Different? Trace Inspector. The last time this kind of superpower fluctuation was detected was 8 years ago. At that time, the administration named this superpower Phantom Beast species Fire Phoenix. But the data detected at that time showed. It shows that this is an S-level ability. And now our data shows that this is an SS-level ability. Zhongzheng Bowen asked. According to the data recorded by the administration over the years, has anyone been able to upgrade their abilities? The trace examiner hesitated for a moment. We don't know if it is an upgrade. The repetition rate of abilities below S level is very high. If we encounter the same ability with different levels, we will also treat it as 2 people. That is, we will only pay attention if the same S level and SS level abilities appear at the same time. At present, it may be an ability upgrade, or it may be 2 people. Do 2 people have the same S level or above ability? Zhong Zhengbowen fell into deep thought. Many abilities are recorded in the administration. So Zhong Zhengbowen was not too surprised when he faced the faceless man. But there are too few ability upgrades. Is this the ability detected on the bodies of Ye Yin and Yuan Xia? Zhong Zhengbowen asked again. I don't know about that. The trace inspector shrugged. Director, you know that the black fog in the cracks is thick. Not to mention that the black fog in crack number 109 has not been cleared. The superpowers on them have long been mixed with the black fog. And it is impossible to detect it. In fact, different tests can also tell that it is most likely Phantom Beast Fire Phoenix. After Mu Lanxue killed Ye Yin and Yuan Xia, she killed Yuan Jianmin. This is an obvious revenge killing, including the overwhelming abuse of Yuan Xia on the internet now. It is most likely the work of Mu Lanxue. Mu Lanxue was still holding back the first 2 times. And when dealing with Yuan Jianmin, this may be her last target of revenge. And she is too lazy to hide. Mo Chung knew that Zhong Zhengbowen and Mu Lanxue had cooperated for many years. And he was terrified when reporting at this time. Boss, although we all know who the murderer is, there is an order from the top to stop us from investigating. Zhong Zhengbowen frowned. Mo Chung, Yuan Jianmin has a sensitive relationship in the Democratic Alliance. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The Livonia police station, the people in charge, and the managers of the institute must all have problems. None of them can escape. Yuan Jianmin's death is the best ending. Dead people are the most secretive. Mu Lanxue did a very clean job this time. Although there were 2 eyewitnesses, the housekeeper and the nanny, there was no video evidence left. And no trace of Yuan Jianmin's body was left, which perfectly met the expectations of those superiors. Zhong Zhengbowen sighed. I remember that the newcomer who came to the bureau some time ago had supernatural powers. Right? Mo Chung, yes. Zhong Zhengbowen. Let her come over here and deal with the memories of the housekeeper and the nanny. To the outside world, just say that Yuan Jianmin escaped abroad. Mo Chung, yes. The news that Yuan Jianmin had fled abroad spread like wildfire. And the online abuse became more and more intense. Perhaps because he had fled. Many netizens were furious at him, and forgot about the other people who had protected Yuan Xia. After more than a month, the citizens of the Federation gradually forgot about this incident, and their attention was attracted by other news. The administration quietly released the news about Yuan Jianmin, claiming that Yuan Jianmin had fled to Boria, was implicated in the civil war in Boria, and died in the riot. This case ended with the death of Yuan Jianmin. On the college side, Mu Lanxue disappeared after submitting her resignation. And Jiang Mi and Tian Xian changed their mentors. Tian Xian's new mentor was Zhou Yun, and Jiang Mi's new mentor was Su Chen. Jiang Mi had expected this, but Tian Xian was more sad. Zhou Yun was different from Mu Lanxue. He was a teacher of the Force faction. After accepting Tian Xian, he asked Tian Xian to run every morning to exercise. And Tian Xian was miserable. Su Chen, on the other hand, managed Jiang Mi in a laissez-faire manner, and he could not see her once a week. Jiang Mi was happy to be free most of the time. On weekends, Su Chen asked Jiang Mi out. When Jiang Mi thought that Su Chen, her mentor, was finally going to do his best, she found that he took her to a sanatorium. This seemingly luxurious and expensive sanatorium was actually one of the extremely cold frost bases. The patients here were all Earthlings rescued from the cryostat. Most of the cryostat rescued from the number 109 crack have been thawed. Su Chen explained. Most of them are not in good condition. But fortunately the person you know is not in big trouble. I will take you to see him. Jiang Mi remembered all the cryostat rescued from the human base in the number 109 crack. Jiang Mi did not recognize most of the people in it. But there were 2 familiar faces. One was a teacher at school. Jiang Mi had chosen his class. But he did not know Jiang Mi before. The other was Jiang Mi's classmate. The 2 were in the same class and had participated in military training together. In the ward, Yu Lian was lying on the bed. When he saw Jiang Mi, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. I just saw you outside the window. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Jiang Mi looked at the man in front of her. This was the first time she had met someone who matched her memory since she came to Blue Star. But Yu Lian was a little different from her memory. In the past, Yu Lian wore black-framed glasses and was weak. Now he is muscular, with thick bandages on his body, and his hair on his temples is a little gray. Class monitor. Jiang Mi felt a lump in his throat. How did you become so old? Yu Liang. Old classmate. I haven't seen you for so many years. And you actually said this to me for the first time? Yu Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm 50 years old. And you still look the same as before. How can I not be old? He sighed. And his old eyes were a little wet. I thought that after that separation, I would never see you again. Jiangmi wiped the tears from her face and sat next to Yu Liang. What happened to the school after the crack appeared? I left halfway? Why? Yu Liang looked at Jiangmi in confusion. You don't remember? Jiangmi explained that his memory was deleted. Yu Liang's face was heavy when he heard it. And then he told the story of what happened in the college after the crack appeared. The crack that appeared in Huaqing University is the second crack on the earth. Even with the previous experience of the lighthouse country, the sudden huge crack still scared everyone for the people. What's more, black fog emerged from behind the cracks, contaminating the teachers and students at the scene, making them crazy, losing their minds, and attacking others crazily. Unlike the cracks on the blue planet, only black fog came out from behind the cracks on the earth. Has any evolver ever entered behind the cracks? Jiangmi asked. What is behind the cracks on the earth? Behind the cracks on the blue planet is the earth. There should also be civilization behind the cracks on the earth. You guessed it right. Someone in the school completed the evolution in the black fog and became an evolver. He can move freely in the black fog, Yu Liang said. After they entered the cracks, they saw the world behind the cracks. Yu Liang sighed. I heard you say that behind the cracks on the blue planet is the earth. And there are traces of life. But behind the cracks on the earth is obviously also a planet. But there is no trace of any life. It was a dead city. There were no animals, no plants, and no microorganisms. There was only black fog under the broken walls. This may be the future of the earth. Developing a force that can resist the black fog, or closing the cracks, has become the only way for humans to save themselves. The crack in the school caused social unrest. Fortunately, the country sent out the army to blow away the black fog with jets, which was somewhat effective. And we escaped in the black fog, Yu Liang said. Later, everyone hid in the air raid shelter on the bottom floor of the School of Architecture. As you know, black fog can invade solid objects. But as long as the solid objects are thick enough, it is not so easy to get out. We built the base in the air raid shelter. The distance between the underground and the ground is very far. The black fog cannot sense the traces of life at such a long distance. So it will not invade, Yu Liang said, looking at Su Chen and smiled. Little brother, I remember you. Your blue eyes are very beautiful. You also came to our base at that time. Right? Su Chen froze. To Liang. He was the little brother back then. And he is still the little brother now. But Yu Liang and Jiangmi are of the same generation. And he is still Jiangmi's mentor. So this title makes him feel strange. But Su Chen still nodded. Yes. Yu Liang sighed. That was more than 30 years ago. He tilted his head and looked at Su Chen. You have grown up. But why are your hair all white? You are getting older faster than me? Su Chen smiled helplessly. After coming to Blue Star, a lot of things have happened. Yu Liang looked at Su Chen deeply. It's not easy for you either. He looked at Jiangmi again. Where were we just talking about? Oh, right. It was after this little brother came to our base. Yu Liang's eyes became serious. Within 2 months, your parents also came. Jiangmi's eyes widened. Yu Liang knew that she was an orphan very early. She had applied for a scholarship. Yu Liang was the class monitor and had seen her application information. But the discovery of the biological parents happened on the day when the crack appeared. And Jiangmi didn't have time to tell the people around him. What are they doing here? What else can they do? Yu Liang's face was full of displeasure. Isn't it just for your brother with leukemia? You are a successful match. And you are the only one who can save him. They asked you to donate bone marrow. Jiangmi thought for a while. With my personality, I don't think I would agree. Besides, at that time, cracks appeared all over the world. And everyone was busy with their own affairs. Who would care about a child with leukemia? You really didn't agree, Yu Liang said. They stayed in our base for less than 24 hours and committed suicide. Jiangmi's eyes widened. Why? Yu Liang, the frenzy of the black fog has a certain delay. If the exposure to the black fog is small, it will not go crazy at that time. According to our research, only those who evolve superpowers within 24 hours after exposure to the black fog can be considered evolvers. The rest of the people will go crazy at the fastest time, or 2 to 3 days at the slowest. 24 hours after the frenzy. They will die of mental exhaustion. They have been exposed to the black fog in their own base, and they have not evolved into evolvers. So, they chose to come to you. Yu Liang said helplessly. Maybe they know that they can't survive, so they can only come to you to ask you to save their child. Your brother. Jiangmi has seen that child. He is only 13 years old, lying in the hospital, bareheaded, playing with a Rubik's Cube. He is smart, and puts the chaotic Rubik's Cube together in a few moves. He also saw Jiangmi. The child didn't understand that his sister refused to save him, so he waved the Rubik's Cube and said hello to his sister. If his parents were still there, Jiangmi could cruelly refuse to donate bone marrow. But after her parents left, it was hard for her to be cruel again. A 13-year-old child is innocent after all. So, Jiangmi left the human base of Huaqing University and went to another base alone. Yu Liang didn't know what happened afterwards. Jiangmi's appearance was almost the same as when she was 18 years old. Su Chen had examined her and found that she was no more than 20 years old. So she entered the cryostat shortly after donating bone marrow to her brother. It is also possible that she didn't have time to save her brother at all, and was stranded in a base, and then entered the cryostat. Coming out of the ward, Su Chen asked Jiangmi, "Do you want to find your brother? What's his name? I can help you keep an eye out for him." Jiangmi shook his head. If she had donated her bone marrow, she would have done what she should do, and would not owe the child anything. If she had not arrived at the base, the child would probably not have survived, and it would have been useless to look for him. After a pause, Jiangmi still couldn't help it. Fang Xuanzhou. Jiangmi said to Su Chen. His name is Fang Xuanzhou. The two walked forward and passed a ward. This is the intensive care unit, where all the patients lying in it are dying. Through the glass window, Jiangmi saw the patients inside, most of whom were wearing ventilators, unable to speak, and could only lie in bed. They were all seriously injured, with blood all over their hospital gowns. And Blue Star's technology might not be able to cure them. Jiangmi frowned. Aren't they all in the freezer? How could they be so seriously injured? Jiangmi recalled that when he saw Yu Liang just now, Yu Liang was also injured, and the bandages were very thick. The cryostat that was rescued from the human base of Huaqing University is rather strange, Su Chen said. There are 32 cryostat, 31 of which are filled with dying patients, and only the last one is filled with an 80-year-old man. People like Yu Liang cannot be saved with the technology on Earth at that time, but they can be saved on Blue Star. But many people here. Su Chen shook his head. I'm afraid even Blue Star technology can't save them, especially the 80-year-old man. He was not injured, but aging is a disease that humans cannot cure, and his life is about to come to an end. Su Chen asked Jiangmi. That old man is the last president of Huaqing University. Sister Lan Shui and the president are both there now. Do you want to go and see them? Jiangmi nodded. The two came to the ward where the old principal was. The base of Huaqing University is different from other bases. It is probably because it is the highest institution of learning in China, and has many academic staff. Therefore, even in the background of Doomsday, they have not given up research and passed down knowledge from generation to generation. The boss of the Huaqing University base is not called the captain, leader, or person in charge like other bases, but is still called the principal. The old principal was lying on the hospital bed. He was very old, hunched over, with wrinkles on his face and deep eyes. He looked at Chu Huijin and Mu Lanxue beside the bed, and his voice was hoarse. When I entered the cryo chamber, it was already the 213th year since the crack appeared. Before that, we successfully developed a weapon that could block the black fog and named it the energy layer. Mu Lanxue was surprised. Did you invent the energy layer? The old principal nodded. Source crystal ore is the only energy that can defend against the black fog. But there are too few source crystal ore on the Earth, and the technology to extract energy from the source crystal ore is not good. The researchers of the school spent a long time to develop the energy layer. Unfortunately, it can only block the black fog for 7 days. 7 days is not bad, Chu Huijin said. The energy layer technology on Blue Star now should be an expansion of your technology at that time. And there are enough source crystal ore on Blue Star, so the energy layer created is more solid and can be stable for several years. The old principal's eyes were slightly red when he heard this. showing a relieved expression. That's good. That's good. It's worth our insistence on research and development. But I don't quite understand. Chu Huijin was puzzled. We have found many human bases. Huaqing University is the human base with the least freezers. You obviously have many vacant freezers. Why don't you let people in? The old principal was speechless and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said gently, we are researchers. If we all enter the cryostat, who will study the energy layer? Who will break the dilemma of the Earth? Even though everyone knows that there are too few source crystal mines to support the future of mankind. Some people must stay to do research and development. The children in the cryostat are all dead. The technology at that time couldn't save them. We think the technology of the future, maybe it can. As for those with hands and feet, everyone still needs to do research. How can they go into the cryostat? The old principal smiled, but his eyes became redder. Later, we developed the energy layer. But unfortunately, it was all black fog outside, and communication was impossible. The human base became an isolated island. We can only let the researchers, who are still alive, send the energy layer technology to each base. I don't know how many people can reach another base alive. Anyway, let's all go out. Only when more people know this technology, more people can survive. Everyone left. And only I, an old man who can't leave, was left. The old principal smiled bitterly. I won't live too long either. I went into the cryostat just to see if there will be any follow-up to the Earth civilization. Can we still see the future of the Earth? Everyone at the scene was silent. They could imagine that in the basement of Huaqing University, one by one, the weak researchers wearing white coats, who couldn't lift their hands or shoulders, got into the thick black fog with the energy layer technology. That was when the black fog was the thickest, and no one knew if they could come back or if they would have another chance to enter the cryochamber. But as long as the energy layer technology can be passed on to more bases, there will be more hope for survival. The old principal turned his head and looked out the window of the ward. When he woke up, the nurse told him that the Earth civilization was gone. The black fog submerged everything, and there was no trace of human activity except for the ferocious monsters. The old man didn't say anything, just looked out the window, his eyes red for a long time. He turned his head and looked at Chu Huijin. I just read some information about this blue planet. Is this really a planet unrelated to the Earth? There are too many traces. It's really too similar. Chu Huijin's scarred face showed a rare tenderness. She patted the old principal's hand. From an astronomical point of view, the Earth is in the Milky Way, the Orion spiral arm, and the overall position of the third ring of the solar system in the universe. The same is true for the blue planet. So our astronomers have speculated that the blue planet is the Earth. The blue planet has also experienced the doomsday of the cracks and has been attacked by black fog. But fortunately there is an energy layer, and the blue planet survived. The old principal looked at Chu Huijin for a long time, and finally couldn't help it. Tears streaming down his face. All these years of persistence are worth it. Worth it. The old principal looked out the window again, and the haze in his eyes was swept away. This place is very much like the Earth, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and technological progress. Here is the future of the Earth. The alarm sounded beside the bed, and the old principal's electrocardiogram turned into a straight branch line, heading into the distance. The doctor rushed in and gave the old principal the final treatment. The defibrillator shocked his heart, but the electrocardiogram was still a straight line. Chu Huijin stopped the doctor and shook his head. In the end, the old principal smiled and closed his eyes in a peaceful and quiet manner. Chapter 73. A total of 32 cryopods were found at the human base of Huaqing University. In the end, only 13 people were successfully cured. Even if the remaining few were successfully thawed, they died because they were too seriously injured and could not be cured. The remaining 13 people will slowly recover in the sanatorium. And then, the extreme cold frost will help them integrate into the Blue Star Society. After parting with Su Chen in the sanatorium, Jiangmi returned to school. It was Sunday, and the weather was just right. Minji Wexi went to perform the mission. She has been independent since she went to college. In addition to the kidnapping incident, she has not asked her family for money for a long time. She relies on doing tasks to earn living expenses. Jiangmi also needs to make money. She still has more than 500,000 federal coins on her, part of which she has to give to the profiteer in the black market. She actually only has 30,000 federal coins on her. And she can't buy a few small cakes for Xiaohe. Participating in the crack game in Livonia can make money. But when she used Yao Qian's vest to kidnap Minji Wexi, she used teleportation. Jiangmi doesn't want to use the vest of Anonymous in the short term, worried that she will be targeted by the management bureau. Should I accept the mission like Minji Wexi? Jiangmi pondered. Suddenly, the sound of the aircraft engine came from the window. Jiangmi walked to the balcony and saw several people from the national team driving the aircraft to find her. The aircraft was suspended in the air. Ji Linglan stepped on the metal sheet and landed lightly on the balcony. Ning, the Jiang family opened a luxury cruise ship to the sea today. Let's go and have fun together. Jiangmi, luxury cruise ship? Jiangmi remembered that Jiang Xiaobai's family ran an auction house. So how did they start a luxury cruise business? There is an auction at sea today. Jiang Xiaobai leaned against the door frame of the aircraft and said, there are things inside that cannot be auctioned in the Federation. It is legal to go to the high seas. The Jiang family runs an auction business, most of which is legal and compliant. But there are always some auction items that are not tolerated by the Federation. Generally, when there are such auction items, they will start a luxury cruise day trip to let those rich and noble customers participate in the auction at sea. Not only is there an auction house, but there is also a casino. Qin Xianyu held the teddy bear and blinked. Very interesting. Jiangmi was not interested in the auction house. After all, she couldn't afford it. But the casino made Jiangmi's eyes light up. Gambling is a highly profitable industry. The Federation does not completely ban gambling. As long as the institution is registered, a casino can be opened. Betting on the official website of the crack is actually a kind of gambling. And so is the casino on the Jiang family's luxury cruise. Jiangmi's eyes are bright. Can the casino use superpowers? Jiang Xiaobai smiled. Just don't be discovered. But what use is your superpower in gambling? Xianyu. Everyone smiled slyly. Jiangmi was in a good mood and immediately agreed to the luxury cruise trip, stepping on Jiang Xiaobai's metal sheet and jumping onto the aircraft. After entering the aircraft, she saw Pei Zhixian was also there. The young master was sitting by the window, resting with his eyes closed, looking a little emo. What's wrong with him? Jiangmi asked Jiang Xiaobai. Since the last time the number 109 crack was divided, except for a brief meeting at the funeral, she hadn't seen Pei Zhixian for a while. Young Master Pei is depressed. Jiang Xiaobai sighed. After all, he is a child of destiny. He lost to you before because he didn't take the challenge seriously. But he lost to the faceless man in the crack. And lost so badly. He felt very uncomfortable. The instigator curled his lips. She knew very well that Pei Zhixian was not weak. The reason for the loss was that Jiangmi knew the national team too well. And he took the initiative to steal his gravity, while Pei Zhixian was not paying attention. If it is a normal PK, Pei Zhixian's ability will not give the opponent a chance to steal. A gravity field will suppress Jiangmi and make it difficult for him to move. However, Jiangmi will not tell Pei Zhixian these. People must endure the beatings of society to thrive. The luxury cruise ship has set off. The aircraft flew over the dock and flew on the sea for a while, before reaching the sky above the luxury cruise ship. There is an airport on the top of the luxury cruise ship, and the aircraft landed steadily. Jiangmi then discovered that this cruise ship was extremely large, and its scale was comparable to that of the aircraft carrier outside the national team training base. The cabin on the deck was almost the size of a building. Tourists wearing bikinis and suits came and went, drinking and chatting, and they were all drunk and dazzled. The Jiang Xiaobai family is really rich. Jiangmi and Ji Linglan exclaimed. Ji Linglan, what's the matter? The Pei family is even richer. These are just drizzles. As soon as the group got off the plane, a staff member came forward to greet them. Jiang Xiaobai booked a presidential suite for everyone. There was a mini bar in the suite, and the whole wall was hung with fine wines that Jiangmi couldn't name. Each person had a room, which was equipped with a study and a bathtub. It was larger than Jiangmi's double dormitory in the academy. The auction starts at 8 p.m. Let's go to the casino first. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at his watch. Jiangmi and Ji Linglan immediately hooked their hands on Qin Xianyu's arms. Let's go! Let's make money. Facts have proved that Qin Xianyu's ability is really useful. Jiangmi boldly exchanged the 500,000 federal coins that were originally intended to buy information number 23 for chips, and followed Qin Xianyu to place bets. Qin Xianyu didn't understand the complicated gambling rules, but he still understood the simplest bet on size. While placing bets, She brainwashed the dealer about whether she wanted big or small. Eye contact was enough to insert simple hints into the dealer's mind. And controlling the size of the points was extremely easy for a qualified dealer. Jiangmi followed 3 bets and had earned 1 million federal coins. She loves the casino. She loves Chen Xianyu. She hugged Chen Xianyu tightly, and Chen Xianyu's face turned red. However, this happiness only lasted for 3 minutes. A man in a suit walked up to Chen Xianyu and politely told her, "Excuse me, Miss Chen. Our casino requires that gamblers cannot use supernatural powers in the casino. This is a clear reminder at the entrance of the casino." Chen Xianyu hugged the teddy bear in her arms. "I didn't use my superpowers." The man in the suit adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. "Miss, my superpower is superpower materialization. I couldn't have seen it wrong." Ji Linglong glared at Jiang Xiaobai. "Jiang Xiaobai, you said that it's okay if you don't get caught? But you will definitely get caught." Jiang Xiaobai shrugged. "You can't blame me if you get caught." Chen Xianyu pulled the man in the suit's sleeve tenderly, and her fingers touched his wrist. "Uncle, you can't slander me. I really didn't use my superpowers." The man in the suit froze for a moment. Then, he nodded naturally. "I saw it wrong. You didn't use your superpowers. You continue to play. I wish you a happy game. Everyone, look." Chen Xianyu hugged the teddy bear tightly, looking at Jiang Xiaobai innocently. "He said it all. I didn't use my superpowers." Jiang Xiaobai. He didn't say anything. His eyes sank. Jiang Xiaobai used to look down on Chen Xianyu's supernatural powers. Hypnosis, as an S-level psychic ability, was not as good as Ming Yuexi's A-level Nightmare in a battle. Nightmare was a supernatural power that was still effective even if the opponent knew of its existence. But once hypnosis was known to others, it would obviously be ineffective to suggest to the opponent not to attack oneself. As for brainwashing, as long as they are not touched by the other party, most of the time, they will not touch others casually. But today, the man in the suit was brainwashed the moment he came into contact with Chen Xianyu. Even if making the other party think that he has no special powers is just a trivial idea, long-term contact and constant hints from Chen Xianyu may change even the most deeply rooted ideas. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly shuddered, looking at Chen Xianyu. His eyes darkened. Others did not notice Jiang Xiaobai's attitude and quickly plunged into the gambling business. Winning money is very cool. And it is even more cool that others have not discovered that it is cheating. Jiangmi looked at her small treasury. From 530,000 federal coins to 1.53 million to 5.53 million. Woohoo! She loves Chen Xianyu. Chen Xianyu not only hypnotized the dealer to let him give the size he wanted, but also hypnotized other gamblers around him so that they would not doubt that they have been winning money. After playing for who knows how long, when Chen Xianyu pushed all the chips to 3 sixes, suddenly, someone followed her and threw the same number. Jiangmi and Ji Linglong were tired of playing and were ready to exchange money. When they saw a man coming to Chen Xianyu, they both stopped. Ji Linglong's eyes were still just curious. Jiangmi's eyes were full of vigilance, and his brows were furrowed. After obtaining Merlin's superpower labeling, Jiangmi would activate this superpower from time to time to see the superpower situation of the people around him. This does not consume magic points, but can know the level of the people around her. And the man in front of her? His superpower is not strong. However, he has 2 superpowers. Cici, why are you here? Jiang Xiaobai saw Minji Wexi following the man, and also appeared in the casino. I came to find Xianyu, Minji Wexi said truthfully. I recently accepted a task and need Xianyu's ability to help. She nodded at the man. Here, this is my task. The man had a gentle and elegant face, wearing a neat suit, and nodded slightly to the national team members. Hello. My name is Zhao Yunheng. Zhao Yunheng? Ji Linglong poked her head out. The eldest son of the Zhao group? Do you know him? Jiangmi asked. I've heard of it, Ji Linglong said. The Zhao family is a new rich in the Federation, and used to be the local boss of the 3rd District. The economy of the 3rd District was originally backward, but the discovery of the Source Crystal Mine in the past 2 years has driven the economy of the 3rd District to grow by leaps and bounds. Oh, that mining area belongs to the Zhao family, and the Zhao family has made a lot of money in the past 2 years. Ji Linglong's eyes turned. But a week ago, the Zhao family had an accident. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Yan, died in a car accident, and only Zhao Yunheng was left of the two brothers of the Zhao family. When they said this, several people saw Zhao Yunheng lower his head, and tears seemed to flash in his eyes. It's roughly what Linglan said. Minji Wexi said. The administration gave the results of the investigation. But the Zhao family did not accept it, and entrusted me to reinvestigate the cause of Zhao Yanyi's death. Qin Xianyu tilted his head. What does that have to do with me? Minji Wexi. Zhao Yunheng was also in the car on the day of the incident. However, he forgot what happened in the car because of traumatic stress. The doctor said it was a psychological problem. He might remember it. Or he might never remember it. I think since it is a psychological problem, it will definitely be useful to find you. Qin Xianyu nodded to show that he understood. If it was a psychological problem, use hypnosis to make Zhao Yunheng forget the stress injury of the car accident, and the remaining memories will naturally come back. Or implant the idea that he must remember that memory, and Zhao Yunheng will remember it before long. As long as it is not a physiological problem, hypnosis will be useful. Chen Xianyu had no objection to this. Minji Wexi was Jiang Xiaobai's cousin, and it was natural for her to help. However, Pei Jixian, who had been silent all the time, suddenly looked up and asked, "What is the result of the investigation of the administration? Who is the murderer?" Minji Wexi's eyes dimmed, and she glanced at Zhao Yunheng from the corner of her eye, seeing that he obviously lowered his head in disappointment. He did not mean to stop her from telling the truth. The people of the administration said that Zhao Yanyi intended to murder Zhao Yunheng, and then was killed by Zhao Yunheng. Chapter 74. Zhao Yunheng and Zhao Yanyi are twins. Outsiders cannot tell whether it is the elder brother who wants to murder the younger brother, or the younger brother who wants to murder the elder brother. However, the administration can find out through supernatural power detection that it was the younger brother who took action first. In the eyes of the administration, this result is already very clear. The elder brother Zhao Yunheng is the legitimate heir of the Zhao family. The younger brother Zhao Yanyi is dissatisfied, so he wants to kill his elder brother and take the Zhao family's property for himself. After all, it is the source crystal mine, which is an extremely important mine energy for sealing cracks. This is a highly profitable industry. Being killed in return can only mean that the younger brother is not capable. At the door of the guest room, Zhao Yunheng hoped that only Qin Xianyu would accompany him for treatment. He did not want others to see his embarrassed appearance after recovering his memory. After the two entered the room, Ji Linglan pulled Minji Wexi and asked her more gossip. Do you know why the Zhao family did not accept the investigation results of the administration? Minji Wexi. How would I know? She is not as gossipy as Ji Linglan. I know. Ji Linglan's eyes sparkled. I've heard of this. In fact, the heir appointed by the Zhao family is the younger brother, not the older brother. Ming Yueshi was stunned. Even the boys like Jiang Xiaobai looked over curiously. Blue Star is a world that worships superpowers. The heir of the head of the family is mostly chosen to be the child who has awakened the strongest superpower, not the legitimate or eldest child. Excellence in superpowers always comes before blood relations such as the legitimate and eldest child. This is also the reason why the Pei family almost let Pei Jitsu become the eldest son. But the Zhao family gave birth to twins. The elder brother Zhao Yunheng followed his father to do business. In recent years, he has completed many projects in the 3rd district, and is also responsible for mining the source crystal mine. He has good abilities, while the younger brother Zhao Yanyi is idle, and only knows how to spend money. Under normal circumstances, the Zhao family would not change the heir, because the brother's excellence is fake. Ji Linglan blinked. The two look the same, and their ability levels are similar. Many of the projects and achievements completed by the brother were completed by the younger brother. The one who really spends his time and money is the brother. The Zhao family knows this, so they plan to change the heir. The Federal Star Network is an industry under the name of our Ji family. My melon is absolutely authentic. The Zhao family's will has been changed, Ji Linglan said firmly. Under such circumstances, how could Zhao Yanyi attack Zhao Yunheng? It doesn't make sense. It's almost the same for Zhao Yunheng to kill Zhao Yanyi. Everyone nodded repeatedly. The Zhao family did not release the news of changing the heir, so at first glance, Zhao Yanyi's motive for killing Zhao Yunheng is reasonable. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all. From this point of view, the only way to find Zhao Yunheng's lost memory is to find the real murderer. But, Ji Linglan thought, stroking her chin, if the goal is not the family property, then what is it? Is it necessary to kill the brothers? If it is not for the family property, then it must be something more important than the family property. In this world where superpowers are respected. Jiang Mi's eyes flashed. Superpowers. Zhao Yunheng's goal is superpowers. Jiang Mi kicked the door of the guest room open. In the room, Qin Xianyu was pressed on the bed by Zhao Yunheng. She struggled hard. But unfortunately Zhao Yunheng turned on the superpower blocker. So she couldn't use superpowers. Xianyu. Everyone rushed into the guest room and saw this scene. They were horrified and immediately attacked Zhao Yunheng. Yi Tongchen's thunder whip whipped Qin Xianyu under her body and pulled her back. Zhao Yunheng jumped up instantly. And 8 sharp legs appeared behind him. And he was attached to the wall of the guest room. A level mythical beast species spider. But this was not the end. When everyone rushed forward to attack him, he blew at everyone. And Thrust appeared, blocking everyone's way forward. Everyone stared wide-eyed. A level Frost. Dual superpowers. The spider instantly spun a web, forming a Chu River and Han boundary between Zhao Yunheng and the national team. Zhao Yunheng kicked the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the guest room fiercely, trying to use the spider silk to escape. However, he didn't know that the matter of dual superpowers completely touched Pei Jixian's reverse scale. Pei Jixian, who had been silent all day, had a blazing fire in his eyes when he saw the double superpowers. Zhao Yunheng had just rushed out of the room when he suddenly pressed Zhao Yunheng to the ground with a gravity. There was a swimming pool on the outer circle of the luxury cruise ship. Pei Jixian's gravity pressed Zhao Yunheng tightly and pressed him to the water surface with a snap. Falling from a height of more than 70 meters into the water was almost the same as falling to the ground. Zhao Yunheng felt that his internal organs were shattered, and a fishy taste came out of his mouth. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the ability of the fantasy beast species, he would have died long ago. He struggled to swim to the edge of the pool, but saw several members of the national team falling from a high altitude. Several metal cones suddenly appeared, nailing Zhao Yunheng to the deck. Don't kill him, Ming Yueshi quickly reminded Jiang Xiaobai. I still want to get the mission fee from the Zhao family. Jiang Xiaobai knew his limits. Several metal cones pierced the spider's legs, and only one pierced Zhao Yunheng's thigh, neither of which was a fatal injury. Zhao Yunheng was panting heavily, and he was no longer able to struggle. What's going on? Ji Lingon was confused. If you don't want to hypnotize to find the real murderer, why did you attack Xianyu? Chen Xianyu leaned against Yi Tongchen, rubbing his neck with red marks from being strangled. Because he is the murderer. Everyone was confused. Qin Xianyu coughed twice and explained. He is not Zhao Yunheng. He is Zhao Yanyi. He killed Zhao Yunheng and got his superpowers. There has never been a brother who killed his brother and was killed by his brother. From beginning to end, there was only Zhao Yanyi. He killed Zhao Yunheng and then disguised himself as Zhao Yunheng. He originally had the same face as Zhao Yunheng, and now he has obtained his superpowers, so he can completely disguise himself, kill Zhao Yunheng, and get Zhao Yunheng's superpowers. Ji Lingon couldn't understand. Can killing someone get the other person's superpowers? Everyone in the national team was also very confused. Only Jiangmi had a deep gaze. Of course, you can get the other person's superpowers by killing them. Isn't it because she killed so many people that she got so many superpowers? But this rule does not apply to everyone. Nor does it apply to everyone. There are certain rules. What exactly is the rule? Jiangmi doesn't know. The turmoil caused by the arrest of Zhao Yanyi attracted the attention of the customers on the cruise ship. Fortunately, the cruise ship quickly gave fruit plates to comfort the customers and contacted the management bureau. An hour later, Zongjung Bowen arrived at the scene. Also at the scene was the doctor he captured from the academy, Su Chen. Zongjung Bowen didn't like Su Chen, but he had to admit that Su Chen was good at medicine. He was one of the few doctors in Livonia who could treat SS-level wounds, and his anatomy was also first class. Before the cruise ship called, he was asking Su Chen to dissect Zhao Yunheng's body. When he received the call, he just happened to bring Su Chen here. We can't be sure about the dual superpowers. Zongjung Bowen replied to Pei Jixian. But by studying the bodies of Zhao Yunheng and Zhao Yanyi, we should be able to find something. There are no cells on the luxury cruise ship. Jiang Xiaobai asked someone to open a guest room to detain Zhao Yanyi. The people from the management bureau were guarding outside, and Su Chen was doing experiments on Zhao Yanyi inside. In the past, the management bureau had also encountered several people with multiple superpowers. And even if they got their bodies, they couldn't figure out the reason. But this time is different. This time they clearly know that Zhao Yun got his superpowers by killing Zhao Yunheng. And killing is one of the mechanisms for multiple superpowers. And now they have also transported Zhao Yunheng's body for cross-experimentation. The experimental results will take some time to come out. And the auction on the cruise ship has already begun. The national team, including Minji Wexi, simply went to the auction and waited for the results to come out. Even if Zhongjung Bowen didn't say it, Su Chen would probably tell them. Su Chen is a very easy to talk to school doctor. Jiang Mi was drowsy at the auction. The items here were all rare treasures, with a starting price of 1 million. And some were sold for hundreds of millions. She couldn't afford them even if she sold them. In Jiang Mi's understanding, these things were expensive enough. And some of them were of unknown origin. So they really had to be auctioned on the high seas. As a result, Ji Ling'an looked puzzled. Do you need to bring hundreds of millions of things to the high seas? It's a waste of resources. Jiang Mi, the world is so different. When the auction was about to end, Su Chen came. The national team specially reserved a place for him. As soon as he appeared, several children came over. Dr. Su, what's going on? Why can you get the other person's superpowers by killing him? Do you know the reason? Is it related to Zhao Yanni's superpowers? Anyone he kills can get his superpowers? Behind him, Zhongjung Bowen also came. He saw the national team gathered together to ask Su Chen about the situation. And coughed. The meaning was obvious. This is a secret. So Su Chen should not say it. Several children sneered, dispersed, and continued to watch the boring auction. Su Chen sat next to Jiang Mi. From this angle, Zhongjung Bowen could not see the conversation between the two. So why is it? Jiang Mi asked Su Chen in a low voice. Su Chen whispered, Black fog is alive. Similar to microorganisms, but different from microorganisms. You know this? Right? Jiang Mi nodded. It was explained in the academy class that black fog is not fog, but a group of life forms with unpredictable quality. It is this kind of life form that enters the body of an organism and pollutes the organism, causing the organism to go crazy. But a few organisms can tame the black fog, turning it from frenzy to evolution. If enough time is accumulated, the degree of taming of the black fog will be higher. When the organism dies, the black fog on its body will form golden blood. Golden blood is tamed black fog, which can be taken by humans. Although it will be painful when taken, the probability of successful awakening is extremely high. There is only a very small probability of failure, and the failure rate is about 1%. These are all contents in the book. Jiang Mi is familiar with them. When Su Chen asked, she told him as if they were in class. But what does this have to do with dual abilities? Jiang Mi didn't understand. Su Chen explained, the core is that golden blood is alive. And even if it is tamed, it still has a 1% tendency to go berserk. When the psychic takes the second portion of golden blood, two different life forms enter the same body, which will stimulate 1% of berserk nature and devour itself. Oh, Jiang Mi said. So people can't take two portions of golden blood. Is it because the golden blood has a strong possessiveness and is unwilling to share the same host with another portion of golden blood? This metaphor made Su Chen stunned for a moment. But he nodded and said, that's roughly what I mean. Back to the topic of dual superpowers. Golden blood is alive. When the psychic dies, they can no longer condense into golden blood, so they can only find a new host to continue. But at this time, they have already experienced two hosts. Their bodies are weak, and they have no ability to parasitize again. But twins are an exception. Identical twins have exactly the same genes, even if they grow up later. Different growth environments. But in the eyes of life forms like black mist, they can't tell the difference between twins. In order to survive, they will naturally choose a host with the same genes and vitality. Jiang Mi's eyes lit up. So after Zhao Yunheng died, his supernatural power took the initiative to enter Zhao Yun's body. Is this Zhao Yunheng's golden blood looking for a new host? Yes, Su Chen said. If you can find a host, you can continue to exist. If you can't find one, you can only die. But the possessiveness of golden blood is not very strong. Can there only be one kind of golden blood in the human body? Su Chen shook his head. The theory is this. The golden blood that exists first will devour the later golden blood because it is more adaptable. And the impact will backfire on the host. But for twins, because of the same genes, the later golden blood is also highly compatible with the body. It is still uncertain who will win, and who will lose between the two golden bloods. When the two golden bloods are evenly matched, they can form a delicate balance in the host's body, resulting in the host having dual superpowers. Jiangmi understood. There are a lot of theories behind this matter, but the core is only one point. That is, people with the same genes can obtain each other's superpowers after killing each other. Jiangmi felt his breath stagnate. She thought of Hardening. Number 69. Yaoqian, Jinkui, Meilin, and the developed plastic surgery industry on Blue Star. Jiangmi's voice trembled slightly, and she asked Suchin. Identical twins can obtain each other's superpowers by killing each other. What about clones? Suchin was stunned. Then he nodded. According to this theory, it can be successful. Chapter 75. Zhongzheng Bowen blocked the principle of multipowers based on this consideration. The Federation prohibits cloning technology. But the Federation has extremely advanced cloning technology. Clones are not people, and have no human rights. Citizens with any diseases that require organ transplants can apply to the hospital to cultivate clones through the patient's cells, and then transplant the healthy organs of the clones to the patients. In the Federation, it only takes 1 year to cultivate an adult clone. In other words, once the principle of multipowers is exposed, countless organizations will start to engage in this lucrative industry, which is an extremely terrifying thing. After that, Suchin did not speak again. Jiangmi did not speak either. The auction continued, and Jiangmi just felt boring. Suchin comforted her. John's auction house is good. Anyway, there is nothing to do next. Why not buy something to take back? Jiangmi looked up and glanced at the jade necklace on the table, which had been sold at a high price of 80 million. Jiangmi smiled awkwardly. No, I'm poor. I can't afford any of the items here. Then she looked at Suchin. Can you afford it? Suchin said as a matter of course. Why would I come to the auction? As he spoke, the auction of the jade necklace on the stage ended, and Jiangmi saw with his own eyes that Suchin calmly bid for a water cup. A water cup that is said to have been used by the royal family thousands of years ago, made of gold and inlaid with diamonds. 8 figures. Jiangmi. It turns out that I am the poor guy. The auction is coming to an end, and the more things appear later, the more valuable they are. When the finale appeared, the lights in the venue dimmed, leaving only a small circle of floor lights in the aisle. The red velvet curtain blocked a large area of the auction stage, and the auctioneer pushed a small cart up. The cart was plain and unpretentious, with a purple silk cushion on top and a 5-sided transparent glass cover. A test tube placed in it, and golden liquid rippled in the test tube. Golden blood. Customers with auction experience immediately recognized it. This is golden blood. S-level golden blood? No wonder it is the finale of this auction. But the auction of S-level golden blood is not illegal. Is it necessary to put it on the high seas? Maybe the source is illegal? I haven't seen S-level golden blood for a while. The Federation kills at most 1 or 2 S-level demons a year. Hee hee. Fortunately, I am well prepared this time. I must get this S-level golden blood. The appearance of golden blood is roughly the same. However, studies have found that the higher the level of golden blood, the greater the concentration of gold. However, the difference is not very obvious to the naked eye, and one can only tell whether it is high-level golden blood or low-level golden blood. The golden blood that the auctioneer took out can be known at a glance that it must be high-level golden blood. The customers under the stage were shoulder to shoulder and couldn't wait. The national team had just come out of the crack, and it was also very rare to see S-level golden blood at this time. Ji Linglong asked Jiang Xiaobai, "Did your family get this golden blood? Are you going to auction it like this?" Jiang Xiaobai's face sank. The items auctioned at the Jiang family auction house may not be from the Jiang family. They may be auctioned by others. For example, this one is obviously put here by someone else for auction. In other words, the Jiang family auction house is just a middleman. When the auction is successful, they just take a share from the bidding. Otherwise, how could the Jiang family auction off S-level golden blood? Even the blood Jiang Xiaobai drank was not S-level golden blood. Jiangmi was very curious. What price can S-level golden blood be auctioned for? Suchin leaned his head towards Jiangmi and explained. Currently, the highest golden blood auction on the market is S-level, with a starting price of 50 million. And the transaction price is more than 100 million. And the highest may be 300 million. The golden blood that Yuan Xie drank at the time was worth 300 million. which is the highest price of federal golden blood at present. 300 million. Jiangmi swallowed his saliva. Theoretically, the space system is not inferior to the rule system. That is, Xiaoha is a walking 300 million. From now on, she will no longer call Xiaoha a stupid dog. She will call Xiaoha 300 million. What system is this golden blood? What is the specific ability? Some customers can't help asking the auctioneer. The auctioneer waved his finger mysteriously. I can't tell you the specific ability, but the category is rule-based. Rule-based. Everyone was shocked, and their faces showed excitement. Rule-based, which means that this golden blood can be auctioned at a good price. Then let me introduce this golden blood to you all. The auctioneer bowed to the customers. This golden blood comes from a seller who does not want to reveal his name. The source is 100% authentic. The demon species belongs to the rule-based system. And the level of this golden blood. The auctioneer blinked at the customers. It is SS level. SS level. The customers at the auction took a breath. Then, the audience seats exploded. Even the careless Pei Jixian and Zhongzheng Bowen sat up straight. It's not that there haven't been high-level golden blood of unknown origin in the auction house. But this is the first time that there is SS-level golden blood. What's going on? Ji Linglong was confused. I haven't seen an SS-level demon species in a few years, let alone killing an SS-level demon species. Are SS-level demon species now cabbage? They appear in large numbers? And it's obviously SS-level. And you dare to auction it. Yi Tanshan, who always turned a deaf ear to the outside world and only wanted to doze off, looked at the golden blood and squinted his eyes. Everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Xiaobai. As the young master of the auction house, he should be the one who knows the details. But Jiang Xiaobai's expression was not much better than others, and his head was full of question marks. Zhongzheng Bowen quickly got up, walked to the door, and contacted Pei Jitu. Now in the entire Federation, even in the entire Blue Star, there is only one place with SS-level gold blood, and he must confirm that the gold blood is safe. Illusionary mouse? The illusionary mouse is very safe. Pei Jitsu on the other side of the optical brain was confused by Zhongzheng Bowen's question. I just checked and the little hamster is in the cage. It definitely didn't run away. Zhongzheng Bowen, isn't that an illusion? Of course not. I know about Yin's affairs. So why would I be bothered by such a mistake? Pei Jitsu sneered. Bowen, what's wrong with you? Although you are always serious, it's rare to see you so nervous. Zhongzheng Bowen was silent for a moment, and said, SS-level gold blood appeared at the Jiang family's auction on the high seas. Puff. The sound of Pei Jitsu spraying water came from the other side of the light brain. Zhongzheng Bowen also guessed that he would have this reaction, and calmly hung up the light brain. Back to the auction. Everyone at the scene was extremely excited. Customers holding bidding cards were shoulder to shoulder, determined to win this auction. There was a circle of professional auctioneers next to them, who had quickly contacted their bosses behind them to report the situation at the auction. Everything on the high seas tonight will inevitably cause a storm in the Federation, and even the entire Blue Star. The auctioneer looked at the reactions of the people at the scene, and was quite satisfied. As an atmosphere instigator, he liked the feeling that everyone was rushing to his auction items, and wanted to bid at all costs. As for an SS-level gold blood, he didn't need to exaggerate too much. Its existence was a king bomb. Then we don't limit the reserve price for this auction item. The auctioneer smiled. Start bidding from 0 Federation coins. Jiangmi's eyes lit up. No reserve price limit? How about she bid 1 million? The next second, someone in the front row picked up the bidding card. 1 billion. Jiangmi. Thank you. The auctioneer shouted happily. Number 36. 1 billion at a time. 1 billion twice. 1.1 billion. 1.1 billion. This guest is really generous. He directly raised the price by 100 million at a time. Is there a higher price? 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion. The price of this golden blood has reached 1.3 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already 1.3 billion. 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Is this the price of this golden blood? Are there any other prices? In the audience, Jiangmi was numb. Ji Linglong and the others had just discussed that the transaction price of SS-level gold blood was 1 billion, which was reasonable. Now the price has been soaring, and 2 billion can't be stopped. Jiangmi listened to those people bidding. and always felt that she had missed a billion. They said, actually 10 yuan, 15 yuan, 20 yuan. Right? The bidding of gold blood continued. And after a few minutes, it had reached a high price of 4 billion. The enthusiasm of the customers on the scene did not diminish. And they continued to add 1 billion at a time. 5 billion. The sudden bidding broke the noise. And the auction fell silent in an instant. The man spoke loudly, as if the 5 billion was just a drizzle. And there was no need to think too much. The national team looked over and saw Pei Zhixian calmly holding up the sign and calling a number that ordinary people could not imagine. Pei Zhixian. Ji Linglong cursed inwardly. It was only 4 billion just now. How come you jumped to 1 billion all of a sudden? You have no moral principles. Pei Zhixian shrugged. It will definitely reach this number. In fact, it was true. The scene was quiet for less than 10 seconds, and the auctioneer shouted, 5 billion once, 5 billion twice, 5 billion three, 5.5 billion. 5 billion is not the end. The federal nobles are still determined to win this game. Perhaps it is also because those professional auctioneers have contacted the bosses behind them. And those real giants of the Federation hidden in the dark have quietly stretched out their claws. The next bids all started at intervals of 500 million. And the estimated price of 1 billion has become a thing of the past. In the end, the transaction price of this SS-level golden blood was 10 billion. The source was not any customer on the scene, but a professional proxy bidder. It is still unknown who is behind him. But the number 78 sign he raised represents that the person behind him spent 10 billion to bid for this golden blood. Jiangmi sighed. If I had known that the little hamster was so valuable, I would not have given it to Zhong Zhengbowen. Wrong 100 million. Wrong 100 million. Ji Linglong also bid her sleep. Not wrong 100 million. Wrong 10 billion. 10 billion. Miss Ji, who originally regarded money as dirt, finally felt the charm of money at this time, and angrily denounced the evil capitalism in front of her with Jiangmi. That should be. Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, and looked at the extremely proud bidder number 78. It's from the Fong family. Fong family? Jiangmi was stunned. You should have seen him, Pei Zhixian said. The head of the Fong family appeared at the funeral of the last victim of number 109. He was Deputy Director Yuan's husband. Fong Wenjing. Chapter 76. The professional proxy bidder holding the number 78 bidding card is from the Fong family. If the Fong family wants to temporarily mobilize such a large amount of funds, they must get the approval of the head of the family. 10 billion is not a small number. Not to mention that the delivery amount requires liquid funds. In the entire Federation, and even in the entire Blue Star, not many people can take out so much liquid funds at the first time. As the auctioneer knocked the hammer 3 times, the transaction was established. Everyone watched with their own eyes that the card with the test tube bottle was pushed back to the backstage. In everyone's burning eyes, the test tube bottle may not contain golden blood, but the rights and desires of human society. Suddenly, a man in a black action suit rushed to the auction table regardless of everything. While the golden blood has not been pushed back, he wants to steal the golden blood. The scene was in chaos, and there were many people who had such ideas. As long as you can take SS-level golden blood, you can awaken to an S-level superpower no matter how bad it is. If you are lucky, you may awaken to a 3S-level superpower. Why not give it a try? The security of the Jiang family auction house is very good, but the guests on the scene are either rich or noble, and the bodyguards they bring are all masters. These people swarmed up, and the auction house really had no power to resist. Looking at the chaos in front of him, the auctioneer was shocked and grabbed the golden blood to run. But a man in a suit blocked his way. Give me the golden blood. No! The auctioneer grabbed the golden blood. The man in the suit looked stern. Then don't blame me for being rude. His legs turned into springs and rushed towards the auctioneer like crazy. Just when he was about to rush in front of the auctioneer, swoosh, 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 the metal cone that suddenly appeared blocked his way. Each metal cone was sharp and fierce, with terrifying lightning wrapped around it. The gravity field came crashing down, and except for the small circle where the auctioneer was, the surrounding auction platforms were crushed into pieces, and the customers who besieged the auctioneer were also pressed to the ground by gravity, unable to move. The 5 members of the national team, plus an extra staff member Jiangmi, slowly landed in front of the auctioneer. The customers who besieged the auctioneer were shocked. There were many S-level psychics among them, but they were alone in the face of 6 S-level psychics. Besides, there was SS-level Captain Pei Jixian in the national team, and Zhongjung Bowen was eyeing the auction at the door. They finally realized that such a desperate robbery would not succeed. Jiang Xiaobai walked up to the auctioneer and stretched out his hand. "Give it to me." The auctioneer paused and said with a wry smile, "Master Jiang, even if you are the young master of the Jiang family, I can't give it to you. This is the auctioneer's." Before he finished speaking, the person in charge of the auction rushed out. "Master, catch him. That man is not from our auction house. The finale of today's auction is not the one we prepared long ago." Everyone was shocked. The auctioneer turned around and ran away. His figure merged with the surrounding environment at once. Jiang Xiaobai's metal cone rushed up suddenly, but it was empty. Everyone became nervous. The auctioneer ran away, but he had SS-level gold blood. Pei Jixian's gravity field spread throughout the auction, trying to find the auctioneer. However, there were too many people here. Even if he could rely on the gravity field to sense the position of the crowd and treat invisibility as nothing, it was difficult for him to find the auctioneer in a crowd. Invisibility is prohibited here. Hide is prohibited here. Transparent man is prohibited here. Ji Linglan released several words, but the auctioneer still did not appear. She stamped her feet in anger. "Damn it! What on earth is this guy's ability?" Boom! A muffled groan suddenly came from the air, and Jiangmi kicked the air hard, kicking out the invisible auctioneer. The frail auctioneer fell to the ground, hugged Jinxue tightly, and screamed in pain. Jiangmi had already seen the auctioneer's ability mythical beast species chameleon with ability labeling, so when the battle just now was fierce, she quietly touched the auctioneer with a very small vine, so that he was marked. And even if he used his ability, she could feel it with absolute hit. The auctioneer wanted to escape, and Jiang Xiaobai's metal cones were all gathered in front of him. The auctioneer looked at the metal cones in horror. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'll give you the golden blood." The auctioneer trembled and handed over the golden blood. The customers at the scene were all watching this scene greedily. Even number 78 was nervous, fearing that Pei Jixian and others would have a brain seizure and snatch the golden blood. Jiang Xiaobai took the golden blood and frowned as he looked at the liquid inside. The test tube bottle did not contain golden blood. It was just ordinary water. The auctioneer inserted a golden card into the test tube. So at first glance, the liquid in the test tube turned golden. Fake? Ji Linglan was puzzled. "Are you crazy? You brought fake golden blood to such an important auction to fool everyone." Jiang Xiaobai took out the golden card, and there was a line of words on the card. SS-level golden blood trading voucher. The holder of this voucher can trade for a SS-level golden blood in 10 days. "What do you mean?" Jiang Xiaobai asked the auctioneer. Although the auctioneer fell to the ground in a very embarrassed state, he still had a humble smile on his face and answered politely, "Master Jiang, it means literally, although the people behind me have not yet obtained the SS-level golden blood, we will definitely get the golden blood within 10 days and complete the transaction." Jiangmi sneered. "There are so few SS-level demon species. How can it be so easy to get one? At present, there is only one SS-level demon species in the Federation on the entire Blue Star." The auctioneer looked at Jiangmi. His eyes were full of secrecy. "Yes." The eyes of the national team members darkened. At this time, a huge sense of oppression came from behind, and the surging black mucus was churning, almost swallowing up the entire auction. The surging black mucus broke a hole, and Zhongjung Bowen walked out of it. He looked down at the auctioneer, his eyes like a dark vortex. "You want to steal the phantom rat? Director, you can't say that." The auctioneer laughed. "The demon species is a creature in the crack, and it is no less powerful than anyone on the blue planet. Whoever can catch it depends on their own ability, and whoever can snatch it also depends on their own ability." The black mucus seemed to have life, and it rushed forward and grabbed the auctioneer's neck. "Say it again?" Zhongjung Bowen asked. The black mucus continued to corrode the auctioneer's body. His body was weak, and the strong corrosion made him spasm, and he could hardly speak. The professional auctioneer holding the number 78 bidding card hurried to the front of the crowd and took the golden card from Jiang Xiaobai. "We have already bid on the things, and the money will be ready soon." The professional auctioneer looked at the auctioneer. "Don't let us down in 10 days." The auctioneer struggled in pain, and although his consciousness was almost blurred, he still uttered, "Of course." Afterwards, Jiang Xiaobai asked the person in charge of the auction, and found out that the finale item of the night was not the golden blood, but an A-level demon species that could bring good luck to people. The real auctioneer was tied up and thrown into the bathroom, and the fake auctioneer went on stage. This was a major mistake for the Jiang family auction house. And when everything that happened tonight was disclosed by reporters and posted on the Federation Star Network, no one cared about this small mistake, and everyone only cared about the SS-level golden blood. So this is actually a theft warning. Someone wants to steal the magic mouse within 10 days? How brave. The military and political department is guarding the magic mouse now. How can it be so easy to steal successfully? But didn't the auctioneer agree in the end that the transaction would be made in 10 days? So the golden blood must be stolen within 10 days. After all, it's a transaction of 10 billion. It's not a joke. This is the first time I've seen theft so blatant. But to be honest, if the theft is done first, and then the transaction is made, once the golden blood is taken to the auction house, it will definitely attract the attention of the administration. It is estimated that the transaction will not be successful, and the administration will arrest it. And if it is not auctioned and traded privately, who knows which seller will pay more? Maybe 1 billion will be enough. And if it is put at the auction, although it is a bit like futures, at least the seller is locked in, and the highest price is obtained. And during the auction, the administration did not know that it was auctioning its own golden blood, and did not stop it. From this perspective, this is actually the best solution, or the most profitable method, provided that the opponent can really steal the gold blood. That demon is guarded by the strongest fighter of the Federation. It is impossible for it to be stolen. Right? On the internet, some people think that the forces behind it are just making trouble, while others think that since it has become so big, the forces behind it must have a foolproof method. In short, the news that someone wants to steal SS-level demons has spread throughout the streets and alleys of Blue Star, and even the surrounding countries have heard about it. The top leaders of the Federation held large and small meetings on this matter, especially the ruling party, the Democratic Alliance, which was very worried that the Phantom Mouse would be stolen. You know, sending Pei Jitsu to guard the Phantom Mouse is already a very high treatment for this little thing. In this situation, should a 3S level psychic be sent to guard it? The few 3S psychics in the Federation are nominally members of the Federation, but they are very uncontrollable. After discussing again and again, the Democratic Alliance finally decided to let the national team led by Pei Jixian, the management bureau led by Zhong Zhongbowen, and the military and political department led by Pei Jitsu guard the Phantom Mouse together. In these 10 days, no mistakes can be made. 3 SS-level guards together are already the highest standard of the Federation. Jiangmi is a non-staff member of the national team. She also needs to join the guard team unexpectedly. Her protective layer is very useful. She can't fight against SS level, but it is enough to fight against some S level attacks. During these 10 days, Jiangmi can only stay in the research institute. The first 3 days were calm. Everyone was alert to everyone coming and going outside the research institute. But the person who was announced to steal the Phantom Mouse was not seen at all. On the 4th day, Jiangmi received a message from Daisy. She didn't bring Jinkue's optical computer with her, but bought Xiaoha a backpack, which contained Jinkue's optical computer, Yao Qian's optical computer, and various small cakes she bribed Xiaoha. Once the optical computer responded, Xiaoha would come to find Jiangmi. Turning on the optical computer, Daisy's message popped up. Without much elaboration, just a few simple words: new mission. Gather in the small garden outside the Federal Research Institute in 5 days to steal the Phantom Mouse. Jiangmi replied in Jinkue's tone, what is the specific strategic deployment? We have to take action in 5 days. So there must be an action plan. Daisy, the person in charge is Lei Sei. Just follow Lei Sei's command. After a moment, Daisy added, do whatever Lei Sei tells you to do. No need to ask more questions. Once he orders to escape, you must escape at all costs. Jiangmi was slightly stunned. She didn't think Daisy had much feelings for her, and would care so much about her life. Daisy would say this, that her life was more important than this mission, and Daisy didn't want to sacrifice anyone for the mission. There is something wrong with this mission. In fact, it is not just what Day has said, but the deployment of this mission alone. Jiangmi feels that there is something wrong. The Federation dispatched 3 SS-level protection Phantom Mice, and the Cube dispatched only 1 S-level Razor? How could it succeed? The theft warning was so loud before. Could it be that it was just a lot of noise but little action? Jiangmi always felt that something was wrong. In the next 5 days, the cube did not take any action, but only made several feints in a roundabout way, which was quite like the wolf crying. Sometimes it was the demon species rushing into the institute with bombs, and sometimes it was the aircraft that lost control in the sky. These might cause some damage to the institute in the past, but today, with such strict defense, this is nothing at all. But the patience of the on-site executive commissioner was worn out bit by bit. The 5th day. That was the 9th day of the theft notice. Jiangmi changed her face into the appearance of hibiscus, put on a large black coat, and came to the grove near the institute. It was late at night, and the dark night was dotted with stars and lights. The residential area near the institute was dim, and there was no street light in the small garden near the center of the street. At this moment, more than 30 superpowers appeared in the small garden. They were all wearing black cloaks, and their figures were hidden in the darkness. Jiangmi took a rough look and found that except for Razor, they were all BC-level superpowers. Attacking the institute on this scale to steal the Phantom Rat? Are you crazy? Jiangmi did not get a specific strategic deployment. Her task was to stop the executive commissioner with a net formed by vines and protect the superpowers in the cube when he rushed over. Everyone else had their own tasks, and no one knew what others' tasks were. The attack begins. A missile fired at the institute fired the first shot of the night. This missile was enough to annihilate the entire institute, but was easily intercepted by Zhongzheng Bowen's black mucus. Then, there was the attack of hot weapons. Under the dark night, the area near the institute was as bright as day. Boom boom. The sound came one after another, and the war began. Jiangmi was in the cube camp, guarding the rear while waiting for those psychics to evacuate and provide them with cover at any time, while asking Xiaohua to open the space hole and stretch out his hand to set up a huge magic layer above the institute. She was a little distance away from the institute. If she was in the crack and there was black fog, this distance would not be a big deal. But on the blue planet, her magic layer could not radiate that far, so she had to ask Xiaohua to help shorten the distance. With the appearance of the protective layer, even if everyone didn't see Shining, they knew that Shining must be there, just somewhere in the institute, which made it easier for her to set up the protective layer. The cube's thermal weapon attacks hit the wall one after another, and before they even touched the institute, they were blocked by the transparent magic layer. Lei Se looked at this scene with a frown. He waved his hand, and a B-level psychic rushed forward. When his hand touched the magic layer, holes appeared on the surface of the magic layer. Jiangmi was shocked, although she couldn't see the situation of the magic layer from her position. The space hole opened by Xiaohua was enough for her to see what was happening outside the institute. The ability of that psychic was Door. He could open the door anywhere in this world. The appearance of Door allowed the attack to continue, and the position of Door was aimed at the muzzle of each thermal weapon. Those bullets passed through the holes in the magic layer and fell into the institute. The executive officers were in a hurry, and it was too late to stop them. Pa! There was a sudden clapping at the scene, and all the missiles, bullets, and bombs that were about to fall were frozen and stuck in space. The next second, all the hot weapons were withdrawn and attacked along the original path to where they started. Cube Psychic. The original attacker became the attack party, and bombs and bullets rained down on the Cube Psychic, enough to destroy the small garden where they were hiding. Hibiscus. Razor roared. Countless vines suddenly appeared around Jiangmi, each tightly grasping the waist of the Cube Psychic, and pulled hard. And the various hot weapons that had just been smashed along the original path returned to their original path, almost killing those psychics. Damn it! It's Pei Jitsu's ability. Laser cursed inwardly. Jiangmi and Lei Se were at a distance, but the wireless intercom on her body allowed her to hear Lei Se's voice and orders. She asked, "What is Pei Jitsu's ability?" "Rewind," Laser said fiercely. "He can make all attacks return to the original path, just like rewinding a movie." The tape was played forward when the cube-powered user attacked the institute. If it was played backward, the thermal weapons stranded in the air would attack the cube in front of Pei Jitsu. Attack-type abilities, and even thermal weapons attacks were almost ineffective. However, Pei Jitsu's rewind has a time limit. Laser sneered. "Does he think I'm completely unprepared?" Boom boom boom. As soon as the voice fell, an explosion sounded in the institute. Lei Se had installed the bomb early, right in the institute. Jiangmi's eyes dimmed. The institute has been having its executive officers check security issues these days. It should be safe inside. So how could they not have found the bombs installed inside? There is a cube inside the institute. The bombs were dropped one after another. They were not the kind that could destroy the entire building. But they could still make the ground shake. In this situation, many executive officers were injured, and the scene was in chaos. Pei Jitsu watched the chaotic scene and asked the secretary, "How is the magic mouse?" The secretary replied respectfully, "Colonel, don't worry. The magic mouse is on the 10th floor underground. It is the most heavily defended place in the entire Federation. Currently, no one can enter there except you." Okay. Pei Jitsu stared into the distance. Now that the magic mouse is in his hands, he will never allow anyone to steal it. The bomb buried in the institute was very effective. Yuan Xia was the deputy director of the institute. She had been colluding with the cube for a long time. Even if Yuan Xia died, those people could be used by Lei Sei. Looking at the Wailing Institute, Lei Sei smiled smugly. Suddenly, "No door allowed here. No explosions allowed here." Under the huge speaker, the sound waves spread in all directions. The holes embedded in the protective layer disappeared. And the institute, that was constantly exploding, also returned to peace. Lei Sei was startled. Boom, boom, boom. The sound sounded, and countless gravity fields bombarded the cube people. Pei Jitsu guarded the institute, while Pei Jixian and Zhongjung Bowen had already rushed out with other executive commissioners. Damn it! Lei Sei cursed inwardly. Run away quickly according to the previous plan. All the cube superpowers scattered and ran away in different directions. Jiangmi didn't worry about being caught at all. Xiaohua teleported and let her run to the outer circle of the encirclement. She grabbed a B-level superpower. The ability of this psychic is Fast Step, which is very suitable for escaping in this situation. Remember, Jinkui has always been by your side. The reason you can escape is that Jinkui used plant control to protect you. Do you understand? Skin contact brainwashed the B-level psychic. He nodded blankly and used Fast Step to run wildly. Jiangmi opened a space hole for him. He didn't pay attention because of hypnosis. When he woke up, he was already several kilometers away from the institute. As for the other people in the cube, Jiangmi didn't plan to protect them. Life and death are determined by fate. And she is not the real Jinkui. She threw the cloak on her body into the blazing fire next to her, then wiped her face and changed back to her original appearance. The military and political department stayed behind at the research institute. Pei Jixian and Zhongjung Bowen had led their own people to chase after the people in the cube. Jiangmi teleported back to the research institute. Theoretically, she still had a protective layer, so she didn't need to leave. She came to the square in front of the research institute, which was full of injured executive commissioners and some researchers doing research in the research institute. Qin Xianyu held the energy liquid and handed it to Jiangmi. Jiangmi took the energy liquid and asked, "Didn't you leave with the national team?" Qin Xianyu shook his head. "My ability is useless on the front line. This is the truth." The scene was devastated. But fortunately everyone had been prepared. The casualties were not heavy, and the phantom rat was safe and sound. In less than half an hour, Pei Jixian and Zhongjung Bowen came back. This time, the cube dispatched 37 psychics. Except for the B-level psychic that Jiangmi let go with the space hole, and Lei Sei and Jinkui who escaped successfully. The remaining 34 people were all captured. Humph. These little bastards want to come to the Federation to steal SS-level demons? Ji Linglan put her palm on the forehead of one of the B-level psychics. Dream on. That's right. Pei Jitsu was not a steady person either, and he followed Ji Linglan to criticize the criminals. If we had known you were so useless, we wouldn't have needed so many people. Pei Jixian has become much more steady since the crack number 109. At this moment, he did not mock the people in the cube like Ji Linglan, but called Qin Xianyu. Qin Xianyu squatted down and put his palm on the forehead of one of the psychics. Qin Xianyu, who are you? Who is the person behind you? Why do you want to steal the phantom mouse? Physical contact allowed Qin Xianyu's hypnosis to fully unfold. The brainwashed psychic could not resist and would instinctively answer Qin Xianyu. But he did not answer, but screamed, and powerful mental power flowed through his mind. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whites turned deep red. Qin Xianyu quickly withdrew his mental power. It was too late. The psychic rolled on the ground in pain, pinching his neck with both hands. When his elbows exerted force, his spine broke and he died. Pei Shizu was shocked. How could this happen? Pei Jixian and Zhong Zhongboen immediately looked at Qin Xianyu. Qin Xianyu frowned. He has the imprint of other psychics in his mind. Once he exposes something he shouldn't say, he will self-mutilate and die. Zhong Zhongboen, does the other party also have psychics? Qin Xianyu nodded. At least S level. There was a bell ringing in the sky. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. This bell is a feature of the Institute. In the early years, many researchers in the Institute worked so hard to do research that they forgot to eat and sleep. And many of them died suddenly. Later, the Federation hung a clock on the top of the Institute building, which rang 11 times every night at 11 o'clock. At this time, the Institute must be emptied and can no longer continue to work. Although this is a very humane design, Jiangmi feels that it is not very humane to let researchers work until 11 o'clock. The bell rang 11 times and finally stopped. And the aftermath echoed throughout the city. It's time to rest. But no one dared to rest in the square in front of the Institute building. At the same time as the bell ended, all the captured Q-powered people looked like they were poisoned, with veins on their foreheads bulging and red eyes. They grabbed their necks tightly and broke their spines with a force. The executive officers on the scene were shocked. Pei Jixian and others quickly stopped the psychics, and finally saved 5 people. The 5 people were still roaring, screaming heartbreakingly, "Let me die! Let me die!" The metal pieces shackled the 5 people, and the huge metal balls blocked their mouths, making them unable to commit suicide. Is this also hypnosis? Pei Jixian asked Qin Xianyu. Qin Xianyu covered one of the heads with his hand, pondered for a moment, and nodded. They were all given the same mental imprint, exposing the organization's information, or after hearing the 11th bell, they will start to self-mutilate. The former mental imprint can still be understood. But the latter? Who doesn't know that the Institute must have 11 bells every night? Pei Jixiu, they launched an attack at more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and collectively self-mutilated at more than 11 o'clock. They are here to die. If the executive officers hadn't acted quickly, these 5 psychics would not have seen the sun tomorrow. They didn't steal the Phantom Mouse, and they killed more than 30 people. What is their purpose? Ji Linglong was curious. They didn't get anything but lost the rice. This is too bad. Zhong Zhongboen's light brain rang, and he walked aside to answer it. Pei Jixian and others were still curious about the reason why this group of people did this in such a big way. After a while, Zhong Zhongboen came back with a serious look. He looked at Pei Jixiu. Something happened. Pei Jixiu looked at Zhong Zhongboen's eyes, and suddenly a bad premonition rose in his heart. Zhong Zhongboen, a criminal in the Federation, successfully escaped from prison. It was the person in charge of the cube you caught 3 years ago. Mr. Ding. Chapter 77. Ji Linglong and other national team members were confused by the code name Mr. Ding. They were still young, only 15 years old 3 years ago, and the Federation would not let these children participate in dangerous actions. Pei Jixian knew this person. He was Pei Jixiu's nemesis. Pei Jixiu was 22 years old at that time. Although he was a branch of the Pei family, he was also an SS-level supernatural person. As the best student in those years, Pei Jixiu was in the limelight. Like Pei Jixian, Pei Jixiu was the captain of the national team. He started to perform tasks for the Federation at the age of 18. In his senior year, he had rich mission experience. The Federation then appointed him, and the national team he led to hunt down Mr. Ding, the person in charge of the cube. This was an extremely active criminal gang 3 years ago. They used living people for experiments, stole crack resources belonging to the Federation, and collected high-level golden blood everywhere. Mr. Ding's supernatural level is S level, and there are also S-level supernatural people around him. It should be enough to send SS-level Pei Jixiu to catch him. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ding was extremely cunning, and Pei Jixiu missed several times. But the cube was not well affected by the attack of the national team, and suffered heavy losses. Mr. Ding was an extremely cruel person, and he chose to retaliate against Pei Jixiu. At that time, another S-level girl in the national team was Pei Jixiu's fiancée. Pei Jixian met her at a family dinner. The girl was born ordinary, just a child of a low-ranking family in the Federation. Because of her good talent, she relied on A-level golden blood to awaken to an S-level superpower. Logically speaking, such a family is not worthy of the Pei family. When Pei Jixiu fell in love with that girl in his freshman year, the Pei family tried their best to stop it. Fortunately, in his sophomore year, Pei Zhixian took S-level golden blood and awakened to an SS-level superpower. Pei Zhixiu was deleted from the list of candidates for the head of the family. In order to suppress him, the main family did not mind him being with the daughter of a poor family. Pei Zhixiu was happy about this. He didn't care about being the head of the family. He just wanted to be with that girl. But Mr. Ding tortured and killed that girl. Yes, it was torture. Pei Zhixian had seen the girl's body. Blind, wounded, and fragmented. Her lower body was even more blood-stained. It was impossible to imagine what kind of torture she had endured before her death. Mr. Ding wanted to warn Pei Zhixiu that if he continued to pursue him, the people around him would be the same. But he didn't know that the only person who was really important to Pei Zhixiu was the girl. The people of the main family of the Pei family were worried that he would take away the position of the head of the family. And the people of the Pei family's side family kept oppressing him and wanted him to lead the side family to rise. Only that girl really liked him. On the day when he found the cube base, Pei Zhixiu went to the base alone. There were hundreds of cubes in the building disguised as a company. And Pei Zhixiu killed them all. He broke through the encirclement of several high-level psychics and rushed to Mr. Ding. He was covered with wounds and blood. But he dragged Mr. Ding and jumped from the 100th floor. Unfortunately, Mr. Ding did not die. Zhong Zhengbowen, who was only the captain of the special combat team of the administration at that time, arrived in time, captured Mr. Ding, and saved Pei Zhixiu. This matter should have ended here, with Mr. Ding's crime. 100 death sentences would not be enough. Pei Zhixiu thought that he had captured Mr. Ding and avenged the girl. But Mr. Ding made a deal with the federal high-level officials in private. And someone in the high-level officials saved Mr. Ding. He was sentenced to life imprisonment and imprisoned in Livonia prison for life. On the day when Mr. Ding's verdict came out, Pei Zhixiu almost rushed into Livonia prison and killed his grandson with his own hands. But everyone in the Pei family stopped him, including Pei Zhixian. He didn't want to stop Pei Zhixiu, but he didn't want to watch Pei Zhixiu go to his death. This matter dragged on for several months. Finally, Pei Zhixiu finally compromised. He chose to enter the Ministry of Military and Political Affairs. The office building of the Ministry of Military and Political Affairs in Livonia was very close to Livonia prison. He wanted to stay in Livonia and watch Mr. Ding with his own eyes. Forever locked up in that cold prison. He could live. But even if he lived, he could never leave that prison. For 3 years, Pei Zhixiu had never left Livonia. And Mr. Ding would stay in Livonia prison forever. He couldn't transfer to another prison or go out for medical treatment. But tonight, he escaped. Pei Zhixiu's eyes were burning with fire. What does Gong Qing do for a living? Isn't she the one guarding the federal prison? The prison that is known as the most indestructible in the Federation actually allowed someone to escape. There was a riot in Livonia prison. Not only Mr. Ding escaped, but also several superpower criminals. Zhong Zhengbowen said in a deep voice. Gong Qing has done the best she can. How can she, an S-level, suppress thousands of superpowers? The defense of Livonia prison is not tight, compared with sending more high-level superpowers to guard it. The Federation thinks it is too wasteful. Therefore, it is technology that locks up those superpower criminals. In Livonia prison, Gong Qing is the only capable guard. The military and political office building is a 10-minute drive from Livonia prison. And the administration is a 30-minute drive from the prison. Once something happens in the prison, these two forces can immediately go to rescue. Therefore, Livonia prison is impregnable and has never had a prison break in more than 70 years since its establishment. Pei Zhixiu was so angry that he could not think of these things. He grabbed Zhong Zhengbowen's collar tightly. I can't go here. So why don't you go over there? Your administration is the second line of defense of the prison. Why don't you go over there? Zhong Zhengbowen. Pei Zhixian couldn't stand it anymore. Brother. Because of the phantom rat. Whether it was Pei Zhixiu, Zhong Zhengbowen, or Pei Zhixian, the three of them could only stay in the institute tonight. This was the order of the Federation. When the Livonia prison rioted, the news didn't even reach them. Pei Zhixiu's eyes were red, and he closed them in despair. Zhong Zhengbowen, you know how important Lily is to me. Letting him stay in prison is my biggest concession. I can't let him go. Zhong Zhengbowen's expression was condensed. Pei Zhixiu, don't be stupid. Your mission is to keep an eye on the Phantom Mouse. You violated military orders in the Federation. Are you still a colonel? Pei Zhixiu reached out and pulled off the colonel badge on his chest and slammed it on the ground. Hack the colonel. I don't care about this thing. I must get out this time. I won't catch him alive again. I want to kill him. A rope suddenly fell from the dark night, just hanging next to Pei Jitsu. Zhong Zhengbowen didn't know when this aircraft drove over, but Pei Jitsu was obviously leaving the institute. Pei Jitsu. The black mucus gushed out of Zhong Zhengbowen's body and rushed towards Pei Jitsu frantically. Pei Jitsu held the rope tightly with one hand. His body was already suspended in the air, and the other hand blocked the black mucus. Because of the ability of rewind, the black mucus could no longer get close to Pei Jitsu. Zhong Zhengbowen gritted his teeth. The black mucus became more and more turbulent. If he couldn't deal with Pei Jitsu, could he not deal with the aircraft? The turbulent black mucus rushed into the air and heavily wrapped the aircraft. The mucus poured into the cabin, drilled into the engine, and surrounded the pilot like a spider silk. The aircraft could no longer maintain balance and fell straight to the ground. Zhong Zhengbowen! Pei Jitsu roared. I can't watch you violate military orders. Zhong Zhengbowen was hoarse. In the past, Pei Jishian was still a child, and the importance of Pei Jitsu to the Pei family was self-evident. But now, he is grown up and can stand on his own. Pei Jitsu has violated military orders again and again, and the Pei family will not protect him at all. The aircraft was about to chase the institute building, but was dragged by Pei Jishian's gravity and landed steadily on the ground. Pei Jitsu's eyes were red, and blood and tears seemed to flow out. Those who stop me, die! He drew out his special Tang sword and rushed towards Zhong Zhengbowen. This was the first time that Jiangmi and others had seen such a terrifying duel. A peak collision of top SS levels, and the square outside the institute was instantly bombed into ruins. Pei Jitsu has always been cynical. In recent days, he has been guarding the Phantom Rat with the national team, and he would joke with them from time to time. When there was no one outside to faint, he would play mahjong with Ji Linglan and others. Pei Jitsu is really a very interesting and friendly person. But once he goes crazy, no one can stop him. After a few moves, Pei Jitsu and Zhong Zhengbowen were both injured. Zhong Zhengbowen was stabbed in the abdomen by Pei Jitsu, and blood flowed out. Pei Jitsu's left hand was also broken by Zhong Zhengbowen, and there were mottled corrosion marks on it. Pei Jitsu used rewind to restore his left hand and looked at Zhong Zhengbowen coldly. If this continues, Ji Linglan muttered, one of them will die. Right? Jiangmi calmly added, maybe both will die. Ji Linglan was scared. Pei Jishian said coldly, Linglan, can you seal both of their abilities at the same time? Hee hee. Ji Linglan smiled awkwardly and hugged the energy liquid in her arms. Captain, with my weak mental power, even if I am given S-level gold blood, I can only awaken at the same level. Do you want me to seal 2 SS level abilities? The word spirit of the rule system can seal the opponent's abilities. But it's a pity that sealing different levels of abilities consumes different mental power. Ji Linglan's mental power is not strong, and she has experienced a night of fierce fighting. It's good enough for her to seal 1 SS level now. Then let's do it. Pei Jishian's eyes turned cold. Fight 2 SS levels? Rely on us? Ji Linglan's hands were shaking as she pointed at herself. No. Just stop one person. Pei Jishian's eyes were aimed at one of the figures, and he pressed his hands hard. The invisible gravity pressure came suddenly, and suddenly pressed Zhong Zhengbowen and is placed down several meters deep. Zhong Zhengbowen spat out blood. The black slime protected him mostly, but unfortunately, he was caught off guard by Pei Jishian's attack, and he couldn't withstand it. And this is not the end. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several metal cones with lightning whizzed in and pierced into Zhong Zhengbowen's vicinity, leaving him no chance to escape. Pei Jishian yelled at Pei Jitsu, brother, go! Pei Jitsu was stunned for 2 seconds. He and Pei Jishian have always been in competition, and they are friendly on the surface. But in fact, their relationship is not very good. But he didn't expect that Pei Jishian would stand on his side today. Zhong Zhengbowen, Pei Jishian, don't be stupid. If Shitsu violates the military order, the Pei family will no longer protect him. Pei Jishian sneered. The reason why the Pei family gave up on him is because I am here. And what if I am gone? Zhong Zhengbowen choked. How could he forget that the eldest young master of the Pei family has never been an obedient person? But he still had a bad premonition. He felt that the Federation would be in chaos if Pei Jitsu left. Even with Pei Jishian's gravity field, Jiang Xiaobai and Yi Tongchen's attacks trapped Zhong Zhengbowen at the same time. but his mucus was still effective. Zongjung Bowen's eyes were dark, and the strange black mucus was boiling again, rushing towards Pei Jitsu. Boom! With a muffled sound, the mucus hit the magic layer and was heavily rebounded. Zongjung Bowen gritted his teeth. Ning. Jiangmi pressed his hands on the ground and established an indestructible magic layer between Zongjung Bowen and Pei Jitsu. She blinked at Zongjung Bowen. Sorry, Director. It's not my fault. The captain's order is more important. The aircraft that Pei Jitsu was riding left, and the boiling mucus around Zongjung Bowen finally calmed down. He glared at Pei Jixian with his cold eyes. Why don't you put it away? Pei Jixian saw that Pei Jitsu's aircraft had disappeared, so he withdrew his hand. And Jiangmi and others did the same. Brother Bowen, we really didn't mean to go against you. Jiang Xiaobai helped explain. You saw what Brother Jitsu looked like just now. Do you think he would stop? It would be worse for the Federation if you two were both hurt here. Yes. Yes. Ji Linglong agreed again and again. The captain is doing this for your own good. Even if he forces Brother Jitsu to stay here, his heart is not here. Zongjung Bowen didn't respond, but just looked at Pei Jixian. Pei Jixian's eyes had been following the shadow of Pei Jitsu's aircraft. Only now did he turn around and look at Zongjung Bowen, saying lightly, I know very well how important Sister Lily is to Pei Jitsu. Unless he catches Mr. Ding, the Federation will lose this SS level. Zongjung Bowen's face darkened. Pei Jitsu couldn't leave, but Mr. Ding had left, so he could not leave. This was a dead end. Things in the world are rarely perfect. Pei Jixian's doing this is the best solution to reduce damage. Zongjung Bowen's lower abdomen was still bleeding, and the warm blood soaked his windbreaker. If he continued to lose blood, he would die. The healing psychic in the administration immediately came out to treat Zongjung Bowen. Pei Jitsu's secretary Cui Yin came out. Since the director has received the news that Mr. Ding escaped from prison, are you sent to hunt down those fugitives? Zongjung Bowen nodded. He didn't want to tell Pei Jitsu about Mr. Ding's escape from prison, but the commotion in Livonia prison was too big, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Cui Yin, don't worry. Isn't Master Pei still here? Now it seems that the organization that said it wanted to steal the Phantom Mouse is just a mob. As long as Master Pei is here, they can't steal the Phantom Mouse. Zongjung Bowen thought for a moment. You know all the procedures for detaining the Phantom Rat, right? Of course. Cui Yin smiled. I have been working with the Colonel for so many years. No one can enter the negative 10th floor except us. Cui Yin and Pei Jitsu were students of the same class and members of the national team. She and Pei Jitsu have been working together for 7 years, and Pei Jitsu trusts her very much. Pei Jixian also nodded. We are here at the Institute. As long as I am here, I will not let anyone get close to the Institute. Zongjung Bowen finally left the Institute. He had a mission to chase the escaped fugitives. Pei Jitsu probably caught Mr. Ding and chased him, but Zongjung Bowen was different. He had to catch all the remaining fugitives. At the entrance of the Institute, Pei Jixian asked Cui Yin, Is the Phantom Mouse safe now? Cui Yin, the 10 underground floors of the Institute are well guarded and cannot be easily breached. Every 2 hours, the Colonel and I will check it once. She looked at Pei Jixian. Master Pei, do you want to go down with me to check? What are the procedures for the inspection? Pei Jixian asked. Cui Yin thought for a moment. It requires 4-fold inspection of face, iris, palm print, and blood sample. The information entered before was my and the Colonel's information. If you want to go down, you need to enter your information again, which may be a bit troublesome. Pei Jixian, do you want to apply to the Federation? Yes. Cui Yin raised his hand and looked at the straight quartz watch on his wrist. The application can be successful in 2 hours at the fastest. Then you go first for this round of inspection. When the application is successful, I will go with you. Okay. The people from the Management Bureau have left with Zongjung Bowen, and the people from the Military and Political Department are still there. At this time, Pei Jixian has become their new leader. The military and political affairs were under the jurisdiction of the Pei family, so they were all convinced when facing Pei Jixian. Pei Jixian asked the injured soldiers to rest in the Institute first, and then deployed other personnel to patrol the surroundings. The Thief Phantom Mouse gang lost more than 30 people tonight. Everyone knew that they would not come again, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Pei Jixian was very cautious in this regard. Cui Yin swiped his card and walked into the elevator. The upper floor of the elevator was for various project research at the institute, and the lower floor was for experiments that could not be disclosed to outsiders. When it reached the negative first floor, the elevator stopped. 5 living cube superpowers were imprisoned here. They wanted to self-harm because of the mental imprint. The ruling commissioner handcuffed them with superpower shielding devices, and the researchers also injected them with tranquilizers. But their whites of their eyes were red, and the imprint was very deep and could not be removed without superpowers. Chen Xianyu cooperated with the researchers to treat these criminals. Seeing Cui Yin, Chen Xianyu thought she was asking on behalf of Pei Zhixian. I will first inject them with sedatives and some mental power shielding drugs, and then try to remove the mental imprints in their brains. What is the probability of success? Cui Yin asked. The person who applied the mental imprint was only an S-level psychic, no higher than Chen Xianyu. If she used SS-level superpowers, Chen Xianyu would be able to remove the mental imprints on these people without external assistance. But she is an S-level superpower to the Federation, so she should act with S-level abilities. Chen Xianyu replied, we have mental control shielding drugs, and the success rate is 100%. Cui Yin nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Xianyu was still using superpowers to appease those people, so that they would not be so irritable and inject drugs. Cui Yin had already seen the medicine that would be injected into those people later. She reached out and gently stroked the medicine. After that, Cui Yin left the underground first floor. As the elevator door closed, Cui Yin saw Chen Xianyu inject the needle she had touched into the body of a criminal. Cui Yin's mouth curled up slightly. Next, the elevator went straight down to the underground 10th floor. After passing the 4 procedures of face recognition, iris recognition, palm print recognition, and blood sampling, the door of the underground 10th floor opened. There was only one laboratory here. In the middle of the huge laboratory was a superpower shielding cage, and the phantom mouse was locked in the cage. It was taking a nap and sleeping soundly. Hearing the sound of the superpower shielding cage opening, the phantom mouse's ears stood up. It suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the huge human in front of it, with Daodu's eyes full of fear. These days, it has been afraid of humans. It has been taken blood, plucked hair, and a small tuft of ears have been cut off by humans. It is almost dying of pain. Humans are the most hateful indeed. Seeing the woman approach, the magic mouse huddled in the corner, chirping. Cui Yin looked at the magic mouse with a smile in his eyes. SS-level demon, it's such a small creature. She stretched out her hand to the magic mouse. The huge hand approached the magic mouse, and the magic mouse was startled. The moment it touched the giant hand, the sharp teeth bit it fiercely. The magic mouse is a rule-based demon, and its teeth have no venom, so it only made a cut on Cui Yin's finger, and Cui Yin's face instantly turned cold. The blood did not flow out of the cut, but it seemed to have life. Whoosh! Flying out, turning into an infinitely long blood thread, which pierced through the magic mouse's head. The phantom mouse froze for 2 seconds, and Daodu's eyes widened. Then, it fell into the cage, struggling frantically, and died in less than 2 seconds. The golden light enveloped the phantom mouse, and finally formed a pool of golden blood. Cui Yin filled the golden blood. The phantom mouse in the cage was already gray, and no longer had its former luster. Cui Yin snapped his fingers, and a cat came out from Cui Yin's side. Cui Yin fed the cat food, and the cat obediently opened the space capsule, which contained a high-imitation phantom mouse. The space capsule of the cat cannot hold living things, so the high-imitation phantom mouse is a mechanical creature. Cui Yin threw it into the supernatural shielding cage, and then put the phantom mouse's body and golden blood into the cat's space capsule. She was quite satisfied with completing all this. Thinking of Pei Zhixiu chasing Mr. Ding away, she couldn't help but smile. Colonel, what a pity. This time you not only can't catch Mr. Ding, but you will also lose the magic mouse. She turned around with satisfaction. The moment she turned around, the smile on her face completely froze. Ning stood in front of him. Cui Yin looked at the entrance fiercely. The 4 security measures at the entrance were intact, with no signs of violent damage. Cui Yin immediately took a step back, and blood-colored silk threads fluttered around her. How did you get in? Jiangmi smiled lightly. Just. She took a flash step and appeared in front of Cui Yin. How did you get in? Teleport. Cui Yin's eyes widened. The negative 10th floor is full of superpower shielding devices. Even if she and Pei Zhixiu come down to check, The superpower shielding devices will not be turned off. This can prevent people with special superpowers from coming in to steal the magic mouse. But today Cui Yin wants to open the space capsule. So she must temporarily close the supernatural power shielding device on the negative 10th floor. Ning actually sees this opportunity and teleported down. The key is, why did she teleport? Cui Yin's blood rushed towards Jiangmi without a word. And the blood beads escaping from her fingertips turned into sharp needles, shooting straight towards Jiangmi's pupils. However, those blood needles were stopped by the magic layer on her body before they could get close to Jiangmi. Jiangmi smiled. With another teleportation, she rushed to Cui Yin, pressed Cui Yin's heavily made-up face with 5 fingers, and slammed her head to the ground. Bang! Cui Yin's head hit the ground, and she grimaced in pain. She couldn't understand why Ning had such a strong power when they were both S-level. Why could Ning teleport when they were both S-level? The attack power between people of the same level shouldn't be so different. And Cui Yin was already 25 years old, 7 years older than Ning, and had more advantages in fighting. But now she was a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Cui Yin swallowed her saliva in horror, and her strong desire to survive made her make a choice immediately. You want SS-level gold blood, right? I can give it to you. I can give it to you now. This was the most valuable thing on her body, and the only thing that could save her life. SS-level gold blood? Jiangmi smiled. We caught this guy from the crack at the beginning. Do you think he's precious? Compared to this, I want the life of the person behind you more. Cui Yin's pupils widened. She struggled hard, but Jiangmi pressed her forehead tightly, silently implanting hypnosis into her mind. You will forget me and everything that just happened. You will only remember that you are here to steal the magic mouse. After stealing the magic mouse, you will leave here immediately and go find Mr. Ding. Cui Yin's eyes widened. She certainly understood that this was Qin Xianyu's hypnosis. Ning wanted to hypnotize her, but no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. Hypnosis was implanted in Cui Yin's mind, and Cui Yin finally closed her eyes. Cui Yin opened her eyes again. How could I be here? She looked around and was extremely confused. She looked up suddenly and saw a mechanical magic mouse in the energy shielding cage, and a bad cat squatting at her feet licking its fur. Cui Yin smiled. How could she forget that she was here to steal the magic mouse? Now that the mission was successful, she should retire and go back to find Mr. Ding. She called the bad cat back to the space capsule, opened the energy shielding device on the negative 10th floor again, and then left the negative 10th floor. Chapter 78. Why are they like this all of a sudden? What happened? When Pei Jixian rushed to the underground first floor, he saw the captured criminals convulsing all over, with blood constantly pouring out of them. Qin Xianyu was very confused. I don't know. I just injected them with mental shielding drugs as required. The healing psychic rushed forward to treat the 5 people, but the wounds had just healed and new wounds appeared in their bodies. It's a ruptured blood vessel, the researcher shouted. Something is cutting their blood vessels. The healing psychic gritted his teeth. Master Pei, I'm just an A-level psychic. I can't hold on for too long. Healing 5 psychics at the same time was too much pressure on him. Pei Jixian stared at the 5 psychics and saw that they were bleeding wildly. This was not an ordinary disease. It was most likely caused by superpowers. If superpowers are harming the bodies of superpowers, even if they are treated at the same time, they can only barely maintain the status quo. Lily of the Valley, Pei Jixian shouted. Ji Linglong immediately jumped out. I don't know what kind of superpower this is, but this is the only way, and I can't guarantee that it will work. Try it first. Ji Linglong stretched out her hand to the 5 superpower users. Superpowers are prohibited here. In an instant, all superpowers on the negative first floor disappeared. The healing superpower user was the first to feel the problem, and his healing technique could no longer be performed. Next was Ji Linglong. She sealed the superpowers here, and her words could no longer be used. The other superpower users at the scene also felt cramped, and their superpowers were all sealed. Similarly, the cuts on the bodies of the 5 superpower users also disappeared. It's really a superpower. The researcher was surprised. It's the superpower at work. But the surprise only lasted for a short time. Blocking superpowers, including blocking word spirit, can only last for 1 minute. 1 minute later, the superpowers are restored, and the superpowers hidden in the bodies of the 5 superpower users attack them again. The healing superpower user is going crazy. So he quickly treats them. Ji Linglong then casts the word spirit again. Still for 1 minute. The 5 superpower users can catch their breath. But they still have wounds that have not healed. And now their lives are in danger. The researcher quickly treats them. But without the healing superpower. It is also a drop in the bucket. Besides you, who else came to the negative first floor just now? Pei Jixian asked Chen Xianyu. There are not many people. They are all people protecting the phantom rat. Chen Xianyu's eyes lit up. Secretary Chui. The colonel's secretary has been here. What is Secretary Chui's superpower? Ji Linglong has never seen Chui Yin use superpowers. Blood control technique? Pei Jixian gritted his teeth. This woman can control her own blood and do anything. She must have put her own blood into the potion just now. And then let us inject it into these criminals. Chen Xianyu understood. No wonder these people's blood vessels were cut. And she also asked me if I could wake them up. She was just afraid that we would remove their mental imprints, so that she could find out who was behind the scenes. Pei Jixian's pupils trembled. What's worse is, she went to the negative 10th floor. Chui Yin had disappeared. And Pei Jixian and others rushed to the negative 10th floor. But they could not enter because of the 4-fold password. After 2 hours, when the federal application was approved and Pei Jixian and others were finally able to enter the negative 10th floor, they only saw that the negative 10th floor was empty. In the energy shielding cage that originally locked up the phantom mouse, there was only a mechanical phantom mouse used to paralyze the energy shielding cage. The phantom mouse disappeared. The next day, there was a riot in Livonia prison, and the news that the SS-level demon species in the research institute had been stolen spread like wildfire. No one knew who had exposed the news, but the Federation Star Network had already been in turmoil. The SS-level demon species was really stolen. What are these people in the Federation doing? Didn't they send 3 SS-level guards? How could it be stolen? How many people did the other side send out? A lot of criminals also escaped from Livonia prison. It's terrible. I feel that living in Livonia is not safe. Few of these guys in the Federation who are just sitting around doing nothing are serious about their work. What I am afraid of now is that those illegal organizations get SS-level golden blood. What if they are allowed to breed SSS-level psychics? One SSS-level psychic can destroy a country. Right? Don't talk about SS-level psychics. Didn't Pei Jixian destroy an army 5 years ago? My god. How important is SS golden blood? It's scary to think about it. The people of Livonia are in a panic these days. Everyone is in a panic. At the Federal Accountability Meeting, Pei Jixian, Pei Jitsu, and Zhong Zhengbowen were all punished. The Democratic Alliance and many other political parties attended the meeting to discuss the theft of the Phantom Rat and the punishment of the 3. A director of the Administration Bureau, a colonel of the Military and Political Department, and a captain of the national team. 3 SS-level people can't protect a demon species. What are you doing? This is a huge loss for the Federation. Look at how we are scolded on the Star Network. The Federation has lost all its prestige. That's an SS-level demon. The first living SS-level demon in the history of Blue Star. The congressmen at the scene were all talking about the 3. Ming Jinyan, as the next presidential candidate, sat in the front row of the meeting. She wore a well-tailored suit and skirt, and rimless glasses on her nose. She didn't criticize the 3 SS level like other congressmen, but looked carefully at the report submitted by the Management Bureau. The report was incomplete and a bit messy. So Ming Jinyan looked at the 3 people. Tell me first. What's the situation? Zhong Zhengbowen and the other 2 looked at each other. Pei Jitsu was still thinking about the arrest of Mr. Ding. If he hadn't lost the clue of Mr. Ding, he would not have come back to attend the accountability meeting. Pei Jixian was a student, so it was not his turn to explain. Zhong Zhengbowen was the oldest, so of course he had to say it all. Zhong Zhengbowen sorted out his thoughts and explained the ins and outs of this incident to the congressman. At present, it seems that the organization that stole the phantom rats and caused the riot in Livonia prison is the cube that committed many crimes 3 years ago. The congressmen on the scene were in an uproar. Of course they knew the cube, a terrorist organization that was very violent 3 years ago. Mr. Ding, the person in charge of the cube. Ming Jinyan glanced at the investigation report. Is he also one of the fugitives this time? Yes, Zhong Zhengbowen said. In fact, they have been plotting for a long time. As early as the news that there may be more than 2 S-level demons in the 109th crack was released. They coveted the 109th crack. Ming Jinyan nodded. You continue. Zongjung Bowen. The Cube has made careful arrangements for this theft and jailbreak. They first auctioned off SS-level golden blood with great fanfare, making the Federation and the public think that they would definitely come to steal the golden blood. The tension of the Federation's top leaders and the public opinion forced the top leaders to send more high-level psychics to protect the Phantom Rats. When the Phantom Rats were actually stolen, the Cube only sent BC-level psychics. These people just wanted to confuse our sight. Their real target was Livonia Prison. Gong Qing was already very responsible. Facing the prison riot, she had no choice. Most of the combat power of the administration and the military and political forces were in the Research Institute. We did not go to rescue them. At this point, Zongjung Bowen was silent for a while. The biggest responsibility for Mr. Ding's escape from prison was that he and Pei Jitsu failed to rush to the prison to stop him. After that, Zongjung Bowen sighed. We got the news that Mr. Ding had escaped from prison. Colonel Pei went to hunt down Mr. Ding. And I didn't stop him. Why didn't you stop him? A congressman yelled. It is Pei Jitsu's responsibility to protect the Phantom Rat. And it is your responsibility to hunt down the fugitive. How can you let Pei Jitsu leave? Because he can't stop him. Pei Jitsu sneered. I won't stay there unless I die. Who told you not to kill him? If you don't kill him, I will kill him. Pei Jitsu's last word was almost a roar. And the congressman shrank back in fear. Zongjung Bowen quickly held Pei Jitsu down. At this time, Pei Jitsu was like a madman. And no one knew how crazy he could do. Ming Jinian's face was calm, listening to the statements of these people. At this time, she was not yet the president. But the presidential election was imminent. And she was the most popular presidential candidate in the Federation. Except for the ruling party, the Democratic Alliance. The remaining congressmen of the participating parties all followed her lead. Ming Jinian clearly sorted out the current situation. She didn't think much of the golden blood. It was just a strategic resource. Hearing this, Ming Jinian dug out the key point. So far, there has been a riot in Livonia Prison. And the person in charge of the cube escaped from prison. But the magic mouse is still in the Research Institute. And nothing happened? Zongjung Bowen paused. He didn't know what happened afterwards. He and Pei Jitsu arrested the fugitive together. When they got the news that the magic mouse was stolen, they were both confused. After Colonel Pei left, I was responsible for the magic mouse. Pei Jixian took over Zongjung Bowen's words. He hesitated for 2 seconds, but still said truthfully, Shui Yin betrayed. She is the only one who could enter the negative 10th floor. She stole the magic mouse within 2 hours, when I was still applying to become the new person in charge. Everyone took a breath. Shui Yin. This name is not unfamiliar to them. Although she is just a secretary, she has worked in the Federation for 7 years. Shui Yin is actually a member of the cube. The chess piece of the cube has been buried for 7 years. Pei Jitsu was stunned and suddenly understood a lot of things. Why did he fail in his repeated attempts to hunt down the cube 3 years ago? Why could Mr. Ding find Lily so easily? He originally thought that he was too careless. But it turned out that this mine had been buried beside him for 7 years. For so many years, he hated himself for being incompetent. Hated himself for not being able to protect Lily. Hated himself for not being able to protect the people around him. But he never doubted Shui Yin, former classmate, now comrade in arms. Shui Yin is also a very important person to him. Pei Jitsu slammed his fist on the table. He smashed a deep hole in the pearwood table. Blame me. Blame me. Pei Jitsu burst into tears. Ming Jinian sighed. Everything is linked together. This situation is perfect. Cube wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And they did it. Zongjung Bowen stepped forward. Member, I will definitely catch Mr. Ding. Pei Jitsu also retorted. I can't let him go this time. Humph. Nice words. The members of the Democratic Alliance scolded the two. If Jitsu hadn't ignored the military order and left, would there be so many troubles? It's all your fault. It would be best if you can find Mr. Ding and SS-level gold blood. If you can't find them, enough. Ming Jinian interrupted the man. Do you blame them for this? Aren't we at fault first? Ming Jinian looked at the members of the Congress at the meeting and sneered. Why do you care so much about this SS-level demon seed? Don't you have any idea? Don't you just want your family's children to take it, awaken to become SSS-level psychics, and have a higher status in the Federation? In the rules and regulations of the Federation, It is enough for SS-level items to be guarded by an SS-level psychic. It was you who insisted on letting Bowen and Jishin go, which led to the lack of combat power in other parts of Livonia. If we didn't make this decision, and the Management Bureau and the national team coordinated, there would be no riot in Livonia prison. And Chui Yin would not be able to steal the demon seed. The cube not only took advantage of Jitsu's hatred, but also your greed. Don't you understand it now? The member of the Democratic Alliance was stunned. Under Ming Jinyan's momentum, he didn't dare to refute. This woman was so cruel that she could abandon even her own daughter. How could she care about his life? His throat rolled. He swallowed his saliva and sat quietly without saying anything. The scene was suddenly silent. Ming Jinyan yelled at the presidential candidate of the Democratic Alliance to shut up. And the other members of the parliament were also quite honest. Ming Jinyan turned to look at the three people waiting for trial. She supported her hands on the table, took a deep breath, and said in a much calmer tone, "Shitsu, the Phantom Mouse is most likely in Mr. Ding's hands. This time, the task of hunting down the two will be your responsibility." Pei Shitsu was stunned. He thought he was called back to be dismissed, and he would continue to hunt down Mr. Ding even if he was dismissed. Unexpectedly, Ming Jinyan suppressed the accountability of the three people. Yes. His eyes were slightly moist. Ming Jinyan, remember, Mr. Ding and the Magic Mouse. Both are your tasks. Neither of them can be missing. Pei Shitsu excitedly saluted. Understood. Ming Jinyan looked at Zhongzheng Bowen again. The administration has a lot of things to do on weekdays, so I won't assign you two heavy tasks. I'll leave it to you to hunt down the remaining criminals. This is also your responsibility. Zhongzheng Bowen nodded. Understood. If the number is not enough, you can find the national team. Ming Jinyan looked at Pei Zhixian. You are still students, so your studies are the main thing. And you can assist the administration and count the practical points. Pei Zhixian also nodded. Yes, I know. The three SS-level accountability of the Federation were eventually suppressed by Ming Jinyan, compared with the puppet presidents and puppet presidential candidates of the Democratic Alliance. This female congressman is obviously more imposing and has the final say. The remaining congressmen dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak, because everyone knew that after the presidential election in a month, the new president of the Federation would be named Ming. When leaving the meeting, Ming Jinyan saw Pei Zhixiu, who had not left yet, and had been waiting for Ming Jinyan in the aisle at the door. Anything else? Ming Jinyan took off his frameless glasses and handed them to the secretary next to him. Thank you, Pei Zhixiu whispered. He knew that if the old men in the Federation were to make the decision, it would never fall on him to arrest Mr. Ding. Ming Jinyan smiled. You wanted to catch Mr. Ding anyway. If you come, you can do both business and personal grudges at the same time, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. Why don't you want to? Pei Zhixiu paused and asked tentatively. Aren't you afraid that I will kill him? Ming Jinyan narrowed her eyes and looked at Pei Zhixiu. After a moment, a murderous look flashed in her eyes. It should be so. Pei Zhixiu suddenly raised her head and stared at Ming Jinyan in a daze. Ming Jinyan patted Pei Zhixiu on the shoulder. It was our fault that we didn't sentence him to death. Don't let him go this time. Top floor of Jinghua Hotel. This is the most luxurious hotel in Livonia, located in the riverside area. At night, the hotel is brightly lit, like a magnificent palace. Standing on the top floor of the hotel, you can overlook the entire Livonia River and have the illusion of stepping on the whole world under your feet. The fully transparent sightseeing elevator faces the riverside. Today, the top floor of the hotel, which has been vacant for many days, finally welcomes its owner. Mr. Ding came out of the sightseeing elevator. He was wearing the prison uniform, which was stained with blood. But it was not his blood. He took off the dirty clothes casually all the way from the sightseeing elevator to the room. Razor followed closely and prepared a well-tailored handmade suit for him. When Mr. Ding stood in the living room of the top-floor suite, he was already refreshed, and his face did not show the fatigue of being imprisoned for a long time. In the guest room, there are champagne, fine wine, and delicious food. Riser respectfully handed over a glass of decanted red wine. Sir, welcome back. Mr. Ding took the red wine. The next second, he took the red wine and poured it down on Riser's head. Riser was stunned for a moment. And then Mr. Ding's fist hit Riser's lower abdomen hard. Riser's mouth was full of rust, and he spit out blood. 3 years? It took 3 years to get me out? Riser, what have you been doing for these 3 years? I raised you. A dog. And this is all you can do? Riser wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Each Mr. Ding has a different temper. To be honest, he sometimes gets confused. For example, the one in front of him is violent and murderous. He has been in prison for 3 years, and he is still not obedient. It's my fault. Razor lowered his head in shame. The cube was severely damaged after that incident, and the members of the organization could only hide and flee. It has only gradually recovered recently. Where is Cui-in? Mr. Ding asked gloomily. I placed that bitch in the Federation, thinking that she could tip us off? What was she doing at the time? Sir, I was also trapped at that time. The woman's delicate voice came from the direction of the sightseeing elevator. Cui-in did not take the elevator, but grabbed a bulge on the outer layer of the sightseeing elevator with one hand and followed the elevator up. She has always been cautious in doing things, and will not leave any evidence. Nor will she be exposed in the sightseeing elevator with surveillance. At this time, she went up along the sightseeing elevator. After reaching the top floor, Cui-in clapped his hands, and the bag cat appeared, spitting out a safe from the space capsule. Sir, this is filled with SS-level gold blood, Cui Quan introduced to Mr. Ding. SS-level gold blood worth 10 billion. Can it offset the fault of me and Lei Sei for being late? Mr. Ding looked at the safe, his eyes shining. That was an extremely greedy look. He only hated that this thing didn't appear when he needed to take the gold blood. He hugged Cui-in, kneading her delicate buttocks under her black stockings with his big hands, and holding the safe with the other hand. Ha ha ha. SS-level gold blood actually fell into my hands. In the end, I am the biggest winner. I am the biggest winner. Of course. Cui-in hooked her finger. Lei Sei understood, and poured Mr. Ding a glass of red wine again. Cui-in shook the red wine glass and brought the glass to Mr. Ding's mouth. Sir, although I am 3 years late, everything is yours. The cube is yours. The SS-level gold blood is yours. And I am also yours. She smiled like a flower. Charming and charming. Mr. Ding stared at Cui-in and drank the wine she brought. Riser stood on one side and reported respectfully. Sir, the people we arranged have gone abroad. Peijitsu is likely to chase those people. They didn't expect that the most dangerous place for us is the safest place. We didn't leave Livonia at all. We have set up many bases in the Federation over the years. Peijitsu still wants to catch us. It's not that simple. Mr. Ding listened to Riser's report comfortably, but he felt that his voice was getting farther and farther away, as if the whole person was floating in the air. He could no longer catch the people around him. Cui-in, Riser, followed him away one by one. A feeling of hesitation surged in his heart. Mr. Ding looked at the empty red wine glass in Cui-in's hand. He had drunk 3 glasses without realizing it. He widened his eyes. You poisoned me? Before he finished speaking, a sharp dagger pierced Mr. Ding's heart from behind. Cui-in quickly stood up and stepped aside, and Lei Sei also stood up suddenly. The two stood on both sides, lowered their heads, as if welcoming the distinguished host. Mr. Ding looked back in disbelief. Behind him, there was another Mr. Ding. He wore a white, straight suit. His hair was combed meticulously, and he had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Cui-in respectfully poured red wine into his glass, and the man shook the glass gracefully. Mr. Ding covered his chest with blood oozing out. Who are you? Why do you look like me? You got the wrong relationship. The man laughed. It's not that I look like you. It's that you look like me. After all, you are my imitation. As for why Riser didn't save you 3 years ago, and why didn't Cui-in tip you off? The man shook his red wine glass and laughed. Because I didn't let me. A stand-in should have the consciousness of a stand-in. You're too noisy and almost threaten my position. It's better to stay in prison. Mr. Ding was exhausted, leaning against the back wall, and his legs slid down. He had experienced a fierce battle in prison, and relied on the advantage of numbers to escape from Gong Qing, the perverted woman. Now he has little mental strength left, and he was poisoned. Why? Why is there a second Mr. Ding in the world? He is obviously the person in charge of the cube. Why don't Riser and Cui-in listen to him? Until Mr. Ding died, he didn't figure it out. It was the man in the white suit, the real Mr. Ding, who was gently shaking his red wine glass. He stretched out his hand and felt the surging power from the stand, filling his body. He sneered. If this guy hadn't been talented and awakened an S-level ability, why would I go to so much trouble to get him out of prison? It would be great for Mr. Ding to put a stand in prison and move around outside. But this stand is S-level after all. It would be a pity to throw it away. Try it, Mr. Ding said to Riser. Riser was terrified. Sir, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Don't worry. This isn't the first time. Riser was nervous. Although he joined the cube 3 years ago, this was his first time to come into contact with a multi-powered person. He took off his glasses in fear, and a blazing laser burst out of his eyes and shot at Mr. Ding. Ordinary people would definitely be turned into scorched earth by such a blow. Even an indestructible building could be split in half by Riser's laser. Mr. Ding calmly stretched out his hand, and the fierce laser hit his palm. But he ignored it. It disappeared. The laser disappeared. Mr. Ding waved his hand again, and there was a bang in his ear. The walls of the 2 guest rooms from the living room to the balcony were blasted with a big hole by Mr. Ding's shock wave, and the roof garden outside can be directly reached from the living room. Riser's eyes widened. Not only can it absorb damage, but also convert it into attack? Damage conversion. Mr. Ding chuckled. What a good ability. He walked to the body of the substitute again, pulled out the dagger from his heart, and slid it across his palm. No wound appeared, and the new damage was once again transformed in his body, forming strength. This? Riser didn't dare to speak. Cui Yin's eyebrows curved. Congratulations. Sir. She was older than Mr. Ding. She was a member of the cube before she was 18 years old. She followed Mr. Ding for 2 years, and was later placed in the national team. Cui Yin, your experimental subject has matured. This SS-level golden blood can be taken by him. As long as we control the experimental subject in advance, you will be able to have SS-level superpowers. Mr. Ding nodded, but sighed. It's a pity that those experimental subjects are not strong enough and can only awaken normally. If they can awaken to SSS level, that requires a very strong mental power. Mr. Ding knew he didn't have this ability. Cui Yin said, SS level plus multiple superpowers. You are already a peak existence on Blue Star. Mr. Ding retracted his hand and looked at Cui Yin and Riser. You have done a good job. And your experimental subjects are also being cultivated. Riser was overjoyed. Cui Yin's eyes also gleamed. After a moment of joy, she suppressed her excitement and put on a professional and calm attitude. Sir, subject number 3 has caused a lot of trouble recently. Fortunately, we have wiped out his traces in time. If you want to consider absorbing golden blood again, wouldn't it be better to start with number 3? Mr. Ding rubbed his temples, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. He is the longest socialized subject so far. Right? Yes, Cui Yin replied. He has caused the most trouble. If he hadn't attacked Pei Jitsu's woman, Pei Jitsu wouldn't have pursued us all these years. He has the best talent, Mr. Ding said. We kept him for this day. Riser listened quietly on the side. He joined the cube 3 years ago, and was not completely familiar with the multi-power experiment. Now, after listening to Mr. Ding and Cui Yin's discussion, he asked curiously, Sir, I don't understand why you let those experimental subjects act as you. This is uncontrollable. Riser knew the principle of multi-power. In his opinion, since the same genes can give people multi-power, it would be enough to let those clones be cultivated in the nutrient solution. It is unnecessary to take them out and give them identities so that they can act in society. When the federal medical institutions carried out clone organ transplantation, there was no such complicated procedure. Mr. Ding sighed. Do you think I am willing? If there is no social life for at least 1 year, the experimental subjects are just experimental subjects with extremely low mental power. Drinking A-level gold blood can only evolve into C-level waste. Letting these experimental subjects enter society is to enrich their spiritual world and improve their mental power as much as possible under acquired conditions, so that they can awaken more powerful superpowers. Confirming this, Riser did not ask more questions. He finally waited for the opportunity to have his own experimental subjects. And now, he just had to wait for those experimental subjects to undergo socialization training. And Mr. Ding picked up the safe from the dead stand-in, which contained SS-level golden blood, which made people tremble just thinking about it. Cui Yin held the safe respectfully with both hands, and Mr. Ding entered the password. Click. With a sound, the safe was unlocked. At the moment when Mr. Ding reached out to take the golden blood, a huge roar came out from the hole of the safe, and the fire and explosion drowned the top floor of the hotel. Chapter 79. The raging fire almost engulfed the top floor. Suddenly, The fire suddenly concentrated on a point in the middle. In just a few seconds, all the flames disappeared and were sucked into Mr. Ding's body. Mr. Ding was breathing heavily, and his originally crisp white suit was now scorched. Cui Yin and Lei Sei's skin was smoke black. If Mr. Ding hadn't pushed them hard at the last moment and took all the impact of the explosion alone, they would have died at this moment. On the ground, the safe was shattered into pieces and couldn't be put together. Shua. Mr. Ding rushed to Cui Yin, his 5 fingers digging into her neck. Cui Yin, you betrayed me. Cui Yin had just escaped from the explosion and was scared to death. She struggled desperately. Sir, I didn't. Cui Yin has been with you for 9 years. She will soon have her own experimental subject. How could Cui Yin betray you? It is because your experimental subject has completed socialization training. If you kill me now, you can also take away the SS-level gold blood. Mr. Ding roared, his forehead full of blue veins. No. I dare not. I really dare not. Razor was on the side, not daring to breathe. His voice was hoarse from the fire, and it was uncomfortable to speak now. The sound of quick footsteps came from the corridor, and more than a dozen bodyguards in black suits rushed to the top floor. Boss! What happened? Razor waved his hand and asked them to stop temporarily and wait at the door. Mr. Ding pinched Cui Yin tightly, and his mind invaded her head. After a moment, he suddenly let go and glared at Cui Yin. You are hypnotized? What? Cui Yin fell to the ground and coughed repeatedly, obviously not expecting this. How is it possible? Chen Xian, you never doubted me. And I was also very vigilant and never touched her, let alone looked her in the eyes. How could it be possible? A breeze blew, blowing away the layers of dark clouds in the night, and the moonlight hiding behind the dark clouds poured down, covering the charred top floor of the hotel with a layer of silver frost. A ghostly figure appeared on the fence of the hotel's roof garden. She was wearing a tight combat uniform, and the elastic and skin-friendly fabric material outlined her lean and fit figure. She had a high ponytail, and her black and beautiful long hair was flying in the air like silk. She seemed to be laughing at the farce on the top floor of the hotel. Who? Mr. Ding stared at the woman on the balcony vigilantly. The woman did not say anything, but snapped her fingers, and suddenly a sharp sound came from her ears. Everyone covered their ears because of the harsh sound. The sound was like the friction of a giant collision, causing bursts of roars in people's chests. No one guessed what the sound was, and Mr. Ding didn't know either. It was the first time he heard this sound, and he just felt a panic rising from the bottom of his heart. Then, the woman on the balcony, whose figure could only be seen, snapped her fingers again. The sound was crisp, accompanied by the harsh friction, echoing in everyone's ears. The figure disappeared. In just a moment, it disappeared. Mr. Ding finally saw the change clearly. He shouted, "Get down!" and his body instinctively crawled very low. Cui Yin and Lei Sei were not careless either, although they didn't know why. They immediately crawled down. Only the bodyguards, who came up to rescue, were confused by this. Just when they were about to take action, swish, 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 the 2 space holes that were less than 1 millimeter apart suddenly shrank, and the cut space cut off everyone standing in the space. Space hole. The sound just now was actually the woman who made a huge space hole. The distance between the 2 space holes was less than 1 millimeter, and it was inevitable that they would collide when they opened, making a strange friction sound. The range of the space hole was very wide, and it was naturally difficult to be discovered in such a night. Mr. Ding raised his head suddenly, and the space hole just passed by his head less than 2 centimeters away, cutting off his meticulously combed oily hair, making his hair with a corner missing look a little weird. The bodyguards in front of him had half of their bodies broken, blood gushing out, and they fell to the ground one by one, and their internal organs such as large intestines and small intestines were all flowing out. The top floor of the hotel, which was originally black after being bombed, was dyed red again in just a few seconds. The air was full of a strong, disgusting smell of blood. Jiangmi returned to the balcony on the top floor of the hotel again. This time, she used Merlin's face. Xiaohua squatted beside her, and because of the round moon, it was happily a woo-woo. It killed the group of people just now very happily, and it felt that its magic power increased a lot. Sure, Ning, give these S levels to me. I can level up after killing a few more people. When I level up, I can bite off your hard head. A woo-woo. Jiangmi smiled and rubbed the fluff on Xiaoha's neck. Now Xiaoha is in a giant form, and she can't touch Xiaoha's head. These people are not something you can deal with, Jiangmi said softly. Mr. Ding glared at Jiangmi. His white suit was burnt black and stained with blood splashed from the bodyguards, making him look dirty. He had never been so embarrassed before. Who are you? He frowned at Jiangmi. Merlin? Cui Yin recognized Merlin's face. The national team is not a department, but a general term for each S-level freshman. Similarly, the national team training base is not a department. The instructors inside are all from the military and political department. Cui Yin and Merlin have known each other for several years. Cui Yin can't forget her face. Sir, she is the SS-level criminal faceless man wanted by the Federation. She is also a multi-powered person. Oh! Mr. Ding showed some surprise. He looked at Jiangmi and looked her up and down. The technology of multi-powered is only available in our organization. How do you know who you are? Jiangmi's eyes dimmed slightly. Mr. Ding didn't know Merlin. So, the things of these targets were not controlled by Mr. Ding. Mr. Ding all look the same. Whether it is Mr. Ding who is killed by Jiangmi or the one in front of him, they all have the same face. But Jiangmi is different from Merlin. Perhaps they have experienced different experiments. It doesn't matter. Jiangmi didn't come here just for this matter today. Mr. Ding and others glared at Jiangmi. Although the bodyguards were all dead, they still had an advantage in 3 versus 1. Cui Yin had read the report from Pei Zhixian and the administration. The faceless man had superpowers such as space earth control theft face change. The reason why the national team lost in the cracks was because they lost the initiative, and then their superpowers were stolen continuously. But now they are a long distance away from the faceless man. And she will not succeed in stealing. Even though they are all multi-powered, she is not invincible. Compared with him, Mr. Ding's power is more advantageous. Razor roared, took off his sunglasses, and suddenly shot a red laser at Jiangmi. Xiaoha was shocked and fled away in a flash. Jiangmi sighed. The last time I faced this laser was more than a month ago. Now I miss it. Razor was stunned and thought of Yao Qian on the aircraft for no reason. Are they the same person? No. How could it be possible? Razor's laser had already shot at Jiangmi. Jiangmi did not hide or escape, but only floated a circle of magic around her body. The transparent magic layer blocked all attacks. Lei Sei was surprised. This is not. Before he finished speaking, a sharp earth cone suddenly appeared under his feet. The offensive power of the earth cone is not as good as metal. But Jiangmi's earth cone is mixed with her hardening ability, which is enough to penetrate people. Lei Sei was not prepared. If he was hit by this attack, he would not be in good condition. At that moment, with a snap of his fingers, Lei Sei disappeared from the original area, and Jiangmi actually appeared on the sharp earth cone. The sharp earth cone whistled towards Jiangmi, and Jiangmi turned over, and the attack of the earth pile stopped. She stood on the earth cone, and Lei Sei appeared where she just stood. Interesting ability. Jiangmi looked at Mr. Ding. The one who just snapped his fingers was Mr. Ding. This is his ability, a level space system exchange. He can make any object or life form in the space exchange. This ability seems to be weak in offensiveness, but as long as it is used well, it also has a very powerful effect. Good reaction speed, Mr. Ding praised, but his eyes were as cold as ice. This woman's reaction speed was not only good. Whether she used the earth cone to counterattack when Lei Sei attacked her, or braked in time when he used exchange, her speed was extremely fast. Ordinary people would be confused after being swapped like this. How could they break in time? This woman is not simple. She can harden. Cui Yin yelled at Mr. Ding. Sir, she can harden. That is the ability of a defense student in the national team. Harden, Mr. Ding muttered. If that's the case. His elegant and gentle face suddenly changed. His warm eyes turned orange, and the original pupils also turned into sharp vertical pupils. Mr. Ding's whole body became bigger, and his handmade high-end suit was torn apart. In a second, a poisonous snake with a bloody mouth and rich venom all over its body appeared in front of Jiangmi. Fantasy beast species wore rainbow python. The venom dripped down and fell all over the magic layer in front of Jiangmi. Those magic layers were immediately melted by the venom and melted into the air. Jiangmi took 2 steps back, but Mr. Ding's venom pressed forward step by step and instantly covered the entire top floor of the hotel. He didn't expect that an A-level ability could kill Jiangmi, but as long as she couldn't protect herself, it would be fine. Lei Se and Cui Yin immediately launched an attack, and red blood threads flowed rapidly in the space, rushing to Jiang Mi's deadly point every time. The laser was not to be outdone, blindly scarring everything it passed. Jiang Mi was very fast. With the blessing of precognition, she easily knew where Lei Se and Cui Yin's attacks would fall, and she could dodge any terrifying attack. If she couldn't dodge, she could still use path retracing to escape. These two people couldn't hurt her. Lei Se and Cui Yin's foreheads were covered with sweat, and they had to use more supernatural powers to attack. A laser and a bloodshot attacked at the same time, blocking Jiang Mi's way. Jiang Mi easily jumped and landed on the balcony of the hotel. She looked up at Lei Se and Cui Yin, with a faint light flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, Lei Se and Cui Yin felt dizzy. The world was blurred, and Merlin in front of them became so unreal. Mental confusion. When launching this mental attack, countless earth cones suddenly appeared from the ground and stabbed Lei Se and Cui Yin like crazy. Lei Se and Cui Yin were not prepared. Their minds were still in disorder, and they had no time to defend themselves. Only Mr. Ding, whose S-level spiritual command allowed him to resist this kind of mental erosion, rushed in front of the two people in one step and blocked all the attacks of the earth cones. The powerful impact was infused into Mr. Ding's body. Ordinary people might be pierced by the earth cones, but Mr. Ding absorbed the attack power of the earth cones and sent a powerful shock wave to Jiang Mi. Jiang Mi jumped again and landed lightly on the railing. Mr. Ding has 4 abilities: S-level damage conversion, S-level spiritual command, A-level exchange, A-level phantom beast species war rainbow python. She has seen all of them now. Very powerful. But it's a pity that Mr. Ding is not the target. She can't have these abilities, but it's not bad to use them to replenish magic points. Now, Jiang Mi smiled. It's my turn to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, dense earth cones attacked the 3 people at the same time. Mr. Ding can convert all damage into energy, so he is naturally not afraid. But Lei Se and Cui Yin are different. They were awakened by Mr. Ding's mental power, and finally stopped indulging in Jiang Mi's mental confusion. But Jiang Mi's attack was too accurate, as if he had predicted their actions, leaving them with no escape. Just when Cui Yin was about to be attacked by the earth cone again, Mr. Ding snapped his fingers and swapped his position with Cui Yin. Then, Mr. Ding absorbed the damage and was safe and sound. And at Cui Yin's position, a thick earth cone suddenly appeared and pierced Cui Yin. Mr. Ding! How could this happen? There was no attack at the place where he was just now. Mr. Ding looked at Jiang Mi fiercely. She guessed that he would swap at that time? How is it possible? Jiang Mi ignored Mr. Ding's puzzled eyes. After all, there was still a Lei Se who had not been dealt with. Jiang Mi felt deeply sorry for not killing him at the beginning, and she would not let Lei Se escape today. Lesser was extremely embarrassed, with bloodstains on his body, and he struggled to avoid the surging earth cones. In the attacks from all sides, Lei Se knew that he could not avoid it. Mr. Ding snapped his fingers again and replaced Lei Se with the remains of the half-dead bodyguard. But Lei Se still did not escape. He was replaced, but the replacement was a sharp earth cone that pierced his lower abdomen, and blood and internal organs flowed out. Mr. Ding's eyes were bloodshot. He was now a human upper body and a poisonous snake lower body, and a steady stream of venom flowed out of his scales. His clear yellow vertical pupils were full of anger. Xiaohua came out of the space hole and landed on the charred hotel roof, while Jiang Mi sat lightly on it, staring at the huge Mr. Ding in front of him. Only you are left. Mr. Ding was not injured, except for the space hole and bomb at the beginning. He absorbed 100% of the damage in every attack afterwards, and then formed a shock wave to hit Jiang Mi back. So he is still safe and sound. Mr. Ding looked up at Merlin, who was sitting on the magic wolf. You want to kill me? Impossible. As long as he has damage conversion, he will not die. Jiang Mi took out the pocket pistol she carried with her, and the bullets and earth spikes rushed towards Mr. Ding at the same time. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill Mr. Ding with so many superpowers now. Facts have proved that under damage conversion, all physical damage in the space will be transformed into Mr. Ding's power. Mr. Ding saw the bullets falling all around him and laughed happily. You are still a little naive to want to kill me. For so many years, how many superpowers in the Federation can't kill him? What is this little girl? Jiang Mi's attacks all turned into Mr. Ding's counterattack means, and fear shock waves shot towards Jiang Mi and Xiaohua. And Xiaohua carried her and ran away quickly. Ning! Stop fighting. Your attack is useless to him. I'm tired of running. Useless? That's not certain. While Xiaohua was running away, Jiangmi stretched out his hand and aimed at Mr. Ding. I didn't intend to use the national team's abilities. After all, they were stolen abilities, and the number was limited. But now I had to do this. Damage conversion is prohibited here. As soon as the words fell, a bullet stabbed at Mr. Ding. Before Mr. Ding could react, the bullet had penetrated his clavicle. Mr. Ding's clavicle was in excruciating pain, and he immediately vomited blood. How could it be? He muttered. Word spirit. This is the word spirit of the little girl from the G family. How could he forget it? After using the word spirit for the first time, Jiangmi did not stop. After all, 10 seconds is one time. She quickly said the second word spirit. Exchange is prohibited here. The spatial rules were about to be formed. But as Jiangmi finished speaking, Mr. Ding snapped his fingers and swapped himself with a waiter downstairs. The waiter was explaining the explosion on the roof to the firefighters downstairs on the intercom, and suddenly appeared on the top floor. He was confused. He ran away. Chase him. Jiangmi grabbed Xiaohua's hair. Xiaohua leaned over and teleported, and his huge body suddenly appeared in front of Mr. Ding in the hotel. The earth cone followed closely, not sparing Mr. Ding at all. But this time, out of the area on the top floor of the hotel. The range of word spirit could not radiate to this range, and all attacks were once again eliminated by Mr. Ding's damage conversion. A sly flash of cunning flashed in Mr. Ding's eyes. When Jiangmi opened his mouth to say word spirit again, he snapped his fingers and disappeared again. Ah! Why did he run away again? So cunning. Exchange is a space-based ability after all. In addition to the space capsule, the biggest advantage of space-based abilities is that it is easy to run away. Xiaohua stamped his feet in anxiety. But Jiangmi felt that the more this time, the less anxious she could be. She chose to close her eyes. Precognition is an active skill with two usage modes. One is the way of continuous visibility of the next moment. The psychic can continuously open precognition, but because seeing the future will occupy the present time, so continuously opening this method can only see what will happen in the next few seconds. The second is a single use, which allows the psychic to see the future 1 minute later. Jiangmi now chose the second option. 5 seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes. She patted Xiaohua's neck. Do you know where Mr. Ding is? Whoa. Of course. Go. Don't let him go. The man and the wolf disappeared on the spot. The customers around were all shocked. That was a demon species. And the girl was actually sitting on the demon species. What was going on? Xiaohua's perception was very good. As a crack creature, as long as it was within his perception range, it could clearly know where Mr. Ding went. What's more, Mr. Ding used the space power to escape, so Xiaohua could constantly capture the traces of the space power. Mr. Ding was panting heavily. He had used exchange to escape from the Jinghua Hotel and fled to a commercial building opposite the hotel. His mental power was gradually exhausted, and he didn't bring the energy liquid with him. Under this situation, the woman and the giant wolf couldn't chase him. Right? Just as this idea came into his mind, there was a whoop behind him, and the demon wolf appeared behind Mr. Ding. Fuck! Mr. Ding cursed inwardly, snapped his fingers again, and quickly hid back in the Jinghua Hotel. He only hoped that the demon wolf would be slower this time. There were many people in the hotel, so Merlin should not be too presumptuous. But as soon as he returned to the hotel, he felt the suffocation of the supernatural power. A huge hardened soil block hit him, as if it was a huge steel plate. The pain made Mr. Ding's internal organs tremble. He spit out a mouthful of blood, and before he had time to think about why damage conversion couldn't be used, 2 more soil spikes pierced Mr. Ding's arms. Ah! Mr. Ding screamed. His arms were bleeding, and he couldn't feel his arms. He gasped for breath, looking at the empty hotel corridor and the woman walking out from the opposite side. She actually closed the damage conversion of the space before he came here. She knew he would return to this space. Why on earth? Mr. Ding was puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes widened. This woman can predict. A huge earth cone rushed out, pierced through Mr. Ding's body, and pinned him to the ground of the corridor. The demon wolf turned into a husky, biting its tail beside Jiangmi. Just now, I scared him over. I want 5 small cakes. Jiangmi glanced at Xiaohua's increasingly round wolf face. You are fat. Don't you consider losing weight? Xiaohua? Get out. I'm not fat. The wolf and the man chatted for a few words. Then, they regained their spirits and looked at Mr. Ding, who was half dead on the ground. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and his life was in danger. Jiangmi walked in front of him and squatted down. Who told you about the multi-power technology? You don't know who it was? Mr. Ding laughed while coughing up blood. So, you are an experimental subject. Sneaking out? And you are lucky enough to get so many superpowers? Xiaohua hit Mr. Ding on the forehead with a claw. This guy talks a lot of nonsense. Jiangmi broke its claws. Tell me. Ha ha ha. You don't know about this research. Which means you are an experimental subject. A bait waiting to be killed. Mr. Ding tried to raise his head and wanted to get closer to Jiangmi. But because his body was nailed, he could only raise his head to a very low height. You are very proud of killing me. Right? Don't worry. The person who kills you will come soon. That is the real you. That is your original body. And you are just a clone of someone else. A tool that can be slaughtered at will. Jiangmi held his chin. You said before that this technology is only available in your organization. Which means that the person who told you about the multi-power technology is a senior executive of the cube. A person with a higher position than you? You are not the real person in charge of the cube at all. Right? Mr. Ding's face froze, and he was silent for a minute. He pretended to be calm and said, So what? That gentleman is the real owner of the cube. He has accumulated so many years of experience. He is surrounded by 3S-level superpowers. You can't beat him. We still have to fight to know whether we can win or not. Jiangmi smiled. As for you. She grabbed Mr. Ding's head, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Mr. Ding's head had been resting on the ground. At this moment, a space hole with a diameter of half a meter appeared under his head. Under the hole was a villa area, which should be the private residence of a family in the Federation. Mr. Ding looked at the space hole in shock and widened his eyes. That's the Pei family, Jiangmi said coldly. Then she pressed Mr. Ding's neck hard. In an instant, the space hole shrank suddenly, and Mr. Ding's head was perfectly cut and fell on the grass of the Pei family. The spherical head rolled twice on the grass, and his eyeballs were almost popped out. Until his death, Mr. Ding did not close his eyes. After finishing everything, Jiangmi shook her hands. But unfortunately the blood on her hands didn't get rid of them. There was no towel or handkerchief around. So she wiped it on Xiaohua. Xiaohua? The system popped up a series of reminders. Killed S-level psychic. Got 2,345 magic points. Current magic value, 39,200. Killed S-level psychic. Got 2,700 magic points. Current magic value, 41,900. Killed S-level multi-psychic. Got 6,721 magic points. Current magic value, 48621. Jiangmi added all the magic points he earned to hardening. And it was still SS level. No change. It seems that SSS level is not that easy. Fortunately, Jiangmi was prepared. Xiaohua came to Jiangmi obediently. In its small canvas bag were S-level gold blood and the remains of the phantom mouse. No one could have imagined that the stupid husky, who had been following Jiangmi all the time, had 10 billion in his small backpack. Jiangmi threw the body of the phantom mouse on Mr. Ding's body. As for the SS-level gold blood, it was hers now. Aren't we leaving? We'll have to do something else if we stay here. Xiaohua looked at Jiangmi with curiosity. If you do something bad, of course someone has to take the blame. We can't let the management bureau find us. Right? Jiangmi smiled. It's especially appropriate to have someone to take the blame. Jiangmi stained her fingers with Mr. Ding's blood, and then wrote a line of words next to Mr. Ding's body. After completing all this, she took Xiaohua and left in style. Chapter 80. With a teleportation, Jiangmi and Xiaohua arrived at the rooftop of the Economic and Trade Building opposite the Jinghua Hotel. Jinghua Hotel is located in the center of Livonia, with a good location and convenient transportation. With such a serious explosion, coupled with the slash of the space hole, the Management Bureau could not have been unaware. Calculating the time, the people from the Management Bureau should have arrived. Jiangmi opened a space hole, took out a telescope from the dormitory, and looked at the square in front of the Jinghua Hotel from a distance. Sure enough, he saw Zongjung Bowen wearing a black windbreaker, walking towards the Jinghua Hotel with a cold face. At the moment Jiangmi looked at him, Zongjung Bowen looked up unexpectedly, and his face fell into Jiangmi's telescope. It was just that the distance was too far, and he could only see the economic and trade building in his field of vision. But not Jiangmi. The Jinghua Hotel was surrounded by people, and many people who were curious about it looked around. The news that there were superpowers fighting each other in the hotel was also spread to the Federation Star Network, and netizens talked about it. Jiangmi was not worried about Zhongjung Bowen here. She touched her face and instantly changed her face to Mr. Ding. Xiao Ha was startled. How can you change so quickly? I thought you were dead. Stay away. Don't be in the camera, Jiangmi ordered. Xiao Ha pouted and ran to Jiangmi. Then, Jiangmi contacted Daisy using Mr. Ding's light brain. Daisy answered quickly, and a figure appeared on the light screen. Sir, Daisy exclaimed. I saw the news online and thought you were in trouble. I'm glad you're okay. It's the god's gift. Jiangmi panted and gritted his teeth. The faceless man turned out to be a member of the god's gift. Their target is SS level gold blood. Daisy was shocked. The god's gift actually knew that the Jinghua Hotel is our property? Sir, how are you now? Do you need me to cover you? Not for the time being, Jiangmi said. But the golden blood is on me. And the people of the god's gift and the Federation are looking for me. Where's the number 3 experiment subject? I need to find him immediately. Daisy looked solemn. I understand. Sir, number 3 is not in Livonia, but he has been under our strict surveillance. I will send you his location immediately. Hearing this, Jiangmi felt that the play was almost over, and she winked at Xiao Ha. Xiao Ha stood up lazily. His body suddenly grew larger, becoming 4 or 5 meters tall, and shouted, and rushed towards Jiangmi. Ouch! Sir! Sir! Daisy's exclamation came from the other end of the light brain. I'm fine, Jiangmi said with Mr. Ding's voice. Daisy was anxious. You must be careful. I will send you the location of number 3 immediately. Within 2 minutes, Daisy really said the location of number 3. It was not in Livonia, but in Honghai City next to Livonia, about an hour away by aircraft. Xiao Ha is still in a giant furry form, sticking his head out to look at the address. Are we going to kill someone so far away? At this distance, teleportation is not enough. Don't worry. Someone will go. Jiangmi took out his light brain again and found Pei Jitsu's contact information. At the beginning, everyone guarded the magic mouse together and established a large group Little Hamster defense team. At first, Ji Linglan and a few others would chat in the group. But later the magic mouse was stolen, and no one in the group talked anymore. Jiangmi is also in the group and can contact Pei Jitsu. Her fingertips stayed on Pei Jitsu's contact information. After thinking for a moment, Jiangmi exited Pei Jitsu's chat interface and opened Pei Jixian's number instead. She used Mr. Ding's optical computer to contact Pei Jixian. Pei Jixian didn't answer the first call. Pei Jixian answered the second call. Hello, Jiangmi said calmly in Merlin's voice. I am the faceless man. Pei Jixian's breathing became heavier from the other end of the optical computer. Merlin. He gritted his teeth. Little Pei. Don't be so angry. Jiangmi smiled. You just lost to me, I'll let you win back when I have a chance in the future. You? Pei Jixian was obviously very angry with Jiangmi. He took a deep breath to calm his anxious mood and asked, How dare you contact me? The voice on the other end of the optical computer was very calm. Jiangmi knew that he was not calm. He was looking for equipment to track and locate her location. The federal tracking technology is very good. After this call, as long as the tracking device is connected, Jiangmi's location can be located immediately. Don't track me. I'm on the top floor of the economic and trade building next to the Jinghua Hotel. If you're here, you'll see me soon, Jiangmi said. Compared to me, I think there's someone whose location you'd like to know. Pei Jixian paused. No matter who the faceless man was, he had pretended to be Merlin for a while and must know the Federation's methods. What he was doing now was really useless. The other party was so frank that Pei Jixian stopped tracking him. Whose location? Mr. Ding, Jiangmi replied. To be precise, it's Mr. Ding who killed your sister-in-law. His location. The head in your garden is the appetizer, and the address that follows is the main course. Pei Jixian's pupils widened slightly. The Pei family just found a human head, and the whole family was in a turmoil. When they recognized that it was Mr. Ding's head, everyone was even more shocked. On the one hand, they contacted Pei Jitsu to go home, and on the other hand, they informed the management bureau. But Pei Zhixian never expected that this head was sent by the faceless man. Yes, she can open a space hole. And only she can do it. Pei Zhixian did not completely believe the faceless man, and was still vigilant. But he still wrote down the address the other party said word for word. Why do you tell me this? Pei Zhixian asked. Because I'm actually a good person. Jiangmi blinked. Oh, by the way, Xiao Pei, don't tell anyone about my contact with you. I want to keep it a little mysterious. Pei Zhixian, don't want to. Jiangmi felt the silence of Pei Zhixian on the other end of the light brain. Then be careful next time we meet. I'll beat you again. Pei Zhixian was silent for a moment. And then Jiangmi heard the man on the other side curse. Fuck. In the Pei family manner. Pei Zhixian heard the beeping sound on the other side of the light brain. And the faceless man hung up the light brain. He couldn't figure out what the faceless man was thinking. But Mr. Ding's head was real. And when the faceless man described that man, he first said he was Mr. Ding. And then he said he was the one who really killed his sister-in-law. If it was in the past, Pei Zhixian would think it was a prank. But Pei Zhixiu just rushed home. And Zongjung Bowen also contacted them, saying that 2 bodies of Mr. Ding were found in the Jinghua Hotel. A whole body of burnt. A headless body. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that there is a third Mr. Ding. Privately, Pei Zhixian knew that the faceless man was not an unforgivable person. In the crack, she only stopped them, but didn't kill them, which was enough to prove this point. But Pei Zhixian was still wary of her. Pei Zhixiu was in the lobby of the manor, checking the head. Pei Zhixian went downstairs and gave him the address. Pei Zhixiu's eyes turned red when he saw the address. Whether it was true or not, he took the aircraft without hesitation and flew towards Honghai City next to Livonia. Pei Zhixian was worried that he would get into trouble, so he hurried to catch up. An hour later, the flight zone landed in the air in Honghai City, and below was a tangled alley with complex terrain, so the aircraft could not land. Pei Zhixiu opened the cabin door, jumped into the alley, and Pei Zhixian followed closely. This is a flower and willow alley. It was late at night, and the alley was lit with pink lights, and the sound of men and women's charming pleasure came from the poorly soundproof door. Arriving at the destination, Pei Zhixiu raised his leg and kicked open the dilapidated door. Number 3 woke up on the woman's body, looking at the black figure at the door, and angrily cursed. What the hell is this at night? The woman under him climbed up to him with her slender hands. Brother, do you want to do it again? Number 3 looked at the woman with lustful eyes, kneading her little face with his rough hands. Wait, brother will come to love you soon. Number 3 looked at the door again. Hey, where did you get blind? Close the door quickly. The security guard protecting Number 3 noticed that someone broke in, and hurried forward. Pei Zhixian used a few gravity fields to knock these people unconscious. Why don't you leave? Number 3 showed impatience with Pei Zhixiu's stalemate, took out the pistol under the pillow, and walked to the 2 drunkenly. Believe it or not, I will shoot you. He approached, and the lingering smoke gradually became thinner, and Pei Zhixiu could see his face clearly. Mr. Ding. He is also Mr. Ding. Number 3 stumbled to the door, and saw Pei Zhixiu's face clearly. Oh, it's you, the pretty boy. Number 3 smiled triumphantly, and the gun passed across Pei Zhixiu's cheek. I remember you. Especially your woman. Ah, the skin is super white, soft and smooth. When you resist under me, that taste, I will never forget it in my life. Ha ha ha. You idiot. Number 3 laughed wildly, and put the gun against Pei Zhixiu's head again. What are you talking about catching me? I'm obviously here. Stupid. Pei Zhixiu's face became darker and darker. When Number 3 put the gun against his head again, he quickly reached out, grabbed Number 3's arm, and twisted it. Number 3's arm was broken, and the ulna and radius were broken into 2 parts. It hurts. It hurts. At this moment, Number 3 finally woke up. He fell to the ground in pain, and looked up at the person in front of him, with endless fear in his eyes. Pei Zhixiu? You? How did you get here? How did you find me? Pei Zhixiu approached Number 3 step by step, and Number 3 retreated in fear. Where are the people outside? Where are the people? Number 3 shouted. The running dogs of the Federation have come here. Why don't you come out? Come and protect me. I'm dying. If I die, Mr. Ding's experimental body will be gone. Come out. Come and protect me. No one answered. In the alley outside the room, corpses were everywhere, turning into meat paste under Pei Jixian's gravity field. And Pei Jixian didn't let any of them go. Number 3 shouted a few times, and finally realized that everyone outside had been dealt with. And now he was the only one left. He quickly clenched the pistol with his intact hand again, and aimed it at Pei Jixiu. Bang bang bang. The bullets were fired at Pei Jixiu crazily, dense as rain, making it impossible to avoid them. At such a distance, even a novice in firearms could not miss. But the bullets did not hit Pei Jixiu after all, but were rewound back into the pistol one by one. The pistol exploded in Number 3's hand, and Number 3's intact hand was also blown to pieces. Number 3 lay on the ground in pain, his body covered with cold sweat and blood. The woman on the bed covered her naked body with a quilt in fear, and was too scared to speak. Get out, Pei Jixiu ordered the woman. The woman quickly wrapped herself in her coat and left in a hurry. How can you leave? What will I do if you leave? Number 3 wanted to call the woman, but before he could take a step forward, Pei Jixiu raised his foot and kicked him hard in the lower body. There was a sharp pain in the lower body, and a feeling of dampness and heat came. The penis was broken. The egg was also broken. Number 3's screams echoed in the room. After Pei Jixian entered the room, he saw that Number 3 was covered in blood. Although Pei Jixiu was a soldier, he was also an excellent student who had attended university. He had learned human medicine well. At this moment, he grabbed the gun and shot bullets at Number 3, all avoiding the fatal parts. Number 3 would not die. Not only that, if Number 3 was about to die, Pei Jixiu would use rewind to restore his wounds and torture him again. For example, Number 3's unspeakable parts had been destroyed and restored by Pei Jixiu, and this had been repeated 7 or 8 times. Pei Jixian didn't say anything. He knew Pei Jixiu had been holding back for 3 years. 3 years of anger, which was nothing to Number 3. But he still stopped Pei Jixiu. Brother, Zongjung Bowen wants to see him. Pei Jixiu raised his eyes and glanced at Pei Jixian. At the same time, his hand mechanically shot Number 3's lower body again without hesitation. Ah! Number 3's moan became weak. I promise. Pei Jixian grabbed Pei Jixiu's gun barrel. Even if it's to the administration bureau, I promise to let you kill him. Pei Jixian, the future head of the Pei family. His promise was somewhat weighty in Pei Jixiu's eyes. Pei Jixiu put away the gun woodenly, and Number 3 lay on the ground in pain, covering his lower body that had lost consciousness due to pain. He only realized now that sometimes it is better to die than to live. Back to the Jinghua Hotel. It was surrounded by people from the administration bureau and the military and political departments, and all the outsiders were driven out of the hotel. The top floor of the hotel was charred black, and the suites on the top floor were split in half by the space hole. There was an obvious large-scale slash on the wall, and the cuts were neat and clean. There were 2 bodies on the balcony, both of which belonged to Mr. Ding. Mr. Ding's head that fell to the Pei family was also retrieved and pieced together. Number 3 looked at the 2 bodies of Mr. Ding, his legs trembling. I really don't know anything. At the beginning, the people from the military and political department inexplicably chased me, so I moved their girlfriends. Later, the other me was caught, and I realized that I was just a puppet. We have a main body, but I don't know what they want to do with me. Pei Jixian and Pei Jixiu didn't know the principle of multiple superpowers. Only Zongjung Bowen knew it at the scene. Zongjung Bowen briefly introduced the death of the twins and the principle of multiple superpowers to the 2. And the 2 widened their eyes. All the bodyguards were killed by the space hole, and they didn't have time to use their superpowers. But the Jinghua Hotel found the remains of 4 S-level superpower users, and detected more than 8 superpowers. Obviously, there are multiple superpower users among them. This Mr. Ding is a multi-superpower user. Zongjinghua pointed at Mr. Ding with his head cut off and said, according to the time of death, Mr. Ding with his head cut off died later than Mr. Ding with his head burnt. Steel nails were found in Mr. Ding's bones, indicating that he was the Mr. Ding who escaped from prison. I asked Gong Qing, and Gong Qing fought with him many times and confirmed that he only had 1 superpower damage conversion. So we can roughly conclude that Mr. Ding with his head cut off is the original body of these Mr. Dings, and he went to great lengths to rescue another self in prison just to recover his superpowers. This is also consistent with the time of death of the 2 bodies. As for Number 3, needless to say, Mr. Ding probably wanted him to take SS-level gold blood and then recover number three's superpowers. The only strange thing is that in addition to the cube and us, there is a third party involved. She left the body of the Phantom Mouse, but she stole the SS-level gold blood. Zongjung Bowen threw the body of the Phantom Mouse on the table, based on the traces of supernatural powers at the scene. This person is the Faceless Man. Pei Jixian's eyelids twitched. It was indeed the Faceless Man. She was the one who told me where number 3 was. Pei Jixian had no intention of hiding anything from the Faceless Man, and immediately reported that the Faceless Man contacted him. Pei Jitsu was silent. He only cared about the life and death of number 3, and had no interest in this case. Zongjung Bowen did not expect to hear anything from him, and continued to discuss with Pei Jixian. At present, we can roughly infer that the real target of the Faceless Man is also SS-level gold blood, and she is likely to be a member of the God-given society. God's gift? Zongjung Bowen turned out the line of text he had taken at the place where Mr. Ding died. Everything is God's will. This is the doctrine of the believers of the God's gift, and the people of the God's gift regard this as a golden rule. Mo Chung sat aside and summarized. According to the information we have obtained, the Faceless Man is a double agent, lurking in the cube and the Federation, but actually stealing the golden blood and giving it to the God's gift. She has so many superpowers, and she is also related to the cube. Humph. Dogtail grass. Feng Shui is on both sides, but they all use it cleanly. Pei Jixian was speechless. Of course, he didn't have a good impression of the Faceless Man, but he always felt that the Faceless Man was not as bad as the management said. In short, the Faceless Man is very likely to become one of the most difficult enemies of the Federation in the future, and we all need to be careful, Zongjung Bowen said. After that, number 3 was still handed over to Pei Jitsu. Pei Jixian returned to the national team training base, and Zongjung Bowen handled the next matter of the Regent Hotel. This is one of the bases of the cube. The Jinghua Hotel is their property. Based on this clue, as well as the photos of Riser, Mr. Ding, and those bodyguards, Zongjung Bowen dug out many of the Federation's cube organizations and destroyed them quickly with his thunderous wrist. For a time, many members of the cube organization were arrested. This organization, which had spent 3 years to rise again, once again faced the bad news of destruction. Dicey woke up in his sleep. When he woke up, he looked out the window and saw a residential area in the distance with flames. That was where he lived before, and now it has been surrounded by the administration. Fortunately, Dicey knew that Mr. Ding was in trouble and changed his residence early, so he escaped. This week, the cube was like a rat crossing the street. Originally, the rescue of Mr. Ding's substitute and the theft of SS-level gold blood gave the organization members great confidence. But this confidence was shattered by the recent raids. Dicey angrily punched the bedboard. Mr. Ding is dead. Mr. Ding is actually dead. It was all the work of the God-given society. But he didn't understand. The Faceless Man was a multi-powered person, so he was definitely a member of the organization. Why did he help the God-given society? Why? With the death of Mr. Ding, all his properties were seized, and most of the power of the cube was removed. In the past few days, Dicey's offline several power users lost contact and fell into the hands of the administration. Dicey tremblingly dialed Jinkui's light brain. After more than 10 seconds, Jinkui's voice came from the other end of the light brain. Because it was night, Dicey did not turn on the light screen. Jinkui, are you okay over there? Jinkui's whereabouts have always been secretive, and even Dicey didn't know where Jinkui stayed when she had no missions. Jiangmi changed to Jinkui's voice. It's not very good, but I'm still alive. It's good to be alive. Dicey was relieved, but when he thought of the current situation of the cube, he felt relieved inside. Mr. Ding is dead. Jinkui on the other side of the light brain was silent for a moment and asked, "What happened? What happened?" It's just that God's Gift Association is such a bastard. They attacked us for the golden blood. Dicey was angry when he thought of God's Gift Association, and even more angry that the faceless people would help God's Gift Association. He was really puzzled. I lurked in the Rift Academy some time ago and found some information, Jiangmi said. Our failure this time is probably related to a wanted criminal named Faceless in the Federation. She used to be a member of the military and political department, named Merlin, and she was an instructor of the national team. I didn't expect that she was actually from the God's Gift Society. No, Deus denied Jinkui's speculation. She is definitely from the cube. But she later betrayed and went to help the God's Gift Society. Oh! Jiangmi was surprised. Why do you say that? Deus choked. The matter of multiple superpowers is the secret of the cube. And Jinkui is not yet at the point where she can touch this secret. On the other side of the light brain, Jinkui also realized that Daya's silence was a refusal to answer. So he changed the subject. Maybe you can ask someone higher up about this? After all, before this, we didn't know the existence of the Faceless Man. And Mr. Ding is in trouble. So someone has to take over us. Right? Deus didn't respond. He really has the contact information of the people above. But that woman is on the same level as Mr. Ding. When Mr. Ding was alive, he never dared to contact her. And now, Mr. Ding is dead. Deus gritted his teeth. The administration is now hunting us everywhere. You hide first. And I will contact you after I contact the higher-ups. Okay. Dicey turned off the optical computer. Jiangmi heard a busy tone coming from the other end of the optical computer. And then put it away. Sure enough, it was right not to kill Dicey. There is someone behind Mr. Ding. And this person is the core of the cube. Dicey has seen this person. As Dicey said, since multiple superpowers are the technology of the cube. Then she, Shining, Jin Kui, Yao Qian, and Mei Lin should all be people from the cube. But they don't know who the person behind the scenes is. Which means they are just experimental subjects. Having a new face and a new identity is probably also to promote the socialization process of the experimental subject, so as to absorb different gold blood. This socialization method of plastic surgery followed by memory erasure is obviously safer than Mr. Ding's socialization process of multiple substitutes. These experimental subjects do not know each other, nor can they see the hands behind the scenes controlling them, let alone know that they should be people in the cube. Then Merlin is the Faceless Man, betraying the Federation and choosing to be loyal to the God's Gift, which is reasonable. Jiangmi took out the optical brain and silently made notes. She and Shining are both from District 13. They entered the rift number 107 at the same time. And only one person came out alive, indicating that one of them has had her ability recovered. The person behind the scenes must know this. So, Jiangmi equals Shining. At present, the Federation has equated Merlin with the Faceless Man. The Faceless Man has demonstrated the ability of theft, which is enough to show that in the eyes of the person behind the scenes, Yao Qian and Merlin are the same person. Conclusion: Faceless Man equals Merlin equals Yao Qian. The Faceless Man also used Hardening, but non-offensive abilities are difficult to detect. Everyone who has seen Jiangmi use Hardening has died. Jiangmi also appeared in the 109th crack at the same time as the Faceless Man. So in the eyes of the person behind the scenes, the two just knew that each other was the target. But they failed to successfully recover each other. So, the Faceless Man is not equal to Shining. Finally, the Faceless Man used face change, but never used plant control. When Jiangmi used the identity of the Faceless Man, she deliberately avoided using plant control, just to cut off the identities of Jin Kui and the Faceless Man. However, when she first sneaked into the management bureau to check the crack information, she changed her face into Ye Yin and used the ability of stealing. So the person behind the scenes would also think that Jin Kui had been recovered. This depends on whether the person behind the scenes knows that Jin Kui has the ability of face change. Conclusion: Faceless Man equals Jin Kui, to be discussed. At present, if the person behind the scenes noticed Jiangmi, he would get this information. Jiangmi equals Shining. Faceless Man equals Mei Lin equals Yao Qian. Faceless Man is not equal to Shining. Faceless Man equals Jin Kui, to be discussed. The actual situation will be more complicated than Jiangmi's analysis, because except for her and Shining, the remaining few people are multi-powered people. Before meeting them, they have killed many targets. Jiangmi is very sure that the person behind the scenes is in a free-range mode for them. After waking up for half a year, she has not encountered anyone who follows and monitors her. The bioelectricity of her body system is limited, and it is impossible to pass on information to the outside world. She asked this before when Yuan Xia was alive. If she is lucky, the person behind the scenes does not know that Jin Kui is a Faceless Man. Then Jiangmi can use 3 identities: Jin Kui, Shining, and Faceless Man. If he knows, then only Shining and Faceless Man are left. Jin Kui's identity is not 100% safe, but at least relatively safe. Jiangmi will know the specific situation only when the cube assigns her another task. As expected, on the 3rd day after Deus contacted the boss behind the scenes, The boss behind the scenes contacted Dias and Jinkui and wanted to meet the two in person. The bodyguard blindfolded the two with black blindfolds and sent them to a villa in the suburbs. The young secretary stood at the door. "You two, please." Jiangmi, who turned into Jinkui, followed Dias and walked forward. When they were about to step into the door frame, they heard the voice of the female secretary. "Before entering this villa, I need to remind you too." The secretary's eyebrows curved. "The entrance of the villa is made of special materials, which is equivalent to a superpower shield. In this area, all superpowers cannot be used." Chapter 81. Jiangmi's heart beat very fast. The secretary's idea was excellent. If face changing was removed at this time, not only would the fact that the faceless man and Jinkui were the same person be exposed, but also the fact that Jiangmi was the faceless man would be exposed. So cruel. The young secretary looked at Jiangmi with a smile. And Jiangmi looked at the entrance, only to feel that the exquisitely designed entrance was not an entrance, but the gate of hell. "Is it inappropriate to install a superpower shield here?" Jiangmi said in Jinkui's voice. "There's nothing inappropriate," the secretary said in a gentle tone. "Nowadays, superpowers are all kinds of strange. If someone who masters face changing sneaks into the organization, it will be bad. It's better to take precautions before it happens." Jiangmi felt that the secretary almost said that she could face changing. Daisy was fearless and strode into the entrance. When he stood in the entrance, he really felt a strong discomfort. This place really blocks superpowers. He sighed, then immediately walked into the living room and left the entrance. The superpower shield disappeared, and Daisy could use his power again. And Jiangmi, her back was all wet. "Hibiscus?" the secretary asked. "Why don't you go over there?" She had a smile on her face, and every word she uttered was like a death warrant for Jiangmi. "You don't dare. Do you?" The secretary's smiling eyes gradually became sharp, and she gathered power in her hands. Jiangmi could see her ability. SS-level Annihilation. S-level Ice Blade. Although there are only two abilities, one SS-level and one S-level, the attack power should not be underestimated. And the bodyguards beside her all have shining S-level abilities. Several abilities are naturally counter to Jiangmi's superpowers. Of course not. Jiangmi did not hide it, looked into the secretary's eyes, and said bluntly, "Not being able to use superpowers. How terrible is it for superpower users? I think there is no superpower user who is not afraid of superpower blockers. Right? Just walk through the entrance," the secretary said. "I suggest you go through. Otherwise I can't guarantee what these people around me will do." After the secretary said this, the bodyguards all surrounded her, staring at Jinkui with a covetous look, just waiting for the secretary's order. Everyone was ready to attack Jinkui. Jiangmi pouted. "Just go. Why are you so fierce?" After that, she strode towards the entrance. When she reached the middle of the entrance, she turned back and glanced at the secretary angrily. The secretary looked at Jinkui's dull face, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But it was only a moment of loss of composure. She quickly recovered as usual, waved her hand, and asked the bodyguards to retreat. A bodyguard stood beside her and asked, "Ms. Hongya, they have all passed the test. Do you want to remove this superpower shielding device? Let alone Jinkui. Superpower shielding is very uncomfortable for every superpower user." Hongya was silent for a moment, watching Jinkui fearlessly walk towards Daisy's voice, and waved her hand. "Remove it." The bodyguard immediately contacted the villa management department, and the people in the department politely responded, "Okay, we will turn off this superpower shielding immediately." In the villa management department, Mu Lanchua hung up the optical computer. Next to her, there was an unconscious employee of the villa management department, and a young man sitting in front of a complicated control panel. "Sister Lanchu, the superpower shielding device has been turned off. Jiangmi will not be discovered when he comes out." Mu Lanchua nodded, took out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and started smoking. "Delete this person's memory, and grab some other memories randomly. Don't let them find out." "Okay." Shinrang moved quickly. After fixing the supernatural power blocker, he reached his hand on the administrator's head and deleted his related memories. Shinrang was very excited. Sister Mimi is so smart. She actually knew that the cube wanted to test her. If she hadn't contacted us earlier, she would have definitely fallen into the hands of the cube this time. "Stop talking nonsense. seeing that Shenrang had already fixed the memories of the two. Mu Lanchua kicked him in the ass. Shenrang grumbled and rubbed his ass. Sister Lanchu, it's better for you to pretend to be a gentle and lovely female teacher in the academy. You don't pretend to be fierce. Mu Lanchua glanced at him. Will you leave? Shenrang immediately made a mouse-ode action. Followed Mu Lanchua obediently. And the two turned over and left the management department. As soon as the two left, the administrator who had fallen to the ground woke up groggily. Oh! How did I fall asleep? He looked at the surveillance camera. The surveillance camera was normal, and there was no accident. He did not pursue it. He just thought he had taken a short break and continued to work. Jiangmi and Daisy were sitting in the tea room. The light here was very good. There was a rosewood tea table in the tea room. The entire wall on the south side was opened up as a floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was a new Chinese landscape with a small bridge and flowing water and a winding corridor. The maid stood on one side to serve the two people. Daisy drank cup after cup of tea, and he was so anxious that he went to the bathroom 3 times. Jiangmi didn't know what kind of tea the maid poured for them. He only heard Daisy say it was good tea and drank too much because of nervousness. When Deus came back from the bathroom for the 4th time and couldn't help drinking tea because of anxiety, Jiangmi held his hand and asked him, Are Mr. Ding and Hongya on the same level? Are they both working under this big boss? Jiangmi's voice was very low. The maid couldn't hear it. Only Deus could hear it. Deus nodded in fear. The big boss is the real boss of the cube. Mr. Ding once mentioned it to me. As he said that, Deus drank another cup of tea. Jiangmi could imagine how high this person's status in the cube was. Or in other words, to have such a low-key, luxurious and elegant private house in Livonia. This person's status in the Federation would not be low. So it was a bit strange that the big boss wanted to meet them in person. In fact, it was almost enough to let Hongya take over Deus and Jinkui. Sure enough, Jiangmi and Deus waited for 3 hours. But the big boss didn't show up. 3 hours later, Hongya came and bowed to the two of them very sincerely. The boss has something to do and can't come for the time being. Deus nodded repeatedly, indicating that he didn't care. Hongya smiled. I invited you two here today mainly because I want to meet you too. After all, you followed Mr. Ding before. And Mr. Ding got into trouble again. I will be responsible for you two in the future. Daisy, I understand. I understand. Jiangmi was sure that the other party had no task for Daisy this time, but just wanted to meet the two of them to confirm whether Jinkui was still Jinkui. After drinking 2 more cups of tea, Hongya stood up to see them off. Daisy came in confused and left confused. When he reached the door, Daisy couldn't help but ask, Ms. Hongya, doesn't the boss have any questions for us? For example, SS level gold blood? Hongya tilted her head. We already know that the golden blood was stolen by the faceless man. Daisy, does the organization have no next plan? Hongya touched his chin in thought, and felt that it would not be a big problem to tell Daisy about this. So he said, Currently, there is only one piece of evidence pointing to the thief being the God-given society. So we cannot be sure whether the God-given society is the real culprit. Our people inside the God-given society have already started to act. If it is confirmed that the God-given society stole the golden blood, Hongya's eyes flashed a hint of viciousness. We will not let them go. Only after confirming this, Daisy and Jinkui left, watching the two people's backs going away. Hongya exited the entrance and came to the study on the 2nd floor, where there was also a huge floor-to-ceiling window, one-sided, and you could see the scenery outside clearly. Boss. Hongya nodded respectfully to the elder in front of him. Fang Wenjing looked up. His old face was kind and gentle. Are you sure her ability is blocked? Hongya, yes. Just now when she passed the entrance, she had passed the test, and it was definitely Jinkui. Fang Wenjing, she knows very little about the faceless man, so she is just an ordinary psychic. Hongya thought about the information she had investigated about Jinkui. Jinkui is a killer. She has always been a loner, rarely goes out, and it is normal that she doesn't run into other targets. Our targets are deployed in different regions, and there are only 2 targets in the whole of Livonia, Yao Qian and Jinkui. The system's target reminder will only be triggered within a range of 10 kilometers. And the range of 10 kilometers is extremely wide, and most targets will never meet in their lifetime. Fang Wenjing has a light screen projection in front of him. The elderly man is taking notes. and powerful words appear on the light screen. Hongye glanced at it. Hardening equals system abnormal experiment subject. Faceless man equals Merlin equals Yao Qian. Faceless man is not equal to Hardening. Faceless man is not equal to hibiscus. Surviving experiment subjects, Hardening. Faceless man. Hibiscus. Fang Wenjing asked Hongye. Do you think the faceless man is Merlin or Yao Qian? Hongye thought for a moment. In terms of ability, Merlin is an S-level psychic. According to the information I have, she has recovered at least 2 superpowers. And Yao Qian's superpowers are very useless. She is no match for Merlin. The faceless man is most likely Merlin. Hongye changed the subject. But Merlin has no reason to be loyal to the god's gift. She was born in a military family, and was instilled with the idea of loyalty to the Federation since she was a child. Even if we replace the real Merlin with an experimental subject, we implant Merlin's memory into the experimental subject, and the experimental subject is equivalent to Merlin. From this point of view, the current faceless man should be Yao Qian. Fang Wenjing smiled. Who said that B-level superpowers can't kill S-level superpowers? Hongye, you are still too young. Don't underestimate the world of superpowers. Hongye frowned, not understanding how a low-level superpower could kill a high-level superpower, but did not refute Fang Wenjing. Just said, I understand. Then, boss, what should we do with Jingui now? She still doesn't know about multiple superpowers. Keep her. If she is determined to get the cube, let her recover the faceless man, Fang Wenjing said, silently marking the word Jingui behind the line of text faceless man equals Merlin equals Yao Qian. What about Qingye? Hongye asked. The faceless man has so many superpowers. Won't he give it to her? Qingye has already had some peace. Fang Wenjing's voice was cold, and there was no smile on his face. A person's mental power is limited, and it can't accommodate so many superpowers. Hongye thought about it, and nodded. I understand. The meeting room of the God's Gift Association base. For powerful elders sat on both sides of the long table, and the bishop sat in the main seat. The atmosphere was solemn, and everyone dared not speak. After a while, the bishop broke the silence. According to the information we received, the faceless man has the abilities of earth control, face changing, mental confusion, theft, space, etc. The Federation has concluded that this person is a member of the God-given society. And we stole the SS level gold blood. Nonsense! An elder couldn't sit still. Our people have been shot dead in the cracks. After that, there was no action at all. How could it be us? But, don't you feel familiar with the 2 abilities of theft and space? Yao Qian relied on these 2 abilities to successfully kidnap Minji Wexi. Yao Qian doesn't have the ability to fight against the national team. Right? The faceless man also killed so many people in the cube and provoked the Federation to encircle the cube. Could it be Yao Qian? The elders discussed it in a flurry, and the bishop set his sights on a tall and thin elder, who was Yao Qian's superior, codenamed Old Gun. Lao Chong frowned. I don't think Yao Qian has this ability, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Instead of guessing here, why not ask Yao Qian directly? This plan was approved by the bishop and many elders. Now they are taking the blame and discussing it in the meeting. Why not ask Yao Qian? Lao Chong dialed Yao Qian's light brain and waited for a few seconds. Yao Qian answered the phone. On the other side, after Jiangmi and Daisy parted ways, they took a long detour and confirmed that no one was following them before changing back to their original appearance and returning to school. She was roughly sure that she had successfully passed the test of the cube this time, and the previous misleading of the Federation and the cube was quite successful. Now they all thought that the theft of SS-level golden blood might have been done by the God-given society. Jiangmi was not afraid of the truth being exposed. The God-given society was a cult. The administration had always wanted to eradicate the God-given society, and the cube was at odds with the God-given society because of the previous incident. A terrorist organization and a cult. Could they still communicate with each other? The main point is an information gap. It would be even better if the 2 of them fought. Not long after returning to school, she received a call from the elder. Fortunately, she had not returned to the dormitory yet, so she asked Xiaohua to take her to a deserted place and connect to the optical computer. The elder did not turn on the optical screen, so Jiangmi changed his voice but not his face. Xingji, are you in Livonia? Of course not, Jiangmi replied. Old Gun, where are you now? Jiangmi paused. I refuse to answer this question. Elder, you know, I am on the run. The Federation is looking for me. I can't reveal my location. Old Gun nodded with satisfaction. Yao Qian is very vigilant, which is a good thing for the God's gift. You don't need to reveal your location to me. The administration must be looking for you everywhere. You need to protect yourself. Old Gun said. I contacted you for another matter. What's the situation with SS-level gold blood? SS-level gold blood? Jiangmi looked innocent and lowered his voice to ask Old Gun. Didn't you steal the SS-level gold blood? Lao Chong's eyes widened. How did you get the news? The news that the Federation lost SS-level golden blood spread like wildfire. But the news did not say that the murderer was the God-given society. It's just that there are people from the God-given society in the Federation. And the elders of the God-given society know about this. Jiangmi said seriously. Elder, I was the eldest daughter of the Federation family. Is it strange to know this news? I didn't expect that such a powerful psychic like the Faceless Man would actually be a believer of the organization. She also stole SS-level golden blood from the cube. Sure enough. God protects us. Lao Chong choked. He turned on the loudspeaker. So the other elders and bishops around him heard Yao Qian's words. Everyone looked weird and a little embarrassed. The Faceless Man fought against the national team alone. He killed several S-level psychics in the cube. Jiangmi became more and more excited as he spoke. Such a person betrayed the Federation and joined our organization, which further proves our strength. Under the guidance of God, we will definitely move towards the light. Old Gun, the God's Gift Society and others. Jiangmi was very excited for a while. And when he saw that Old Gun did not answer, he asked carefully, What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Did I misunderstand? Old Gun was speechless. He wanted to explain to Yao Qian that this was not the case. The Faceless Man and the God's Gift Society had nothing to do with each other. They took the blame for others. However, Yao Qian had already put them on such a high pedestal, and did not hesitate to use the best words in the world to describe the God's Gift Society. Old Gun couldn't say it. The bishop couldn't say it either. The 5 people sat at the long table and looked at each other. Old Gun decided that this couldn't happen anymore. He wanted to explain to Yao Qian, but the bishop held him down. He turned off the microphone and said to Lao Chong, It is not a bad thing to let the believers think that the Faceless Man is our man. Bishop. Lao Chong was surprised. This way, the believers will have more confidence in our actions. The bishop was determined. He was originally very upset because the God-given society took the blame for nothing. But think about it carefully. It is just taking the blame. It was the cube that was taken down. And it was also the cube that was hit hard recently. Although the administration wanted to arrest the God-given society, they were also wanted by the God-given society. Apart from the inexplicable blame, they didn't lose much. Yao Qian's words made the bishop suddenly realize that they are all believers of God. Who doesn't want to have a powerful superpower in their organization? In this way, the cohesion of the remaining believers will be stronger. Isn't this one of the purposes of their founding the God-given society and promoting the God-given society to be blessed by God? As long as it can be better for the God-given society. What's wrong with taking the blame? So, at the bishop's suggestion, Lao Chong implicitly revealed to Yao Qian that the SS-level gold blood was in the hands of the God-given society. After listening to this, Yao Qian was indeed more excited, and believed that all the decisions made by the God-given society were correct. The goal of the God-given society will eventually be achieved. Then, Lao Chong hung up the connection with Yao Qian. At the conference table, a chubby elder glanced at the bishop. Bishop, it's not true that someone from our organization stole the SS-level gold blood. You hid it from us in order to hide the gold blood? Bishop? The bishop glared at him fiercely. And the fat elder shuddered and shut up quietly. Let's leave it at that for the SS-level gold blood. Since everyone outside says it was us who did it, it doesn't matter if we admit it. The bishop put his hands together and said to the 4 elders in a cold voice, Maybe this matter will also help us in our future actions. The elders nodded. The bishop gritted his teeth and looked fierce. There is less than a month left before the presidential election. We must kill Ming Jinyan before the presidential election. Assassinating the president-to-be is not an easy task. There are too many S-level superpowers around Ming Jinyan, and it is too difficult to get close to her. Many believers will waver after receiving such an order, thinking that it is impossible to succeed. However, the bishop remembered the theft of SS-level golden blood. If the God-given society is a person who can steal SS-level golden blood under the noses of the three forces of the administration, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the national team and 3 SS-level superpowers. How can it be impossible to successfully assassinate Ming Jinyin? The theft of golden blood will undoubtedly increase the confidence of the believers of the God-given society. Old gun, the bishop ordered. You are responsible for the assassination of Ming Jinyin. Yao Qian is well behaved, and her superpowers also have unexpected effects. She can be allowed to return to Livonia to carry out this mission. Yes, Old gun replied. Just in case. We still need to prepare Plan B. The bishop reminded. You can use the weapon in the laboratory. Lao Chong's eyes widened. Is he mature? Yes. The bishop's mouth curled up a little proudly. He is Plan B. Don't use it easily unless it is an emergency. But this time we must kill Ming Jinyin. So if necessary, you can use him. Lao Chong understood. After the meeting, Lao Chong went to the underground laboratory of the base alone. The laboratory was deep, and the incandescent light illuminated every corner of the laboratory. Busy researchers in white coats came and went. In this laboratory, there are countless huge green petri dishes, each of which contains a sleeping monster. The green energy liquid transmits a steady stream of nutrients into the monster's body, allowing them to grow and evolve in a very short time. Lao Chong walked to the petri dish in the middle. Outside the petri dish, there was a group of researchers. They constantly adjusted the parameters based on the feedback data of the experimental subject in order to achieve the optimal evolution result of the experimental subject. Elder. Seeing Lao Chong coming, the researchers nodded politely. The leading researcher stood beside Lao Chong. Elder. This is the latest achievement of our laboratory. Although the cube has mastered the cutting-edge technology of multiple superpowers, our God-given society has mastered the method of vertical growth of superpowers. Now, this experimental subject is already an SS-level superpower. The elder looked at the monster in the petri dish in disbelief. He was covered with thick scales, and his body was extremely strange. The double fangs of the bone elephant, the poisonous tail of the war rainbow python, and the 3 pairs of arms of the ape demon were all transplanted to him. He also has 2 pairs of ears on his head, and eyes on the back of his head and ears. This makes him more mobile, and his perception and vision are also better. Lao Chong swallowed his saliva. Is he still a person? Of course. The researcher laughed. And he is an evolver. Only such a chosen person can maintain biological activity under the transplantation of so many demon bodies. We have increased his body resistance, and his current strength is comparable to that of an SS-level mutant. The researcher became more and more excited. You know, we have only cultivated S-level mutants before, and this is the first SS level. Lao Chong took a deep breath. If it's an evolver, is he a believer of the God-given society? Oh, he was once. The researcher sneered. He betrayed us, and I personally caught him for experimentation, which is a bargain for him. Anyway, he will not have independent consciousness, and will only listen to us in the future. Lao Chong nodded. Traitors are not useful, except for those who have lost their independent consciousness. Having an SS-level monster who obeys everything will make the assassination of Ming Jinyin more effective with half the effort. Get ready, Lao Chong ordered. I will probably use him in this operation. Understood, the researcher said respectfully. Lao Chong left afterwards. Before leaving, he glanced at the basic information about the experimental subject on the culture dish, which clearly read the words, SS-level experimental evolver. No, 2018 Zhuangnijin. Chapter 82 Assassination of Ming Jinyin. Not long after Jiangmi returned to the dormitory, she received an action mission from the God-given society. Assassinate Ming Jinyin. Lao Chong asked her to return to Livonia and meet in the evening to discuss the details of the agreement mission. The mission assignment did not give an address, only a time. 8 o'clock in the evening. Asking believers to make time, and the detailed address would be given in the evening. Jiangmi was not surprised that the God-given society would take such an action, but she clearly felt that the God-given society was much more nervous after the failure of kidnapping Ming Yueshi. She looked at the time. There were still 4 hours until 8 o'clock in the evening. She still had time. After changing clothes in the dormitory, Jiangmi came to the school hospital. She walked over and saw Su Chen waving at her from the windowsill. Among the crowd, his white hair was particularly eye-catching. In the operating room, Su Chen said frankly, "Human chip is not a field I am familiar with. During this period, I applied for the data of the supernatural power data system from the Research Institute as a researcher of the college. They did not agree. I can only rely on the data I collected to perform the operation. Jiangmi also knew that Suchin would hit a wall. The supernatural power data system is not a secret among the top leaders of the Federation. But it is also a pioneering technology after all. And it will not be disclosed to outsiders at will. Yuan Xia used to control this technology. She would not improve it, nor allow others to study it. Now that she is dead, this technology must fall into the Research Institute, and they will study it extensively. I just want to remove the chip, Jiangmi said. After knowing the existence of the supernatural power data system and the extreme cold frost, Jiangmi asked Suchin to do this. She is not afraid of encountering the target, but her system is incomplete, which makes her too passive. Moreover, Jiangmi understood that she was probably a test subject of some experiment, and a defective one at that. The experimenter probably abandoned her, which is why she still had past memories. But her face had not been reshaped like other targets, so the person behind the scenes might know her. Hongya's test today also proved this point. Ning was a student of the Rift Academy and a non-staff member of the national team. Her face and superpowers could no longer be hidden. This was a double-edged sword that could attract the person behind the scenes to find her. But she herself was in danger all the time. Jiangmi could only try to get out of the control of the person behind the scenes as much as possible, and then abandon Ning's identity in the future. Suchin made preoperative preparations and injected Jiangmi with anesthetics. The superpower data system was carried on a thumb-sized chip, and then implanted into the spine of the back of the superpower's neck. Local anesthesia was enough for this process, and both removal and implantation were minor operations. Jiangmi lay on the operating table, and saw a bright red patch on the back of her neck through the display screen in front of her. Suchin's fingers were flexible, and he cut open the muscles at the back of her neck along the muscle texture, exposing the small chip embedded in the spine. Jiangmi gritted her teeth. The system helped her a lot, but it was too dangerous, and she couldn't use it anymore. Suchin cleaned the blood around the spine, and used a data cable to connect the chip. Soon, a small window appeared on the display screen, and the system interface in Jiangmi's mind appeared on the display screen. This is indeed a supernatural power data system. Are you sure you want to take it out? Suchin asked. Sure, Jiangmi said firmly. After all, it was related to the spine, and even with local anesthesia, Jiangmi was afraid of pain and unconsciously gritted her teeth. Suchin's tweezers moved to the location of the chip, and he was about to take it out. After a moment, he stopped. I can't take it out. Why? There is a micro bomb on this chip. Suchin sutured the back of Jiangmi's neck and injected him with an injection. A wound of this level will heal in 2 or 3 hours under the effect of the injection. Jiangmi drank the nutrient solution given by Suchin. Frowning. How can there be a bomb in the data system? Suchin, the supernatural power data system was designed by Sister Lan Shui's sister. It was 8 years ago, and Sister Lan Shui has no relevant information. According to all our current information, the system on you is an improved version with positioning function. As for the bomb, it is a means to control you. Once the chip is taken out, the bomb will explode. Jiangmi's throat rolled. Yes, Mr. Ding closely monitors his experimental subjects. With a little question to Daisy, he can get the location of experiment number 3. How could the person behind the scenes who controlled her let her go completely? As long as there is a bomb monitoring, they can easily control the target. Let a group of targets fight and compete. And finally the strongest multi-powered person will survive, but still be controlled by the bomb behind the neck, and will still be used by the person behind the scenes. Can the positioning device on my body also allow people to monitor me? Jiangmi asked. Suchin, yes. But fortunately, this thing consumes bioelectricity. It has not been turned on yet. Once it is turned on, if there is no power supply within 24 hours, the microbomb will explode. So, Jiangmi has been carrying a bomb on his body for more than half a year. The bomb is small. It will only blow up her spine and head, and there are trace amounts of source crystal ore in the bomb. So the superpower has no solution to this thing. Jiangmi sat on the operating table and drank a big sip of nutrient solution. Are you okay? Suchin asked carefully. Not very good, Jiangmi said truthfully. But I don't think I will die in the short term. She is a multi-powered person, and the person behind the scenes must want to get her superpowers, and will not blow her up casually. and Hardening and the Faceless Man have separate identities. Even if the other party activates Merlin and Yao Qian's bombs, it will not reach Jiangmi before Hardening's identity is exposed. She is temporarily safe. I will go back to the organization in the next few days and ask Sister Lan Shui and the president how to remove the chip. Su Chen said. You, relax. The school doctor is not very good at comforting people at this time. Jiangmi's mentality is good. As long as the other party does not blow herself up. There is always something to talk about. She said goodbye to Su Chen and prepared to go back to the dormitory to wait for the meeting of the gods in the evening. Suddenly, a system warning popped up. Warning! Warning! The target has appeared. Please kill it immediately to seize the superpower. The target has appeared. Please kill it immediately to seize the superpower. The circular map appeared again, and the red dot kept flashing 10 kilometers away from Jiangmi. Damn! Jiangmi cursed in her heart. She must know who the target is earlier than the other party. Otherwise the system will no longer remind her. Jiangmi is too passive. Moreover, she is worried that the target that appears this time may be someone sent by the cube to recover her. Jiangmi touched her face and turned herself into a tall uncle with a beard. She borrowed Su Chen's shirt and suit jacket, and then summoned Xiao Ha to take her to the target location. Jiangmi is no longer as blind as before. She now has superpower labeling. As long as she finds a multi-superpower person, she can most likely determine the target. Of course, if the other party is a single superpower person, there is nothing to be afraid of. The other party is most likely not sent by the cube. As for a single superpower person, as long as it is not 3S level, Jiangmi can handle it. When they came to the area 10 kilometers away, Jiangmi came out of the alley with a husky like Xiao Ha. There was a constant stream of people coming and going in front of him. This is a commercial street. From time to time, Jiangmi passed by a few people with labels in front of him. There were not many, and they all had only one superpower, and their level was not high. Jiangmi looked around, and a minute later, the target on the system interface disappeared. Jiangmi was stunned. Although it was the first time that she saw the target disappear on the system map, it undoubtedly proved one thing, that the target was now 10 kilometers away from her. The target could also teleport. It was also possible that the other party was from the cube, and controlled the data system of the supernatural power. So he could naturally control the chip, and cut off the positioning. The situation was too bad for Jiangmi now. Hardening's identity was probably not going to be used for long. She could only hope that Su Chen would think of a way to solve the bomb as soon as possible. Otherwise she would either be killed and recovered, or become a puppet of the cube. Lao Chong's message just happened to come, asking Yao Qian to gather at the designated location. Jiangmi did not return to school, but teleported with Xiao Ha to the location given by Lao Chong. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiangmi changed into an inconspicuous female dress, wore a mask, and walked in the old city of Livonia. It was hard to imagine that the prosperous Livonia actually had such a dilapidated place. The streets were dirty, and garbage and homeless people's feces and urine were everywhere. On the broken sidewalk, streetwalkers and drunken men kissed passionately. Jiangmi lowered his cap and walked quickly through this area. Yao Qian was so beautiful. Her face was as beautiful as precious porcelain in the palace, and her figure was exquisite. Even with a mask on, Jiangmi could feel the greedy eyes of many men around her. Among them was a man who, seeing that he was a sea-level psychic, approached Jiangmi in a lewd manner and stretched out his hand to her. Jiangmi held his hand and twisted it with his backhand. Ah! God! God's will! Everything is God's will! The other party's first scream was shrill, and then he lowered his voice to the secret code. Jiangmi let go of his hand, and the man panted and rubbed his swollen wrist. As expected of a member of the organization, your physical skills are so powerful. The man did not complain about being injured by Jiangmi, but instead flattered her in a solemn manner. Miss Yao, my name is Gang Dao, and I am also from Laochong. The others have arrived. I will take you down. Jiangmi followed Gang Dao and walked through the damaged alley. There were still men around who looked at her with ill intentions. Jiangmi simply stepped forward and hugged Gang Dao's arm, declaring that she had a boyfriend. Gang Dao understood what Jiangmi meant and cooperated with her. There were fewer prying eyes around. Jiangmi followed Gang Dao to a boxing gym. After passing through the underground boxing area, the two walked into a hidden room. The room was very empty, because it was underground. The ventilation was not good. The air was filled with a strong smell of smoke and some indescribable unpleasant smells. There was a round table in the middle, and 5 people were sitting around it. Gang Dao introduced, "These are the main members of our operation this time. A total of 7. Jiang Mi and the 5 people sitting there nodded. 5 people, with abilities ranging from SS to B. Obviously, the God-given society is willing to go all out to kill Ming Jinyan. But the elder Lao Chong, whom Jiang Mi had met before as Yao Qian, was not among the 5. Jiang Mi and Gang Dao both found a seat and sat down. The SS level ability user spoke. "Everyone is here. I am in charge of this operation. You can just follow my instructions. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to complete the mission in 3 days. Can we really succeed with only 7 of us?" Some people expressed doubts. Jiang Mi wore a mask, with her fine bangs hanging down, revealing only her obsidian eyes. She looked up and saw that the person who was speaking was an A-level ability user, with the ability transformed into a shadow. The SS-level psychic looked at him. "Do you doubt my decision?" "That's not the case," the A-level psychic said. "Ming Jinyan is a member of the Jishua Alliance after all, and is the most likely person to be elected in this presidential election. We have failed once, and we can't fail again." He said it sincerely, and the believers at the scene fell silent. "Don't worry. As long as we cooperate well this time, we will definitely succeed." The SS level was quite confident. Of course, plans are not omnipotent. Today's meeting is just to let you get to know each other first, so that you can take care of each other when you act. In such actions in the organization, often only the person in charge knows the whole process, such as the cube and the God's Gift Society, and the people below just act. Having said that, it is still necessary to get familiar with each other to avoid accidents and fight against each other. Everyone also understood what SS level meant, and began a round of self-introductions. SS level spoke first. "You should know me. There is an introduction in your mission. I am the person in charge of this operation, and my code name is Landmine." Jiang Mi's eyes swept across Landmine's chest. SS level delayed shock wave. "Don't you want to introduce your ability level?" A level ability user suddenly asked. "I don't want to explore everyone's privacy, but at least I want to know everyone's strength level, so that we can know each other when we work together." "Right," Landmine nodded. As the first speaker, he naturally had to complete his self-introduction. "SS level, rule-based ability," he said. "I can't say more details." Everyone at the scene took a breath. SS level, there are only a few SS level people in the entire Federation. Obviously, in order to successfully assassinate Ming Jinyan, the organization spent a lot of money. Like the previous kidnapping of Ming Yueshi, they just wanted to win big with a small investment. This time, they just wanted to hit the target with one shot. The second one was the A-level ability user next to the SS level. He talked a lot from the beginning. Potfish, A-level, rule system. Goat, A-level, attack system. Python, B-level, spirit system. Steel knife, C-level, power system. When it was Jiang Mi's turn, Jiang Mi did not hesitate and frankly said Yao Qian's ability. Star Trace, B-level, rule system. Most of the 6 people who spoke so far told the truth. When it was the last person's turn, a sly look flashed in his eyes. Fox, A-level, attack system. Jiang Mi looked at Fox calmly. He had fair skin, a faint smile on his lips, and was dressed in black. But there was a shining label on his heart. S-level shock wave. After introducing himself, Delay briefly talked about the action plan. He would not tell the believers the detailed ideas, but he could tell them the general direction. Delay, Ming Jinyan travels to and from places on a daily basis, mainly to the Ming family, the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Administration Bureau, and the Federal Building. These places are heavily guarded, and there are occasionally SS-level psychics, so we can't do anything. However, in order to canvass for votes in the election, Ming Jinyan will participate in various activities every week. She will go to a welfare home to participate in a charity event in 3 days. This is our opportunity. Who you interrupted? When the presidential candidate goes out, there will be no shortage of bodyguards around him. When Ming Jinyan goes out, there will be 4 S-level psychics around him, and several AB-level psychics. I think our current levels are not enough to fight. Who you was telling the truth. Even if the S-level Fox was counted, it was not enough. Of course, If Jiangmi's real level was counted, it would be hard to say. Xingji, follow me, Delay said. Lao Chong said that you have to work with the strongest psychic to achieve the best results. If you are with SS level, you are SS level. Everyone was stunned and looked at Jiangmi in surprise. They just heard that Xingji was only a B-level psychic. Delay obviously didn't finish his words. Xingji, I also heard that there is an S-level psychic around you. She may be able to help. Jiangmi interrupted Delay's delusion. Anonymous is not in Livonia. Delay showed a little loss. But Lao Chong had already said this when he told him the mission. The god's gift would not help Anonymous. Anonymous could not help Yao Qian again and again. She had tried her best to kidnap Minji Wexi before. In the next few minutes, Delay talked about the task allocation. The main thing was that other people should lead away the S-level bodyguards. If necessary, they could use the children of the welfare home. Delay and Yao Qian would be responsible for assassinating Ming Jinyin. After giving these instructions, Delay prepared to let everyone disperse and leave separately. A few psychics left first, and the psychics behind would leave after a while, so as not to be caught in one fell swoop. Jiangmi was the last one to leave. She was bored staying in the room. At this time, the A-level psychic beside her, Hu Yu, also looked bored and chatted with Jiangmi. Xingji, I heard that you participated in the task of kidnapping Ming Yueshi? Jiangmi nodded. Hu Yu's face was full of envy. No wonder Delay said you are equivalent to SS level. All the psychics who carried out the mission died. And only you survived. Right? Not bad. Jiangmi said coldly. I also heard that. Hu Yu lowered his voice. The SS level golden blood that the Federation lost recently was stolen by us. Is that true? Did you participate in that operation? Jiangmi was surprised and rolled his eyes. I know it was done by the organization, but I don't know who participated in the operation. Hu Yu's eyes widened. It was really us who did it. He seemed ignorant and was amazed at this. But the viciousness in his eyes still betrayed him. Of course. Apart from us, the group of people chosen by God. Who else has this ability? The S-level mutant fox, who disguised as A-level, spoke. He looked at Hu Yu with cunning eyes. We can even steal SS-level golden blood. This operation, we will definitely succeed. Hu Yu was encouraged by Fox and clenched his fists. Yes, we will definitely succeed. Then, he asked Fox again. Then, did you participate in that operation? Fox raised his cunning eyes. What do you think? On a summer night, several figures came out of the boxing gym and dispersed in different directions, hiding in the darkness. Fox walked towards the Harley he parked in the alley. He walked neither fast nor slow. In such a chaotic old city, there were few people at night, and everyone was seeking self-protection. But Fox was confident and not afraid at all. He walked to the side of Harley, unlocked the light screen, and was about to take the motorcycle away. Suddenly, a black figure jumped out of the darkness. He was extremely fast. With the blessing of the space power and the concealment of darkness, he was as fast as lightning. Fox quickly took a step back to avoid fatal damage. But the corner of his lip was torn open by the opponent's sharp blade, and blood flowed out. Fox licked the blood droplets at the corner of his mouth. Can't hold back so soon? Hu Yu walked out of the darkness and shook the bloody dagger. When did you find me? Since you asked about the SS-level golden blood, Fox said. The Federation has lost the golden blood. How can it be announced to everyone that it was the God-given society that stole the golden blood? It's too embarrassing to know the murderer, but not catch him. Therefore, the only one who knew that the God-given society stole the golden blood could be the people of the cube. Hu Yu frowned. He didn't expect that he would be exposed so quickly. Hu Yu, why don't you doubt Xingji? She clearly knows it too. Also, Hu Yu originally wanted to hide for a little longer. But when Delay said that he was an SS-level psychic, Hu Yu clearly heard Xingji's low exclamation. My God, the organization actually gave him the SS-level golden blood that was stolen. It was this sentence that made Hu Yu unable to hold back. And he asked Xingji, and then asked about Fox. Xingji? Fox thought. Oh, she was originally the eldest daughter of the federal nobles. It's not strange that she knows these things. But you? Hu Yu? I have checked your information. You are just an ordinary person. You have no reason to know. Hu Yu's eyes sank slightly. He has been infiltrating the God's Gift Association for many years. This time Hongye gave him an order to find the SS-level golden blood. And it doesn't matter if it is exposed. If it is true, as Shinji said, the SS-level golden blood has been taken by the mine. Then he has nothing to say. But in order to complete the task, he must at least catch the fox who was carrying out the task and report it to Hongya. However, they are all A-level superpowers, and his transformation into Shadow is obviously more suitable for assassination and attack. He will not lose. Thinking of this, Huyu transformed into a black shadow and suddenly attacked Fox. Just this one attack exposed his weak point of insufficient attack. Boom. With a bang, Huyu was hit by a heavy shock wave, flew more than 10 meters away, and fell to the ground. He spurted blood from his mouth, watching the shock wave bursting around Fox, slowly walking towards him. He still had a smug smile on his lips. I said I was an A-level superpower, and you really believed it? Naive. Huyu's eyes widened. This was an important operation of the god's gift to assassinate Ming Jinyan, and Fox dared to lie. But the mines did not stop him. It means Fox did this on purpose, and the god's gift wanted to lure out the people buried in the organization by the cube. Huyu was so disappointed that he was careless. The fox walked towards Huyu with a more intense killing intent in his eyes, and Huyu retreated step by step, and had reached a point where he could no longer retreat. Fox, we will act in 3 days, and everyone's position is very important. The mines have been set up, and if you kill me, our action will fail in 3 days. Don't worry. The fox smiled. After killing you, I will report the mines and supplement your position, which will not affect our action. You. The fish was speechless, and the fox had walked in front of him, pointing his palm at him. On the tree trunk in the old city, 2 figures, a man and a dog, slowly emerged. The dog was chewing a small cake, and the man was holding his chin, watching the scene of the fox and the fish in the alley with interest. Xiaohua asked, "Are we going to fight?" "Jiangmi, who do you want to die first?" Xiaohua glanced at the fox. "That pretty boy. I'm not happy with his face. It always reminds me of the annoying fox in the crack. Kill him." "Okay." Jiangmi smiled. "Let's start with him first." Chapter 83. Fox stretched out his arms, and a continuous shock wave surged from his palms, his face full of pride. Huyu was terrified. He could have defeated Fox. His ability was spatial, and he was very fast in dodging. His physical skills were also good, which allowed him to compete with S-level psychics. But he underestimated Fox, thinking that Fox was only an A-level psychic. Just in the first confrontation, he was seriously injured and his internal organs were bleeding. Huyu now just wanted to escape. The shockwave attacked Huyu frantically, and Huyu used Transform into Shadow to dodge it. But Fox would use the shockwave as a reaction force to catch up with him, and he couldn't escape at all. Seeing that Fox had rushed in front of him, Huyu gritted his teeth and died. At least he had to injure Fox before dying. He clenched the knife in his hand. The last shockwave of Fox did not fall as expected. At the moment when he was about to attack Huyu, he suddenly felt dizzy in his brain, which made him absent-minded for a moment. At this moment, Huyu clenched the dagger, turned into a black shadow, and pierced through the fox. The fox woke up and looked at Huyu in disbelief. Huyu was very surprised. I won! But he didn't know that the fox was looking at the direction behind him, where a woman and a dog stood on the tree trunk, smiling at the two of them. Seeing the fox fall to the ground, Huyu immediately took out the light brain and contacted Hongyi. A few thin vines quickly evacuated from the fox. Miss Hongyi. I am Huyu. I have found the whereabouts of SS-level gold blood. Hongyi on the other side of the light brain was very surprised. Can it be stolen back? Huyu sighed. No. The god's gift has already given the gold blood to a superpower, and he is awakened to an SS-level superpower. Hongya frowned. So fast? SS-level golden blood is so precious that it must be taken by people with high mental power to awaken 3S-level psychics as much as possible. The God's Gift Association acted too quickly. However, SS-level golden blood is coveted by many forces. The God's Gift Association is worried that the golden blood will be stolen again, so it is possible that it will be dealt with quickly. Is this news true? Hongya asked again unwillingly. Huyu, I have confirmed it with 2 psychics. It is true. I have also seen the SS-level psychic. He is indeed a rule-based person. Hongya sighed. Since it has been taken, they can't get the golden blood back. They can't dissect the SS-level psychic. But this loss is painful to think about. We can't just let this go, Hongya said solemnly. The god's gift has caused us such a big setback. We must get it back. Miss Hongya, I met Yao Qian during the mission. Who you said? You told me to pay attention to Yao Qian and Merlin. But Merlin didn't see it. Yao Qian is one of the executors of our action this time. Very good. Keep a close eye on her. Hongya sneered. She is a faceless person. You are not her opponent. Just keep an eye on her. Who you, understood. There is one more thing. The mission of the god's gift this time is to assassinate Ming Jinyan. Do I need to stop it secretly? Hongya pondered for a moment. And who you heard the sound of footsteps coming from the other end of the light brain. Who you knew that Hongya put down the light brain and went to consult the big boss. He waited quietly until Hongya came back and told him. Don't do anything extra. Continue to sneak in and assassinate Ming Jinyan with the god's gift. Yes. Who you left the alley. And Jiangmi and Xiaohua came out from the dark. Whose body was still lying on the ground, with his eyes wide open. Delay was the captain of their operation. Other believers needed to send messages to Delay every day to confirm their location and safety. Who couldn't send messages, and his death would soon be discovered by Delay. Xiaohua tilted his head. Don't you want to kill this traitor? No hurry. Jiangmi looked at the direction where Hu Yu disappeared. Keep him. He has a greater use. In a blink of an eye. It was 3 days later. Delay had discovered the death of Hu Yu, and thought there was a traitor among them. He reported the news to Lao Chong in time. After experiencing the SS-level Golden Blood Black Pot, Lao Chong knew very well that this person was most likely a member of the Cube. The assassination of Ming Jinyan was imminent, and Lao Chong asked Delay to hold it down and wait until the mission was over before killing the person. On the day of the mission, Jiangmi changed his face to look like Yao Qian and followed Delay all the time. The mines allowed her to steal her own abilities, so that Jiangmi could also use delayed shock wave. However, the essence of obtaining this ability was not to allow her to use it as well. They could act at the same time, and one of them could release delayed shock wave. This is an indiscriminate attack ability. The actions of all people in the shock wave will be damaged, except for the psychic itself. If Jiangmi also knows delayed shock wave, she can move freely in the shock wave. Ming Jinyan came to the welfare home under the escort of many black-clad bodyguards. She brought social donations to improve the quality of life of the children in the welfare home. The director selected a few cute and well-behaved children to accompany Ming Jinyan, and everyone visited the welfare home together. Wei Shu and 4 other S-class superpowers followed Ming Jinyan closely to prevent assassination. Along the way, the dean introduced the welfare home. This is the photo wall of our welfare home. It shows the children who have lived in the welfare home. They were all born as third-class citizens. After they grow up, some stay in college for further studies, while others enter society early to contribute to society. There weren't so many welfare homes before, the dean said kindly. Thanks to you, the congressman, for advocating that third-class citizens can enter the cracks only after they become adults, so that these children can wait until they become adults before entering the cracks. The protection of young children is also the protection of the country's future. Ming Jinyan firmly believes in this. But a 6-year-old girl holding her hand pouted. Raising people to 18 years old and then sending them to the cracks. What's the difference between raising livestock and eating them? Xiaochan, what are you talking about? The dean scolded. I'm telling the truth. Xiaochan raised her head. Anyway, entering the crack means death. So what's the difference between dying early and late? Waiting for more than 10 years in vain. Isn't this torture? Ming Jinyan froze for a moment. She had heard too many praises about this proposal. And most people believed that allowing third-class citizens to enter the crack after the age of 18 was a kind of humanistic care. And today, when she faced this little girl, she heard a different interpretation from the person involved. In their eyes, waiting until the age of 18 to enter the crack was never a concern, but just a reprieve from death. What they see every day in their lives is not a bright future, but a countdown to their own death. Other children look forward to the coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 18. But they are afraid of growing up, because growing up means death. This is indeed no different from an animal. The director scolded Xiaochan. I told you to be so outspoken. Do you know what you are talking about? You are just a third-class citizen. How can you say this to the congressman? Ming Jinyan suddenly stopped the director. She squatted down, the same height as Xiaochan, and looked at her level. I'm sorry, Ming Jian said. I didn't do enough. I will try my best to abolish the citizenship system and let you end this kind of life. She lowered her eyes and saw the photo in Xiaochan's arms. The director said that Xiaochan had recognized a sister in the welfare home before, and what she was holding in her arms was her sister's photo. Can I see this photo? Ming Jian asked. Xiaochan turned her face away, her eyes red. She guarded the photo tightly and didn't show it to Ming Jian. She is no longer here, Xiaochan said. 3 years ago, she was sent into the crack on the day she turned 18. And she never came back. Ming Jian clenched his fists and used force to hold back the tears that had not fallen. You seem to be very powerful. Xiaochan looked at Ming Jian. These people respect and fear you. Even the dean's mother seems to be afraid of you. Can you really do it to abolish the citizenship system? Ming Jian nodded vigorously. I will try my best. You must do it, Xiaochan said. I don't want to be like my sister in the next 10 years, waiting for death as soon as I open my eyes. Ming Jian solemnly promised Xiaochan that if she was successfully elected in this election, the first thing she would do after taking office would be to abolish the citizenship system. Hypocrisy. In the monitoring room, Delay looked at Ming Jian's promise and sneered. If you can really abolish the citizenship system, what would you have done earlier? Why are you doing this now? Don't you just want to rely on the votes of these third-class citizens to get to power? Jiangmi knocked down the 2 security guards in the monitoring room neatly before walking to Delay. Delay has always been calm. Whether it was when they discussed the assassination of Ming Jian in the boxing gym before, or when they met later, Jiangmi believed that this man should be a well-trained executor of the God-given society. He rarely lost his composure when he saw Ming Jian today. She doesn't know it all. Delay gritted his teeth. This kind of torture of waiting to die is like living in hell every day. Jiangmi retorted. The mortality rate of minors entering the crack is 96.32%, while the mortality rate of adults is 76.19%. The probability of survival is still higher when people enter the crack after they become adults. Delay glared at Jiangmi. Xingji, find out your identity. Why are you speaking for Ming Jian? Jiangmi shrugged. I am talking about objective facts. Delay wanted to argue, but a deafening explosion came from somewhere in the welfare home. The Delay team took action. The team of believers who were sent by the God-given society to assassinate Ming Jian was divided into 2 groups. Delay and Jiangmi were responsible for approaching Ming Jian to carry out the assassination. The other believers were led by the A-level goat, who lured away the bodyguards protecting Ming Jian. The action took place at the welfare house. The goat's ability was bomb, which was the same as the ape demon's ability. Anything he touched could be turned into a bomb. The goat kept throwing stones as bombs, causing chaos in the welfare house. The python's ability was the B-level ability fainting, which could easily stun the children and teachers in the welfare house, making them unable to escape from the bomb, so that Ming Jian's bodyguards had to go to rescue them. As for Gang Dao and Hu Yu, they were responsible for protecting the goat and the python and fighting against the chasing bodyguards. In the hall, Ming Jian heard the roar outside, and she knew that the welfare home had an accident because of her. The teacher of the welfare home ran over quickly. The children and teachers in Building B are unconscious for some reason, and there are the most bombs over there. The fire is about to burn down the whole building. The fire truck is too late. This place is located in the suburbs of Livonia. The fastest fire truck takes 10 minutes to come, not to mention the management bureau, which takes at least 20 minutes to arrive by aircraft. Ming Jian immediately ordered Wei Shu. Let the bodyguards go to rescue people. Member of the Congress. The secretary retorted Ming Jian. They are sent by the Alliance to protect you. Your life safety is the first priority. What about those children? Ming Jian asked. They can wait for the firefighters. The secretary's voice faded. Member of the Congress. Let's go! A superpower stood up. Ming Jian remembered her. She was an S-level superpower sent by the Jishu Alliance to protect her. Her name was Lin Qing. Lin Qing, Wei Shu's ability is speed. Song Shan's ability is defense. Let them stay to protect you. I will take the others to rescue those children. If something really happens, we can come back in time as we are only 2 buildings away. Ming Jian nodded. It is enough to leave 2 S-levels to protect themselves. The children and teachers in Building B are all in a coma. They are in greater danger now. Lin Qing left with a team of people. Wei Shu and Song Shan followed Ming Jian closely. always alert to everything around them. In the monitoring room, Delay saw Ming Jinian's defense deployment and smiled smugly. They still want to go back to save people? No way. Xingji, it's our turn now. The sound of bombs was heard all around the welfare home. The goat grabbed a handful of gravel and threw it forward. The gravel turned into bombs when it landed, making a roar. There was a raging fire near Building B, but everyone inside was asleep. Only Lin Qing brought the bodyguards to put out the fire, and then tried to rescue the people inside. In the lobby of Building A, the children looked at the burning building opposite and cried loudly. The dean and several teachers who were with them hurried to comfort them. But the children didn't understand and cried harder. Dean, mother, we won't die here. Right? Wow. I'm not even 18 years old yet. I don't want to die yet. The dean repeatedly comforted the children and told them to stop crying. Don't worry. You won't die. Song Shan stepped forward. We two S-class psychics are here to protect you. Nothing will happen. Wei Shu was very cautious and kept alert to the surrounding situation. Be careful. The other party is obviously well prepared. Song Shan sneered. Wei Shu, you and I are here. What can happen? Wei Shu was silent for a moment. When the eldest lady got into trouble, she was also accompanied by me and Jiang Xiaobai. But we still lost to a B-class psychic. Song Shan's face darkened slightly. He knew that the presidential primary was because Yao Qian, a B-class psychic, was able to successfully kidnap Ming Yueshi. After that, the Jishu alliance was extremely worried about Ming Jinian. Once she went out, she must be equipped with 4 S-class followers, which is a very high security configuration in the Federation. That's because Jiang Xiaobai is too young, and you were deceived by someone you know. It's different, Songshan said. You know, my defense is unmatched below S level, and your speed is the best in the world. If a bad guy really attacks, you can just carry the congressman and run away. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid you can't run away. The sound of a landmine came from the door. Song Shan and Wei Shu were immediately alert. The complacency on Song Shan's face disappeared, and his eyes stared at the door, while Wei Shu immediately pulled out the gun from his waist and pointed it directly at the door. The children in the welfare home were trembling. The secretary's face was full of panic, and he protected Ming Jinian behind him without hesitation. No one appeared, but Wei Shu clearly heard that someone in front of him punched the ground hard, and the weak shockwave spread rapidly along the ground, instantly spreading to Wei Shu and others. This shockwave seemed to be non-aggressive, but it only caused a subtle vibration on the ground. But when Wei Shu looked up, the people in front of him seemed to be frozen. They wanted to move and escape, but their speed was infinitely slowed down, and the whole world became a slow-motion movie film. Wei Shu quickly ran to Ming Jinian. His speed was normal, and was not affected by the shock wave. But Wei Shu's ability is speed. His speed is 100 times that of an ordinary person, and he is using his ability at this moment. But he is only as fast as an ordinary person, which means that the speed of everyone here has been slowed down 100 times. Song Shan wanted to create a defense layer to protect everyone, but his movements were also stiff, and the defense layer could not come out. Jiangmi followed the landmine into the hall. Escape. The secretary finally uttered a word, asking Wei Shu to quickly hold Ming Jinian and run away. Wei Shu understood and immediately picked up Ming Jinian. Ming Jinian could not move, and had no ability to resist. Wei Shu held Ming Jinian and ran in the opposite direction. Behind him, Jiangmi raised his gun. Bang 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 bang. The bullets rushed towards Wei Shu crazily. Wei Shu was not an offensive ability user, so he could only hold Ming Jinian and run away. But Yao Qian's bullets were extremely fast and were not affected by delayed shock wave, so they all landed on his escape route. Wei Shu failed to escape by jumping out the window, but was forced back by Yao Qian's bullets. Delayed shock wave can slow down the speed of everyone within the shock wave range, but the delay effect is negatively correlated with the distance from the psychic. The farther away from the psychic, the weaker the delay effect. Wei Shu was separated from delay by a distance, and his speed ability was mostly restored, so he could escape with Ming Jinian. But delay took out his gun and pointed it at the dean and the children in the hall. Come back, or I'll kill them. Wei Shu's body froze. While saying this, delay had already pulled the trigger, aiming at Song Shan's head, and fired several shots without hesitation. The continuous gunshots made people tremble with fear. Wei Shu immediately turned around, and Song Shan's figure appeared under the dust. He couldn't move. His eyes were wide open, and his whites were covered with bloodshot. He is fine. Although delayed shockwave makes Songshan unable to move. Some superpowers do not need to be used actively. When the superpower body is found to be damaged, the S-level defense system will automatically form a defense layer to protect Songshan. Songshan's body is surrounded by a thin defense layer, and all the bullets were shot on the defense layer. So he is fine for the time being. Oh, so you are a defense system, Delay thought. Yes. After all, you are an S-level superpower. Of course you are not afraid of bullets. But, what about her? Delay said, pointing the gun at the secretary. He looked at the secretary, with a smug smile on his face. You are not a defense system superpower, right? Wanzu! Ming Jinyan regained some speed and shouted worriedly. Go! Wanju uttered this word with great difficulty. She spoke faster, but still very slowly. Member. Go! In Wanju's eyes, anyone can die. She can die. Songshan can die. The orphans at the scene can die. And even Ming Yueshi. If she blocks the election of the counselor, Wanzu will decide that she should die. But Ming Jinyan can't. She carries the hopes of too many people. Member. Delay ignored Wanju at all, but looked at Wei Shu and Ming Jinyan, who were already standing on the windowsill. As long as you come back, I promise I won't hurt them, but if you don't come back, it's hard to say. Member. Wanju roared with all his might. Wei Shu was very worried. He looked at Ming Jinyan, fearing that Ming Jinyan would agree. Ming Jinyan was silent for a moment, looked at Yao Qian, then looked at Delay, and said in a sonorous and powerful tone, You mean, let me exchange my life for another's? You can understand it that way. Delay's mouth curled up a cold smile. I refuse. Ming Jinyan did not hesitate. Delay was stunned. Ming Jinyan said this not only to Delay, but also to Wei Shu. After saying this, Wei Shu quickly picked her up and wanted to jump off the windowsill. Aren't you afraid that I will kill them? Delay roared. Ming Jinyan paused. Fine lines appeared at the end of her eyes, but her eyes were still firm and never compromised. Ask the little girl next to you. I can even give up my own daughter. Why can't others? One life for another. This is a losing business. If I can survive, I can save more people. Why should I die here? Cheating voters' votes, with a righteous attitude and saying that he always puts voters first is what every candidate who participates in the presidential election will do. But Ming Jinyan is obviously not one of them. Wanju smiled. She never showed dissatisfaction or discouragement because of Ming Jinyan's giving up. Instead, she was more excited by her words. You don't think of using us to threaten the congressman? It's impossible. Asshole. Delay's hand holding the gun slammed hard and hit Wanju's head. Wanju didn't have as strong defense as Songshan, so he fell to the ground and spit out blood. And just as Delay was furious, several bullets quickly attacked Delay. It was Wei Shu. He actually took advantage of Delay and Ming Jinyan's confrontation to sneak attack Delay. The bullet whizzed through the air and did not touch the ground. Naturally, it would not be affected by the delayed shock wave and accurately shot at Delay. Delay was surprised. He was not good at physical skills. With delayed shock wave, everyone's speed slowed down infinitely in his eyes. What physical skills did he need to practice? It was not easy for him to avoid Wei Shu's bullets. He fell to the ground. His arm was dislocated due to the impact, and his skin was scratched with long blood marks. Landmine pulled his arm violently and corrected the dislocation. Member, we have to leave. Wei Shu picked up Ming Jinyan. But Ming Jinyan was entangled. Their target is you. Only if we escape can they survive. Wei Shu picked up Ming Jinyan and jumped out of the window. Outside the window was the corridor of Building A, and there was a window at the end of the corridor. As long as they went out through that window, they could meet up with Lin Qing and others. Wei Shu hugged Ming Jinyan tightly. He knew very well that Ming Jinyan's life was the most important. As long as Ming Jinyan could live, others could live. But Wei Shu didn't realize that his speed had become that of an ordinary person. Jiangmi quietly approached Wei Shu, and at the moment when Wei Shu jumped out of the window holding Ming Jinyan, he released a delayed shock wave and shot at Wei Shu. Under the effect of delayed shock wave, Wei Shu couldn't dodge, was shot in the knee, fell to the ground, and Ming Jinyan in his arms also fell to the ground. Wei Shu looked back with difficulty, and saw Yao Qian walking slowly behind him. Her face was cold, and she pulled the safety on the gun without emotion. Miss Yao. Wei Shu felt pain. Why is it you again? Delay laughed triumphantly. You think we let you go? Naive. You federal running dogs? None of you can escape. Delay strode towards the corridor. He didn't take 2 steps before he was suddenly grabbed by someone. Delay lowered his head and saw Song Shan lying on the ground, hugging his thighs with difficulty. I can't let you hurt the counselor. Do you think your defense is invincible? Delay took out the submachine gun from his waist and aimed it at Song Shan's head. The bullets fell with a crackle, and the shells that jumped out of the rifling fell on Song Shan's face. The indestructible S-level defense layer collapsed bit by bit. Under normal circumstances, Song Shan's defense layer is the same as Jiangmi's magic layer, and is not afraid of bullets. But Song Shan's speed slowed down because of delayed shock wave, which means that he cannot control his own ability, and the body's own defense is very limited. The defense layer with a pale yellow glow had cracks. Under the impact of the gun, the cracks continued to expand. With a pop, the defense layer shattered. The bullets in the submachine gun had just been used up. Delay threw away the submachine gun, took out his Desert Eagle, and fired several more shots at Song Shan. Bang, 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 bang. Song Shan's head was torn open, and blood flowed out, soaking the soles of Delay's feet. Xiao Chan burst into tears when she saw this scene, and the other children heard the sound and followed suit. Their crying was slow and intermittent, but heartbreaking, echoing throughout the hall. Chapter 84. Ming Jinyan struggled to get up. From her position, she could see Song Shan lying unconscious on the ground, and also Wei Shu, who was shot. She looked worried and grabbed the hem of her silver-gray dress. Without any obstacles, Delay easily walked in front of Ming Jinyan and Wei Shu. Wei Shu struggled to protect Ming Jinyan, but Jiangmi raised his hand and shot Wei Shu in the heart accurately. Wei Shu's heart was bleeding, and he fell to the ground and closed his eyes in pain. We have dealt with both S-levels, Delay said. Ming Jinyan. It's your turn now. He raised the Desert Eagle and pointed the gun at Ming Jinyan. At the last moment, Ming Jinyan did not give up hope of survival. She looked at Jiangmi. Cici, your father has known his mistake. Do you still plan to stay in this organization? Jiangmi looked at Ming Jinyan with no expression on her face. She said in a calm voice in Yao Qian's tone, Aunt, Wei Shu is dead. I kidnapped Cici, and this is a done deal. I am already a wanted criminal in the Federation. Is there any possibility for me to turn back? Why are you talking so much nonsense with her? Delay had no patience anymore. He pulled the safety and shot at Ming Jinyan without saying anything. Just when the bullet was about to hit Ming Jinyan, with a clang sound, a smooth piece of metal suddenly appeared and knocked the bullet away. Delay was startled, followed by a boom boom sound. The huge gravity field crashed into the position where Delay and Jiangmi were. Jiangmi reacted faster and quickly took 2 steps back with Delay. The gravity field hit the ground, and the concrete ground sank, raising rolling dust. When the dust cleared, Delay could see the figures on the other side clearly. They were Pei Zhixian, Jiang Xiubai, and Ming Yueshi floating in the air. Auntie! Jiang Xiubai, standing on a metal sheet, suddenly flew in front of Ming Jinyan. 2 pieces of metal swoosh flew out from under her feet and landed under Ming Jinyan, holding her up steadily. After no longer touching the ground, Ming Jinyan regained her ability to speak normally. Seeing Ming Yueshi and others, she was surprised. Cici, why are you here? Ming Yueshi saw the embarrassed Ming Jinyan, and a flash of pity flashed in her eyes. But she turned her face away. I was just doing a mission nearby, and I saw the explosion here, so I came to see it. Really? Ming Jinyan's eyebrows curved. Thank you for saving me, Ming Yueshi retorted. Don't talk nonsense. No matter who encounters this situation, I will come. Okay. Don't be stubborn. Pei Zhixian interrupted the mother and daughter. He can control gravity, so floating in the air is no different from walking on flat ground. At this moment, Pei Zhixian stood in the air and saw Song Shan, who had fallen unconscious in the distance, and Wei Shu, who was shot in the heart beside him. Both S-classes are dead. Pei Zhixian looked at Delay and Yao Qian with a serious face. Xiubai, Yushi, be serious. These 2 people are not simple. Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai both have the ability to float in the air, which means that Delay's delayed shock wave is useless. But in essence, shock waves are not only caused by the ground. Any shock waves can be used as long as they are caused by delay, including sound waves. Seeing Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai flying towards him, Delay immediately took out the whistle he had prepared long ago and whistled at Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai. In the past, Delay used the ground shock wave to delay everyone's speed. In essence, the shock wave was continuously transmitted to the ground by walking. The same is true for whistles. As long as the sound waves are blown continuously, and the sound waves are transmitted continuously, the delay will be useful. Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly retreated, distanced themselves from Delay, but they could not move too far away, and their speed was still affected. Delay immediately grabbed the submachine gun he had dropped, loaded it with bullets, and attacked Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai fiercely. On the other side, Ming Yueshi raised her gun and aimed at Jiang Mi. She is the best sniper of the new generation in the Federation. Only considering her sniping ability, she can be ranked in the top 10 among all snipers in the Federation. Ming Yueshi did not want to kill Yao Qian, but Yao Qian killed Wei Shu. They could not go back, and she could not let Yao Qian make such a mistake. Ming Yueshi's crosshairs were first aimed at Yao Qian's head, and after hesitating for a second, she chose to aim at her arm to destroy her attack ability first. The bullet swoosh swoosh shot at Yao Qian, a distance of dozens of meters. Ming Yueshi could not miss, but none of the bullets landed on Yao Qian. Yao Qian dodged the bullets lightly, as if she could predict where each bullet would land. Although she barely dodged them, none of them hit her. Ming Yueshi frowned. How could it be possible? She attacked again, but her shooting ability, which she was most proud of, was useless in front of Yao Qian. She could suppress Yao Qian, but she couldn't kill her. Compared to Ming Yueshi's failure, Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai were much smoother on the other side. In order not to be affected by delayed shock wave, the two distanced themselves from Delay, but they were not close-range players. Gravity and metal control were both abilities that could attack from a distance. Moreover, the gun was made of metal. While Delay was frantically attacking the two with a submachine gun, Jiang Xiaobai grabbed it with his hand, and a metal bullet jammed the trajectory. Then, the entire submachine gun exploded in Delay's hand. Landmine immediately used delayed shockwave to avoid the explosion. But it was not over yet. Pei Jixian's gravity field followed closely and hit Landmine hard. Landmine was so scared that he spat out blood. The whistle in his mouth came out, and Landmine reached out to grab it. Before he could grab it, another gravity field blasted the whistle into powder. Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai approached and floated in front of Landmine. It's time to end, Pei Jixian said lightly. Jiang Xiaobai took out the supernatural shielding handcuffs at the right time and planned to put them on Landmine. Do you think it's over if you catch me? Landmine spat out blood and chuckled. Pei Jixian, what do you mean? Boom boom boom. That was the sound of a giant falling to the ground, which was very similar to Pei Jixian's gravity field. But the sound was still a little different, because he smashed through the house on the 6th floor of Building A and then fell to the ground. Pei Jixian and his companions were on the 2nd floor, and Building A had 6 floors in total. The top 4 floors were completely penetrated. The skylight fell from the cave, and the air was full of dust from the Tyndall effect. In the light source, there was a green monster covered with scales. He had the poisonous tail of a war rainbow python, 2 tusks of a bone elephant in his mouth, and 6 arms of ape demons on his body. He landed in front of Ming Jinyan. Mother! Ming Yueshi shouted worriedly. The monster swung its claws down and almost hit Ming Jinyan's head. Fortunately, Pei Jixian was extremely fast and had already floated in front of Ming Jinyan. He suddenly raised his foot to block the monster's attack. Boom! With a sound, wherever the monster touched, it became a bomb. Jiang Xiaobai's metal pick flew out in time and protected Pei Jixian's legs at the last moment. Pei Jixian was fine and immediately took Ming Jinyan back. Delay stood up and walked in front of the monster. At this moment, he, the monster, Yao Qian, and Ming Jinyan and others on the opposite side formed 2 distinct parts. 2 SS level, Delay said proudly. Now, it's still unknown who will win or lose. Compared with Delay's bloodlust, the monster is even more irrational. His 6 eyes all revealed a bloody red. 2 of his eyes on his face could still be seen as human eyes. and the remaining 4 eyes were transplanted from nowhere. They looked at the world deformedly, slowly shedding blood and tears. His fong-filled mouth can only say 2 words. Go to hell. The gravity field and metal cone slammed towards the monster. But the monster's hard scales were indestructible, and all attacks were in vain. The monster did not know how to fight back, and only focused on chasing Ming Jinyan. Jiang Xiaobai immediately used the metal sheet to hold up Ming Jinyan. What the hell is this thing? Is it a demon species? I have never seen it before. Who knows? Pei Zhixian wanted to curse. Zhongzheng Bowen hasn't come yet? At least 5 minutes. Jiang Xiaobai replied. That is to say, the 3 of them have to hold back 2 SS levels for 5 minutes. Zhuangnijin, Jiangmi, who had been silent, looked at the monster. Are you Zhuangnijin? It was difficult to see the shadow of a human on the monster, and his whole body was also transformed like a demon species. But Jiangmi saw the slightly obscure label on his lively and beating heart. See superpower materialization. After hearing these 3 words, Zhuangnijin paused obviously, and his pace in chasing Ming Jinyan was much slower. What are you standing there for? Delay roared. 2018. Don't forget your mission. He has no name. He only has a number. And 2018 is his number. The remaining consciousness in Zhuangnijin's brain was wiped out. His eyes were blood red again, and he kicked his hind legs and suddenly appeared in front of Ming Jinyan. His legs were also modified. Unlike human legs, they had the same superior explosive power as the hind legs of a cheetah. With just one kick, he could reach several steps away from others. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened. He was about to fight back when he was kicked away by Zhuangnijin. Pei Zhixian wanted to rescue him, but was stopped by the concentrated fire of the mines. And Ming Jinyan faced Zhuangnijin's terrifying face. Zhuangnijin waved his claws, which turned into sickles and slashed towards Ming Jinyan's head. With such a cut, not to mention Ming Jinyan, even a piece of iron could be cut in half. Ming Yueshi suddenly rushed out and pushed Ming Jinyan hard. Ming Jinyan rolled off the metal sheet and fell to the ground, while Ming Yueshi took her place, and a long bloody mark was cut on her back by Zhuangnijin's sickle. Cece. Ming Jinyan's eyes were red and filled with tears. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to save you. Ming Yueshi ignored the wound, raised the gun in his hand forcefully, and aimed at Zhuangnijin's heart. Bang bang bang. Continuous shooting. Zhuangnijin's heart scales blocked most of the gunshots, but the scales of his heart were still shattered and fell to the ground. Green and red sticky blood flowed out, and his huge body was also knocked back several meters. Ming Yueshi did not stop, and continued to shoot at Zhuangnijin after changing the bullets. I am just helping my cousin to protect you. You are a presidential candidate. If you get hurt, your cousin will also be punished. Before he finished speaking, there was a bang. No one noticed Yao Qian. Ming Yueshi turned around suddenly, and saw Yao Qian raising the gun. The bullet pierced Ming Liao Jinyan's heart. Mom! Mom! Ming Yueshi rushed to Ming Jinyan. Ming Jinyan's chest was covered with blood, and the blood stained her white shirt red, and a bright red flower bloomed on her chest. Ming Yueshi hugged Ming Jinyan and covered her wound. Mom! Don't scare me. Mom! Don't scare me. Ming Yueshi's voice was filled with tears, and tears fell. But Ming Jinyan's consciousness was blurred. Her breathing became slow, and she felt that she was getting farther and farther away from the world. She stretched out her hand and wanted to touch her daughter's face. However, her hand only reached the side of Ming Yueshi's face, and failed to touch Ming Yueshi, and just slid down powerlessly. Ming Yueshi's face was full of tears, holding Ming Jinyan's hand and pressing it tightly against her face. Mom! Wake up! Wake up! You can even give up my life. How can you give up your own life? Ming Jinyan! Wake up! Ming Jinyan! The 3 words sounded like a bell, hitting Zhuangnijin's head heavily. Zhuangnijin was stunned and stopped attacking for a while, looking at Ming Yueshi and Ming Jinyan woodenly. Pei Zhixian seized this opportunity, and a gravity field slammed into Zhuangnijin, pressing him hard to the ground. Jiang Xiaobai's metal cone followed closely. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, pierced through Zhuangnijin's shoulder blade, making him unable to move. They finally clamped this monster, but the victory at this time has no meaning. Delay looked at Ming Jinyan dying in Ming Yueshi's arms and laughed excitedly. Xingji, you did a great job. Great. Ming Jinyan is dead. and the Jishu Alliance has lost the opportunity to run for the ruling party. The future president of the Federation must be a member of the Democratic Alliance. As we all know, the Democratic Alliance cares most about the citizen level. Those who hold power in the party are all federal nobles, who are loyal supporters of the citizen system. Therefore, after Ming Jinian's death, no one can abolish the citizen system in the next 4 years. Pei Jixian reacted and immediately chased Delay and others. Delay was not ambiguous either. He roared at them, and the sound waves with delayed supernatural powers continued to spread forward. Xingji, 2018. Go! Every word he said was full of powerful supernatural powers. Jiangmi followed Delay closely. The two ran to the window of the second-floor corridor. Looking back, they found that Zhuangnijian had not yet escaped from the metal cones and caught up. Zhuangnijian's body has been transformed, and his ability points are all added to physical fitness. Jiang Xiaobai's metal cones are nothing in his eyes, and he can easily break free. But at this moment, his 6 round eyes were very dull, and he looked at the dead Ming Jinian stupidly, and blood and tears actually flowed from his cold and weird eyes. An experimental subject is just an experimental subject. It's useless. Delay cursed. Xingji, let's go! The experimental subject is expendable. Even such an important SS-level experimental subject. In Delay's opinion, he exchanged for Ming Jinian's death, so his sacrifice is valuable. The researchers of Lao Chang can also research SS-level or even 3S-level experimental subjects. Delay is not worried. He climbed over the windowsill and landed on the open space of Building A. He saw Lin Qing rushing back with bodyguards. The fire in Building B has been extinguished, and there are 7 or 8 bodies scattered outside. Delay sent a signal, but no one responded. It seems that Hu Yu, Goat, Steel Knife, and Python are all dead. Their death was worth it. Delay was not sad about it. When Fox died, Delay did say a few words of regret. After all, he was an S-level psychic, which was a bit of a pity. But these ABC-level psychics, they died and died. The SS-level experimental subjects can be abandoned, let alone them. Delay stepped heavily on the ground, and the shock wave with him as the center affected every bodyguard at the scene, and their speed was slowed down. Delay and Jiangmi hurriedly got on the car that had been prepared outside the welfare home and drove away. Calculating the time, the people from the administration will be here soon. Delay and Jiangmi drove to the base of the God's Gift Association. As long as they escape to the base, they will be fine. This operation was a heavy loss for the God's Gift Association. Only Delay and Xingji came back alive. But at the same time, they finally solved Ming Jinian and killed 2 S-level psychics who protected her. Their gains were also quite rich. Xingji, you shot Ming Jinian this time. You are the first to do it, Delay exclaimed. We will go to the base next. Lao Chang will deal with all the traces for us, and the people from the administration will not catch up. Jiangmi showed some excitement on his face. This is the first time I have carried out a mission with Lao Chang. Lao Chang is an elder, and he has a high status in the God-given society. Right? Of course. Delay thought that Xingji was only a B-level superpower, and it was difficult for her to contact the core of the God-given society with her level. But the management and the executives were different. The management relied on brains and did not necessarily need high superpowers. Xingji's current missions were very good, and she knew how to protect herself. After shooting Ming Jinian this time, her status in the God-given society would be higher. And Delay did not mind telling Xingji everything. The God-given society is headed by the bishop, who has 4 elders under him, and Lao Chang is one of them. After this mission, Lao Chang will transfer you to work with him. Your ability has unexpected effects, and we are all optimistic about you. Jiangmi asked again. Then is the base we are going to now the main base of the God-given society? Yes. The base is extremely tight. 2018 was developed by the base. This is our most core area, and will not be easily told to ordinary believers. While explaining to Jiangmi, Delay also kept changing the means of transportation, from cars to maglev trains, motorcycles. After that, the two walked for 7 or 8 kilometers, and finally came to a church in the suburbs of Livonia. The white church walls are traces of ancient history, solemn and solemn, and the towering church spire is close to the sky. Delay, this is the base of the God-given society. People in the administration would never have thought that the base of the largest cult in the Federation is hidden in the suburbs of Livonia. The seemingly solemn church covers all traces of crime. Jiangmi stared at the church, squinting his eyes. Are the bishop and the 4 elders in the base? I don't know. They don't stay here all the time. But Lao Chong is here, Delay said. The church is full of believers of God. Only believers who have outstanding performance and sufficient merits in the organization can set foot here. Xingji, congratulations. You have the opportunity to get close to God. Jiangmi smiled. Delay. Congratulations to you too. Delay didn't understand. Congratulations to me for what? You have the opportunity to get close to the God of Death. As soon as the voice fell, Jiangmi raised his gun and shot at Delay without saying anything. Delay was shocked and dodged quickly. But he was still a step too late. The bullet penetrated Delay's collarbone. Delay covered his severely injured collarbone with anger in his eyes. Xingji, what are you doing? What? Jiangmi smiled and approached Delay, pulling the safety of Glock. Of course I'm killing you. Delay was horrified and didn't care why Xingji suddenly turned against him. Delayed shockwave continued to spread from his feet, spreading to the surroundings, and flooded the white church. Everyone in the church stopped moving, and the speed became extremely slow. The shockwave passed by Jiangmi smoothly like water. But she, who also had delayed shockwave, was safe and sound after releasing her superpowers. Delay's eyes widened. USS level without superpowers is just a waste. The pistol with a silencer made a low whoosh sound, and the bullet accurately penetrated Delay's eyebrows. Delay fell to the ground and lost his breath. Delayed shockwave disappeared immediately, and the voice of Lao Chong was heard from the church. Xingji, Delay, I knew you would succeed. As soon as the door was opened, they saw Delay's body lying on the ground outside the church, with his eyes wide open. Lao Chong. Lao Chong's eyes turned around, and he understood the situation. He immediately turned back to the church and shouted for help. Before he could finish his words, the green vines crawled all over his body like poisonous snakes and poured into his mouth. Lao Chong was speechless and fell to the ground unable to move. His movements aroused the curiosity of the nuns in the church. They looked up in confusion and looked towards the church gate, but saw Lao Chong walking into the church and looking at them with a smile. It's okay. You can continue working. The nuns continued to pray in the church. Old Gun, that is, Jiangmi, dragged Old Gun, who was firmly trapped by the vines, with one hand and the remains of the mine with the other hand. After a few path tracing, they came to a hidden tree outside the church. Old Gun's eyes were bigger than copper bells. His mouth was filled with vines, and he couldn't speak. But his brain was still working fast. Face-changing plant control theft. This woman is not Yao Qian. This woman is the faceless man. Thinking of this, Old Gun's heart skipped a beat. Jiangmi squatted down in front of him, and Grok knocked on Old Gun's head. Where are the bishop and other elders? Old Gun stared at Jiangmi, without any reaction. Jiangmi held the butt of the gun in his hand, and punched Old Gun in the face. Old Gun's head was knocked off. 2 teeth were loose, and his mouth was full of the taste of rust. The vine was pulled out of Old Gun's mouth, and Old Gun choked and coughed repeatedly. I don't have much patience. I will only ask all the following questions once. Jiangmi put the muzzle of his gun against Lao Chong's temple. Bishop, where are the other 3 elders? Lao Chong's throat rolled, and he swallowed his saliva. He was only an A-level psychic, belonging to the management. His strength was his position in the God-given association, not his ability. Now in the hands of the faceless man, he was a fish on the chopping board. Lao Chong didn't show off his strength anymore. The bishop took an elder away, and there are 2 elders in the meeting room. Jiangmi thought for a while. What level is the highest level psychic here? Lao Chong choked, and glanced at the landmine that was no longer breathing. It's SS level. Don't act rashly. Oh, really? As soon as the words fell, a rotating space hole appeared beside Jiangmi, and Xiaohua jumped out of the space hole, followed by Chen Rang, who tied up the pot fish with a hemp rope. Sister Mimi, you asked me to help. I have brought this kid here. Jiangmi nodded and thanked him. As a partner, Xiaohua, also a wu, called twice, indicating that he also contributed. Xiaohua, Jiangmi asked, tell me, what is the highest level of combat power in this church? Derived from the instinct of the beast. Xiaohua's perception is very good. In his eyes, All superpowers and demons can be divided into two categories: those who can beat them, and those who can't. Those who can't beat them are masters above SS level. Those who can beat them are noobs below S level. Xiaohua tilted his head to feel it. Highest level? There is no such thing as a highest level. They are all noobs. I can knock down 10 of them with one punch. Jiangmi heard Xiaohua's thoughts and looked at Lao Chang with a smile. It seems that Delay and 2018 are already your highest combat power in Livonia. There is not even a SS level in this base. Lao Chang's eyes widened when he heard Jiangmi's voice. Chapter 85. Qin Rang touched his chin and thought. Sister Mimi, there must be no SS level psychics here. If there were such powerful combat power, they would have sent them to assassinate Ming Jinyan long ago. Qin Rang was thinking exactly what Jiangmi had deduced. The team led by Delay to assassinate Ming Jinyan was already the highest combat power of the God-given society in Livonia. And the bishop was not in the base. So he must have taken some combat power with him. From this point of view, there is at most an S-level psychic in the God-given society base. And there will be no more powerful existence. What do you want to do? Lao Chang's voice trembled. If you dare to attack the base, the bishop will not let you go. God will not let you go. Who said I should do it? Jiangmi smiled and pointed at Huyu. It was the cube that attacked you. Lao Chang and Huyu both widened their eyes. Jiangmi hit Huyu's forehead with the butt of a gun. Huyu instantly saw stars in his eyes, and his head was buzzing. Everything in front of him was not real. In a daze, he saw that the woman in front of him had changed her face again and turned into his appearance. Jiangmi, Qin Rang, help me keep an eye on these two people, Qin Rang said with a smile. Don't worry, Sister Mimi. I will never let these two bastards run away. Next, Jiangmi looked at the solemn white church. This is the place that the Blue Star people think is closest to heaven. Now Jiangmi will turn it into hell. The slaughter begins. Killing is something that is new the first time, but familiar the second time. Jiangmi is no longer the same as when she just woke up. She turned into a black shadow and shuttled between the believers of the God-given society. She shot one life at a time and held the gun handle tightly without any mercy. Delay said that only believers with high merits can enter the base of the God-given society. This means that everyone here deserves to die. Transform into shadow allows Jiangmi to shuttle between believers at high speed. And precognition allows her to move faster and not let those believers escape. With the help of absolute hit, no one can leave. A miserable cry for help came from the church. And it fell from heaven to hell. Jiangmi is an evil ghost holding a sharp blade. Her gun is fast, accurate and ruthless. And her dagger is crisp and never drags. It was the first time that Qin Rang saw someone kill so beautifully. With blood and shadows shuttling. Like a dynamic artwork in an art gallery. Jiangmi's body was covered with blood. Sometimes like a ghostly shadow. And sometimes a strong man. The knife was wiped on the throats of those believers. They whimpered and screamed. And then, there was a gushing blood. It's so beautiful, Qin Rang exclaimed. Lao Chang and Huyu were silent. Their hearts full of fear. Even though the highest level psychic in the base is only S level. There are still hundreds of God-given believers and hundreds of psychics here. But in the hands of the Faceless Man, they are no different from ants. The Faceless Man has never shown her SS level psychic ability. The highest level psychic ability she has is only S level Earth control. But Huyu and Lao Chang believe that the Faceless Man is not inferior to the top SS level psychic even if he fights against it. This is the horror of multiple psychics. Hongye still wants Huyu to monitor the Faceless Man. And wants Jinkui, an A-level psychic, to retrieve the Faceless Man? What are they thinking? In just 10 minutes, Jiangmi has slaughtered everyone in the church. This also includes the S-class mutant. It took Jiangmi a lot of time to kill him. His ability is rebirth of flesh and body. And he can recover quickly no matter how serious the fatal injury is. Jiangmi had no choice but to harden his 5 fingers and dig out his heart. Without the heart, there is no rebirth. Jiangmi crushed the heart of the S-class mutant, shook the blood off his hands, and the S-class mutant fell to the ground and died. After completing all this, Jiangmi walked out of the church. Qin Rang cooperated very well and took out 2 grenades, unplugged them, and threw them at the church. Boom, boom, boom. After a few sounds, the tall church collapsed in an instant. Under this church, there is also the underground base of the God's Gift Society, which contains laboratories for studying experimental subjects, such as Zhuangnijin. Jiangmi did not touch the laboratory and researchers. This is a gift to the Management Bureau. She looked at Hu Yu and Lao Chong. Cube's undercover in the God's Gift was discovered. And he slaughtered the God's Gift believers during his defection, which eventually led to the destruction of the God's Gift Church. And all the believers died in the ruins. Do you like my script? Lao Chong cursed. Madman. You are a madman. Hu Yu also said. God's Gift will not believe it. And Cube will not believe it either. That's hard to say. Chen Rang stretched out his hand and pulled his brain. And the tape-like memories were pulled out like water. All of which were scenes of Jiangmi changing his face to Hu Yu and killing people in the church. Jiangmi actually used a lot of superpowers. But Chen Rang's vision only had transformed into shadow. I will implant this memory into the eyes of passers-by nearby. Implant 2 or 3. So that it can be used as testimony. Lao Chong and Hu Yu were shocked and speechless. Especially Lao Chong. He suddenly remembered that Cube had persecuted members of the God's Gift Society many times before. Especially when the deacon died. The vine that pierced through the deacon's body. It was not Cube that killed the deacon. It was you. Hu Yu also understood. Yao Qian is you. And it was also you who killed Mr. Ding. Cube and the God's Gift Society have fought each other so many times. Openly and secretly. And it was this woman who instigated them. Unfortunately, you know it too late. Jiangmi raised his gun. Shio. 2 shots. Headshot Hu Yu and Lao Chong. Xiaohua opened the space hole very sensibly. And Jiangmi kicked Lao Chong's body into the space hole. The other end of the space hole was a crematorium in Livonia. As for Hu Yu's body, it was still useful to leave it here. Chen Rang, Sister Mimi, then I will implant this memory into the minds of passers-by. In this way, when the administration comes to investigate, it will be confirmed that the Cube blew up the God-given society. Jiangmi, thank you for your help. No. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the freezer of the number 109 crack. It feels good to be alive. Chen Rang stretched. Remember to call me if there are such fun tasks in the future. Jiangmi, okay. Chen Rang left. Jiangmi once again changed her face and looked at the burning church quietly. The system in her mind kept refreshing. She had just finished a massacre. She killed more than 100 superpowers. Because the speed was too fast. The system couldn't count for a while. After a while, the system completed the statistics and jumped out the final conclusion: killed multiple superpowers, and obtained a total of 39,210 magic points. Current magic value, 75310. Add all to hardening. The system allocates magic value and displays a new attribute panel. Basic attributes. Number, none. Magic value, 75,310 allocated. Hardening, 75,310. Speed 0. Strength 0. Mental power 0. Own superpower. SS Hardening. 1. It can improve the hardness of the superpower and be immune to attacks below the S level. Automatically activated when the superpower is in danger. 2. It can harden items to the SS level. 3. It can make the magic harden to the SS level. 4. It can harden the living organisms it touches. 5. Harden remotely. Limited to non-living organisms within 20 meters. The total level of superpowers is still SS level. And there is no change. Jiangmi speculated that only when the hardening value reaches 100,000 can it be upgraded to 3S level superpowers. There is a 5th ability in the subdivided hardening ability. Jiangmi tried to use this ability and stretched out his hand to the tree in front of him. Within a distance of 20 meters, invisible ripples shot towards the tree. And the tree really became extremely hard. This ability is not very useful. But each subdivided ability has a parenthetical restriction in the early stage. As the hardening value increases, the restriction will disappear. She is not yet 3S level. So this remote hardening is limited to non-living things within a range of 20 meters. If there is no restriction, can it be used on living things? At that time, it is time to use this ability. The sound of the fire brigade came from a distance. It should be Chen Rang implanting memories in passers-by and letting passers-by call the police to attract the fire brigade. Jiangmi did not stay any longer, and called Xiaohua to open the space hole and leave this place. Livonia Outskirts Welfare Home. The administration arrived at the welfare home after Di Lei and Jiangmi left, and quickly took over everything here. Zhong Zhengbowen and Lin Qing entered the corridor of building it together, and saw Pei Jixian and others were there. Ming Yueshi was sitting on the ground, hugging Ming Jinian's body and crying loudly. Zhong Zhengbowen's heart skipped a beat. when he first learned that Shen Xiai would kidnap Ming Yueshi. He was worried about Ming Jinian's safety. He didn't expect Shen Xiai to stop for a while and start again. What's more terrifying is that they succeeded. Pei Jixian and Jiang Xiaobai stood behind Ming Yueshi at a loss. Only Ming Yueshi's continuous crying was left in the corridor. Wan Ju moved the bodies of Wei Shu and Song Shan together and covered them with white cloth. This scene was too tragic. Lin Qing covered her mouth. Her eyes slightly red. I came back late. Yang and others were only A-level psychics. Not to be feared. But they threatened Lin Qing with the lives of children. In order to save those children, Lin Qing had to delay. Yu Qi? Zhongzheng Bowen called the S-level psychic accompanying the administration. He was a healing psychic. And he was not as good as Yin in treating trauma. But his psychic ability was medical skills. And he could treat a wider range of diseases than Yin. Yu Qi squatted down quickly to treat Ming Jinian. Looking at the blood on Ming Jinian's chest and his pale face, Yu Qi's heart sank. Uncle, please, you must save my mother. Ming Yueshi looked at Yu Qi pleadingly. As long as she can wake up, I will be obedient in the future and never quarrel with her again. Yu Qi's hand reached Ming Jinian's chest, and a green light ball appeared in his palm. He explored Ming Jinian's situation, and his brows frowned deeper and deeper. This? Don't you have any solution? Ming Yueshi's tears fell. You are an S-class healing psychic, and you can't do anything. What should Mom do? Yu Qi, miss, it's not that I don't want to treat. But Ming Yueshi didn't listen to Yu Qi's words, and hugged Ming Jinian's body and cried loudly. Mom, wake up. Wake up. Please don't leave me alone. Miss, don't hold me so tight. Yu Qi had a strange expression and persuaded Ming Yueshi. If you hold me so tight again, you will strangle me. Ming Yueshi. Chapter 86. Yu Qi picked up Ming Jinian and carried him to a room in the welfare home. Zhongzheng Bowen blocked irrelevant people, and only a few people who were close to Ming Jinian were in the room. Yu Qi rubbed Ming Jinian's temple, and a ball of light merged into Ming Jinian's temple. After a while, Ming Jinian opened his eyes. Everyone at the scene. Zhongzheng Bowen left the room immediately, and came back a few minutes later with a strange-shaped bullet shell in his hand. Yu Qi, director, do you know what happened? Pei Jixian and others looked at Zhongzheng Bowen in confusion. Zhongzheng Bowen showed the shell to everyone. Ming Yueshi, who was familiar with firearms, saw it at a glance. This is not a shell dropped by an ordinary Glock bullet. Zhongzheng Bowen, this is a bullet commonly used by researchers. After hitting the target, it will form a blood mist, which looks like blood. But it is just an anesthetic. Researchers at the Crack Academy like to use this bullet, which is specially used to capture demons alive. Everyone was stunned. So, the congressman just fainted after being shot by an anesthetic gun. But he is actually fine? Ruanju showed joy. What about Wei Shu and Song Shan? Zhongzheng Bowen put away the light brain in his hand. When I just went out, I asked Mo Chun to check them both. The one in Wei Shu was an anesthetic bullet, but he just fainted. The one in Song Shan was a real bullet, but the bullet broke his scalp and failed to penetrate the skull. So Song Shan is fine. Everyone heard this and showed joy. The joy lasted only a few minutes, and everyone felt strange again. Ruanju, the God-given association, has kidnapped the young lady before, and today's action clearly wants to kill the counselor. The wound on Wei Shu's shoulder is also real. Why did they let us go? Maybe it wasn't God who let us go. Ming Jinian said calmly. But Yao Qian who let us go. Song Shan is a defensive psychic, and the skull was not penetrated by the bullet, which may be due to his ability. Wei Shu and Ming Jinian were clearly shot dead by Yao Qian, but now both are still alive. And it was Yao Qian who saved them. Yao Qian. Ming Yueshi remembered Yao Qian's cold expression during the confrontation just now. Those eyes were far different from the Yao Qian Ming Yueshi knew in the past. She had kidnapped herself. But she didn't take away the bracelet containing the War Rainbow Python venom on her wrist. She came to assassinate her mother now. And she used anesthetics as bullets. If the last kidnapping was an accident, this anesthetic bullet was enough to prove that Yao Qian had no ill will towards them. And Auntie, Jiang Xiaobai added, we were able to come and save you because Yao Qian sent a message to Cici. So Cici asked me and Jixian to save you. Ming Jinian looked at Ming Yueshi with joy. Cici. Is that true? Ming Yueshi turned away quickly. It has nothing to do with you. I will save anyone who is in danger. Ming Yueshi. That's not what you just said. Pei Jishian put his hands in his pockets and teased. Who said, Mom? Don't scare me. As long as Mom can wake up, I will be obedient in the future. Pei Jishian. Ming Yueshi stood up suddenly. Her cheeks flushed. Shut up. She was at a loss, glaring at Pei Jishian, and then looked at Ming Jinyan, who was looking at her expectantly. Her cheeks suddenly became redder, and she turned her head and left the room. Ming Jinyan looked at Ming Yueshi's back and smiled with relief. Jiang Xiaobai, Aunt. Cici actually cares about you very much. Ming Jinyan stared at Ming Yueshi's back, his eyes moist. I know that Cici is a very good child. She is my pride. Ming Jinyan's eyes became more and more moist, and tears fell. After a moment, Ming Jinyan wiped the tears from his cheeks, and once again returned to the serious and cautious appearance of Counselor Ming. Don't tell anyone about Yao Qian's affairs. Only a few of us in this room know about it. Everyone, yes. She looked at Wan Ju. You can tell the media about my assassination. Just say that I am rescuing her. And tell the public tomorrow that my heart is located differently from ordinary people. On the left. So this rescue was successful. Wan Ju understood. Ming Jinyan. As for Wei Shu and Song Shan, I will temporarily arrange them to other places and transfer them out of Livonia. Zongjung Bowen said. You need to apply for 2 more S-level guards from the military and political side. Ming Jinyan nodded. She didn't know what Yao Qian's purpose was, but Yao Qian helped her after all, and she couldn't let Yao Qian's help be exposed too quickly. After giving instructions, Wan Ju changed Ming Jinyan's clothes and asked her to wear a mask that could cover her face. Under the protection of Lin Qing and others, they quietly left the welfare home. Pei Jishian and Jiang Xiaobai did not leave secretly. After leaving the room, they went to find Ming Yueshi in the small square where children play in the welfare home. The two saw Ming Yueshi and the monster beside her that was locked by a huge supernatural power shielding chain. The monster was injected with a sedative by the management staff, and at this moment it became unusually docile. The scales that had been baring their teeth and claws before also calmed down, and the original outline of his face could be vaguely seen. Ming Yueshi couldn't believe it. Zhuangnijin, are you being tortured like this by God because you let me go? The people from the administration consoled Ming Yueshi. Miss, he no longer has human consciousness, and he won't understand what you are saying. Strangely, this distorted monster's face was full of blood and tears. He was dying because of the tranquilizer. But at this moment, he turned his head to look at Ming Yueshi and shook his head. The people from the administration were very surprised. The monster looked at Ming Yueshi with 6 eyes, and opened his mouth full of fangs. Unable to speak human language, he moved his body gently, pulling the metal cone that Jiang Xiaobai had inserted into his shoulder blade, and blood gushed out of the wound again. But he seemed to be unaware of the pain, and still looked at Ming Yueshi. Ming Yueshi suddenly understood what he meant and pressed down the shoulder he wanted to move. She's fine. She's still alive. The monster suddenly laughed, and the corners of his terrifying mouth curled up, looking weird and scary. Then he immediately took a step back. Even though the metal spike piercing him made him grimace in pain, he still stayed away from Minji Wexi. His body was poisonous. The superpower shield blocked the superpower poison, but he was still poisonous. Minji Wexi shouldn't touch him. Zongjing Bowen asked. Do you know him? He is Zhuangnijin. Minji Wexi replied. He is a student of the academy, and the one who released me in the kidnapping case before. Zongjing Bowen had seen Zhuangnijin's photo when he was investigating the kidnapping case before. In the photo, Zhuangnijin was a thin and weak boy, but now he was a huge and terrifying monster. He had the characteristics of multiple demon species implanted in his body. Just getting close, you can smell the disgusting stench. I'll send him to the institute to see if they can save him. Ming Yueshi nodded slightly. Thank you for your help. Zhuangnijin was put into a huge supernatural shielding cage. Jiang Xiaobai pulled out the metal spike that pierced his shoulder blade. Blood gushed out of 2 blood holes. No one helped him treat it. He was transported back to the institute like this. At the welfare home, the management bureau found the bodies of the python, goat, and steel knife. Lin Qing dealt with them. As for the children and teachers in the welfare home, they were not injured. I thought that the matter of the welfare home would be over after dealing with the matter of the God's Gift Society assassination. But not long after, Mo Chung hurried to report. An explosion occurred in a church in the suburbs of Livonia. with casualties of more than 100 people. It is not surprising that more than 100 people died in the explosion of the church. But the strange thing is that all the dead were believers of the God's Gift Society. That church is the base of the God's Gift Society in Livonia. Zhong Bowen immediately rushed to the God's Gift Society church. He suddenly had a familiar feeling, which started a long time ago, from the aircraft that crashed in Livonia to the suburbs. Minji Wexi, who was kidnapped and returned to Mingjia Manor, the bodies of Mr. Ding in Jinghua Hotel, and the God's Gift base that exploded now. There is a pair of hands controlling everything, whether it is the Federation or the administration. They are just her scavengers, dealing with the traces of others' work. The white church was burning with blazing flames, surrounded by firefighters holding water guns to put out the fire. The fire faded, revealing more than 100 burned bones without life signs under the ruins of the church. Mo Chung found a nearby eyewitness, and the eyewitness trembled and said, "It's a man. The murderer is a man. He is sometimes in normal form, and sometimes he can turn into a black shadow. Those people were killed by him. He is simply a devil. Transform into a shadow?" Mo Chung quickly thought of this ability. Lin Qin said that one of the people in the team that assassinated the congressman today will also transform into a shadow. Mo Chung contacted the management staff, who were still finishing up at the welfare home, and asked them to get the welfare home surveillance. Several cameras of the surveillance vaguely captured the scene of Hu Yu's action, especially the part where he changed from an ordinary person to a shadow. The eyewitness saw the video and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I remember what that man looked like. It was him. He was the murderer." Mo Chung put away the surveillance. "Although the fire here is fierce, we still found a lot of clues. This is definitely the base of the God-given society. They are all members of the God-given society. How could they have an internal conflict and kill people in their own base?" Zhong Bowen pondered for a moment and asked the eyewitness, "Are you sure he really killed everyone here?" "How can I confirm this?" the eyewitness said. "But he is the only murderer I saw." Mo Chung saw that Zhong Bowen had concerns and asked in confusion, "Boss, do you think there is something wrong? Transformed into shadow is a superpower suitable for assassination. If he didn't have this ability, Lin Qin and the others would not have been stopped by them today. This superpower, combined with excellent physical skills and shooting skills, is perfect for assassination. Moreover," Mo Chung added, "the people of the God's Gift Society went to assassinate the counselors, and there are no masters in their base. The explosion and the raging fire covered up the traces of the superpower. The administration could not confirm whether the SS level, who used delayed shock wave, was here, nor did they know what level of superpowers the dead people were, let alone whether Yao Qian was on the death list." Mo Chung found several more eyewitnesses. They saw different scenes, but they all said that it was the superpower transformed into shadow who killed the believers in the church. The administration did not think of anything else and identified Hu Yu as the mastermind of the church murder case. After turning over the bodies of all the believers of the God's Gift Society, the staff of the administration further sorted out the ruins at the scene, and finally made a new discovery. "Director, there is actually space under the ruins, and there are still living people underneath." Chapter 87. The staff of the administration turned over the rubble on the ruins, and violently opened the door of the underground laboratory. The laboratory was dimly lit, and it was full of shivering researchers in white coats. The elevator to the church and the laboratory was destroyed, and they huddled in the laboratory, waiting for rescue from the people above. Hearing the sound, the researchers led by Qin Xiao immediately poked their heads out to look, and when they saw that it was the staff of the administration, the joy on their faces froze. Although they were not believers of the God-given society, but researchers hired by the God-given society to work, they were still related to the cult and were criminals in the administration. All the researchers knelt on the ground, raised their hands in surrender, and watched the people from the administration come down in fear, not daring to move. Zhong Bowen and Mo Chung walked to the underground laboratory, and what came into view were rows of culture dishes soaked in green energy liquid, and inside were experimental subjects with strange bodies like Zhuangnijin. Some of them carried heavy tortoise shells on their backs, some were transplanted with snake-like long tongues, some were completely transformed and could not be seen in their original appearance. The labels on their culture dishes had simple information, and they were all once human. Zhong Bowen looked at the timid researchers. "Who is the person in charge of the laboratory?" Qin Xiao walked out under the gaze of everyone. He was not tall, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, His skin was white from not being exposed to the sun for many years, and his hair was bald. I am the person in charge here. His voice trembled slightly. Zongjung Bowen, you transplanted the bodies of demon species into the bodies of superpowers to increase the attack power of superpowers? Qin Xiao was a little timid. But when Zongjung Bowen asked about his professional field, he immediately became interested and excited. It's not just attack power. Some supernatural traits can also be transplanted. For example, the defensiveness of the turtle shell, the toxins of the war rainbow python, the bombs of the ape demon. Although they are not the most powerful supernatural powers, they accumulate over time and have a very strong effect. Every experimental subject here is my work of art. They were originally just low-level evolvers, but under my transformation, they can exert the same power as high-level supernaturals. They are my most successful experimental subjects. Zongjung Bowen's face was gloomy, and he was not interested in Qin Xiao's description of the experiment. But Qin Xiao became more and more excited as he talked. Director, these experimental subjects are all unconscious. If you want, I can let them work for you. Always listen to you. Zongjung Bowen glared at Qin Xiao, and Qin Xiao realized that he was too flattering and quickly kept silent. Walking through the laboratory area, there are several layers of basement cells downstairs, where various types of demons and evolutionists who have been experimented are imprisoned. The air is filled with a strong smell of rot, and there is blood that has not been wiped dry in the corridors. Zongjung Bowen looked up and saw that many evolutionists in the cages had died. Although they had transplanted the bodies of demons, they did not gain the abilities of demons. Instead, because of the incompatibility of their bodies, their skin ulcerated, their bodies decayed, and they finally lost their lives. Standing in front of a cage, Zongjung Bowen saw the child in the cage, who looked only 10 years old. His whole body was transplanted with chameleon skin, and his body sometimes blended with the surrounding environment, and sometimes became transparent. His skin was only half transplanted successfully. A large area of skin from the chest down was ulcerated and festering, and maggots crawled out of it, gnawing at his flesh and blood. The child heard the sound, looked up blankly, and saw Zongjung Bowen standing outside the cage. He suddenly jumped in front of Zongjung Bowen. The cage bars blocked his broken body, and he kept stretching his claws. Save me! Please! Save me! His right arm was already festering. Pus and maggots flowed down his arm, and fell on Zongjung Bowen's handmade high-end leather shoes. Mo Cheng's stomach was churning, and he ran to the side to vomit. Qin Xiao stepped forward and kicked the child's hand. Go back. Don't dirty the director's shoes. Qin Xiao looked at Zongjung Bowen, and became more flattering. Director, these are the untouchables in the colonial area. You really shouldn't come here. Look, your shoes are dirty. Qin Xiao also felt disgusted when he looked at the pus, blood and maggots. But he still had the patience to wipe off the stains on Zongjung Bowen's shoes. Don't think that these experimental subjects have failed. But we also have many successful experimental subjects. They are the ones you saw in the laboratory. Qin Xiao's tone was cautious, but he couldn't suppress his excitement and desire. As long as you let me continue the experiment, I will definitely be able to develop 3S-level experimental subjects. They will only obey you and listen to your orders. By then, you will have an unstoppable army in the Federation. Let you continue the experiment? Zongjung Bowen sneered. Use the lives of these third-class citizens? Qin Xiao waved his hand indifferently. Oh, the lives of third-class citizens are worthless. However, the success rate of ordinary pariah experiments is extremely low, and the effect of evolvers is better. If Ming Jinyan, that bitch, abolishes the citizen system, there will be even fewer evolvers to use in the future. Qin Xiao muttered to himself, not noticing the increasingly dark face of Zongjung Bowen beside him. When it comes to experiments, he easily loses his emotional intelligence and immerses himself in the description of the experiment. At present, the higher the level of the evolver, the greater the probability of success. We have an experimental subject numbered 2018, a C-level evolver, who can be transformed into an SS-level experimental subject. If it is a high-level evolver, the effect must be better. I heard that the Academy has an S-level student named Hardening. She is currently the highest-level evolver in the Federation. If we can get her to do experiments, transplant her into the body of an A-level demon species, and then wash away the consciousness in her head. Qin Xiao became more and more excited as he spoke. Suddenly, with a dong sound, Qin Shao felt a 1,000-pound force pressing on his head. And someone grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. The smell of blood filled his mouth. And tinnitus rang. Qin Shao lost several teeth. His skull was broken. And he fell to the ground unable to speak. Zhong Bowen stood up, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the blood off his fingers. Qin Shao was at a loss. His head could not turn. And he raised his eyes with great difficulty, looking at Zhong Bowen. Why? Zhong Bowen took out a gun, crackled, and shot at Qin Shao's limbs. Severe pain came from all over his limbs, none of which was fatal. But it hurt so much that Qin Shao couldn't breathe. Zhong Bowen put away the gun and told Mo Chung, keep his life. When the Institute treats these people in the future, it will need the research data in his brain. Understood? Mo Chung had vomited enough, and immediately returned to Zhong Bowen. Then what about these experimental subjects and the researchers above? All the experimental subjects will be sent back to the Institute to see if the director has any way to treat them. As for the researchers, Zhong Bowen thought for a moment. Review them. Those without major problems will be sent to the Institute. And those with problems will be sent to Livonia prison. Yes. The child in the prison fell to the ground, opened his eyes at this moment, and looked at Zhong Bowen intently. Zhong Bowen saw his mouth shape, which was thank you. This kind of thanks did not make Zhong Bowen feel relieved, and the frown between his eyebrows deepened. He and Mo Chung returned to the experimental floor, which suddenly shook slightly, and the ceiling cracked, and broken soil and dust fell down. Boss! Be careful! Mo Chung reminded Zhong Bowen. Zhong Bowen reacted faster than Mo Chung, and black mucus swept out, instantly sealing the crack in the ceiling. Mo Chung, boss! It seems that there was an explosion above the church, which also affected the structure of the underground laboratory. It's not safe here. Zhong Bowen looked up at the ceiling. He didn't think the underground laboratory was dangerous before, but now he used his mucus to stabilize the underground structure, and he found that this underground laboratory was on the verge of collapse. It's amazing. There is a problem now. The church was blown up like that before, but the underground laboratory was fine. Mo Chung suddenly thought of Song Shan. Song Shan's brain is also. His scalp was shot. Half of his face was destroyed, and his skull was still fine. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Zhong Bowen suddenly felt something was wrong, and a thread suddenly appeared in the broken clues in his mind, connecting everything together. He asked Mo Chung to deal with the follow-up matters of the underground laboratory, hurriedly left the church, and rushed back to Livonia Central Hospital. Song Shan received secret emergency treatment at the Central Hospital. He did not injure his skull, but still lost a lot of blood and half of his face was destroyed. The doctor had just completed the operation, and the treatment was successful. He was sent to the VIP inpatient department to rest. In the VIP ward, Zhong Bowen saw Song Shan with bandages all over his head. He and Song Shan had known each other for several years. This was the first time that Zhong Bowen saw Song Shan. A defensive department. So embarrassed. The nurse was applying medicine to Song Shan, and Song Shan was cursing. Those bastards of the God-given society. Wait until my injury is healed. I will kill them. Ah. It hurts. Sister, please be gentle. Zhong Bowen walked into the ward, and the nurse also finished bandaging. She told Song Shan a few things to pay attention to after the injury, and then left with the medicine. Zhong Bowen? Why are you here? Song Shan raised his head, and the intact eye looked at him in confusion. You are not here to laugh at me. Are you? I'm not that boring. Zhong Bowen walked to the head of Song Shan's bed, and took the x-ray photo he had taken and took a look. When he was in the welfare home, Mo Chung only roughly checked Song Shan's body to make sure he was still breathing and his skull was not damaged. It was good enough to be alive. When he was sent to the hospital, Song Shan would of course undergo a detailed examination. In the x-ray photo, Song Shan's skull was very healthy. The gunshot did not cause any wounds on his skull. Not even a small groove. If I remember correctly, your defense layer can only be released outside the body, and it cannot be controlled too finely. Zhong Bowen put down the x-ray photo and looked at Song Shan. When did you use a protective layer to protect your head? Song Shan paused. A moment of panic flashed in his eyes, and soon he returned to normal, shrugging his shoulders pretending to be indifferent. Maybe I have evolved? After all, I don't have a supernatural power data system installed. And some abilities have to be explored by myself. It's not surprising to find new uses for abilities. Right? Song Shan looked at Zhong Zheng Bowen and pulled the corner of his mouth. Zhong Zheng Bowen. Why do you ask? You don't suspect that I am in the same group with Shen Ci? Do you? Hack your mother. Suspicion must have some basis. I will not betray the Federation. Zhong Zheng Bowen's face was gloomy, and his eyes stared at Song Shan. This time, Counselor Ming got into trouble, and you are bound to be held accountable. I just hope you tell the truth. Otherwise, next time you encounter this situation, no one can protect your head. Song Shan choked, swallowed his saliva, and looked hesitant. After thinking for a long time, he spoke quietly. I really don't have the ability to set up a defense layer in my body. When that SS level broke my defense layer, I also felt that I was dead. At that time, I was alert to the bullets with my whole body and mind, and I wished that I could quickly call on my superpowers. The bullets shot at me, and I clearly felt that they shot my head. I don't know why I was fine, but those bullets were bounced off my head. I vaguely felt my head was close to the ground, and something soft touched my scalp, but it was only for that moment. Something soft touched you? Zhong Zheng Bowen repeated. Yes, but this is impossible. Song Shan spread his hands. But I really have this feeling. Zhong Zheng Bowen didn't understand why this was. He thought about it, and finally raised his head and looked at Song Shan with a serious expression. If your protective layer didn't succeed, but your head still blocked the bullet, there is only one possibility. Your head was hardened at that moment. Chapter 88. By hardening. Do you mean Hardening? Song Shan had never seen Hardening, but he knew such a person. Her performance in the number 109 crack was very outstanding, and it also brought a lot of glory to these defensive psychics. Song Shan sneered, thinking that this idea was too ridiculous. Zhong Zheng Bowen. Not to mention that Hardening was not in the welfare home at that time. Even if she was, breaking through the psychic's own mental defense and controlling the hardening of the life form must be at least SS level ability. Right? Hardening is only an S level psychic. How is it possible? Her level can be faked. Zhong Zheng Bowen didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and said coldly, her mentor, Mu Lanchua's ability was faked at the beginning. Song Shan laughed again. Zhong Zheng Bowen. If I remember correctly, you said her level. Zhong Zheng Bowen was speechless. Hardening's ability was indeed at the level he set. And after several physical examinations at the academy, the data was confirmed to be correct. But Zhong Zheng Bowen still said, the God's Gift base exploded. The upper church was completely destroyed, and the lower underground laboratory was safe and sound. Ordinary defense can't do this. Hardening can. Song Shan shook his bandaged head and patted Zhong Zheng Bowen's shoulder. Brother, I'm wondering, is it my head that was hit by a cannon? Or your head? Think about it carefully. Is your idea outrageous? Hardening is S level, and can't do what SS level can do. But you insist that she concealed her level. Hardening is not in the welfare home, and you still think she protected me. Please, Hardening doesn't even know me. Why did she protect me? If she was at the scene, it would be okay to protect the congressman. After all, she is the eldest daughter's biological mother. It is reasonable to protect the classmate's mother. But it is not my turn. Not to mention that she hardened my skull. At least she had to touch me. I still don't even know what she looks like. And your last point. The explosion of the God-given society base. She protected the underground laboratory? This is even more outrageous. Why did she do this? Does she have any old relationship with those researchers? Moreover, stabilizing the structure of the base can be done by metal ability, ice ability, and your ability. Zhong Zheng Bowen. Your analysis is unreasonable everywhere. If you hadn't said this, I would have suspected that someone wanted to frame Hardening. Zhong Zheng Bowen was speechless again. In fact, he also vaguely felt that his analysis was untenable. It was probably the hunter's intuition. Since Minji Wexi was tied up, and Hardening did not appear at the birthday party due to dysmenorrhea, a seed of doubt was planted in Zhong Zheng Bowen's heart. Later, in the number 109 crack, the national team was defeated by the Faceless Man, and Hardening was teleported a few kilometers away alone, which made Zhong Zheng Bowen feel more subtle discomfort. Finally, it was the structure of the underground laboratory and Song Shan's head that made Zhong Zheng Bowen begin to doubt Hardening. You're right. These are just my guesses. They don't hold water. Zhong Zhengbowen stood up. Guessing is useless. Evidence tells the whole story. If you want to know if my guess is outrageous, just look at what Ning was doing when the incident happened this afternoon. It has only been a few hours since Ming Jinyan was assassinated. And today is a working day. So Ning should be in school. Zhong Zhengbowen left Songshan and immediately came to the Crack Academy. There are many public courses in the freshman year of the school, with large classes, and the whole grade takes classes together. Zhong Zhengbowen came to the door of the class, and Crack Botany had just ended, and the students left the classroom in twos and twos with their books. Seeing Zhong Zhengbowen at the door of the classroom, many students were shocked. Why is the director of the administration bureau here? Is there something wrong with the college again? Didn't the administration bureau destroy several cube bases some time ago? There must be people from the cube in the college. Ah! I was shocked when I heard that Yao Qian and Zhuan Nijin were from the God-given society. How come there are people from the cube? The students discussed in a low voice. When they passed by Zhong Zhengbowen, they took a detour, fearing to offend this living devil. Yao Xingli and Wei could finish the course and walked out of the classroom. They also saw Zhong Zhengbowen, especially Yao Xingli. His heart was obviously skipped a beat. He was the person who was most familiar with Zhong Zhengbowen among the freshmen. After Ming Yuexi's kidnapping case, he and Yao's father were invited to the administration bureau several times, all because of Yao Qian's affairs. Seeing Zhong Zhengbowen now, and thinking of Ming Yuexi's absence from class, Yao Xingli couldn't help but think of Yao Qian. Director, Yao Xingli and Wei Ke politely greeted Zhong Zhengbowen. Zhong Zhengbowen got straight to the point. Where's Ning? The students in the classroom had almost all left, but there was no sign of Ning. Ning and the young lady didn't come to class today. Wei Ke interrupted to explain. We don't know what happened to the young lady. Maybe she took on some mission and didn't tell us. As for Ning, should she have gone to the school hospital to get energy fluid? Zhong Zhengbowen was puzzled. Get energy fluid? Wei Ke put his arm around Yao Xingli's shoulder and dutifully introduced the classmate to Zhong Zhengbowen. Ning was born in the colonial zone. In the past, he didn't take good care of his body. Recently, he has frequently participated in national team missions and used a lot of superpowers. His mental strength can't keep up. He often asks for leave to go to the school hospital to get energy fluid. Zhong Zhengbowen frowned. As the director of the administration, he didn't know about this. He had always regarded Ning as an ordinary S-level superpower. He didn't expect that she had this problem. Wiki was still talking, and Zhong Zhengbowen asked him 2 more questions, then turned and walked towards the school hospital of the college. Zhong Zhengbowen was the captain of the national team when he was in school. He had never studied in the college. Later, he joined the administration as an executive commissioner. He had come to the college several times and knew where the school hospital was. In the ward of the school hospital, Zhong Zhengbowen saw Ning. Ning's face was slightly pale, like the paleness of malnutrition. She was lying on the bed, with an 4 drip hanging on the head of the bed. The transparent liquid dripped into her body drop by drop along the tube. The bottle of drip was already empty, and was about to be finished. Mo Chung finished the follow-up work of the underground laboratory, and rushed to the college to meet Zhong Zhengbowen. Seeing Ning lying on the bed, he whispered, Boss, do you really doubt Ning? But she is clearly in the academy. How could she go to the welfare home? You know, the welfare home and the Rift Academy are far apart. Even if you take the best aircraft, it takes half an hour to get there. Not to mention the academy and the church. The journey between the 2 places is more than an hour. Zhong Zhengbowen and Mo Chung did not enter the ward, but just watched quietly outside the corridor. Mo Chung searched for Ning's medical information through Alice. After joining the national team, Ning often asked for leave to come to the school hospital to get energy liquid. After all, replenishing energy liquid by drinking can no longer keep up with the speed of her mental power consumption. Her mental power is lower than that of a normal S-level superpower, but she pays no less than an ordinary superpower in each mission. Mo Chung sighed. If I hadn't checked Ning's medical records, I wouldn't have known that it was so difficult for her. Before, when she was in the 109th crack, Dr. Su was by Ning's side and could give her injections at any time. But when she was protecting the Phantom Rat, Dr. Su was not there, and the researchers in the institute were not familiar with Ning. I guess she consumed a lot at that time. and Mo Chung felt a little sympathetic to Ning. The little girl worked hard for the Federation, but her boss suspected that she had problems. It was really wrong. For this reason, Mo Chung glared at Zhongjung Bowen. Zhongjung Bowen's suspicion of Ning turned into worry and guilt when he saw her lying weakly on the hospital bed. After all, she was a little girl in the colony. She lost her grandmother and left her hometown to come to Livonia alone. At first, she was rejected by the people in the academy and looked down upon by the people in the national team. It was not easy for her to get to where she is today and let the people in the Federation recognize her. The little girl really had a hard time. Maybe he thought too much. In the ward, Jiangmi curled up with his back to the door. Xiaohua jumped onto the bedside chair, his blue eyes sparkling, shaking his big furry tail. The two people from the administration haven't left yet. They are so annoying. If they don't leave, I can't go back to watch cartoons. Want to fight? Humph. Who's afraid of who? I'll smack them with one claw. Be quiet. Jiangmi patted Xiaohua's head. She knew it was bored, so she took out her laptop and played cartoons for it. Xiaohua then stopped and watched the cartoons with relish. Through the window of the ward, Jiangmi saw Zhongjung Bowen and Mo Chung staying in the corridor behind him. She had not planned to come to the school hospital before, but on the way back to the college, Jiangmi received a message from Ming Jinyan, asking her to pay attention to Zhongjung Bowen. Ming Jinyan could infer the possibility of hardening from Song Chan's injuries. Then Zhongjung Bowen, who has rich experience, is more likely to guess it. For Jiangmi, Zhongjung Bowen does not belong to her camp. But he is not her opponent. But his identity as the director of the Crack Management Bureau determines that he must find out the real culprit of each case. In his eyes, Jiangmi is a criminal. Jiangmi also knows that many of the things she did are no different from criminals. So in facing Zhongjung Bowen, she will hide if she can. She also wants to use the Management Bureau to help her deal with the Cube and the God's Gift Society. There is no need to go against the Management Bureau now. The drip is running low. Suchin comes to deal with the drip and help Jiangmi pull out the needle. Your mental strength has not fully recovered yet, so don't overload it next time. Suchin pretended to comfort Jiangmi. Come and get another bottle after class tomorrow. You can recover after a week. I know. Thank you, Dr. Su. Jiangmi winked at Suchin playfully, and saw Zhongjung Bowen's back from the corner of her eye. The innocence and simplicity on her face gradually disappeared. Suchin also noticed that Zhongjung Bowen had left, and pressed the needle hole on the back of Jiangmi's hand with a cotton swab. Lowering his voice, I used real energy liquid, which is useless and harmless to you. Remember to come again tomorrow. Understood. Jiangmi greeted Xiaohua and got up to go back to the dormitory. As soon as she walked out of the ward, she saw Zhongjung Bowen and Mo Chung standing in the corridor, looking at her coldly. The sun was setting in the west, and it was almost dusk. Without the light, the corridor became very dark, but still not as dark as Zhongjung Bowen's gloomy face. Jiangmi's heart skipped a beat. Zhongjung Bowen glanced at the pinhole on Jiangmi's hand and sneered. He shook the titrated energy liquid he had just received. I just passed the nurse station, and the head nurse told me that this energy liquid can only be injected once a day, and the drip time should not exceed half an hour. In other words, you just came to the school hospital half an hour ago. Zhongjung Bowen looked at Jiangmi coldly, with a more sarcastic smile on his lips. So Ning, where were you before this? Jiangmi felt that her breathing was suppressed, as if a pair of invisible hands were pinching her neck and stroking her heart. She did not answer, and the black viscous liquid had already flowed out from under Zhongjung Bowen's feet, turning into a monster with bared fangs and claws, staring at Jiangmi wantonly and arrogantly. Chapter 89. What? Can't you say it? Seeing Jiangmi silent, Zhongjung Bowen's face darkened, and he pressed on step by step, with black mucus surging. That thing seemed to have life, and it could also transform into a creature-like shape, crawling and staring at Jiangmi wantonly. Bowen, what's wrong with you? The old man's slightly hoarse but steady voice came from the corridor. Jiangmi and Zhongjung Bowen turned around and saw Hua Yunzheng with white hair standing behind them. She wore a modified Chinese cheongsam. Her hair was combed meticulously, and she wore metal-framed glasses with a chain on her face. Smiling at the two of them, Jiangmi nodded slightly to Hua Yunzheng, and Zhongjung Bowen also lowered his head, with a humble and polite attitude. Principal, Xiao Zhou said you came to school. But I didn't know it yet. Hua Yunzhang smiled. She was a very elegant and gentle old man. She walked to Zhong Bowen. Is there anything wrong? Zhong Bowen glanced at Ning from the corner of his eye, hesitated for a moment, and said truthfully, in the afternoon, a believer of the God-given society assassinated Counselor Ming. Ning may have been at the scene. I want to take her back to the administration bureau to inquire about the situation. Hua Yunzhang exclaimed and covered his mouth in surprise. Someone attacked Jin Yin. How is Jin Yin now? He is in the hospital for rescue, and his life or death is unknown. When saying this, Zhong Bowen's black mucus was unusually quiet, but he still glanced at Ning from the corner of his eye to see how she would react. Ning's face was full of surprise, as if she had just heard about this and was shocked. Hua Yunzhang frowned. Jin Yin can't be in trouble. She has finally come this far. Zhong Bowen did not elaborate on Jin Yin's situation, but just responded in a hurry. Hua Yunzhang felt strange and asked, Bowen, you said Ning was at the scene where Jin Yin was assassinated in the afternoon? Did you see it wrong? Zhong Bowen was speechless. This was just his speculation. I didn't see her at the scene. I just suspected it. Besides, Ning couldn't provide an alibi. Who said she didn't have an alibi? Hua Yunzhang smiled. Ning was with me in the afternoon. I am her witness. She was going to come to the school hospital to get energy fluid. I called her to my office and asked about her situation in the national team. Zhong Bowen's pupils trembled, and he looked at Hua Yunzhang in disbelief. Ning was with Hua Yunzhang in the afternoon? That Song Shan's head and the intact underground laboratory. Were he just overthinking? How is it possible? Don't believe it? Hua Yunzhang saw Zhong Bowen's suspicion. There is a surveillance camera in my office. If you don't believe it, you can go and have a look. Hua Yunzhang raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. Ning left at about 5 o'clock. And it's been almost an hour now. Did Jin Yin have an accident near the school? Then maybe Ning may be at the scene. Zhong Bowen frowned. The time doesn't match. Hua Yunzhang has already called Alice to play the surveillance video. Zhong Bowen is full of doubts and looks at the screen projected by Alice. In the picture, Ning and Hua Yunzhang are both in the principal's office with a simple style. 2 cups of black tea are emitting faint hot steam. There is also sound in the surveillance camera. The content is Hua Yunzhang asking Ning about his situation in the national team. And Ning also answers one by one. Do you need to take the video to the management bureau for identification? Hua Yunzhang asked gently. Videos can be faked. AI has the technology to do this now. The administration can verify the authenticity of the video. But, will Hua Yunzhang help Ning fake it? Zhong Bowen thought about it, and denied the idea. Hua Yunzhang had no reason to help Ning cheat him. She was highly respected in the Federation and admired by everyone. She had many students all over the world. There was no need to cheat for a student. Besides, Ning had only been enrolled for a month. Apart from being an S-level student, she had no connection with Hua Yunzhang. Hua Yunzhang didn't need to do so much for her. Moreover, could Ning really think in advance that he would come to investigate him and persuade Hua Yunzhang to help her fake it? This made no sense. Zhong Bowen's head was a mess. He suddenly realized that he had come to Ning because of an absurd guess and asked her to produce an alibi. It was too absurd. Just as Song Shan said. Ning was not SS level, and had no reason to save Song Shan if she and Yao Qian worked together to set up the scheme. Yao Qian did not want to kill anyone, so she asked Ning to save Song Shan. This speculation did not make sense. Yao Qian and Ning had no intersection except for using a special recruitment quota. Perhaps he speculated in the wrong direction. Zhong Bowen was very upset. Principal, I made a mistake. Zhong Bowen apologized to Hua Yunzhang. There are other things in the bureau. I will leave first. Well, Hua Yunzhang smiled. Be careful on the road. Zhong Bowen collected the overflowing black mucus and left quickly. When he passed by Jiangmi, he paused. Sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Jiangmi blinked his eyes. His eyes were extremely innocent. And said generously, It's okay. I know that you are also for the Federation. As long as the criminals can be caught as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if I am wronged. Zhong Bowen didn't know what to say. So he just said apologized, and left immediately. It wasn't until Zhong Bowen completely left the academy that Jiangmi walked up to Hua Yunzhang and bowed solemnly to him. "Thank you, Principal." Jiangmi didn't understand why Hua Yunzhang helped her. The only interaction between the two was Hua Yunzhang's blessing to her at the opening ceremony. She had never chosen Hua Yunzhang's class, and was not familiar with him. Hua Yunzhang looked at Jiangmi with some consideration in his eyes, then nodded. "Jinian is right. You are indeed a good kid." Jinian. Ming Jinian. Jiangmi understood that Hua Yunzhang must have been commissioned by Ming Jinian to help her. Ming Jinian was calm on the surface, but she thought more long-term than Jiangmi and Zongjung Bowen. She had guessed that Zongjung Bowen would find something wrong with Jiangmi and invite Hua Yunzhang to give false testimony for her. In the whole school, only Hua Yunzhang's false testimony was believed by Zongjung Bowen. If it was someone else, Zongjung Bowen would have to doubt whether Ning colluded with Qin Xianyu to hypnotize the other party. Jinian rarely asks me for help. Hua Yunzhang looked at the setting sun in the distance, which was hidden at the end of the distant mountains, and gradually disappeared. "Besides, you are my student. What's wrong with helping your own students? Many things in this world cannot be judged by the universal worldview of right and wrong. Lan Shui is like this. And so are you." When Lan Shui sent her sister to the academy to study, I didn't protect her. Now, I have to protect you no matter what. Jiangmi's expression moved slightly, and he once again solemnly thanked Hua Yunzhang. Zongjung Bowen and Mo Chung walked out of the crack school, and Zongjung Bowen's aircraft was parked in the parking lot outside. Mo Chung comforted Zongjung Bowen. "Boss, Principal Hua has said so. It seems that we have thought about it. Maybe when his life was hanging by a thread, Song Shan's mental power exploded and used his supernatural power to protect himself. And the laboratory in the God-given society base may be protected by someone else. So it's okay? Maybe I think too much." Zongjung Bowen's intuition has always been very accurate, and he has not made any mistakes in all these years. But in the past month or so, he has made frequent mistakes. Maybe he is too tired recently and thinks too much, judging by deeds, not by heart. To put it another way, even if it was Ning who protected Song Shan and the underground laboratory, what would it matter? She did a good thing, saving Song Shan and the innocent experimental subjects in the laboratory. As for the reason for doing so, it is not important. Zongjung Bowen just had a subtle intuition at the moment when he thought of Song Shan's wound, which made him suddenly connect Ning with the faceless man, and suddenly made him feel absurd that Ning was the fifth faceless man. But this idea only appeared for a moment, and was still dispelled by Zongjung Bowen. If you think about it carefully, Ning only participated in a few national team missions, and she was almost always a protector rather than an attacker. The most she did was to set up a protective shield to protect everyone. As for the faceless man, it can be seen from the Jinghua Hotel incident that she is a murderer. She showed no mercy when she tortured Cui Yin and Lei Se. Not to mention that she brutally cut off Mr. Ding's head with a space hole in the end. The faceless man and Ning can never be the same person. Have all the experimental subjects of the God-given society been transported to the institute? Zongjung Bowen asked. Mo Chung, they have all been sent there. And Zhuang Nijin has also sent them there secretly. The director of the institute received them personally. Zongjung Bowen, let's go and have a look. The two of them came to the laboratory of the institute, and saw from a distance a short little girl about 1.4 meters tall, wearing a white coat, lying excitedly on a green petri dish. She looked around all the petri dishes, and finally came to Zhuang Nijin, holding her red thick-framed glasses, staring at Zhuang Nijin's 6 hands, extremely excited. "You are so beautiful." Zongjung Bowen? Researchers on the scene? Even Zhuang Nijin, who had little human consciousness, had a question mark on his head. The researcher immediately took Zongjung Muchu aside. "Our director went out today without taking medicine. Please bear with me. Bear with me." Zongjung Muchu was so angry that her white cheeks were puffy. "I'm not wrong." She looked at the experimental subjects in the petri dishes with shining eyes. Those experimental subjects that made the executive commissioner and researcher sick were like treasures in her eyes. She tried hard to get close to Zhuang Nijin, but the researcher couldn't stop her and broke free. But she had just taken 2 steps when Zongjung Bowen grabbed her collar and hung her up. "Zongjung Bowen? Let me go! Let me go!" Zongjung Bowen took a deep breath. "Aunt, calm down. He has a war rainbow python's tail transplanted into his body, which is poisonous. Zongjung Mufa punched Zongjung Bowen on the head. Zongjung Bowen, I have lived more than 50 years longer than you. Do you think I'm stupid? Besides, I can't die. Zongjung Bowen loosened his hand slightly, and Zongjung Mufa jumped down and landed lightly on the ground. Looking back, she glared at Zongjung Bowen. The boss actually called that little girl an ant? A new staff member of the administration bureau nearby was confused and couldn't figure it out. Mo Chung whispered, "Don't look at this girl who looks like a teenager. She is really the aunt of our director. It's just that time has stopped for Zongjung Mufa. And she will always look like she was 14 years old." Zongjung Mufa held her exaggerated red reading glasses and looked at Zhuang Nijin's body excitedly, touching here and knocking there, with an expression of love. Finally, she sighed, "Everything is good. But why did you erase the human consciousness? It's just a puppet, and the eyes are lifeless." Zongjung Bowen asked, "Can he recover?" "Recover what? The body?" Zongjung Mufa shook his head. "How is it possible? This process is irreversible." Zhuang Nijin, along with some of the experimental subjects in the culture dish, seemed to understand what Zongjung Mufa said, and lowered his head in disappointment. Zongjung Mufa, however, "I can try to restore human consciousness." At that moment, Zhuang Nijin raised his head again, and 6 eyes looked at Zongjung Mufa expectantly and excitedly. Chapter 90. Ming Family Manor. "Thank you very much this time." Ming Jinyan, wearing a thin shirt, thanked Hua Yunzhang on the other end of the light brain. "Hua Yunzhang, it's nothing." The two chatted about family matters and Ming Yueshi's performance in the college, and then hung up the phone. Footsteps were heard outside. Ming Yueshi took off her shoes and came to the hall, and saw Ming Jinyan making a phone call in front of the French window. Ming Jinyan also saw Ming Yueshi and paused. "It's not the weekend today. Why did you go home?" Ming Yueshi's eyes flashed a trace of panic, and she didn't dare to look directly into Ming Jinyan's eyes. "I came back to get something." "That's right. October is almost over, and the weather is much cooler. You should take care of yourself at school. Wear more clothes, and don't catch a cold." When talking to Ming Yueshi, Ming Jinyan's voice was gentle, and his eyes looking at her were also kind. Ming Yueshi blushed slightly, and turned away awkwardly. "You know to remind me like this, but you don't wear more." Ming Jinyan was stunned, picked up the coat on the back of the sofa. "Mom knows. Mom also wear more." Ming Yueshi's mouth curled up unconsciously. There were footsteps behind him, and the housekeeper walked into the living room. First nodded to Ming Jinyan. "Madam." Then he looked at Ming Yueshi. "Miss, Master Yao is here." "Ming Yueshi, I'll go out right away." "Cici." Ming Jinyan reminded Ming Yueshi and put the coat in his hand on her. "It's cold at night, and the wind is strong. Wear more." Ming Yueshi's eyes were full of joy, but her face was calm. "I know. Is that Yao Xinli outside?" Ming Jinyan asked. "Do you want to tell him about Yao Qian?" Ming Yueshi thought of Ming Jinyan's instructions in the ward. No one should know about Yao Qian's affairs. This might not be good for Yao Qian, but she knew how important Yao Qian was to Yao Xinli. If Yao Xinli knew that Yao Qian had not betrayed Yao Xinli, he would be very happy. She looked at Ming Jinyan worriedly. "Can't Yao Xinli tell it?" Ming Jinyan paused. She couldn't guess Yao Qian, nor did she know what role Hardening played in it. But from the previous kidnapping case and this assassination case, Hardening and Yao Qian were deeply tied. Since Hardening had helped Ming Jinyan, Ming Jinyan was of course willing to believe Hardening, and would not delve into the relationship between Hardening and Yao Qian. That was their business. Then, the same goes for Ming Yueshi. She believed in Yao Xinli. After growing up together for many years, they had some friendship, so she wanted to tell him the truth. "You are grown up. You can make your own decisions on this matter." Ming Jinyan smiled. "As long as you think it through." Ming Yueshi thought about it, and nodded carefully. Yao Xinli did not enter the Ming family, but waited for Ming Yueshi at the gate of the manor. His relationship with the Ming family was awkward, and there were too many bad things between the two parties. Yao Xinli did not want to implicate the Ming family. When Ming Yueshi came out, she was wearing Ming Jinyan's suit jacket. The jacket was very mature and did not match her age at all. But Yao Xinli did not notice these details. Ming Yueshi told Yao Xinli everything about what happened in the welfare home today. Yao Xinli listened. His eyes gradually reddened, and he clenched his fists tightly. "So, My sister is not a member of the God-given society. She is still on our side. Right? I don't know. Ming Yueshi shook her head. I only tell the facts, not the conclusion. The fact is that the bullets that hit my mother and Uncle Wei were both tranquilizer bullets. And both of them came from Yao Qian. We don't know what her purpose was. My mother is now claiming to be an emergency treatment. And this news will not last long. Tomorrow, it will be officially announced that she was successfully rescued. I understand. Yao Xingli's voice choked slightly. Thank you. And thank you, Aunt. This news is very important to me. Yao Xingli understood why Ming Jinyan directly claimed that he was fine. The more than 10 hours of rescue were too important for Yao Qian, who was in Chao's camp, but her heart was with Han. After listening to Ming Yueshi's words, Yao Xingli turned around and prepared to go home. He didn't dare to stay in the Ming family for too long. Ming Jinyan had just been assassinated, and it was not good for him to stay too long. Yao Xingli. Ming Yueshi suddenly called him again. Do you feel that Yao Qian has changed since 2 years ago? Probably when you and Yao Qian awakened their superpowers. This idea lingered in Ming Yueshi's heart for a long time. She couldn't explain it clearly. Yao Qian was still the same Yao Qian. Her language, living habits, and thinking patterns were the same as before. But when she was with her, Ming Yueshi felt that she was not Yao Qian. Yao Xingli was silent for a moment and said, Father has always liked boys more. Not to mention that 2 years ago, we all drank A-level gold blood. And my sister only awakened to a B-level superpower, which made my father very angry. I was also a little stricter with my sister. But it wasn't her fault. Mental strength is not innate. Minji Wexi thought about it, and suddenly felt a little disappointed. It was only 2 years ago. But it seemed like a long time ago. Things have changed a lot since 2 years ago. And they are no longer the ignorant children they used to be. Minji Wexi, I remember that before high school. You weren't so nice to Yao Qian. Yao Xingli was stunned for 2 seconds. He was not really nice to Yao Qian in the past. The two were twins. A boy and a girl. Because his father favored Yao Xingli more. Yao Xingli was raised to be a little bully, since he was a child, and never took Yao Qian seriously. In his opinion, the Yao family would be a sooner or later. And Yao Qian was just a tool to help him get to the top. But 2 years ago, Yao's mother got pregnant. Yao Qian didn't want her mother to give birth to this child. Although the federal medical technology was very good, her mother was old after all. She had hurt her body when she gave birth to them. And Yao Qian didn't want her mother to get pregnant again. But Yao Xingli and his father didn't care. Women had to give birth to children. And of course, children were more important. Yao Xingli always thought so. And never thought that his future brother might take everything from him. Until he accidentally heard the conversation between his father and mother. His father persuaded his mother to give birth to this child. Xingli's talent is average. And the results of the mental test are not particularly good. I heard that the children of the Jiang family and the Yi family have excellent mental test results. They can also evolve into S-level psychics after drinking A-level gold blood. The doctor said that even if Xingli drinks A-level gold blood, he can only awaken to an A-level psychic. Let's have another one. Cultivate him from a young age and provide him with energy liquid during his growth period. Maybe he can also awaken to an S-level psychic. In this way, he can replace Xingli. Yao Xingli was in a daze. At this time, he realized that in his father's eyes, apart from the gender advantage, what was the difference between him and Yao Qian? He was just a tool to carry forward the Yao family and allow the Yao family to go further. In his father's eyes, he was not even considered a person. He rushed out of the Yao family angrily and ran around in the street without noticing the red light. It was at this time that Yao Qian caught up with him. The truck hit the two of them, and Yao Qian pushed Yao Xingli away without hesitation. From that day on, Yao Xingli changed. From a lawless little bully, he became a little bully who was obsessed with his sister. Similarly, Yao Qian also changed. It was an indescribable but real sense of strangeness. She was still Yao Qian, but she didn't protect Yao Xingli like the Yao Qian of the past. Their positions were reversed that night. Yao Xingli didn't look at Minji Wexi, but at the vast starry sky. I was ignorant before, but later I knew who was the one who was really good to me. In the Yao family, only his sister was the one who was really good to him. Then, Ming Yueshi thought about it and asked boldly, if one day, the Federation encircles and suppresses the God-given society, will Yao Qian still choose to stand on the side of the God-given society? Yao Xingli wiped her eyes and looked at Ming Yueshi. Her eyes became unrecognizable. "Miss, we'd better hope that this will not happen." Then, Ming Yueshi saw Yao Xingli's mouth curled up, revealing a somewhat unruly and wanton smile. "But I believe that my sister is a good person. She will not do this." After that, Yao Xingli boarded his aircraft and left. Ming Yueshi looked at Yao Xingli's back and felt a chill in his heart. Yao Qian may not really be a member of the God-given society, but Yao Xingli, the future is not certain. Ming Jinyan said that everyone has a scale in their heart, and the two ends of the scale may be right and wrong, good and evil, or their unswerving ideals, or perhaps a person. On the other side of Yao Xingli's scale was a person. That night, the news of the orphanage explosion was posted on Starnet. Something happened to Ming Jinyan? Damn! Livonia has been really uneasy recently. Not only that, this is the second attack on Ming Jinyan. Right? They kidnapped Ming Jinyan's daughter and forced her to give up the election but failed. Now they are attacking her directly. It is reasonable to suspect that this incident is related to the Democratic Alliance. After all, the presidential candidate of the Jishua Alliance has fallen, and the most likely candidate to become the next president is their candidate. Isn't that a bit too stupid? It's a bit obvious. I have a friend who works in the administration, and he said that the last kidnapping and this assassination were done by an organization called the God's Gift. Their purpose is to open all cracks and let humans and the black fog coexist. Where did this extreme psychopath come from? Ming Jinyan wants to abolish the citizen system, and now the evolvers are almost all third-class citizens who are bought and sold into the cracks. No wonder the God's Gift is so angry. Don't let this organization succeed. Although I don't dislike the citizen system, coexisting with the black fog is obviously more terrifying. But I heard that in the assassination, 2 S-class people around Ming Jinyan died, and Ming Jinyan was shot in the heart by the murderer. He was shot in the heart, and even the current medical technology can't save him. It has been several hours since the explosion at the welfare home, and the operation should have been successful. I'm afraid Ming Jinyan is in danger this time. If he was really fine, he would have announced it earlier. I guess he's really dead. Fuck. It actually let the God-given meeting succeed. The huge office, with a whole wall of glass, overlooks the panoramic view of District 13 outside. The bishop sat on the sofa by the window, watching the bullet screen. He asked the man beside him, "Still can't contact the base?" The elder was sweating. "Can't contact. The base signal is all cut off." The bishop frowned. Did Lao Chong and the others have an accident? But there are landmines. How could something go wrong? The landmines can't be contacted either. The elder's voice was trembling. The bishop's face was gloomy. "Try again. No matter what. We must contact Lao Chong." The God's Gift Association was defined as a cult by the administration, and the contact information must be kept secret. But the bishop really needed to know whether Ming Jinyan was dead or alive. There was no news on the Star Network, and Ming Jinyan's life and death could only rely on Lao Chong and the others to report. After a while, the bishop finally contacted Lao Chong. The light brain lit up. The projection screen appeared, and Lao Chong appeared on the light screen. He was in a mess, with blood and dirt on his face, as if he was rushing on the road. When he saw the bishop, the first thing he said was, "We succeeded. Xingji killed Ming Jinyan." Chapter 91. The bishop stood up suddenly with excitement. "Did it really work?" Lao Chong nodded. "Delay told me that it was Xingji who fired the gun, hitting Ming Jinyan in the heart. And Ming Jinyan was not wearing a bulletproof vest, so he would not survive." The bishop almost jumped up with excitement. 2 SS levels were dispatched for this operation. He was determined to kill Ming Jinyan. But the bishop knew that Delay was not an offensive SS level mutant, and the number 2018 experiment was very uncontrollable. Moreover, it was heard that there was a national team rescue later, so it was not easy to successfully assassinate Ming Jinyan. What about Delay? And why didn't we get a reply when we contacted the base? The elder next to the bishop asked. Did something happen? Lao Chong lowered his head, looking mournful. The base was destroyed. The bishop and the elders were stunned, and their eyes widened suddenly. Old gun, after landmine, Star Trace, and Huyu came back. They were given the opportunity to enter the base because they completed a high-level mission. At this time, Landmine found evidence that Huyu was a traitor and killed Fox. We wanted to catch Huyu, but Huyu was well prepared and killed Landmine instead. Bishop, Elder, The bishop knew that there was a traitor in this team. Landmine had told him before that Fox was dead. Probably killed by a traitor. But they didn't know who the traitor was yet. So they could only wait and see. They didn't expect that this person was Huyu. But Huyu is only an A-level psychic. How could he kill Landmine? Besides, we have S-level psychics in our base. Elder couldn't believe it. Although Huyu is an A-level psychic, he is a multi-psychic. Old Gun gritted his teeth. Otherwise we wouldn't fall into his hands. This is the evidence Landmine gave me before he died. He used this to discover that Huyu was an undercover agent of the cube. Lao Chong sent a video to the bishop. And a small window popped up on the light screen in front of the bishop. And the video content appeared in front of the two. The video's screen was a little shaky. And the other party should have secretly filmed it. In the picture, the fox surrounded Huyu and had already gained the upper hand. Suddenly, the fox's eyes went blank for a moment. On the video interface, a vine pierced the fox's body from behind. And then Huyu transformed into a shadow and stabbed the fox. The fox fell to the ground and lost his breath. Huyu smiled and took out the light brain. Miss Hongya. I am Huyu. The video stopped here. And the content in it was self-evident. The fox found that Huyu was a traitor and wanted to get rid of him. But he didn't expect that Huyu was a multi-powered person. He showed weakness on the surface, but actually attacked the fox secretly. Huyu currently only used A-level powers. But because of the advantage of multiple powers, he still let him kill the fox easily. After that, he reported the matter to the cube. Hongya. It is very likely that Huyu is superior. The bishop and the elder saw this and gnashed their teeth. Huyu also has psychic abilities. And even if he is slowed down by the minds with delayed shock wave, if he can use psychic abilities to confuse the minds, it is possible to attack the minds by surprise. Cube. This bastard. The SS level gold blood was not stolen by the God-given society. But the God-given society took the blame. And now the base was destroyed by the cube. And their SS level psychics were killed. What's the situation now? The bishop quickly asked Lao Chong. The mines are in trouble. The base is in trouble. Who else survived? Lao Chong lowered his head. Only me and Xingji. Boom. The bishop felt as if he had been hit on the head by a stick. And his head was confused. That church was the most important base of the God-given society. There were also experimental subjects developed by Qin Xiao that made the God-given society proud, which were extremely important weapons for them in the future. They were supposed to be transported out secretly. But they were all destroyed. All destroyed. The bishop worked hard in the Federation for several years. And everything he had accumulated was destroyed by the cube. The bishop didn't dare to think about these losses. He had a headache just thinking about it. There were not many SS-level psychics in the Federation. And there couldn't be too many underground organizations like them. The death of the mine and the death of the fox were extremely heavy blows to them. Is the cube still tracking you? The bishop asked Lao Chong. If they hadn't been chased by the people in the cube, they wouldn't have been unable to contact Lao Chong for so long. Lao Chong frowned. Xingji and I have separated. The situation on Xingji's side is unclear. I finally got rid of him. The bishop nodded. Xingji is very smart. He should be fine. You should protect yourself during this time. After Ming Jinian's accident, the Federation will not give up. We still have the next action to retain our strength. Lao Chong's face sank. Understood. Bishop, please contact me if you need anything. The bishop nodded and hung up the light brain. Lao Chong looked at the light brain with the screen off. And her mouth curled. Countless granulations appeared on her face. And the granulations squirmed wildly. After a while, she turned into Jiang Mi's appearance. Lao Chong is a better vest than Yao Qian. Jiang Mi kept Lao Chong's vest mainly because he knew that Yao Qian's vest was about to be scrapped. Ming Jinian is still alive. This matter will not last long. Once the bishop knows that Ming Jinian is not dead, he will be somewhat dissatisfied with Yao Qian. Lao Chong's failure can be blamed on Huyu, but not Yao Qian. But it doesn't matter. She now has two God-given vests. She can switch them at will. On the other side, the bishop hung up the phone. His face still gloomy. The elder beside him didn't dare to breathe. And after a while he said, Bishop, the cube is not a small fight this time. It probably wants to find SS-level gold blood. So it destroyed our base. But that thing is not here at all. No matter what the reason is. The cube dares to attack us like this. Does it really think that our God-given association is easy to bully? The bishop looked embarrassed. Go and release all the information about the cube base in our hands to the Federation. If they are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. The administration has been busy these days. For several consecutive days, their subordinates, who were carrying out the mission accidentally, discovered the whereabouts of the cube and their base. Zhong Bowen felt that someone was playing tricks, but he still sent people to wipe out the cube's base. As a result, many spies buried by the cube in the administration, the military and political department, and the research institute were dug out by them. For a time, the Federation was in turmoil, and everyone was in panic. In the new Chinese courtyard, a faint tea fragrance wafted out. Fang Wenjing sat on the stone table in the courtyard. Enjoying tea, Hongya came over, knelt beside Fang Wenjing, and poured a cup of tea for Fang Wenjing. Mr. Fang, 3 of our bases in the Federation were destroyed again. Zhong Bowen personally led people to solve the problem. In addition to the industries lost by Mr. Ding, most of our influence in the Federation has been pulled out. With a pop sound, the teacup shattered to the ground, exploding with brilliant water splashes. Fang Wenjing's face was filled with anger. It's enough for Zhong Bowen to find out the properties under Mr. Ding's name. How could it affect other bases? It was Hu Yu. Hongya said truthfully. Hu Yu is dead. Before he died, he destroyed the main base of the God's Gift Society. It was the God's Gift Society that leaked our bases to the administration. Destroyed the God's Gift Society base? Fang Wenjing was stunned. His eyebrows frowned. When did we order him to do these things? Hongya thought for a moment. Hu Yu was probably forced to do it. He was discovered by the people of the God's Gift Society and wanted to die before he died. Hu Yu is already dead, and now his thoughts cannot be investigated, and it is not possible to hold him accountable. Fang Wenjing didn't understand why the cube suddenly suffered such a huge loss. Is it because of the Faceless Man? An experimental subject that they left outside to roam freely now has such a powerful force, and uses the power of the Management Bureau to destroy the cube? This thought made Fang Wenjing feel a little panic. Let's keep our troops in place for the time being. Fang Wenjing sighed. The cube is now suffering heavy losses. If this continues, he can't bear the responsibility. What about the plan to encircle and suppress the Faceless Man? Hongya worried. Didn't the plan say that Jin Kui would recover the Faceless Man and Qingye would recover Shining? Fang Wenjing, did you find out who killed Hu Yu? No. Hongya lowered her head in shame. But Yao Qian participated in the assassination of Ming Jinyan, and Hu Yu was with her. So it is very likely that Yao Qian killed Hu Yu. Fang Wenjing picked up another teacup and gently stroked the wall of the cup with his fingertips. Yao Qian did not kill Ming Jinyan. Ming Jinyan is still alive. And perhaps the Faceless Man is not loyal to the God Society. Fang Wenjing and Hongya had wondered before. Why would Merlin be loyal to the God-given society? Or, how could Yao Qian take back Merlin? What if they guessed wrong? The Faceless Man. She may not want to be loyal to the God-given society. She just needs to kill Mr. Ding as a scapegoat. And she doesn't want to be the sinner herself. So she chose the God-given society. Then this is reasonable. The real Faceless Man is Merlin, disguised as Yao Qian. Hu Yu has no ability to destroy the God-given society base under the hands of the Faceless Man. It can only be that the Faceless Man acquiesced him to do so. So, what is the purpose of the Faceless Man? She blocked the national team in the crack number 109. And no one knows what her purpose is. As a result, Yuan Xie died. Yuan Xie cooperated with the cube. But Yuan Xie was a member of the Federation. This move shows that the Faceless Man does not belong to the Federation. The Faceless Man killed Mr. Ding, which means that the Faceless Man did not intend to help the cube. The Faceless Man also allowed Hu Yu to kill everyone in the God-given society base, and destroyed the base. Obviously, the Faceless Man is definitely not a member of the God-given society. She shuttled between various organizations, and she had her own purpose. Such people are the most difficult to control, and the easiest to control. The cube and the Faceless Man have a very strong bond. Although the experimental subjects are in a relationship of use, they are also auxiliary relationships. They can make the Faceless Man stronger. And in the world of superpowers, who doesn't like to become stronger? The Faceless Man has obtained so many superpowers and killed so many targets. Isn't it just to become stronger? Once a person has desires, he has weaknesses. They were able to control the birth of the Faceless Man. So in the end, they can also make the Faceless Man work for themselves. Qingye and Jin Kui, please slow down first. Fang Wenjing smiled. Maybe one day, the faceless man will become a person in a cube. Chapter 92. The news that Ming Jinyan was discharged from the hospital in good health quickly spread throughout the Federation. The latest news broke out on Starnet on the day of the assassination. Ming Jinyan was sent to Livonia First Hospital for emergency treatment. The operation lasted for 3 hours. Because Ming Jinyan had a special body structure and her heart was on the right side of her body, the bullet of the murderer did not hit Ming Jinyan's heart, and Ming Jinyan was saved. Everyone on Starnet praised Ming Jinyan for her good luck. That shot was a sure death. But because of her special body, she escaped death. Although I don't believe in fate, I have to say that Ming Jinyan is really lucky. Maybe it's God's blessing that Ming Jinyan will definitely become the president of this term. I feel that her popularity has become higher. After all, she was able to escape after being shot in the chest. It's really a bit mysterious. My grandmother used to support the Democratic Alliance and didn't want to abolish the citizenship system. After this incident, she forced our whole family to change their votes to Ming Jinyan. +1. My mother is superstitious. She originally thought that Ming Jinyan was too cold-blooded to give up her daughter and vote for the colonial pariah. Because of this incident, she decided to change her vote to Ming Jinyan. Luck is something that you should believe in, not in it. Yes. Of the 4 S-level bodyguards protecting Ming Jinyan, 2 were sent away, and the remaining 2 died. Only Ming Jinyan survived. There is really something mysterious about it. Ming Jinyan is a Koi. I bow to you. I wish me good luck in this exam. Bow to Ming Koi. I wish me good luck in the civil service exam. Today, the internet is full of discussions about Ming Jinyan. Many people PS Koi totems on Ming Jinyan's election photos and forwarded them in various ways, saying forwarding Koi brings good luck. In the office, the ashtray smashed against the news screen. The screen was a floating projection, and the ashtray passed through it unhindered, fell to the ground, and broke into pieces. The bishop punched the desk hard, and a deep pit was smashed on the desk. Ming Jinyan is actually fine. He lost an SS class and 2 S class, as well as the most important base of the God-given society, and the successful evolutionary experimental subjects inside. The loss of the God-given society in this operation is not to be underestimated. But Ming Jinyan is actually fine. The reason why she is fine is not because they missed, but because Ming Jinyan's body structure is different. This person is too lucky. Didn't Yao Qian complete the previous missions very well? Why is it like this time? The bishop cursed angrily. What's the point of shooting a bullet in the heart? You have to shoot at the head and shoot all over her body. Ming Jinyan's body should be blown to pieces. If it's not this step, how can we know whether Ming Jinyan is really dead or fake? The elder looked deep and picked up the fragments of the ashtray on the ground. No matter how many shots are fired, Ming Jinyan will not die. The bishop suddenly looked up at the elder. What do you mean? The elder handed the tablet to the bishop, and a line of text lit up on the light brain. This is the news I just received from the deepest hidden nail in our federation. The elder paused and said, he told me that Ming Jinyan's body structure is no different from that of an ordinary person. She is not dead because she was shot with a tranquilizer bullet. Tranquilizer bullet? The bishop looked at the line of words on the tablet, his chest heaving violently. You mean Yao Qian has a problem? Yes. Yao Qian is very likely to have a problem, the elder said confidently, although she has completed her mission well so far. Think carefully. Since half a year ago, has everyone else on the mission except her gone wrong? In the Gifford Company in District 13, we asked Yao Qian to learn from Ming Qin, but Ming Qin and Gifford Company were all destroyed, and she was the only one who survived. After that, Ming Yueshi was kidnapped. The deacon and other believers all died, and only Yao Qian was safe. And now, in the assassination of Ming Jinyan, everyone who participated in the operation died, and she is the only one alive. There are traces of the cube in this. It was the cube that blew up Gifford Company. It was the cube that killed the deacon and others. And it was the cube that destroyed our base this time. Therefore, there is no reason for the cube to stop us from assassinating Ming Jinyan. It is only possible that Yao Qian is a member of the Federation and uses the cube to attack us. The elder's words were sonorous, and the bishop recalled every bit of the past 6 months, and suddenly felt that it was really the case. Putting aside the explosion of Gifford Company, whether it was kidnapping Ming Yueshi or assassinating Ming Jinyan, how could they be discovered by the cube with such secrecy? It must be Yao Qian who tipped off the others. Then, she pretended to have completed her mission well. But in fact, she was the cause of the trouble. The bishop's chest rose and fell violently, and his breathing was rapid. After a while, he finally calmed down. Do many people in the Federation know about Yao Qian's use of anesthetic bullets? The elder shook his head. According to the report, Ming Jinyan blocked the information and used the position of the heart to confuse people. Until now, most people in the Federation still think Yao Qian is one of ours. The bishop sneered. In this case, Yao Qian would not know. She has been exposed. Right? The elder was proud. She definitely doesn't know. The bishop put his right hand on the desk, tapped the table lightly with his fingers, pondered for a moment, and then contacted Lao Chong. The light computer beeped a few times, and Lao Chong connected the light computer. The picture on the other side of the screen was very dark, and Lao Chong should be hiding in a more hidden place. Lao Chong. Yes, Bishop. What do you want? Yao Qian betrayed us. Lao Chong on the light screen was obviously surprised, and this expression was fleeting. Lao Chong's demeanor became sinister again, and his face was embarrassed. No wonder Ming Jinyan is fine. Did she do something? Lao Chong has always been smart and steady. Otherwise, he would not have become an elder of the God-given society. The bishop only said this, and Lao Chong immediately understood. Kill her, the bishop said in a cold tone. Those who betrayed God must pay the price. Old Gun understood. Yao Qian didn't know she was exposed yet, and she has been reporting her location to me. This time I will execute her personally, and no one will find out. No, the bishop interrupted Old Gun. Don't assassinate. Do whatever you want to attract attention. This time, let everyone in the Federation know that Yao Qian is dead. The light screen disappeared, and the bishop hung up the phone. Su Chen turned on the lights in the room. He and Jiangmi were in a medical room in the extreme cold and frost. There was a treatment cabin in the middle of the medical room. A woman was lying in the treatment cabin with her eyes closed. Jiangmi changed back to her own face and walked to the side of the treatment cabin. The woman in the treatment cabin had an extremely beautiful face, like an exquisite porcelain, but her eyes were closed and her face was bloodless. On the light screen of the treatment cabin, her basic information was displayed. She was already dead, and it was the treatment cabin that prevented her body from decaying. If Yao Xingli or Ming Yueshi were here, they would recognize at a glance that the person lying in the treatment cabin was Yao Qian. She and Yao Qian had the same face. This corpse that looked like Yao Qian was prepared by Jiangmi a week ago for Su Chen. That was the night when Jiangmi disguised herself as Yao Qian and returned from the discussion meeting on assassinating Ming Jinyan. When she knew that she was going to assassinate Ming Jinyan, she kept a backup plan and was ready to give up the Yao Qian vest. It was not difficult to find a woman who had just died and make her look like another person. A week was enough to complete this task. But Su Chen remembered that Yao Qian's assassination of Ming Jinyan was very successful. And the reason for the failure was that Ming Jinyan's body structure was unusual, and the God-given society had no reason to let them kill Yao Qian. Su Chen asked, Didn't you succeed in your mission? Why would the God's Gift Society give such an order? Jiangmi's face darkened. There are people from the God's Gift Society in the Federation. Su Chen paused. Ming Jinyan is not a careless person. She can guess that this matter is related to you. And she also asked the principal to help you. She won't tell too many people about this matter. Jiangmi also thinks so. Ming Jinyan is very steady in doing things, and there shouldn't be such a big mistake. Jiangmi recalled the people who might have been present at the time. Ming Yueshi, Pei Jixian, Jiang Xiubai, Zhong Zhengbowen, and the two S-level bodyguards around Ming Jinyan, and perhaps a healing psychic from the administration. Probably these few people will know that I shot Ming Jinyan with an anesthetic needle. Su Chen, are there people from the God's Gift Society here? Jiangmi did not answer, but just shook his head. It could be the people she mentioned, or it could be someone around them. She was not sure. Just like Yin who stole the Phantom Mouse in the 109th crack. He was very good at disguise, until he was exposed in front of everyone with the Phantom Mouse. Jiangmi had never doubted him. The bishop's inner ghost might be better hidden. What are you going to do now? Su Chen asked. What else can I do? Jiangmi shrugged. The bishop said to make a big fuss. So let's make a big fuss. It just so happens that the cube also asked Jinkui to assassinate Yao Qian, which I haven't done yet. As long as Yao Qian is dead, it's fine. As for who killed her, does it matter? Completing the commission of 2 bosses at once is perfect in Jiang Mi's opinion. After that, she chatted with Su Chen for a few more words, and then left the sanatorium. Yao Qian's death needs to be grand and known to everyone. The bishop wants to use this to warn the Federation, and let Ming Jinyan understand that the end of those who work for her is death. Then Jiang Mi let him do what he wanted, and find the grandest stage to present Yao Qian's death. The scene arrangement still needs to be thought about, and Jiang Mi needs to prepare in advance. Leaving the building of the sanatorium, Jiang Mi saw Xiaohan gnawing bones outside. His teeth were not filled yet, and it was very difficult to eat meat. He gave up after 2 bites, missing the small cake in the dormitory. Ning, hurry up. I'm hungry. I want to go back to eat small cakes. Jiang Mi touched Xiaohan's head and asked it to open a space hole. At the same time as the space hole appeared, Jiang Mi suddenly felt a pair of eyes behind her, staring at her. She turned back suddenly, and the vine moved faster than her, quickly piercing the crow resting on the electric pole behind her. The crow fell to the ground, covered in blood, fluttered twice, and lost its life. Xiao Ha was startled. Ning, what are you doing? Jiang Mi looked through the system. There was no reminder. This is just an ordinary crow. Was the pair of eyes staring at her just now her illusion? Nothing. Jiang Mi patted Xiao Ha's dog head. Let's go back. After that, the man and the dog walked into the space hole, and the space hole disappeared. When the space hole disappeared, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the dead crow, and then it turned into inorganic and dull eyes. Chapter 93. 3 days later, Ming Jinyan returned to the hospital for a follow-up examination with the medical technology of the Federation. Even if Ming Jinyan was shot, he would be fine. However, the citizens of the Federation were very worried about Ming Jinyan's injuries, and the entire follow-up examination was broadcast live. The leader of the accompanying bodyguards was Lin Qing, and the national team also participated in the protection operation this time. The people who came were Jiang Mi, Chen Xianyu, and Yi Tongchen, who were not protecting Ming Jinyan in the welfare home last time. I hope the congressman is okay, and he must live a long life. He should be fine. I think the congressman is in good spirits today. Long live the Koi. The bodyguards sent by the Federation should be more powerful. Don't let the congressman get into trouble again. That's right. He is a presidential candidate after all. And it's a big deal that he gets into trouble again and again? What do these superpowers in the Federation do for a living? I hope the congressman can participate in the election safely. The whole process of Ming Jinyan's follow-up visit was broadcast live on the internet. The doctor examined Ming Jinyan's injuries and said that he had recovered well. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also very happy. When he came out, the hospital director personally came to see Ming Jinyan off and said that with the technology of their hospital, there would be no scars, and the congressman did not need a second review. When he walked out of the hospital, Ming Jinyan shook hands with the director. The aircraft was already waiting outside, and the gangway was lowered. On both sides were bodyguards waiting respectfully. There were also onlookers around, and various news media in the Federation, eager to broadcast the news of Ming Jinyan's recovery. The accident happened at this moment. The moment Ming Jinyan walked out of the hospital, the live camera was aimed at her and the hospital gate. Flashes of light went off and on. Everyone was watching. And suddenly, there was a bang from the upper level of the hospital gate. With a sound, a hanging female corpse fell from the hospital gate. One end of the rope was tied to the hospital gate, and the other end was tied to the neck of the female corpse. The female corpse hung in the middle of the gate, like a hanged ghost, with her legs swaying in the wind. In front of the hospital gate, Ming Jinyan, the bodyguards, the live camera, and the news media all saw the scene. What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? A woman suddenly fell from the camera, and I was scared to death. It seems to be dead. I saw the rope strangled her neck, and she didn't react. So scary. What's going on? It's so scary. I just came to see the Koi. I'll have nightmares if I see this thing. The bodyguards immediately protected Ming Jinyan and kept a certain distance between Ming Jinyan and the hanging female corpse. Ming Jinyan stared at the female corpse, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He glanced at Jiang Mi with his peripheral vision, and then immediately looked at the female corpse again. Yao Qian? Is she Yao Qian? Yao Qian and Ming Yueshi were best friends. Ming Yueshi used to post photos of the two of them on social networks. Ming Jinyan had seen Yao Qian. Besides, Yao Qian was extremely beautiful. Such a beautiful face was very recognizable. The national team, and Lin Qing, and other bodyguards were stunned. They didn't expect that the dead person was Yao Qian. Lin Qing quickly called other bodyguards. Go get the body down. Several bodyguards stepped forward, and were about to deal with the body. Suddenly, Yi Tongchen yelled, "Wait!" The bodyguards were obedient, and stopped in their tracks. The next second, with a boom, the body hanging at the door of the hospital exploded, and exploded into pieces. Everyone was shocked, and instinctively retreated quickly. The air was filled with thick blood mist. Everything in front of them became red and unclear. The corpses scattered and blended into the air. After a while, the strong smell of blood dissipated, and the ground was full of broken body parts. The hospital fake corpse case caused a sensation. Originally, as Ming Jinyan's follow-up live broadcast, many voters who supported her opened the live broadcast to watch, and the news media also rushed to report it, giving it enough face. In this situation, the hanging female corpse appeared again, and the corpse exploded at the same time, which was a gimmick. For a time, the Federation Star Network was discussing this matter. Zhongzheng Bowen brought it to the hospital, dealt with the body parts, and took the body parts back to the autopsy room of the administration. After all, the body was blown into pieces, bloody and fleshy, and some of the blood clots were also burnt, so it was difficult to test anything. Zhongzheng Bowen and the forensic doctor came out of the autopsy room, and Ming Jinyan and others immediately surrounded them. "Is it Yao Qian?" Ming Jinyan asked. The Yao family also came. The management bureau had just asked Yao's father and mother for a tube of blood to test their relationship with the deceased and determine whether the deceased was Yao Qian. Zhongzheng Bowen looked at Ming Jinyan. The DNA test results show that the deceased is indeed the child of Mr. Yao and Mrs. Yao. Yao's mother rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Fortunately, Yao Xingli was quick to support Yao's mother. But Yao Xingli's condition was not very good either. His chest was heaving violently, and his breathing was very heavy. Ming Jinyan glanced at Jiang Yi again from the corner of her eye. A flash of doubt flashed through her mind. Then she asked Zhongzheng Bowen, "Have you found the murderer?" "Zhongzheng Bowen, I'm afraid it has something to do with your previous assassination." Upon hearing this, Yao's father muttered, "It's related to the assassination. Congressman, is it possible that Yao Qian was involved in your assassination this time? This matter is confidential in the Federation, and only the top leaders of the Federation know about it. The public currently only knows that Congressman Ming was shot. Don't you know?" Yi Tongchen raised his eyelids and looked at Yao's father lazily. This time the congressman was assassinated, and two S-level superpowers died, one of whom was killed by your daughter. The bullet in the congressman's body was also shot by your daughter. Yao's father felt his legs go weak, and almost fell down. Ming Jinyan glared at Yi Tongchen unhappily. "Tongchen, don't say it." Yi Tongchen shrugged. "I'm just telling the truth." As a member of the national team, Yi Tongchen did not participate in the assassination and rescue operation of the welfare home. He only knew that Yao Qian was one of the assassination members, and he didn't know that Yao Qian shot a tranquilizer gun. So in his eyes, Yao Qian is not a good person. Of course, most federal executive commissioners think so. Now Yao Qian's body is hanging on the gate of the hospital, and was blown into pieces. It can only be said that she has brought this upon herself. Yao's father was very disappointed with her. This evil daughter. She committed a heinous crime by kidnapping last time. Now she dares to assassinate a congressman. I raised an unfilial daughter. She deserves this fate. Yao Xingli supported Yao's mother. Hearing his father belittle his sister, he was furious. But Ming Yueshi warned him not to tell anyone about this. Ming Jinyan sighed. "Mr. Yao, you misunderstood Yao Qian. I'm afraid she died because of me." At this point, it was meaningless to hide this matter. Ming Jinyan bluntly told the truth about his survival. "My heart was indeed shot. I am fine because Yao Qian shot an anesthetic bullet. So I saved my life. So the reason Yao Qian got into trouble this time was probably because the God-given society found out about her protecting me." Father Yao choked and looked at Ming Jinyan with wide eyes. He never expected that his most despised daughter would do such a big thing silently. Other people at the scene, including Yi Tongchen, were also very surprised. The murderer who originally assassinated Ming Jinyan turned into a hero, who saved Ming Jinyan at this moment. The news that Yao Qian was killed because she betrayed the God-given society was not spread. Although this news would whitewash Yao Qian, it would also make the people panic. The God-given society base was destroyed, and the organization was severely damaged. Zhong Zhongboan and Ming Jinyan proposed to vindicate Yao Qian after completely destroying the God-given society. And father and mother Yao agreed. When escorting Ming Jinyan to the aircraft, Jiangmi saw two figures, one man and one dog, appear under a big tree not far from the administration. Su Chen and Xiaohua stood under the tree, and Su Chen was holding two tubes of blood samples in his hand. Blood samples of Yao's father and mother. Yao Qian, who joined the God's Gift Society, should have the same DNA as Jiangmi. The two were homologous experimental subjects, and Yao Qian could not be the real eldest daughter of the Yao family. However, Jiangmi insisted that she was. After escorting Ming Jinyan back to the Ming family, Jiangmi's mission was over. Soon, Lao Chong received a call from the bishop, and Jiangmi changed his face to Lao Chong. The bishop was not in Livonia, and Jiangmi was not sure where he was. He could only see that he was in a high-rise office, with a whole wall of glass behind him. The view outside was vast and blurry, and it was not clear. The bishop had received the news of Yao Qian's death, and this matter was a sensation in the Federation, and everyone knew about it. Old Gun. Well done. The bishop on the other end of the light brain praised Old Gun generously. We should let the Federation know that the fate of betraying the God-given society is to die without a complete corpse. This is God's punishment for her. Jiangmi changed his face to Old Gun and sneered. If it weren't for her, Ming Jinyan wouldn't be alive. A trace of viciousness flashed in the bishop's eyes. At the beginning, he took a fancy to Yao Qian and asked someone to rebel against Yao Qian because Yao Qian was Ming Yuexi's best friend. Her existence would be very helpful for the God-given society to overthrow Ming Jinyan in the future. In the bishop's view, Yao Qian was obviously affiliated with the God-given society, who knew that she was still concerned about the Federation. Forget it. Forget it. Or their next task is more important. Bishop, do you have any other instructions? Jiangmi asked proactively. She hoped to come to the bishop so that she would have a chance to kill him. You stay in Livonia first. The bishop ordered. I and Xingqiu are here. I will summon you when I need you. Understood. Jiangmi felt that the bishop had some grudges against Old Gun. Perhaps it was because Yao Qian had failed several missions that the bishop also doubted Old Gun. This was inevitable. Anyway, she could contact the bishop now, and it was only a matter of time before she killed the bishop. The God-given society here received the news of Yao Qian's death, and the insider planted by the God-given society in the Federation must have told the God-given society that it was definitely Yao Qian who died. There were also people hiding in the Cube administration, and they would also know that the dead person was Yao Qian. And the DNA test results showed that the deceased was directly related to Yao's father and mother. Hongya was probably unable to sit still. Not long after, Jinkui's light brain rang, and the caller ID showed Deus. Jiangmi answered the call without changing his expression. Daisei's extremely anxious voice came from the other end of the computer. Jinkui, I saw the news on Starnet. Yao Qian is dead. Did you do it? Jiangmi fiddled with the round nails on his fingers and changed to Jinkui's voice. Yes, I did it. Chapter 94. Jiangmi knew very well that Yao Qian was not Yao Qian. Yao Xingli and Ming Yuexi both said that Yao Qian had changed a little after the car accident 2 years ago, but they couldn't tell where she had changed. It is very likely that from that time on, Yao Qian was no longer Yao Qian, but a test subject of the cube. Then the current Yao Qian should not have been tested to have a direct blood relationship with Yao's father and mother. Let Su Chen help replace the blood sample and test that Yao Qian is the biological daughter of Yao's father and mother, so that the God's gift will be able to report. But it is different for the cube. The cube knows very well that the real Yao Qian died 2 years ago, and the current Yao Qian is a test subject. If the same DNA is detected, it proves that the dead person is not Yao Qian. You know, in the cognition of the cube's top management, Yao Qian equals Merlin equals faceless man. If the DNA is different and consistent with the facts, doesn't it mean that the dead person is the faceless man? How can the faceless man be killed so easily? So, Jiangmi simply made a mistake and let the cube guess by itself. In the new Chinese courtyard, Jiangmi and Daisy knelt on the side of the rosewood tea table. Fang Wenjing slowly placed the tea, woke up the tea, brewed it, and then divided the cups. Daisy was a little panicked and kept his head down. At the beginning, it was Mr. Ding's order to let Jin Kui kill Yao Qian. They also knew that Yao Qian was a believer of the God-given society, and her whereabouts were uncertain. Moreover, killing her was a revenge killing without a fixed time. But Daisy never expected that Jin Kui would use such a violent killing method. I have seen your previous action records. Fan Wenjing divided a cup of tea for Jiangmi. So flamboyant. It's not like your style. Jiangmi fiddled with the teacup with his fingers, thinking for a moment, as if he had made a great decision, and looked at Fan Wenjing with a firm gaze. I killed Yao Qian, but I didn't hang her body at the door of the hospital. And I didn't plant any bombs. Oh! Fan Wenjing raised his voice slightly. Jiangmi, at the beginning, Mr. Ding ordered me to assassinate Yao Qian. But Yao Qian's whereabouts were strange, and even her family didn't know where she was. The kidnapping of Ming Yueshi and the assassination of Ming Jinyan by the God-given society made me realize that the God-given society had repeatedly failed to target Ming Jinyan, and they might have the next move. So I started to keep an eye on the Ming family. Maybe I could catch Yao Qian. Did you catch her? Fan Wenjing asked. Yes. Last night, I was squatting near Ming's house, and finally found Yao Qian. After she left Ming's house, I killed her. I had packed her body and sent it to the crematorium. But I didn't expect. Fan Wenjing saw Jin Kui frowning, probably thinking of what happened in the hospital during the day, and was puzzled. Didn't you find anything else strange? Fan Wenjing asked casually, seemingly just asking casually. But Hongya next to him stared at Jiangmi's face, afraid of revealing any micro-expression. Jiangmi thought about it seriously, but still shook his head. Fan Wenjing, okay. I know. Jiangmi and Daisy left the new Chinese courtyard. After the two left, Hongya knelt down beside Fan Wenjing. Mr. Fan, there is something wrong with this. The real Yao Qian was clearly dead, and the body had been burned. How could Jin Kui kill the real Yao Qian? Jin Kui is not lying to us. Right? Fan Wenjing narrowed his eyes and took a sip of tea. If the DNA test result of the body is not Yao Qian, it means that Jin Kui is lying to us. Hongya was surprised. Why do you say that? Yao Qian is the faceless man, and Jin Kui can't beat the faceless man. The faceless man may kill Jin Kui and then disguise himself as Jin Kui. Then just find a corpse in advance and make it look like Yao Qian. In this way, the DNA test results don't need to be disguised, because the genes are different. It is inevitable. Hongya paused suddenly, and realized that her reasoning just now had revealed the truth. Yes, if the DNA test results show that the other party is not Yao Qian, it means that Jin Kui is no longer Jin Kui, but the faceless man. And the DNA test result is Yao Qian, which is a huge bug for Jin Kui. Jin Kui was fooled by the faceless man. Fan Wenjing calmly took a sip of tea. She thought she killed Yao Qian, but in fact, the one who died was just a pawn that the faceless man had prepared long ago. So Jin Kui's target mechanism was not triggered, and she did not become a multi-powered person. Let me think about it. Fan Wenjing thought for a moment. Perhaps the fact that the faceless man helped Ming Jinyan was exposed, and the God-given society had someone kill Yao Qian. So the faceless man fabricated a substitute and wanted to escape. Yao Qian's whereabouts are uncertain, and she wants to give. The best way for the assassins of the God's Gift Society to expose their whereabouts is to appear near the Ming family. But the faceless man did not expect that Jin Kui was also squatting there, and took the lead. Hongya, from this point of view, the body was hung at the gate of the hospital and exploded, which should also be done by the assassins of the God's Gift Society. And the faceless man replaced the sample for DNA testing after the body exploded, in order to make the God's Gift Society think that this was Yao Qian's body. Fan Wenjing fluttered his fingers on the wall of the cup. This was originally a game between the faceless man and the God's Gift Society. Jin Kui was just an accident, so there are too many explanations for her killing Yao Qian. But there is still a doubt in this matter. I haven't figured it out. Why didn't the faceless man recover Jin Kui? Is it because the two of them were so lucky that they didn't meet? Or was it because Jin Kui's target mechanism had been activated, but Jin Kui avoided it? Could it be because she didn't like Jin Kui's ability? Hongya analyzed carefully. Currently, our experimental subjects have a maximum of 5 abilities. More than 5 mental powers cannot be supported, and there will be collapse and instability. The faceless man already has 5 abilities, and the attack ability is mainly earth control. Jing Kuei's plant control is also an attack ability, but it is only A level, far inferior to earth control. If the faceless man wants to recover another ability, he can only give up one ability. Is it not worth it to see it this way? This is indeed an explanation. Fang Wenjing's experimental subject is currently unable to get rid of the upper limit of 5 superpowers. This is limited by human mental power, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Like Hongya and Qingya, when they recycle superpowers, they only recycle superpowers above S level, and they disdain A-level superpowers. And cultivating an experimental subject with S-level superpowers is a very difficult thing. If the faceless man wants to become stronger, and wants to replace all his superpowers with S-level or above abilities, then she must need the help of the cube. Perhaps she can really be used by the cube. In the next few days, Livonia was calm. Both the cube and the God's Gift Society were severely damaged. They have been recuperating recently, and have no time to make trouble. Jiangmi also followed the routine, and attended classes in the academy honestly. On the weekend, Su Chen asked her to meet at the Extreme Thrust Sanatorium. In the basement ward of the sanatorium, Jiangmi met Chen Rang again. Sister Mimi, long time no see. Chen Rang was a lively person, and he would chatter when he met Jiangmi. Sister Mimi, do you have any tasks recently? I'm so bored at the base. How about we go to the Rift game together? I'm really good at killing demons. Xiaohua suddenly looked up and glanced at Chen Rang. Chen Rang, stop bothering her. Su Chen came out and interrupted Chen Rang's chatter. Jiangmi only saw at this time that there was a freezer next to Su Chen, and the freezer was Merlin's body. At the beginning, in the 109th crack, Jiangmi killed Merlin and asked Xiaohua to deal with the body. Xiaohua was also in the crack, and he couldn't throw the body into the crematorium of Blue Star. He could only open a space hole and throw Merlin's body in a wilderness in the crack. Later, Jiangmi knew about the principle of multiple powers, and asked Xiaohua to retrieve Merlin's body. At this moment, Merlin's body was covered in blood, and the lower half of her body was bitten off by the demon. The upper half was relatively intact, but it was also rotten meat, with maggots winding in it, which looked very disgusting. Brother Su Chen, Sister Mimi, you are asking me to touch this thing to see her memory? It's so disgusting. Chen Rang saw Merlin's body, and his face was depressed. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Didn't you say you were bored recently? But who wants to touch a corpse? Chen Rang wanted to cry, looking at Merlin's body hesitantly, but finally reached out his hand, put it on Merlin's head, and explored the memory in her body. After a while, Chen Rang quickly withdrew his hand. This person's mind is definitely not her memory, Jiangmi said nervously. Are you sure? Chen Rang took a wet tissue and wiped his hands violently. Transplanting memory is not like deleting memory or implanting memory. The latter has obvious processing traces for memory users like us. But overall memory transplantation is similar to file replacement and is basically undetectable. Su Chen, then how did you tell? Brother Su Chen, haven't you checked this person? Chen Rang spread his hands. This is a clone. The genes are the same as Sister Mimi, but she has undergone plastic surgery. Since she is a clone, her physical age should not be more than 10 years old. Right? But she has 25 years of memory in her brain, which is obviously not a match. Jiangmi was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly realized it. The Merlin in front of him was undoubtedly just an experimental subject, and the real Merlin was dead. Now this experimental subject has replaced Merlin and has all her past memories. After a period of socialization, he took the golden blood and awakened as an S-level mutant. This trick is almost perfect, but unfortunately, the existence of the clone proves that the body age and memory do not match, and Merlin's memory must be false. This can explain why Merlin can feel that he seems not to be Merlin, but he does not know who he is. Jiangmi also asked Chen Rang if her memory was real. She was very worried that she was just an experimental subject, implanted with the memory of Jiangmi. Chen Rang could not confirm this, only knowing that Jiangmi's memory had been deleted. And Su Chen clearly told Jiangmi that there was no trace of plastic surgery on her body, and her body age was 20 years old. At least now, Jiangmi is still Jiangmi. Sister Mimi, you are our Huaqing alumnus. Chen Rang put his hand on Jiangmi's shoulder and said firmly, you are definitely not an experimental subject. Jiangmi felt slightly relieved. Su Chen saw Chen Rang's hand on Jiangmi's shoulder, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He walked between the two of them without a sound and squeezed Chen Rang away. Chen Rang? After confirming the memory issue. There is one more thing to deal with. Su Chen did not even look at Chen Rang, but turned to Jiangmi and said, I have studied the chip in Merlin's neck, and I have a way to turn off the locator on you. Chapter 95 War and Peace. With a previous experience of opening the back of the neck, Su Chen was much more skilled this time. After cutting the skin on Jiangmi's back neck, Jiangmi's spine was exposed to Su Chen's vision. Chen Rang did not leave, and helped Su Chen. Su Chen gently touched the chip behind Jiangmi's neck with an electrode. Jiangmi did not feel any pain, but only felt a subtle discomfort in the back of his neck. The operation was very fast. Su Chen only had to bypass the microbomb of the chip and destroy the positioning device. This positioning device uses bioelectricity and the outside world to transmit signals. As long as the positioning device is destroyed, it cannot be used. Jiangmi could not see the operation process, but she could see the system in her head. After Su Chen gave her a slight electric shock, the target module in her field of vision instantly turned black. Su Chen put away the equipment and helped Jiangmi suture the wound on her back. Jiangmi sat up. Is this done? Su Chen took a small iron box from the table cabinet. This is the locator on Merlin. Su Chen opened it and put it in place. The locator emitted a very faint red light, and the lid of the iron box became the system positioning interface. At the same time, the system within Jiangmi's field of vision did not respond. Sure enough, after the locator was turned off, Jiangmi could not feel the positioning of other targets. And similarly, other targets could not feel Jiangmi. Su Chen, you can use this to temporarily replace your positioning. This positioning is complete. And you can also see the other party approaching. Jiangmi accepted the iron box with satisfaction. There must be experimental subjects of the same origin as her on the cube. Next time she encounters these experimental subjects, she will not be so passive. After that, Jiangmi did not leave, but stayed in the sanatorium. Su Chen asked her to come this time, not only to deal with the memory of Merlin's corpse and the locator, but Jiangmi also entrusted Su Chen to help Xiao Ha fill his teeth. Saving money to buy teeth for Xiao Ha is too difficult. Since Su Chen is a doctor with federal technology, Jiangmi thinks that Xiao Ha should be able to grow a row of teeth, or native teeth, which will definitely be better than the teeth she filled. Su Chen really has a way. Xiao Ha's body suddenly became huge, standing tall in the ward, and his round blue eyes looked at Su Chen expectantly. I can have teeth. I can have teeth again. It took Jiangmi 5 months to get teeth for it last time. Now it has been less than 2 months. And Xiao Ha has the opportunity to fill his teeth again. It is so happy that it is going crazy. It opened its mouth wide and let Su Chen inject various medicines in its mouth. After more than 2 hours of busy work, Xiao Ha's teeth were finally filled. Xiao Ha stretched out his tongue and licked his teeth. Instantly, its blue eyes were filled with tears. I have teeth. I have teeth again. Woo woo woo. I almost forgot how it feels to have teeth. Xiao Ha's teeth gleamed silver. Then, it looked at Jiangmi and licked the new teeth greedily with its tongue. Jiangmi. She pointed at her head. Come. Come and bite. Come and bite it quickly. Xiao Ha, woo. I won't. Xiao Ha turned his head away proudly. I know you are tempting me. I'm not stupid. As a wolf, it can bend and stretch. Why does it want to bite Jiangmi's hard head and make things difficult for itself? With so many teeth, wouldn't it be delicious to use them to bite meat and bones? Xiao Ha has grown up now. It knows that it is not shameful to be unable to bite Jiangmi. There are not many people in this world who can bite Jiangmi. The small cake is still fragrant, and the meat and bones are also fragrant. By the way, while Chen Rang took Xiao Ha to the canteen of the sanatorium to eat meat and bones, Jiangmi opened a space hole and took out her SS-level golden blood from the dormitory. Golden blood is volatile. Generally speaking, it cannot exceed 1 year from precipitation to consumption. If it exceeds 1 year, the golden blood will have no effect. Jiangmi gave the golden blood to Su Chen. Here you go. Su Chen? SS-level golden blood? Su Chen was stunned. Give it to me? How valuable is this thing? The Federation, the Cube, and the God-given society fought over it, and used 3 SS-level superpowers to bid 10 billion at the auction house. But Jiangmi gave it to him so casually. I already have superpowers, so I definitely can't drink golden blood anymore. The Federation is strictly checking SS-level golden blood, and this thing can't be sold. Don't you have superpowers? Jiangmi tilted his head and said, "You are the only one around me who doesn't have superpowers. How about you drink it?" Suchin. Why does SS-level golden blood sound like cabbage in the vegetable market to Jiangmi? Suchin took the golden blood, and the golden liquid flashed brightly under the incandescent light. Gorgeous and beautiful. The higher the level of golden blood, the more it has a soul-stirring effect. No one can refuse it after seeing it. But Suchin returned the golden blood to Jiangmi. "I can't drink it." Jiangmi was puzzled. "Why?" "It's free. I don't have any special abilities. Not because I haven't drunk it, but my special abilities were taken away by someone." Suchin said calmly, "My body can't stand the second golden blood. I will die." Jiangmi was speechless. I seldom heard Suchin talk about himself. And Jiangmi didn't even know that Suchin had superpowers. If the superpowers are taken away, Jiangmi remembered, is it transplanted to someone else like Teacher Mu's sister? Yes. Do you know who it is? Suchin smiled. Want to avenge me? Maybe? No need. Suchin leaned casually on the bed in the ward. His expression was very calm. It's good to have no superpowers. Sometimes having superpowers is also a burden. Jiangmi didn't ask Suchin again. He didn't care about it himself. Why should Jiangmi help him care about it? But Jiangmi still stuffed the golden blood to Suchin. Anyway, it's useless for me to take it. You can take it and study it. After that, Jiangmi and Xiaohua returned to the college. Monday morning is a big class. All freshmen in the grade go to class together. Jiangmi and Ming Yueshi came to the classroom. Minji Wexi came back very late because she was doing a task on the forum last night. She was lying on the table to catch up on her sleep. Jiangmi recently participated in a crack game using the pseudonym of Anonymous and made another million. He had sufficient funds and enough sleep. He listened carefully to the old professor's lecture in the classroom and took notes from time to time. The class lasted for 3 hours and lasted for a whole morning. When the class ended, students went to the cafeteria to eat lunch one after another. Minji Wexi woke up in a daze. Is the get out of class over? Jiangmi gave her the notebook he had made. Here. The notes. Minji Wexi put away her notes. Thank you. Wiki, who was sitting in the front row of the two, also packed his school bag and turned to talk to Jiangmi. I'm so bored recently. I go to get out of class alone. It's so boring. Jiangmi glanced at Wiki. Didn't Yao Xingli come to class? No. Wiki sighed helplessly. Yao Xingli was hit hard by the incident with Yao Qian. He took a week off and will be back in 2 days. Livonia has been dead lately. And there is nothing fun to do. Jiangmi remained silent. There is nothing fun to do. That's because she hasn't done anything recently. After all, the Cube and the God's Gift Association have been very quiet recently. And there is no chance for her to do anything. The freshman practical class is about to start. Minji Wexi said. It will be about 2 months after the start of school. And then we will be busy. Experimental class? Jiangmi was not familiar with the college's curriculum system. She thought that the college's courses were the same as those of Earth University. All theoretical courses from books. Sure Ning. You don't know. Wei explained enthusiastically. It's just like you participated in the second wave of exploration of the 109th crack with the national team before, which is considered a practical class for the national team. College students also have to participate in practical classes. But our practical classes are richer than those of the national team. And they are led by college students to complete the entire crack research process. Jiangmi asked. Does the entire crack research process also include the early crack testing? Weika, yes. From the early purchase of third-class citizens to participate in crack testing, to the second wave of professional exploration, and then to the later subdivided research. If it's fast, it will be over in 2 or 3 months. And if it's long, it will last for a school year. Just like the exploration of the 108th crack in District 13. It was led by Zhongzheng Bowen and Mu Lanxue and lasted for 3 months. The exploration of the 109th crack that Jiangmi participated in some time ago has not yet been completed. Jiangmi once heard Zhongzheng Bowen mention by chance that the 109th crack has heavy traces of humanities, and it is estimated that it will take another half a year to study. The length of time for crack research is mainly determined by the value of the resources in it. Generally speaking, 1 academic year is enough for freshmen to complete this course. And many students can also publish some papers based on the research of cracks. Minji Wexi, after crack number 109. There has been no new cracks for a month. The next crack that appears should be our practical course. Yes. Yes. Wiki echoed excitedly. Recently, the freshman group has been discussing this matter. Everyone is wondering where the new crack will be. It would be great if it was in their hometown. And it would be convenient to go home. Kill two birds with one stone. Jiangmi fell into silence after listening to the two people's discussion. Students of the Crack Academy are looking forward to cracks. And most federal citizens are also looking forward to the appearance of cracks. Cracks can bring resources and drive the economy of the Federation. But for people in the colony, cracks represent death. What if the cracks never appear? Jiangmi suddenly asked the two. No, Wiki said. Several cracks appear every year. They will appear. It's just that no one knows how and why these cracks appear. That night, there were thunder and lightning in Livonia, and heavy rain. Many states in the Federation were bathed in this rainstorm. This was a rainstorm in autumn. After this rainstorm, most areas of the Federation would cool down. In rainy weather, people just like to stay at home, warm a cup of hot milk tea, and watch the 8 o'clock soap opera on the screen. No one noticed that a black shadow appeared in the newly built commercial street in District 13. It was already late, and the neon sign lights in the commercial street dimmed one by one, and almost all the shops on the street were closed. The shadow wrapped his cloak tightly, walked quickly through the sparse crowd, and walked to the end of the street. This is a small garden in the middle of the street, with a stone sculpture symbolizing the federal totem standing. The stone sculpture is located between the gorgeous fountain landscape, and the landscape is unique and solemn. The shadow took out a spike from his arms. The silver spike shines with metallic luster. Its material is like silver, but it is more indestructible than silver. The end of the spike is decorated with human hand bones, with slender knuckles, glowing with a cold white light in the night. The shadow grabbed the spike and stabbed it into the air in front of him. There was clearly nothing in front of him, but the spike stabbed a hard object, and several cracks appeared in the space in front of him. Then, the shadow took out a heavy hammer and slammed it hard at the tail of the cone. At that moment, a crack appeared in the space from the cone upwards, and the crack kept getting bigger and extending rapidly towards the sky, as if tearing a crack in the world. With a rumble, the sky flashed with thunder and lightning, and under the dazzling white light, this sky-high crack appeared in front of everyone. Rolling black fog came out of the crack, and countless monsters crawled out of the crack, spying on the world with greedy eyes. Drip, drip, drip. Report to the administration. The shockwave in District 13 is abnormal, and it is suspected that the crack number 110 has appeared. Repeat the report. The shockwave in District 13 is abnormal, and it is suspected that the crack number 110 has appeared. Chapter 96. In the early morning, the morning light entered the room through the gap in the curtains, and the bright sunshine fell on Jiangmi's face. Jiangmi was awakened by the ringing of the light computer. She squinted her eyes, turned over and looked at the light computer display. The merchant who resold personal information on the black market sent her a message, saying that he had found the personal information of number 23 in the original number 107 crack game. Jiangmi was startled and woke up. She quickly got up, finished washing, and then opened the merchant's email. The merchant did not send Jiangmi detailed information. The specific information still had to wait until Jiangmi paid the balance before it could be given. Jiangmi saw the photo of number 23 in the email. This information was enough to prove that the merchant had found out who the other party was. Jiangmi paid the balance to the merchant and received detailed information about number 23. Jiang Hao, male, 19 years old, a third-class citizen of District 13. His parents died in the war when the Qini Federation invaded Sanfu country, now District 13, and his only sister Jiangying, 14 years old, was at home. The two were sold to the Rubik's Cube Company and forced to participate in the number 107 crack game. At that time, Jiang Hao's number was 23 and Jiang Ying's number was 24. According to the records of the Rubik's Cube Company, the number 107 crack game ended. Jiang Hao left alive, and Jiang Ying's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown. It may be that Jiang Ying died in the number 107 crack game, or it may be that Jiang Ying did not register with the Rubik's Cube Company when she left the number 107 crack. But if Jiangmi replaced Jiang Ying at the beginning, and she registered as number 69 Ning when she came out, Jiang Ying must be in an unknown situation. Jiangmi looked at the photos of Jiang Hao and Jiang Ying. In the photos, Jiang Hao was skinny. His skin was tanned, and there were cracks in the corners of his eyes. He looked older than 19 years old. Jiang Ying's face was pale. Her eyes were big and lifeless, and her cheeks were thin and weak due to lack of nutrition. They all have the common appearance of the poor in District 13. Jiangmi put away the photos. It seems that it is time to go back to District 13. At the same time, Ming Yueshi came back from outside. She went on a mission last night, and just came back this morning with 2 cheap and delicious breakfasts from the cafeteria. She handed a breakfast to Jiangmi. Crack number 110 appeared. Did you know? Jiangmi was stunned. What a coincidence. Yesterday, they were still chatting after class about when the practical class would start. How could crack number 110 appear so coincidentally? Ming Yueshi, well, in District 13, the group has been chatting like crazy. Everyone is looking forward to going to the practical class. Jiangmi opened the light brain and found the grade group. The chat history in the grade group has been 999 plus. Family. Crack 110 has appeared. My uncle works at the Federation. He discovered the crack at about 11 o'clock last night. It's true. It seems to be in a commercial area in District 13. Didn't a lot of people die when it appeared? It's okay. I came out in the middle of the night. There are not many people on the street. I saw the death report from the Federation. And there are no more than 100 people. District 13 is really a high-frequency crack area. 3 cracks have appeared this year. Right? Which pariah is from District 13? When the time comes, you must do your best to be a good host and invite the whole grade to dinner together. That's right. Our whole grade patronized your house. But it gave your district head face. After these 2 sentences were sent, someone in the group made a few more jokes. And suddenly someone sent a sentence. Sure Ning is from District 13. Jiangmi saw that the spokesperson was Wiki. Then, the group was quiet. And it was quiet for a long time. About 10 minutes later, someone answered. I was wrong. How dare I let Sister Ning treat me, at your Ning. If you need anything or your family needs anything, call us and we will be there for you. Sister Ning, does your house need cleaning? I'll do it. Sister Ning, you are back home this time. You must show your respect in front of your neighbors. I can be your younger brother. +1. I can do it too. +1 +1 +1. When the time comes, we will wear the school uniforms, stand in 2 rows, and follow Sister Ning. Although our strength is average, we will definitely show your respect. Jiangmi laughed when he saw these paragraphs. Why do they call me Sister Ning? Aren't they just the younger brothers of Wei Ke and Yao Xingli? Ming Yueshi said. They admire the strong and like to recognize the big brothers and sisters. You are S level. So of course they recognize you as the boss. S level is not uncommon in the national team, but it is still rare in the academy. After knowing that your Ning was from District 13, everyone stopped teasing District 13, and they didn't dare to say pariahs of District 13. However, one comment still caught Jiangmi's attention. A bunch of liquors. He's just a pariah. What's your future? The student who sent this message was Guan Hui. Jiangmi remembered that he was originally a freshman and an A-level psychic. Because he failed the freshman final exam, he was held back as a freshman. This time, he will take another practical class with everyone. Yao Xingli and Wei Ke used to be the most showy among the freshmen, often showing off with a group of younger brothers. But after the Mingyu Creek kidnapping case, their group dispersed and became much more restrained. Guan Hui, on the other hand, always loved to cause trouble and bully the classmates from the colonial area in the class. Shi Ning is from the colony, so of course he looks down on Shi Ning. After Guan Hui spoke, the group became quiet again. There are only about 30 A-level psychics in the entire college, and Guan Hui is one of them. He is also an attack-oriented person, considered the best in the college, and no one dares to touch his reverse scale. But Jiangmi dares. Jiangmi replied to Guan Hui calmly, Don't accept it? Let's fight. If you lose, run around the administration bureau 10 times and call yourself a stupid? How about it? In front of the computer screen. Guan Hui choked obviously. He is not only an A-level psychic, but his father also holds an important position in the Democratic Alliance. Who in the college dares to talk to him like this? Senior students are respectful when they see him, and only Shi Ning doesn't take him seriously. Soon, someone in the group started talking. Wei Ke, ha ha. Shi Ning, how can you be so mean? Is Ho Che number 2? I am looking forward to it. Tion Xian, call me when you run laps. I want to watch too. Yao Xingli, +1. Ming Yueshi, +1. With the help of Wiki Tian Xian and others, the group became lively, and the freshmen spoke up one after another, hoping that the two would fight and have a good show. Guan Hui was so angry that his gums almost broke. He is just a lowly person. Why does he show off in the academy? Zhong Zhengbowen, that idiot, was the same. When Ning and Ho Che made such a fuss, he didn't arrest them. But Guan Hui knew that he couldn't beat Ning. He didn't dare to accept the challenge, and could only reply angrily, Ning, you only dare to show off to me. If you have the ability, show off to Pei Jixian. Show off to Zhong Zhengbowen. Challenging an A-level psychic is not a skill. Challenging an SS-level psychic is a skill. Jiangmi just didn't buy it, and replied to Guan Hui shamelessly, I am just an S-level with no ability. I just love to bully weaklings like you. I'm going to say this. From now on, don't show up in front of me. If you show up once, I'll beat you up. I'll keep my word. Guan Hui was stunned. Ning wouldn't really dare to beat him up in school. Would he? Thinking of the scene when Ning challenged the national team in the previous challenge, Guan Hui felt inexplicably scared. As for the freshmen from other colonies in the group, they were all happy to see Ning's reply. They were originally third-class citizens, and they were upgraded to first-class citizens by superpowers. They would still be bullied by Guan Hui. It would be great if Ning could help them out. Alice announced to all freshmen in the school that the students would have a holiday for 3 days and prepare the necessary daily necessities. For a long time to come, freshmen will go to District 13 for classes. Ming Yueshi also put down her task and concentrated on preparing for practical classes. She and Jiangmi went to the school supermarket together to buy daily necessities for going to District 13. The two met Guan Hui in the supermarket by coincidence. Guan Hui was accompanied by a group of younger brothers. When he saw Ning, he felt a little scared. But he couldn't lose face in front of his younger brothers. So he walked towards Jiangmi with a swagger. Jiangmi looked at him and punched him in the face without saying anything. Guan Hui. He covered his bleeding nose. Ning, are you sick? Jiangmi shrugged. Yes, I am sick. I have a strange disease that makes me want to beat you up when I see you. Come here quickly and let me punch you twice more, and my disease will disappear. Guan Hui was furious and used his superpowers to fight back. It's a pity that in front of Jiangmi's hardening, the A-level attack superpowers are just a drizzle. What a joke. Jiangmi pretended to be a grandson in front of the cube and the god's gift. But why did he pretend to be a grandson in front of a little trash? Facing an opponent of this level, Jiangmi didn't need to use multiple superpowers. He just used physical skills and punched Guan Hui so hard that he screamed. Guan Hui's face was bruised and swollen, and he quickly fled the supermarket in fear. Ning, I tell you, I won't let you go. Jiangmi waved at him. Then you must do your best. In the next few days, Guan Hui didn't dare to hang around in school, and Jiangmi didn't have a chance to make a move. In a blink of an eye, it was the day to set off for District 13. It was late October, and the weather was slightly cool. The students wore the uniform of the college, and put on thin spring and autumn coats. In addition to the freshmen, some teachers will also accompany this practical class. Su Chen will follow as the school doctor, and Zhou Yan will be one of the team leaders. Tian Xian also went to District 13. She was not a freshman, but a senior sister who led the team. After all, the freshmen participated in such an event for the first time and were not familiar with it. The teachers would also arrange several seniors to help guide the freshmen. Tian Xian saw Jiangmi from a distance, rushed forward excitedly, and hugged her neck. Jiangmi clearly felt the developed muscles of Tian Xian's arms, and this hug almost hugged Jiangmi to death. Senior, let me go! You are no longer the delicate senior after following Teacher Zhou. Take it easy. Tian Xian, Ning, I want to share a room with you for this activity. Jiangmi, why? Tian Xian argued. We are direct sisters. Isn't it natural for us to be together? There is nothing wrong with this. She and Tian Xian were together when they went to the 109th crack. Suddenly, Jiangmi felt a furious look from behind her. She turned around and saw Ming Yueshi looking at her quietly. Jiangmi, why do I feel guilty about being caught having an affair? Not only Tian Xian and Ming Yueshi, but also Wei could pull Yao Xingli over to join Jiang Ning. After all, The 109th energy layer applauded before, and they had dealt with the monsters outside 109 together, so they knew it was safer to follow Ning. Unknowingly, more and more people gathered around Jiangmi. Only Guanhui and his brothers stood where Jiangmi could not see, silently clenching their fists. Chapter 97. There are about 100 freshmen in the academy, plus teachers who teach and practice, and executive officers of the administration. Zongjung Bowen is also among them. In the past, the freshman practice classes of the Crack Academy were led by experienced S-level executive officers. I don't know why. Thinking that Ning would also participate in the exploration of Crack number 110. Zongjung Bowen took the initiative to take the responsibility of leading the team. At present, a temporary energy layer has been built for Crack number 110. This thing can only defend against the black fog for a week. It is necessary to wait for the teachers of the academy to come and build an energy layer that can last for several years. Students will follow and learn. And this will also be their job in the future. The aircraft glided through the sky, and the tailwing pulled out a long cloud of smoke. 2 hours later, the aircraft arrived at District 12. The academy booked the 5-star Shangrong Hotel for the students. 2 people to a room. Tian Xian tried hard to persuade and hugged Jiangmi reluctantly. But unfortunately, the new students and old students were not on the same floor. So Jiangmi finally shared a room with Ming Yueshi. Miss Ming's expression was as cold as ever, noble and unapproachable. But Jiangmi suddenly felt that after hearing that she and she were sharing a room, she seemed to see a hint of happiness in Ming Yueshi's eyes. Well, she must have thought too much. After tidying up the room, some students in the group had already made plans to check in at a popular online store. The formal classes will not start until tomorrow. And now the students can really play around in District 12. Jiangmi did not join them. She bought a bunch of white chrysanthemums and came to the cemetery. Rows of tombstones and black stones looked like monuments that would never fall. Jiangmi walked to the tombstone of Grandma Sher and put down the white chrysanthemums. She stood in front of the tombstone and remembered for a long time. Grandma Sher's death is Jiangmi's biggest regret in this world. Even if Su Chen told Jiangmi that Grandma Sher was already over 70 years old and suffered the death of her relatives in the war, she would not live long. That's why she was so determined to be a drug tester, wanting to use her few lives to exchange for Ning's life. But Jiangmi still knew very clearly that the biggest reason for Grandma Sher's death was her. She always lacked trust in people. At that time, she had just woken up and came to the strange place of Blue Star alone. Grandma Sher treated her very well. But in Jiangmi's cognition, this person was a stranger. But what kind of feelings could be cultivated in 2 or 5 days of getting along? So Jiangmi didn't dare to tell Grandma Sher that she had superpowers, nor did he tell him that she was anonymous and was going to the Magic Cube Company to get a bonus. Perhaps if she had trusted Grandma a little more and cared about Grandma a little more, it would not be the result now. And now it's even worse. Number 69 is likely to be Ning. Luo Shi said that in the 107th crack game, it was Grandma Sher who was actually trafficked into the crack. Ning entered the 107th crack game for Grandma Sher, and Grandma Sher was willing to work as a drug tester at Gifford Company in exchange for the gene needle for Ning. From beginning to end, it was the relationship between the two of them. Jiangmi just got involved very unexpectedly and briefly felt the warmth of having relatives. Jiangmi never regretted killing number 69. If someone wanted to kill her, no matter how many times, she would kill him back. However, she regretted that she could not save Grandma Sher. Even though she knew that the person Grandma Sher really cared about was Ning. She just felt the warmth like a thief. But she also regretted not being able to repay this warmth. Grandma, it was the God's gift that killed you. It was the cube that made Ning and I kill each other. I will not let either of them go. This is the last thing Jiangmi can do for Grandma Sher. The breeze passed through the cemetery, and the surrounding pine and cypress leaves rustled. Jiang Hao hid behind a holly ball and quietly watched Jiangmi. The moment he saw her turn her head, he saw Jiangmi's face clearly. It was her. It was really her. She survived. She didn't die. Jiang Hao was terrified, and his 2 dark and skinny legs trembled slightly. If it was just an ordinary woman, she would have survived. But Jiang Hao followed Jiangmi all the way from Shangrong Hotel to this cemetery. He clearly heard that this woman's classmates praised her as an S-level superpower. S-level? Was she originally S-level? Or did she awaken to S-level in the crack? Jiang Hao didn't know. But he had a feeling that this woman might have come for him. If she knew the truth at the beginning, Jiang Hao was scared. He and Jiang Ying would both die. Jiang Hao's legs trembled. His legs softened, and he fell to the ground. His palms full of calluses scraped a large piece of skin on the stone. Jiang Hao didn't care about the pain and hurried home. When he got home, he took out the snakeskin sack to pack his things. He didn't have any valuables, just some clothes and small money, so he packed them up quickly. The room was very small, only about 10 square meters. Jiang Ying, who was lying on the bed, heard the sound and struggled to sit up. "Brother, what happened?" Jiang Hao was still in shock. "She's here. We have to leave. We have to leave District 12. She?" Jiang Ying was stunned, and soon understood. Her eyes gradually reddened. Tears overflowed. "But where can we go? We can't even afford the ticket." "Ying, believe me." Jiang Hao grabbed Jiang Ying's shoulders. His voice choked. "Let's escape first. As long as we can stay alive, there will always be a way to escape." Jiang Hao continued to pack his luggage, in addition to some necessary clothes in the snakeskin bag. The rest was Jiang Ying's medicine, which was the most important thing. Jiang Ying struggled to crawl to the end of the bed, leaning on 2 crutches, and tried to stand up. She was wearing a skirt, and there was only one empty leg under the fat and ill-fitting skirt. "Brother, I'm fine." Jiang Ying smiled. She wanted to walk by herself and try not to drag Jiang Hao's legs. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Ying, who was leaning on crutches. "Brother will carry you." He stepped forward and wanted to carry Jiang Ying, but he had to carry the snakeskin bag in one hand and Jiang Ying in the other hand, which was not easy. "It's so troublesome. Why don't you leave?" A woman's voice suddenly came from behind, and the tone was like a breeze in the mountains, which was particularly pleasant to the ears. Jiang Hao mechanically turned his head and saw Jiang Mi standing in front of him. His breathing stagnated. His eyes were blank, and he immediately grabbed the steel knife he picked up from the garbage dump and pointed it at Jiang Mi. "Don't come over. Don't come over. Brother." The little Jiang Ying was so scared that she shrank behind Jiang Hao, not daring to move. "You've been following me all the way. Do you think this thing can hurt me?" Jiang Mi's tone was careless, and he teleported in front of Jiang Hao and twisted his wrist hard. Jiang Hao screamed in pain, and the steel knife fell to the ground. "Brother! Brother!" Jiang Ying wanted to check Jiang Hao's wound, but she couldn't move with a cane, let alone care for others. Jiang Hao covered his painful wrist. In a place like District 12, a B-level superpower can be domineering, let alone an S-level superpower. The gap between an S-level superpower and ordinary people like them is like a natural chasm. Jiang Hao clearly understood the gap between himself and Jiang Mi. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. He gritted his teeth, pushed Jiang Ying away, staggered to Jiang Mi, and knelt down with a plop. "It's my fault. I brought you into the crack number 107. If you want revenge, you can find me. It has nothing to do with others." "Brother!" Jiang Ying cried, threw away her crutches and fell beside Jiang Hao. She had only one leg and knelt down like Jiang Hao. "It has nothing to do with brother. It's me. The person you replaced is me. If you are unhappy, you can kill me. Don't touch my brother. Don't touch him. Ying, don't make trouble." Jiang Hao's face was full of tears. He stopped Jiang Ying, protected her behind him, and rubbed her hair. "Brother said he would protect you. Brother, you will let you get into trouble. Brother." Jiang Ying cried even more uncomfortably. "Don't fight to die first." Jiang Mi interrupted the deep brother-sister relationship between the two. "Tell me first, what happened at the beginning, compared to revenge?" Knowing what happened at the beginning is Jiang Mi's real purpose. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Mi. The moment he knew she was alive, he knew she would come to him. He remembered everything that happened back then very clearly. This matter started a year ago. At that time, District 12 was still called Songfu. At the joint meeting, it was accused by the Qini Federation of using biological and chemical weapons with the intention of causing terrorist attacks. The Federation took the lead in launching military sanctions against Songfu. Whether the royal family of Songfu had studied biological and chemical weapons, the people of Songfu did not know. When the war started, the bloody scene was presented to everyone. All of Cher's grandmother's relatives died in this battle. The same goes for Jiang Hao and Jiang Ying's family. The two children were still young at the time, and did not need to go to the battlefield. But the blind bomb still destroyed one of Jiang Ying's legs. Later, the Federal Army eliminated the royal family of Songfu Kingdom, and Songfu Kingdom became one of the federal colonies, numbered District 12. All Songfu people became federal prisoners of war and belonged to second-class citizens. The end of the war was not the dawn of dawn for the Songfu people, but the beginning of a nightmare. Jiang Hao, in fact. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that the federal government attacked Songfu Kingdom not because of biological weapons, but because of crack number 107. There are S-level demon species in crack number 107, and the federal government wants S-level demon species. The crack is considered a resource by Blue Star. The country where the crack is located has the right to mine and own the crack, and the crack resources also belong to the country. The federal government coveted the S-level demon species in crack number 107, but it could not openly strengthen it, so it made up an excuse of biological weapons. Getting Songfu Kingdom is equivalent to getting crack number 107. After Songfu Country becomes District 12, we, the second-class citizens, will enter the crack and die. Jiang Hao's eyes were red, and he had a bitter smile on his face. I know that second-class citizens have to enter the crack. This is the federal rule. I can also enter the crack. I am not afraid of death. But how old is Ying? Her leg is injured. If she enters the crack, she will definitely die. The Federation does not care about the situation of disabled people in the crack. They only care about the crack resources. And at this time, the miners do not enter the crack bill proposed by Ming Jianyan has come into effect. It's just that this bill is only valid for colonies that have been incorporated. New colonies, like District 12, have not yet been incorporated. And the internal chaos is so chaotic that the Management Bureau can't manage it at all. Then this bill is temporarily invalid. So if it's Jiang Ying's turn, she must enter the crack. Ying and I have been troubled by this matter, and it was at this time that I met you. Jiang Hao looked up at Jiang Mi. I found you in the garbage dump. Two identical you. Chapter 98. Jiang Hao lowered his head and spoke in a lower voice. I didn't intend to take you home, but I thought of Ying. If you could enter the crack instead of Ying will be fine. At that time, Jiang Hao found two identical test subjects, both in a coma. He only needed one, and he could only afford one. So he dragged Jiang Mi home. After returning home, you have been in a coma, like a vegetable. We don't know what happened to you, and we don't have the spare money to send you to the hospital for treatment. So I relied on the nutrient solution picked up from the garbage dump near the hospital to keep you alive. And it lasted for half a year. Half a year later, we were bought by the Magic Cube Company and had to fill the number to enter the crack number 107. So I took you in and threw you in a dense forest. So far, everything matches Jiang Mi's memory. As for the earlier things, such as why Jiang Mi was thrown in the garbage dump, she didn't know. But it is obvious that the other test subject who looks exactly like her in Jiang Hao's mouth is Ning. If Jiang Mi and Ning didn't have plastic surgery, they are obviously different from Yao Qian and other experimental subjects. It is likely that something went wrong during the experiment, and the two were thrown out as defective products, being thrown into a place like District 13. During a war, they would either be killed by bombs flying from the sky or bitten to death by wild dogs. In short, it would be difficult to survive. Jiang Hao knelt in front of Jiang Mi and grabbed her trouser legs. I know I did something wrong, but you were unconscious at the time, like a vegetable. If I didn't care about you, you would die sooner or later. I picked you up, and at least I saved you. Can you let Ying go? I did all this. If you are unhappy, come to me. Come to me. Jiang Ying tugged at Jiang Hao's sleeve stiffly. Brother, I am a cripple. I can't live if you die. If you are angry, you can vent your anger on me. Brother, you can't be in trouble. Jiang Mi listened to the two crying. She should be angry. A little angry. But looking at Jiang Hao and Jiang Ying, Jiang Mi was not angry. It's not that she is a saint. But if she were Jiang Hao, she would make the same choice. How could a stranger who became a vegetable be more important than her own sister? She didn't come to Jiang Hao for revenge, but just wanted to know what happened in the past. Jiang Mi pulled Jiang Hao's hand away and took 2 steps back. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Jiang Hao raised his head suddenly, staring at Jiang Mi with wide eyes. Aren't you here to take revenge on us? Jiang Mi looked at Jiang Hao and laughed softly. Do we know each other? No, we don't. It was Jiang Ying who entered the 107th crack game. And it was also her who came out alive. You have never seen me. And you have never known me. Do you understand? Jiang Hao paused, then nodded vigorously. I understand. I understand. Jiang Mi turned around and walked out of the Jiang family's door. Outside was a pile of garbage. And Jiang Hao and Jiang Ying lived on this pile of garbage. They were young, didn't know anything, and lived harder than Grandma Sher and others. But this is the current situation of most third-class citizens in District 13. Lavnia is full of revelry day and night. And the noble children of the Federation spend a lot of money. Maybe just for a luxury bag. For a meal, while in the colony. Those children whose parents have died can't even afford a bowl of noodles with 10 federal coins. When Jiang Mi returned to the hotel, it was already afternoon. Some students had already returned, while some were still having fun outside. District 13 is a country that had just been taken over by the Federation. It still has a strong cultural and humanistic characteristics. After resting for half a year, the once chaotic country has gradually returned to the right track. There are still many places to play in District 13. When Jiang Mi returned to the room, he saw Minji Wexi, Tianxin and others were all there. They seemed to be tired of shopping and were playing cards in a room together. They were playing landlord. Tianxin, Minji Wexi and Weika were playing together. Yao Xingli did not participate and was reading a book on the side. Minji Wexi and Weika had white paper strips on their faces. They did not play for money. If they lost, they would post white paper strips. Tianxin was well versed in the game and had never lost, while Minji Wexi and Weika lost miserably. Senior, you are bullying the freshmen, Weika said angrily. Are you cheating? I'm not, Tian Xian said righteously. Do you have any evidence? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. Minji Wexi's face was dark. She had clearly secretly put a few nightmare on Tian Xian. How could it not work? And Tian Xian must have done something. Otherwise she couldn't have won 10 games in a row. The last one. Tian Xian won another game. If you lose again? Minji Wexi. You promised me that you would change rooms with me tonight. And I want to sleep with Ning. Jiang Mi smiled. Why do you use this as a bet? Isn't it that senior sister said it herself? Weika said angrily. And muttered. But how could senior sister win 10 in a row? It's too amazing, senior sister. Your ability is not cheating or something? Everyone looked at Tian Xian inquiringly. Some students would hide their special abilities, such as Minji Wexi, who never told others about her special abilities. Nightmare is only useful when it is used when the opponent is unprepared. But Weika and Yao Xingli are different. Their special abilities cannot be hidden. Tian Xian has never mentioned her special abilities, and Jiang Mi has never seen her use them. But now that she has special ability labeling, she really knows what Tian Xian's special abilities are. Of course it's not cheating. I didn't cheat. It's just that your card skills are too bad, Tian Xian argued. To protect my roommate, I'll do it this time. Jiang Mi sat down, and Minji Wexi immediately gave up her seat. If she lost again, her face would really be pale. Can you win? Before leaving her seat, Minji Wexi asked Jiang Mi. Jiang Mi blinked. Have I ever lost? A new round of landlords began. This time Tian Xian got the landlord, and Jiang Mi and Weika played 2-1. Minji Wexi sat beside Jiang Mi, staring at her poker cards. Yao Xingli was also a little curious and moved closer to Weika. Jiang Mi's cards were not good. She had no bombs, and her cards were scattered. She had few ghosts and twos. She had a bad start. Tian Xian played several rounds in a row, and Jiang Mi and Weika had no power to fight back. Seeing that Tian Xian was about to run out of cards, suddenly, Jiang Mi patted her shoulder. Ah! Tian Xian covered her eyes in pain. Jiang Mi, senior. You can't cheat. Tian Xian stared at Jiang Mi with wide eyes. Her eyes were big and round, and her pupils were full of guilt. Weika poked his head out. What? Senior. You cheated again. Right. Why didn't I see it? How did you cheat? Weika was confused. And Yao Xingli was also at a loss. He just focused on the cards. Not Tian Xian. Only Ming Yueshi. She just glanced at the shoulder where Jiang Mi tapped, and saw an eye vaguely appearing. The eye was on the shoulder, and it was covered by hair, so it was not clear at first. But when Jiang Mi tapped, Tian Xian covered her eyes again, allowing Ming Yueshi to see it. But Jiang Mi's hand was not strong, so he didn't hurt Tian Xian. Tian Xian lowered her head guiltily and buried her head in the remaining cards. Next, it was Jiang Mi's turn to play cards. At this moment, Tian Xian had only a few cards in her hand, and Jiang Mi still had a lot of cards in his hand. Straight, 3 with 2, and several cards, and they were all gone at once. Tian Xian was defeated miserably. Ming Yueshi and Wei Ke immediately stepped forward, each holding a white strip, and wanted to stick it on Tian Xian's face. Tian Xian screamed, "Sure Ning, did Teacher Mu tell you about my ability? Ah, I'm so angry. I've been hiding it very well." Jiang Mi waved her finger. "Senior, who told you to cheat? If you didn't cheat, I wouldn't have discovered it." Tian Xian, humph. In fact, Jiang Mi cheated, but no one noticed. After that, everyone played a few more games together. Other students came back and joined their games. The types of games they played became richer, and board games were also added. For the game experience, Jiang Mi didn't turn on precognition and played with everyone until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as the new game of werewolf was about to start, Jiang Mi got the identity of Hidden Wolf. At this time, Minji Wexi, who was reading a book on the side, poked her. "Your optical brain is ringing." It was not Jiang Mi's light brain that rang, but Merlin's locator. Jiang Mi asked Ming Yueshi to go to the balcony to turn on the locator instead of herself, and saw the system map on the display light up, and the red dot of target flashed in the west. Li Xiaoxiao is a non-staff member of the administration. Unlike those senior commissioners of the Livonia General Administration, her ability is only B-level. Very ordinary. She usually stays in the colony and participates in some crack-related matters. This time, the administration led the college students to explore the number 110 crack, and Li Xiaoxiao was also seconded to assist the students in completing the crack exploration task. Li Xiaoxiao, stop eating. The cross-country trip started from District 11, and the neighboring district was District 13. In the car, Li Xiaoxiao gnawed on the duck neck that she had bought earlier, and her colleague Su Chong poked her face. "If you eat more, you will have a small belly. You are so annoying. Entering the crack consumes so much energy. What's wrong with me eating more?" Li Xiaoxiao has no hobbies in her life, but she loves to eat. Su Chong couldn't control her, and the captain didn't say anything. So what could he say? Entering District 13, the off-road vehicle stopped at a service station on the highway, and everyone got off to go to the bathroom. After driving about 10 kilometers, we arrived at the urban area of District 13. This time, the students of the Crack Academy stayed at the Shangrong Hotel in District 13, and the people from the Administration Bureau would also stay there. When Li Xiaoxiao got off the car, she saw the system panel in her head light up, showing that the target appeared. Li Xiaoxiao's pupils trembled. This was not the first time she saw this reminder. Every time she saw this reminder, her heart would beat fast. She did not get off the car, but flipped out the map on the light brain and compared it with the target. According to the area shown on the map, the other party is most likely in Shangrong Hotel. Is it a student of the Crack Academy? Su Chong and the others came back one after another, and the off-road vehicle was fully fueled. Everyone was preparing to set off for Shangrong Hotel. Suddenly, Li Xiaoxiao stopped the captain. "Captain, it's bad. Something happened at home. I have to go back." The captain frowned. "Now? We are all in District 13. It's so easy to explore the cracks with the Crack Academy this time. Don't you want to take such a good job?" "But that's my mother." Li Xiaoxiao looked at the captain pitifully. "She is alone in the hospital, and there are no relatives around her. I am worried." The captain had no choice. After all, it was someone else's family matter, and Li Xiaoxiao didn't have to go, so it was okay without her. The captain gave a few instructions, asking Li Xiaoxiao to be careful on the way back, and then drove to Shangrong Hotel. Li Xiaoxiao looked at Yaya's back. The sadness in her eyes disappeared, and she drew a cross on her chest. "Mom, don't blame me. I didn't mean to use you as an excuse. Someone like you who knows how to live will definitely live a long and healthy life." Then, Li Xiaoxiao held her duck neck in her mouth and happily got on the bus leaving District 13. After the bus left, Jiang Mi and Xiaohua walked out of the dark. Merlin's locator was still in Shangrong Hotel, but the display on it was connected to Jiang Mi's optical brain. Within 2 minutes, Li Xiaoxiao's location disappeared from the system map. She gave up. Jiangmi had encountered so many targets. Li Xiaoxiao was the only experimental subject with a single ability and gave up hunting down other targets. She has never killed a target so far. Xiaohua tilted his head in confusion. Don't you want to kill her? Jiangmi put away the optical brain. Let's go! Xiaohua opened the space hole. And Jiangmi and Xiaohua left the service station. After the two left, a crow on the electric pole suddenly flapped its wings, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. The cold light disappeared, and the crow shook its head, regained consciousness, and left the electric pole. Chapter 99. The next day, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. With such good weather, of course we had to go to class. The students had a lot of fun last night. There was no tension in the early stage of the practical class, and they suddenly arrived in a new place, just like traveling, which caused many students to be drowsy in class today. Wiki bought black coffee and distributed it to Jiangmi and others. Everyone listened to the teacher's explanation of the energy layer. Just for one energy layer, the teacher spent a whole morning practicing and explaining, and also brought samples for students to set up. After all, the energy layer is related to the safety of the crack, which is the top priority in all courses. Zhongjung Bowen stood behind the students and listened to the class. From time to time, he would use Devour to pick out a few dazed students. The distracted students suddenly felt someone touching his shoulder. When they turned around, they saw a black slime with fangs and claws, looking at him with a smile. Student. The student woke up instantly and almost wet his pants. In the morning, except for the top students who were concentrating the whole time, most students were warned by the black slime, especially those whose superpowers were attack-oriented. In their opinion, they would enter the cracks to eliminate the demons in the future, and setting up energy layers was the responsibility of the research students, so they didn't need to know. As a result, they were repeatedly warned by Zhongjung Bo1, and now they stand up straight in class. Guanhui was one of them. He always looked down on students in the research direction, and he never listened to such classes. As a result, he was caught by Zhongjung Bo1 one after another, and the black slime almost wrapped around Guanhui's body. Guanhui sat upright. I dare not be distracted. I dare not be distracted again. Even Jiangmi was caught by Zhongjung Bowen. The light computer beeped in the middle of the conversation. It was Chun Rang who sent a funny video to Jiangmi. Jiangmi took a look and put away the light computer. Then, the black slime quickly slid behind her and touched her shoulder. Jiangmi turned around and looked at the black slime that turned into a sinister smile. Jiangmi smiled. Hi, black slime? Students. Zhongjung Bowen. Only Jiangmi could laugh out loud under Zhongjung Bowen's murderous cold eyes, and this SS-level lethal ability. Wiki whispered to Jiangmi. Sure Ning. Aren't you afraid of Director Zhongjung? Jiangmi shrugged. What are you afraid of? Will the director really use this thing to attack me? Wiki. He turned around and secretly glanced at Zhongjung Bowen in the back row, and saw that he was still staring at their direction with a sharp look. Wiki was scared. His legs trembled, and he turned back quickly. Alas, no matter how many times I look at him, Director Zhongjung is so scary. Under the high-pressure supervision of Zhongjung Bowen, all the students listened to the class seriously. In a blink of an eye, it was noontime, and the students dispersed in groups of 2 or 2. Some went back to the hotel for lunch, and some went to eat in the downtown commercial street of District 12. Jiangmi and others did not go back to the hotel. Wiki found an authentic noodle shop, and a group of people ran to eat noodles. Red oil was splashed on the chewy noodles, and the beef tendons were crystal clear. This is the specialty beef tendon noodles of District 12, and it is said to be delicious. Jiangmi also ate it for the first time. He tried 2 bites, and it tasted good. Wiki was still picking beef tendon noodles in his mouth, and he talked about the latest gossip he saw. By the way, have you received the news? I heard that there was a problem with the 100% test of the number 110 crack. Tian Xian and Jiangmi came to eat noodles together, and asked curiously, the 100% test hasn't started yet. Why did something go wrong? The 100% test is also called the crack test. It is the first wave of exploration of the crack. 100 second-class citizens are allowed to enter the crack to explore what is in the crack for 10 hours. At the same time, according to the survival of the 100% test, the crack can be divided into 6 levels. Level 1 crack, survival rate 50%-100%. Level 2 crack, survival rate 25%-49%. Level 2 crack. Survival rate 12%-24%. Level 4 crack. Survival rate 6%-11%. Level 5 crack. Survival rate 3%-5%. Level 6 crack. Survival rate less than 3%. The crack is extremely dangerous before it is explored. After that, as the superpowers continue to enter and kill the demons, the number of demons will decrease. But behind the crack is a more vast world, with countless demons hiding in the black fog. When the demons in an area disappear, new demons will migrate in. So, the crack level is a dynamic concept, which is roughly only used as a reference for the Management Bureau when mining cracks. The exploration of the number 110 crack has just begun. Now is the stage of blocking the energy layer. The 100 second-class citizens for the crack test have not been determined yet. With red oil on the corners of his mouth, Wiki swallowed his beef tendon noodles. My uncle is in the administration. He said that before each crack test, the administration's intelligent brain will send a message to the selected second-class citizens, asking them to come to the administration base to inject the chip and participate in the crack exploration on time. But this time, only 20 or so second-class citizens came to inject the chip for the 100-person test. And most people didn't come. So many people didn't come. Tion Xian was a little surprised. I heard that there were also second-class citizens who refused to implant the chip in the past. But there were only a dozen of them. And they would soon be taught a lesson by the management staff. No wonder District 12 is a new district. Those second-class citizens are really stubborn. What should we do now? Jiangmi asked. What else can we do? Tion Xian spread her hands. It's our turn to contact them this time. At noon, everyone talked about the second-class citizens who refused to enter the crack to explore. In the afternoon class, the management staff announced the students' course, according to the addresses of the second-class citizens who were selected to enter the number 110 crack. Find them and inject them with chips. A student asked. We injected them with chips. But we can't change their subjective will. They just don't want to come. We can't force them to come. Right? The chip gun in your hand is the latest research result of the Institute, which is more advanced than the previous technology. Zongjung Bowen introduced. Once the second-class citizens are injected with chips, they must arrive at the designated place at the designated time. Otherwise the chips in their bodies will explode. The designated place is crack number 110. And the designated time is the day of crack exploration. As long as they come here honestly and take out the chips, they will be fine, but if they don't come, they will die. The students were silent. They didn't expect that a simple chip gun would have such power. Yes, for them, the superpowers, injecting chips into ordinary people is not a difficult task. And those second-class citizens who have chips can only participate in crack exploration. Participating in crack exploration may still have a glimmer of hope. And not participating can only die. People with brains know how to choose. After getting the chip gun and citizen information, the students went to look for people in groups. There will be people from the Management Bureau patrolling nearby throughout the process. If there is a problem, they can contact the Management Bureau at any time. Jiangmi and others came to a dilapidated building. The building was low. The surrounding environment was dirty. And rats and cockroaches occasionally jumped out of the sewer, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Minjiwexi and Weika both took 2 steps back in disgust. They had never been to such a dirty place. Jiangmi walked in front. Her light brain lit up and floated beside her, with the information of second-class citizens on it. Name, Yali. Gender, female. Age, 18. Class, second-class citizen. Place of origin, District 12 of the Federation of Kenya. Minjiwexi paid attention to the mud at his feet and said as he walked, I looked at the information of the second-class citizens who entered the crack this time. Most of them are women. And they are all quite young, because the men and elders died in the war some time ago. Children and women did not have to go to the battlefield, so they survived. Jiangmi narrated this fact calmly. Minjiwexi and others froze. They had never thought about this. The air was filled with a heavy breath, mixed with the disgusting smell of the sewer. Jiangmi walked in front and knocked on the door of Yali's house. The door opened. There was a skinny little girl at the door, about 10 years old, with sunken cheeks due to being too thin, a dark and oily face, and a pair of big and bright eyes. Jiangmi, hello. We are students from the Rift Academy. We are looking for Miss Yali. The little girl's eyes widened, and she slammed the door shut, while shouting to the people in the room. Sister! Run! The Federation is here to arrest people. Yali was standing in the living room. She obviously saw Jiangmi and the others. She was so frightened that she grabbed a canvas bag and ran to the windowsill. She couldn't escape through the main door, so she could only escape through the window. But as soon as she took a step, a whistling wind came, forming a small whirlwind on the windowsill, blowing Yali back to the room. Wiki landed in front of Yali in a whirlwind. Yali was shocked and turned around to escape to another windowsill. With a crash, an adult white tiger broke through the window and landed in the room. His agile body was full of lean tendon meat. He roared to the sky, and all the furniture in the room trembled. Yali and Yaching were both shocked. Jiangmi and the others pushed the door open effortlessly and walked into the living room. Injection chip is okay? Wiki controlled the wind blade and pressed Yali to ask. Well, Tian Xian took out the chip gun. Miss Yali, please come to the crack at number 110 Donghua Commercial Street at 10 a.m. 2 days later to participate in the crack test. If you don't come, the chip bomb we injected into your body will explode. This is a compulsory conscription order from the Federation. You can't refuse. Yali cried, tears streaming down her face. She struggled frantically, trying to break free from Wiki's shackles, but it was useless. Tian Xian's chip gun was aimed at Yali's arm suddenly. Yaching rushed forward and pushed Tian Xian and Wiki away. You are murderers. You are executioners. Don't inject the chip into my sister. I can die for her. I can die for her. Yaching. Yali grabbed Yaching's wrist and shook her head. How can this be called going to die? Wiki retorted. Second-class citizens enter the crack test. This is for the future development of the Federation. Then why don't you go in? Yaching yelled. You are all so powerful. Why don't you go in? You won't die. Go in. Can't you? Wiki choked. He didn't know how to refute. Wiki was taught since childhood that second-class citizens should enter the rift. Second-class citizens are either prisoners of war or criminals. The Federation said that they are carrying sins. And they deserve it. Wiki has always felt that the development of biological weapons by Songfu is a major event that endangers human safety. So Songfu was sanctioned by the Federation militarily. And the citizens became second-class pariahs. This is atonement. And it seems nothing wrong. But now, Wiki looked at Yaching and Yali, and saw the living Songfu people. And he suddenly had an idea in his mind. Even if the royal family of Songfu really researched biological weapons, what does it have to do with these two people? Chapter 100. Once upon a time. Sang Fugua. Biological weapons. War. These words were just labels on the screen for the children of the federal nobles. And they were areas they would never touch. Today, these labels have become vivid and concrete, turning into lives, showing in front of Wiki and others. Grandpa and Grandma died in the number 107 crack test. They are both over 70 years old. After entering the crack, they never came back. Yaching wiped the tears from her face. Crack number 108. Neighbor Anshin went there, and has not come back yet. Now it's my sister's turn. Can my sister really come back alive? This is a question. But everyone has a more certain answer in their hearts. The crack test in the academy has average data. At present, most of the cracks discovered by the Federation are between level 2 and 4, which means that the survival probability of second-class citizens is about 18%. You can survive, but the probability is very low. Why are you dawdling? Why waste so much time injecting a chip? The door was kicked open, and two men walked into Yali's house. They are non-staff members of the administration. One is Su Chong and the other is Zheng Yi. And they are here to help students from the Crack Academy implant chips. Seeing that Jiangmi and the others have been here for so long, Su Chong is very impatient. I know that you students in the Ivory Tower can't do anything. It's just implanting a chip. What's there to hesitate about? Su Chong kicked Yaching away, who was blocking Yali, grabbed Yali's arm violently, and injected the chip into her. Ah! Yali was so painful that she convulsed all over and screamed. Sister! The moment Yaching saw the chip injected into Yali's body, she felt that the world had gone dark. She rushed to Xuchong like crazy, beating Xuchong's body with her thin fists. You bastard! Why do you treat me like this? Why do you treat me like this? I'm so annoyed! Xuchong raised his hand and slapped Yaching again. Yaching fell to the ground, with a clear red mark on her face. The corner of her mouth was broken, and bright red blood flowed out. She looked very embarrassed. She grabbed the furniture in the room and smashed it toward Xuchang and the others. Bad guys. You are all bad guys. You are the running dogs of the Federation. You can kill us. And take me too. Anyway, I will die at the age of 18. What's the difference between dying early and late? Xuchang was not paying attention. And a porcelain cup hit his brow bone, which was broken, and blood flowed down, dyeing Xuchang's eyes red. Su Chang's eyes widened with anger. Bah! Lowlife. Do you really think I can't deal with you? He stepped forward and grabbed Yaching's collar. Yaching's body was suspended in the air, her two thin legs trembling in the air. Her neck was strangled, and she had difficulty breathing. And her lips were pale. Su Chang, Zheng Yi quickly reminded. We are here to do business. Don't kill anyone. What are you afraid of? Su Chang said bluntly. Second-class citizens have a lowly life. Even if I kill her, the Federal Citizens Administration will pay tens of thousands of dollars. Who cares about such lowlifes? Yaching. Yali knelt in front of Su Chang in a pleading manner. I'm sorry. We were wrong. I will definitely go to the 110th crack on time. Please let Yaching go. Let her go. She is just a child. She is still ignorant. Please. Sister. Don't ask him. These lackeys of the Federation are not worthy. Yaching gritted her teeth, then lowered her head and bit Xuchang's wrist hard. Ah! Xuchang felt pain and left Yaching behind. Yaching got up in a panic and hugged Yali together. Sister, don't go into the crack. You will die if you go. You are my only relative. Don't go. Yaching. Yali also cried. Of course she didn't want to go. But did she have a choice? You bunch of low-class people. Xuchang rubbed his painful wrist. I can't control your sister. But don't think about getting out alive today. As he said that, Xuchang raised his leg and kicked Yaching hard. The little girl was kicked away by him. Her back hit the cabinet, and she spit out blood. But Xuchang was not satisfied, and stepped forward to punch and kick Yaching again. Weika and Yao Xingli hurried to stop Xuchang. Weika, Yao Xingli, you have grades for every practical course. We are the ones who grade. Su Chang said to the two of them rudely. Are you sure you want to go against the administration? If you have a criminal record, can you still enter the administration and the military and political department in the future? Especially you, Yao Xingli. Su Chang looked at Yao Xingli and sneered. Because of Yao Qian's incident, you already have a criminal record in the Federation. Yao Qian is your stain. Are you going to betray the Federation like Yao Qian? Weika and Yao Xingli paused and clenched their fists. No one dared to stop Su Chang. The administration was the heaven here. Only Yaching's gnashing curses were left in the living room. Executioner. Running dog of the Federation. Bad guy. Kill me if you have the guts. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you in the future. Kill all of you who hurt my sister. Su Chang was furious. He pulled out the globe from his waist and pointed the cold barrel at Yaching's head. Do you think I don't dare? Everyone's eyes widened. Su Chang pulled out the gun too quickly. Weika and the others didn't expect Su Chang to kill them. There was only a bang in their ears. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the hot blood dyed Yaching's face red. Yaching. Yali rushed in front of Yaching, and was at a loss because of the blood on her face. Yaching wiped the blood on her face in a daze. This was not her blood, but this blood was hot, fresh, and fishy. This was death. Real death. Su Chang's eyes widened, and he could no longer stand up, and fell to the ground. Gulping blood flowed from his head, wetting the floor of the living room. He died with his eyes open, his eyes still looking up, staring at Jiangmi, who fired the gun. Jiangmi looked calm and took back his gun. You killed him. You killed him. Zheng Yi was stunned. Jiangmi shot too fast. Without hesitation, before Su Chang pulled the trigger, she shot. Those veterans of the administration would not be so fast. Right? Ming Yueshi and others also swallowed their saliva. They had worked with Ning before, but Ning had always been a protector, using a protective layer to protect everyone, and rarely saw Ning shooting. This was the first time they saw Ning shooting. Decisive. Fierce. Leaving no room for any leeway. You actually attacked our people. Zheng Yi reacted and scolded Jiangmi. The administration will not let you go. Oh! Jiangmi raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. You can report to the administration. But I am S level. Do you think Zongjung Bowen will let me pay for him? Zheng Yi choked and was speechless. When Su Chong used the citizen level to suppress Ye Qing and Ye Li without leaving any room, there was still a supernatural level system in the Federation. Ning's performance in the 109th crack was outstanding. And even Zheng Yi had heard about it. The most favored executive commissioner voted by the researchers was Ning. She was also S level, and a member of the national team. Everyone would favor her. Su Chong was to Ning, just like Ye Qing was to him. Like an ant. And he could kill her if he wanted to. Moreover, this time it was Su Chong who wanted to kill first. And Ning was just defending Ye Qing. Zheng Yi lowered his head and dared not say anything. Jiangmi did not put away the gun. Your administration should have equipment to remove the chip. Take the chip out of that girl. Zheng Yi. Everyone. What are you going to do? Zheng Yi said sternly. Ning, do you really want to go against the administration? Jiangmi raised his eyes and glanced at Zheng Yi. Are you doubting that I won't shoot? Zheng Yi shuddered. And the gun in his hand was unstable. If it were in the past, he certainly didn't think that the students of the academy dared to kill people casually. But Ning's shooting just now was too fierce. And her indifference when she put the gun away made Zheng Yi doubt whether Ning had killed many people. Ning's gun was not pointed at Zheng Yi. But Zheng Yi had no doubt that if he was a step slower, Ning might shoot. He hurried forward and used the chip gun to remove the chip from Yali. Yali and Ye Qing were still confused, not knowing what was going on. Is this group of people fighting among themselves? Someone did die just now. Right? This young lady seems to be on their side. So she won't do anything to them. Right? The chip came out of her arm. Yali felt the pain and lowered her head to see that the chip was really recovered. She didn't need to enter the crack again. And she didn't need to die again. Zheng Yi handed the chip gun to Jiangmi tremblingly. This gun can inject chips. Reverse the switch, and you can recover the chips. Jiangmi took the chip gun. The next second, Ming Yueshi raised her hand and shot Jin Ye's head. Jiangmi? Everyone. Wiki, miss. What are you doing? Yao Shenli, are we going to start a rebellion? What are you thinking? Ming Yueshi frowned. This is just an anesthetic bullet. This person is a trouble to follow us. So it's better to let him sleep. Ming Yueshi looked at Jiangmi. How can it be enough to solve one? You should want to take out the chips from others? Let's go. There are 99 people. The workload is not low. So we don't inject chips? Change to prevent others from injecting chips? Yao Shenli asked. Wiki said excitedly. That's how it should be. What the hell is this course? I don't want to do it anymore. It's just forcing people to die. He almost threw away the other chip gun in his hand. But when he thought that this thing could also recycle the chip, he stopped. Compared to the low atmosphere when they just entered Yali's house. When a group of people decided to follow Jiangmi to stop everyone from injecting chips, the atmosphere suddenly became high. And Wiki and the others also became motivated. Only Tian Xian remained silent and didn't speak. Wiki noticed her silence. Senior sister, don't you want to go with us? Then you can go back alone. This is our business. And we won't drag you down. Tian Xian sighed, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke. Do you know why there is such a practical class? Because when you force second-class citizens into the crack for the first time, and then watch them die in the crack with your own eyes, you will become numb. I am the one who has become numb. Everyone does this. So everyone thinks it is right. Even if someone objects, others will pull him to complete it. So that we are the same kind of people. We are in the same camp. My practical class followed the entire process of the exploration of the 107th crack. And then I also participated in the exploration of the 108th and 109th cracks. This year. Come on. I don't know how many people have been forced into the crack. I'm numb. Senior, this is not your fault. Weka said quickly. The rules of the administration for exploiting cracks are wrong. No. It's my fault. Tian Xian smiled bitterly. When I was the same as you, I didn't insist. I lost my bottom line. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes. What's scary is that you keep making mistakes. Since you want to change, why not start now? Jiangmi said, stretching out his hand to Tian Xian. Senior, we are going to stop others from injecting chips into second-class citizens. Together? Tian Xian stared at Jiangmi blankly. Her eyes reddened unconsciously. Then, she wiped her tears and reached out to grab Jiangmi's hand.